Now you are free, you can go anywhere you want and do what you want. Zhou said looking at Yer in front of him. Yer just looked at Zhou and didn't speak. Obviously she could speak, but for some reason, she just didn't speak. Do you have a place you want to go, or something you want to do? Zhou looked at Yer and asked again. Yer shook her head slightly. Before she was born, she was made into Gumanli by the Shao brothers. I'm afraid she doesn't know where she wants to go or what she wants. Then you follow me first, but if you follow me, I have a few requirements. If you can do it, you can follow me. If you can't do it, you should go by yourself. Zhou looked at Yer and said. Yer didn't speak, just looked at Zhou. First, you follow my words. You are not allowed to hurt others without my orders. Second, you are not allowed to drive goo worms to hurt others without my consent. Third, you can reason with me, but in the end, you must listen to me. Fourth, don't show your strength in front of others at will. Can you do it? Zhou asked Yer, looking at him. Yer looked at Zhou and nodded, but she didn't hesitate, and she didn't know if she really understood. Seeing Yer nodding, Zhou felt very strange. Although he was a little happy, he was also a little worried. Whether the current Yer can be considered a person, even Zhou can't tell, if she still has Gumanli's taboos. She will be in trouble in the future. But this is the end, Zhou can only take her back. First, take Yer to buy some clothes. Although she doesn't speak, she is very well behaved. Zhou does whatever she says. She looks like an ordinary well-behaved baby. Ruthless. Old Zhou, where did you kidnap a child and come back? Li Xian asked in surprise when he saw Zhou carrying a child back. I picked it up on the road. Zhou replied. Could it be lost? Li Xian said. No, the place I'm going is the dimensional realm where goo worms are infested, and no one will take the child there, Zhou said. Who is so cruel to throw away such a cute little girl? Li Xian looked at the little girl with pity. I don't know, but I plan to adopt her and take her with me. Zhou took out the goo pot and stuffed it directly into Li Xian. The 2 ice silkworms are inside. How is the Shao family? Li Xian asked with a strange expression while holding the goo pot. It was destroyed by that Gumanli. Zhou did not elaborate, because the situation at that time was too tragic. This is also what they deserved, killing and digging babies, and doing such a thing. Are they really not afraid of divine punishment? Li Xian said. Does this child have a name? Li Xian asked, while rubbing Yer's head. Yer, the name I gave her. When Zhou saw Li Xian touching Yer's head, she didn't have any special reaction, so she was relieved. What name did you choose? Such a cute little girl, how can you use such a name? You should at least call it Crescent Moon. Or something, even if it is the common Xiaoya, it is 10,000 better than Yerbe? No, you have to give her a new name. Li Xian immediately shook his head when he heard Yer's name. Let's talk about it later when registering for a household registration. Yer should be regarded as a nickname. Zhou really doesn't know how to choose names, and he has a big head. Soon, it was discovered that the Shao family was destroyed overnight. Many people went to see it and found that there were a lot of traces of goo worms infesting there. They guessed that the Shao family was destroyed by the worms, but what is the specific situation? But no one could say clearly. The Xiao family, the number one in Chiang Rai, was wiped out overnight. This has become a legend in Chiang Rai, saying anything. Li Xian planned to go to Dugu's house with Du Guzong to learn some knowledge about gu insects, but Zhou Wen stayed, because there was still no definite news from Taigu spore, and he wanted to wait and see. The ancient spores did not successfully parasitize, but they did not die, and Zhou Wen didn't know what the situation was now. Li Mabai also took Dai and Dum back to Luoyang, and Gu Shanshui also called and said that he had found a way to trap the corpse and asked Zhou Wen to retrieve the gourd. Zhou Wen had no way to scatter it violently for the time being, so Gu Shanshui asked Gu Lu to bring the gourd to him. While waiting for the news of Taiku spore, Zhou Wen was brushing the dungeon. Ancient Sword Tomb and Valley of No Return are very good dungeons, producing a lot of good things. Now Zhou Wen is mainly brushing these two dungeons, plus the mythical creatures and rare creatures of other dungeons, and he has to do it every time. Zhou Wen went to the Snow Valley on the right side of the Valley of No Return a few times, but the blood-colored villain would die quickly every time he entered. It was fine to fly in the air, but when he was in the air, he could only see the snow in the valley, and did not see anything like goo worms. So far, Zhou Wen still hasn't figured out why the blood-colored villain died in the snow. With the ability of listening and prison King Zun, if there is a goo worm hiding in the snow, no matter how small it is, I should be able to detect it. And there is no response from the Taishang Kaidianjing, which means that it is not a forbidden power. What made the blood-colored villain die? Zhou Wen studied for a long time, but did not find out Shuigu's secret. Zhou Wen estimated that most of those who entered the Valley of No Return should have died in the Snow Valley. After all, the people who dared to go there were all experts in raising goo. How could there be a few people who could deal with the goo worms in front of them, but this Shuigu couldn't handle the goo worms if they knew how to do it? When Zhou Wen was playing games, Yer sat on the small bench and watched Zhou Wen, neither making any noise nor making noise. Although Yer doesn't have a heartbeat, she is not much different from normal children. She also needs to eat to grow up. Zhou Wen can feel that she is growing slowly, and the growth rate of normal children is similar. In the world like a secret realm, there is a huge palace standing on the top of the mountain. At the top of the palace, there is a huge statue that looks like a snake but not a snake, and a dragon but not a dragon. On the mountain like a pillar of heaven, there is only one stone step winding up the mountain, and the foot of the mountains leads all the way to the top of the mountain. At this time, a man in white clothes with thunder and lightning running through his body walked to the stone steps. Wang Mingyuan, you are not there to guard the sacred tree, but you dare to leave without authorization and come to the Dragon God Mountain. Don't you know that this is the place where the dragon gods live, and it is not a bastard like you who can come here, or is it impatient to live already? In front of the stone steps, a monster with a snake's tail blocked Wang Mingyuan's way. From now on, I will be the king of the dragon gods, Wang Mingyuan said calmly. https://genius. For a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. The serpent-tailed monster guarding the stone steps seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. He laughed. And laughed, almost to the point of tears. You really take yourself seriously, don't you really think that it's great to be promoted to the myth level? In the war of the dimensional level, the so-called myth level of your human beings is just cannon fodder. Only at that level can you cross dimensions without being killed by the barriers between different dimensions. Only in ancient, forbidden places like Earth will the mythical level be taken seriously. The monster continued contemptuously, just like you humans on Earth can't survive in space, because there is no oxygen and other conditions that you need to survive, and becoming mythical, for the battle between dimensions, it is equivalent to your human learning to survive in an environment without oxygen. If you can learn to breathe and live, you will naturally have hope. Wang Mingyuan said. You need hope if you can't do it. You can't understand what kind of existence the dragon king is. If an ant like you doesn't come out of the ancient forbidden land, let alone guard the sacred tree, even to me and other dragon gods. You don't even have the qualifications for a handyman, and you dare to challenge the Dragon King in vain. You don't need to go to the Dragon King, I will show you. Today, what is the real power? The monster said, his body rose strangely. The power of one hand slammed towards Wang Mingyuan. The terrifying power turned into a giant snake and devoured it towards Wang Mingyuan. With a single blow. Its power was already comparable to that of the tyrant Beeman, who was in a state of absolute power. Wang Mingyuan still walked towards the stone steps step by step, ignoring the terrifying snake attack. But when the giant snake arrived in front of him, it automatically disintegrated and collapsed, turning into nothingness in a blink of an eye. Have you already broken through the dimensional wall? But if you think that you are qualified to fight my dragon gods, you are too arrogant. Although the monster is arrogant, his expression is serious, and he has no previous contempt. Watching Wang Mingyuan come step by step, the monster held his hands together, showing a strange attacking stance, like a poisonous snake that could devour people at any time. Let you see the true power of my dragon gods, the dragon gods are coming. When the monster roared, the strange power on his body also climbed to the extreme, and the terrifying power immediately swept the entire space, and the light and shadow of giant snakes led with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. He bombarded Wang Mingyuan from all directions. Countless giant snakes devoured Wang Mingyuan with light and shadow, but when they reached Wang Mingyuan, they all disintegrated automatically, unable to touch his body at all, as if his body was protected by gods. How is it possible? The monster saw that his dragon god came to the extreme, but he didn't even touch Wang Mingyuan's clothes, and he was extremely horrified. Wang Mingyuan had already walked less than 3 meters in front of him, and the stone steps up the mountain were already in sight. Dragon, it's not like that. Wang Mingyuan glanced at the monster, waved his palm lightly, and the monster's body was thrown out as if it was caught by an invisible big hand. Boom! His body slammed into the stone wall, knocking the stone wall into a crater. The bones in his whole body seemed to have been broken, and his body was covered in blood. After struggling a few times, he did not stand up, but blood spurted out of his mouth. You have been promoted to the natural disaster level? The monster looked at Wang Mingyuan, who had countless lightnings running through his body, as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Mingyuan was promoted to mythology. It didn't take long for Wang Mingyuan to break the dimensional barrier and enter a different dimension with the help of the power of the 6 temples. He was also punished by lightning through the body. He was promoted to the natural disaster level so quickly. This is too amazing. Even among the 8 tribes of the natural mythology, there are very few who can be promoted to the natural disaster level so quickly. Wang Mingyuan didn't answer, he stepped on the stone steps and walked towards the dragon temple on the top of the mountain step by step. Even if you are promoted to the natural disaster level, in front of the great dragon king, you are just like An ant. The monster roared sharply, but got no response. Zhou waited and waited, unable to wait for the news of the success or failure of the primordial spore, because the distance was too far, and there was no way to take it back, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. It seems that we can only go to the Dragon Corpse River one more time to find the Dragon King Gu. Even if we can't successfully parasitize, we must bring back the ancient spores. Zhou relied on Tai Sui, Xiaoniao, and Yer by his side. I am not afraid of Gu insects at all, so I plan to go to the Dragon Corpse River by myself. Zhou didn't know the shipbuilding family, and he didn't plan to spend a lot of money on that kind of special boat, so he bought an ordinary speedboat and transported the speedboat to the Longshore River. I said, my friend, what are you doing with a speedboat to the Dragon Corpse River? Someone who was going to enter the Dragon Corpse River to catch Gu worms saw Zhou speedboat and was very curious, so he came forward and asked, Go down the river to catch Gu. Zhou replied. The man looked at Zhou and asked, Friend, are you from out of town? I just came to Chiang Rai for a few days. Zhou answered truthfully. That's no wonder, you probably don't know the taboo of this Dragon Corpse River. Ordinary boats will be besieged by Gu worms. When they enter the river, you must first get a specially made Gu-proof boat. The person reminded kindly. Ordinary Gu worms shouldn't attack my boat. Zhou said, picked up Yer beside him, and got on the speedboat together, feeling that the engine of the speedboat was activated and set off into the Dragon Corpse River. The man said to the disciple next to him, that young man is really crazy, he actually drove a speedboat into the Dragon Corpse River. Although the fuel engine will not turn off on the Dragon Corpse River, the Gu worms in the Dragon Corpse River will be driven by the engine. The sound was brought in. When the time came, he climbed into the engine and caused damage to the engine. It would be impossible to think about it again. He even took the child in with him. This person is really helpless. At first glance, this person is from the Eastern District. He is very arrogant. If he wants to die, we can't stop him. The disciple pouted and said. Zhou was driving the speedboat, Xiaoniao and Tai Sui were standing on the bow of the boat, and Yer sat next to Zhou looking at the Dragon Corpse River with some curiosity. The Gu worms in the Dragon Corpse River felt the breath of the bird and did not dare to approach the speedboat. But Yer stretched out her hand and saw a few Gu worms approached, and followed the speedboat, as if she was guarding the speedboat. Anyway, I got the gourd back, should I use Yer to subdue some Gu worms? Zhou thought to himself. Ordinary Gu worms, Zhou naturally has no interest. If he really intends to accept them, at least they must be Gu worms of the level of ice silkworms. It would be better if he could conquer the Dragon King Gu. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. The speedboat is much faster than the wooden boat, galloping quickly across the river. Zhou can clearly feel that. He is getting closer and closer to the ancient spores, and his sense of the ancient spores is getting stronger and stronger. For the Gu people, the Dragon Corpse River, which is as dangerous as hell, was not dangerous in front of Zhou. He rushed over all the way, and soon felt the location of the ancient spores. Zhou could feel that the primordial spore was under the boat, and he could also feel that the behemoth dragon King Gu was also below. Because of the close distance, Zhou felt more clearly this time that the ancient spores had been trying to parasitize the Dragon King Gu's body and control the Dragon King Gu's body. However, Dragon King Goo is different from ordinary mythical creatures. Its body is an aggregate, and so is its soul. It is a whole formed by the condensed together of countless souls. Primordial Spore wanted to parasitize on the Dragon King Goo's soul, but found that it could only control part of the soul. No matter which part of the Dragon King Goo's soul it parasitized, it couldn't completely control the Dragon King Goo, so it was deadlocked. It is easy to complete the parasitism of the soul, but if you want to control the Dragon King Goo, you can't do it. Anyway, unless the primordial spores will split into thousands of small primordial spores, and carry out a comprehensive parasitism, then it is possible to truly control the Dragon King Goo. Yer, can you control the Dragon King Goo below? Zhou pinned his hopes on Yer. But Yer shook her head, she couldn't control Dragon King Goo. Is it because it's too strong? Zhou asked Yer. Although Yer has the ability to control goo worms, there is a limit. Dragon King Goo is already a top myth, and it is normal for Yer to be unable to control it with only mental power. Who knows? Yer shakes it again, but this time, she always speaks, can't communicate. What do you mean, you control goo worms, because you can communicate with goo worms, and you can't control goo worms who cannot communicate or are unwilling to cooperate? Zhou immediately understood Yer's abilities. Yer nodded, it seemed that Zhou Wen's guess was correct. I just don't know why Yer and Dragon King Goo couldn't communicate. As a result, Zhou Wen's hope of using Yer's ability to subdue Dragon King Goo was also dashed. Is there any other way? Zhou Wen thought about it, but there was no good way. Even if Tai Sui turned a fish into the river, it would at most eat part of the Dragon King Goo's body, and it would be impossible to kill it. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen suddenly moved in his heart, since it can't be subdued, I don't know if I can put it in the gourd. If it can be put in the gourd, even if it can't be used, it can be used as food for Tai Sui. But how can it be so big? What about a Dragon King Goo from the gourd? After being plucked from the vine, the gourd no longer has the ability to actively collect goo worms, but the goo worms will not resist entering the gourd, but they will not take the initiative to drill into it. It seems that the only way is to drive the dog into the poor alley. Zhou Wen used his listening ability to first probe the terrain at the bottom of the river, and then summon Tai Sui. Zhou Wenxian let Tai Sui use his mimetic ability and turned it into a small ancient tadpole, but the ancient tadpole transformed by Tai Sui is white, different in color from the real ancient tadpole, and there is no difference in appearance. After putting Tai Sui down the river, Tai Sui swam towards the bottom of the river. Zhou Wen himself also put on the dragon scale armor transformed by the demon blood real dragon, put on the invisibility cloak outside, and went down the river with the gourd, but Zhou Wen went in another direction. Dragon King Goo has suffered from Tai Sui's big loss, and if he sees Tai Sui, he will definitely be afraid. However, before Tai Sui, it changed into a bird-like appearance, and now it has become an ancient tadpole, and the Dragon King Goo didn't even recognize it. Seeing that a small tadpole dared to approach him, the Dragon King Goo was so powerful that he swallowed Tai Sui in one bite. When Tai Sui entered the Dragon King Goo, he immediately bit left and right, and began to devour the Dragon King Goo's body. The Dragon King Goo discovered that the tadpole swallowed by him did not die. Still devouring its body, he was surprised and wanted to get Tai Sui out of his body. It is not a real dragon, but a condensed of countless miniature goo worms. Its body can be controlled with ease, and it has a slit in its abdomen, where Tai Sui is swallowing its body. And it is thrown out at once. After Tai Sui came out, he directly used his mimetic ability, and he suddenly turned into the appearance of Dragon King Gu. 2 Dragon King Gu appeared at the bottom of the river, and it was almost indistinguishable. However, the real Dragon King Gu will change color, but Tai Sui is always white, and it is easy for those who know it to tell the difference. It's a pity that Tai Sui's mimetic ability is only on the surface. No matter how big and fierce it becomes, its power is still so small, and it doesn't have the ability of Dragon King Gu, but its appearance is more intimidating. But the Dragon King Gu was frightened. Tai Sui was its nemesis, and now it has become so big, the Dragon King Gu was afraid that he would be swallowed by Tai Sui, and immediately ran in a frenzy. The speed of Tai Sui can't keep up with the Dragon King Gu, so he can only slowly chase after him. It's useless to look like the Dragon King Gu, and it doesn't have the speed of the Dragon King Gu, so he can't catch up at all. Dragon King Gu was so frightened that he ran for his life in a panic, just wanting to stay as far away from Tai Sui as possible. Zhou Wen used the primordial spore to take advantage of part of the Dragon King Gu's soul, making it have a little effect and affecting the direction of the Dragon King Gu's escape. That was originally the right path, and the Dragon King Gu had the greatest possibility to choose there. And Zhou Wen just bought insurance. He stood invisibly at the narrow mouth at the bottom of the river, watching the Dragon King Gu rush out, and when it got close, he suddenly took the gourd out of the invisibility cloak and opened the entrance of the gourd. The Dragon King Gu immediately slammed into the gourd, and half of its head had already been drilled into it. Originally, Zhou Wen was afraid that the Dragon King Gu would resist. But who knew that after the Dragon King Gu discovered the space in the gourd, he even took the initiative to continue to drill into it. After a while, the entire body of the Dragon King Gu got in. Zhou Wen closed the entrance, and the Dragon King Gu can't get out of it. The Dragon King Gu didn't seem to have any plans to come out, so it entrenched in the gourd, and it stopped there honestly without seeing Tai Sui chasing in. Zhou Wen didn't expect it to go so smoothly, but it was a little unexpected. Seeing Tai Sui, who had turned into a Dragon King Gu swimming over, Zhou Wen was a little curious, and he rode on Tai Sui's back and asked Tai Sui to rush out with him on the water. The Gu people they met before happened to be here at this time. They saw Zhou Wen's speedboat parked on the river, and the little girl was still sitting in the boat, but Zhou Wen disappeared. They thought that Zhou Wen had died. I wanted to go to rescue the little girl, but suddenly heard a clatter of water. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. I warned that guy a long time ago not to drive a speedboat into the Dragon Corpse River, but he just didn't listen. Now I'm afraid that she won't survive, and this little girl is lucky that she was not killed. But without her relatives, she is so young, how can I survive? What a sin! The Gu keeper said, and was about to go to rescue, but suddenly saw the waves on the river tumbling, and a behemoth rushed out of the water. My God, Dragon King Gu, that's Dragon King Gu. After seeing the appearance of the behemoth, the person who raised the Gu suddenly trembled, and was so frightened that he even forgot to run away. Can't move. 4. A Gu person, Dragon King Gu, is almost a godlike existence. But at this time, they saw that Dragon King Gu bowed his head in the direction of the speedboat. That little girl is finished. They all thought that Dragon King Gu was going to eat that little girl. Who knew that after the Dragon King Gu lowered his head, there was a person standing on its head. That person jumped off the Dragon King Gu's head and landed in the boat. All the people who raised Gu couldn't believe their eyes. Someone dared to stand on the head of Dragon King Gu, and the water in the Dragon Corpse River was extraordinary. Humans couldn't touch the water at all. Otherwise they would become living corpses. Possibility. That person came out with the Dragon King Gu, and obviously his whole body had already touched the river water. When they saw what the man looked like, they were even more surprised. That man turned out to be the young man they had seen before. He didn't seem to be damaged at all. What's more exaggerated was that he even patted him. The top of the Dragon King Gu's head seems to be comforting his own pet. My God, is he the reincarnation of a Gu god? How could the Dragon King Gu allow humans to touch its noble head? Everyone looked dumbfounded. Zhou Wen also saw them, so Tai Sui retreated into the river, turned into an ancient tadpole at the bottom of the river, and followed the speedboat. Zhou Wen launched the speedboat, and a long wave of water rippled on the river, heading towards the exit of the Longshore River. Gu god, that must be a Gu god. The Gu keeper looked at the direction the speedboat was leaving and muttered in shock, how could humans treat the Dragon King Gu as a pet? Only gods can have that kind of power. And must be the god of Gu Dao. Since then, there have been legends about the Dragon King Gu and the Gu god in the vicinity of the Dragon Corpse River, and some people have also built a Gu god statue near the Dragon Corpse River. A mysterious young man, holding a little girl, stood on top of Dragon King Gu's head, as if he was going to ride the dragon into the air. Later, the legend of Gu gods was accepted by more and more Gu cultivators, and many Gu cultivators in the southern region would worship the Gu gods, but that was a long time later. After taking the Dragon King Gu out of the Dragon Corpse River, Zhou Wen set off directly to Mingsha. After meeting Gu Shanxue, he returned from Mingsha to Luoyang. Although there is no mute to lead the way, Zhou Wen has already memorized the route, and there are Xianyao, Tai Sui and Yer around, so there is no danger. On the way back, Zhou Wen has been studying the synthesis of the split ancient tadpoles. Zhou Wen's ideal combination is to fuse the split ancient tadpoles with the ancient spores. If he can synthesize the ancient spores that can split, it will be somewhat invincible. But the degree of fit between the two is too low, less than 20%, and he doesn't know what the result will be after the combination, so Zhou Wen didn't dare to match. I matched several mythical companion pets I already had with the split ancient tadpoles, and found that the fit was very low. The only one with a relatively high fit was Tai Sui, which reached a 69 fit. This Zhou Wen is even more afraid to synthesize. Although the fit is very high, Tai Sui itself has the ability to restrain microorganisms, and even Dragon King Gu is afraid of it. Is there no other synthesis option? Zhou Wen also matched several rare epic-level companion pets with the split ancient tadpoles, and found that the fit was not high. The only one with a higher level turned out to be the demon-armored tiger soul general. Why is this thing so evil? Those that are highly compatible with it are all weird companion pets. Let's take a look. If you really have no other choice, you can try to merge with the demon armor and tiger soul. Zhou Wen was slightly depressed. I had to give up the plan to merge and split the ancient tadpoles. In fact, Zhou Wen didn't spend too much time brushing monsters recently, because he was studying First Order of Chaos and wanted to upgrade Chaos Egg's life and soul to perfection. First Order of Chaos is the same as Tao Ju, both of which mainly enhance the vitality attribute. Zhou Wen wants to try it. If the Chaos Egg is also promoted to the perfect body, can the attribute be pushed up to 41 points? After Zhou Wen's research, he discovered some methods of using chaos eggs. This chaos egg has a strong defense. Although it is only an initial body, its defense is comparable to that of ordinary mythical creatures. Zhou Wen used the sword with lights to split the chaos egg, and it took 2 swords to split a sword mark. If you use the golden tyrant sword, you can split it with just 1 sword. This is quite abnormal. After all, it only has the initial body. If it is promoted to the perfect body, it may be able to withstand the mythical attack without injury. What's more, within the chaos egg, Zhou Wen's injuries and vitality can be quickly recovered, just like an advanced repair device. The only pity is that chaos egg has no offensive ability at all, and it can only be used for defense and self-healing. Because the abilities of chaos eggs are a bit similar to Li Xian's life and soul, Zhou Wen wanted to ask whether chaos eggs must be broken before they can be promoted. As a result, after trying several times, after slashing the chaos egg, although it was quickly repaired automatically, it did not become stronger. Anyway, after Zhou Wen was injured, the chaos egg seemed to become stronger after helping him recover. No way. Could it be that this thing needs to help me heal before it can evolve? Could it be that I have to go and beat me if I have nothing to do? After Zhou Wen came to this conclusion, he was very depressed. But it turns out that chaos egg is indeed getting stronger while helping him repair his body. And the chaos egg is also very strange. Only when Zhou Wen has suffered different injuries will it become stronger after it is repaired to Zhou Wen. If it is the same injury, although it will be repaired by Zhou Wen, it will not become stronger. You have to choose a way to be beaten. This soul is too perverted, isn't it? Zhou Wen was so depressed that he almost wanted to give up this vitality technique. But after thinking about it, he couldn't find any other substitute. He could only try to get different injuries in the game, and then let Chaos Egg help him repair it. The Chaos Egg has become stronger bit by bit. When Zhou Wen returned to Luoyang, the Chaos Egg had a tendency to be promoted to the evolutionary body. Xiaowen, did you bring an illegitimate daughter back? Am I going to be a grandma? Not long after Zhou Wenkai returned to Luoyang, Ouyang Lan suddenly ran over and looked at Ye, who was sitting on the sofa in surprise. Son. https://genius. For a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen was full of black lines and explained, "Where did I get some illegitimate daughter? I picked it up." Picked it up? I thought it was your daughter. I thought it would be fun in the future. Ouyang Lan was disappointed, as if he wished Zhou Wen had 10 or 8 illegitimate children. If you like children, just adopt one yourself, Zhou Wen said. Ouyang Lan gave him a white look. I have 2 sons and a daughter, and I'm going to adopt a grandson. Am I ashamed? That bastard Tianzhua is not good enough. He knows his job every day, and he doesn't even have a target. I'm counting on you, and Xiao Jing, don't learn from Tianzhua. Find a daughter-in-law early, and give me a grandchild to play with. Sister Lan, I'm only a sophomore, isn't it urgent? Zhou Wen was speechless for a while. Why don't you rush? The girls in the school are easy to deceive. You can't deceive in school. If you go out in the future, it will be even harder to find. Ouyang Lan said. Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. Anyway, if you give me snacks, I think that Wang Lu is pretty good, but unfortunately she will be in charge of the Wang family in the future, and it is impossible to get married. By the way, don't you have a female classmate who was admitted to guide high school together? It seems to be called Fangruashi, right? I think that little girl is also quite good. With a good butt to give birth to. Sister Lan, drink tea. Zhou hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Ouyang Lan, finally making her stop for a while. Ouyang Lan took a sip of tea, glanced at Yer, who was sitting there, and asked, "This little girl looks good, but unfortunately it's not your own. What's her name?" "I don't have a name yet, so I gave her a nickname, Yer," Zhou replied. Ouyang Lan sighed, "In this day and age, too many people have died, and there are also many orphans. In Luoyang, we are better. There is a special place for orphans, at least they can still have a way to live. In those smaller cities, if their parents died, the orphans really have no way to live, they can meet good-hearted people to adopt and still live, but in this world, where do so many good-hearted people come from? You still need to practice and study, and you are still a child yourself. How do you know how to take care of a child? I'll take it for you first. You can go home and see her when you have time," Ouyang Lan said, "and walk to Ya in front of my son, I want to hug her. Sister Lan, Yer is not an ordinary child. She is very sensible. I don't need to take care of her. She understands everything and can do it herself." Zhou quickly stopped Ouyang Lan. Zhou had seen Yer destroy the Xiao family's ruthlessness, but he dared not let Yer follow Ouyang Lan to Anjia. If someone in the Anjia made her unhappy, the consequences would be disastrous. What can a little baby like her understand? Don't worry, Tianzhua and Xiao Jing were brought up by me. I have experience, Ouyang Lan said with an amiable smile and opened her hands to meet her. Yer said, "Yer is good, how about going home with my pretty sister? Pretty sister has a lot of delicious candy and pretty clothes at home." Yer sat on the sofa, looked at Ouyang Lan, and turned her head aside. The corners of Ouyang Lan's eyes twitched, then took 2 steps, came to Yer again, and continued, "Follow the pretty sister. There are a lot of toys and delicious food." Yer turned her face to the other side again, and Ouyang Lan followed. Zhou was speechless for a while. Ouyang Lan just said that other people's children are boring, and now he has to take Yer back. "Sister Lan, how's the investigation of Chuhi?" Zhou was afraid that this embarrassing scene would continue, so he quickly searched for a topic, and Zhou really wanted to know if Chuhi, who went to Zhuolu, was the real deal. Fake. On the surface, there is no problem going to the Chu River in Zhuolu, and all the time points are right. If you don't find the Chu River in Huangquan City, then no one will suspect that there is a problem with the Chu River in Zhuolu. Ouyang Lan paused for a while and then continued, "But because everything about Chuhi is too perfect, it makes people feel that something is not right, but I can't find anything, so I changed the direction of investigation." All the members of the entire group were investigated, and it turned out that all of them were innocent, and on the surface it seemed that there was no problem. But I found that they all have one thing in common. What's in common? Zhou asked immediately. After these people arrived in Zhuolu, most of them had no, or very little, contact with their families. Although the current communication is not very convenient, and there is no signal in Zhuolu, they will more or less return to the station and give home to them. It's normal for your relatives and friends to make a phone call. Even if there are a few workaholics or heartless people, most of them are not like this, right? I went to see their relatives and confirmed this. It's true that they rarely receive calls, and even if there is a call, they are there, and the other party said that they are very busy, and they hurriedly hung up the phone after a few chats. Zhou frowned secretly when he heard it. Could it be that many people in the old principal's group are like Chu He, who have been imposters? It seems very possible. Now. Ouyang Lan nodded. Who did this kind of thing, and what purpose did he have? Zhou said ponderingly. This is also what I can't understand. Many of those people are authorities in various fields. It is not easy for people to impersonate them, not to mention that they have to be seamless and have such a large layout. It is not something that ordinary people can do. Moreover, there should be a conspiracy to do all this. But what are they conspiring? Shuolu has already explored almost the same. At present, it seems that there is nothing worthwhile. Do these things. Ouyang Lan said. Zhou felt that what Ouyang Lan said was not wrong. The motivation for such a big game must be no trivial matter, but what is there in Shuolu worth setting up such a game? The old principal and the others just went to study Shuolu. They didn't have the ability to kill Zhulong and Xiongqi, let alone Zhulong and Xiongqi, even Ao Yin could kill them all. The other party has the ability to set up such a big game, and they can organize an expedition team by themselves. There is no need to follow the old principal and them. What is the old principal that they have, but others don't? Zhou Wen said. I'm also thinking about this question. Judging from the information from the current investigation, there is no valid answer. Ouyang Lan said helplessly. Zhou suddenly thought of the password left by the old principal and the metal block containing a strange coin. Could it be that what they want is that coin? Zhou thought to himself. On second thought, Zhou thought of the silver-haired companion pet locked in Qin Shiyuan's store. The large metal block attached to the chain on his body had a corresponding relationship with the small metal block Zhou got. If you hadn't seen that the big metal block, Zhou never imagined that the string of numbers given to him by the old principal would be a password. Is there something in that big metal block? Zhou pondered to himself. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Would you like to try it out? Can that password open the big metal block next to the silver-haired companion pet? Zhou thought uncontrollably. If it was before, Zhou had no chance to approach the metal block, but now it is different. He has an invisibility cloak and should be able to escape the various surveillance in the store and reach the metal block without knowing it. Zhou could have gone openly and even bought the silver-haired companion pet, but he always felt that there was something wrong with Qin Shiyuan and was reluctant to let Qin Shiyuan know that he was interested in metal blocks. Ouyang Lan was not able to take Yer away in the end, and went back a little indignantly. Zhou thought about it for a while, but decided to go to the Shiyuan store to take a look. Now that the investigation on Ouyang Lan's side has reached a bottleneck, it is estimated that it will be difficult to make further progress. Maybe the metal block of the silver-haired companion pet is locked, which can give Zhou new ideas. The idea is also uncertain. After packing up the things and feeding the companion pet that should be fed, the demon baby started to evolve again after eating a few longevity fruits. Should be able to advance to the epic level this time? Zhou rejoiced, and the demon infant was one step closer to the myth. Just looking at the number of longevity fruits left, I feel that these longevity fruits are not enough to support the demon baby to evolve again. Fortunately, there are still rations for killing demons. If it really doesn't work, you can make up some Zhou took the evolving demon baby back. You don't need to count on her combat power until she fully evolves. Banana Fairy is still evolving, and her evolution time is not short. If you count the time, it seems that she should be promoted to Miss soon. After finishing everything, Zhou set off to Qin Shiyuan's store. Zhou did not enter the store directly, but went to a coffee shop near the Shiyuan store, ordered a cup of coffee, sat by the window, and planned to scan Qin Shiyuan store with listening while drinking coffee. This cafe is relatively close to the Shiyuan store. Sitting here, the scope of listening to the truth can cover the entire Shiyuan store. Let's clarify the specific situation inside first. Sir, your coffee. The waiter brought the coffee and politely placed it in front of Zhou. Thank you. Zhou's attention was on the Shiyuan store, but he didn't pay attention to the situation here. Hearing the sound was a bit familiar, he looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. The person who brought the coffee turned out to be classical. Zhou looked around subconsciously, and sure enough, just as he thought, the coffee shop was deserted and there were no customers at all. Does the owner of this shop have a grudge against Tian? He actually hired Gu Jinggu as a waiter? Zhou felt that the owner of this shop must be out of his mind. Gu, why are you here? Zhou looked at Gu Jing with some doubts and asked. Working, fighting for money. Gu replied. Is it more profitable to work here than to fight dimensional creatures and explode companion eggs? To sell? Zhou was a little puzzled. Classical is also considered a top figure in Sunset Academy. He sold companion eggs to sell, and his income is definitely not comparable to ordinary people, not to mention that he is only a waiter in a coffee shop, and his salary is not much. There were no customers in the cafe, so the classics didn't leave. No way? This cafe can give you such a high salary? Zhou couldn't believe that being a waiter would have such a high income. Besides, this cafe has no business at all, let alone high wages. 1 month, 150,000. Classical replied. Pfft. Zhou just drank a sip of coffee, all sprayed out. Staring at the classic, the boss here gives you 150,000 a month. Zhou felt that this boss must be crazy, otherwise he had no plans, otherwise how could he give Gu Jing such a high salary? Classical nodded, then saw a guest entering the door, and said, I'm going to work. Zhou looked at Gu Jingyu and said politely, welcome. When the young couple saw the classic, as if they were frightened, they immediately took 2 steps back. Without even entering the door, they turned around and walked away quickly. I'll just say, how can the business be good if there are classics? Zhou couldn't figure out why the owner of this store would invite the classics. After taking a sip of coffee, I feel that the taste is quite good, but it is still hand-ground coffee. Unable to think of the reason, Zhou had no choice but to start scanning Shiyuan's store without thinking about it. The ability to listen carefully shrouded the vicinity of the Shiyuan store, and the Shiyuan store seemed to have become transparent, and Zhou could hear clearly in every corner of the entire building. What surprised Zhou was that on the 4th underground floor, the layer where the silver-haired companion pet was located was enveloped by some mysterious power, as if enveloped in a dense fog. Zhou raised the power of truth listening to the extreme, and the 4th layer shrouded in the thick fog gradually became clearer. The various companion pets imprisoned inside can also be seen clearly. Zhou focused his attention on the room of the silver-haired companion pet, and he saw the silver-haired companion pet sitting beside the big metal block, his head lowered and seemed to have fallen asleep. When Zhou Wen's attention fell on him, the silver-haired companion pet raised his head and glanced in the direction of Zhou Wen, as if looking at Zhou Wen, which surprised Zhou Wen. Can he see me? Or a coincidence? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Suddenly, the companion pet, whose silver hair covered most of his face, actually grinned at him, and then his lips moved slightly, as if he was saying something. But there was no sound in his mouth, but looking at the shape of his mouth, it seemed that he was saying, "I'm waiting for you here. Sure enough, you can see me." Zhou Wen was a little shocked. After listening to the mythology, the ability is already very strong, and if it is just listening, it is different from watching others with eyes. The eyes are active. When looking at others, it is not surprising that people with keen senses can find it. Truth listening's hearing is passive, it's just collecting the existing information, and the silver-haired companion pet can even find his location, which is a bit too powerful. What's the origin of that silver-haired companion pet? Zhou Wen was suspicious and hesitant to go in. Now Zhou Wen is a little worried. If after entering the password, the chains that bind the silver-haired companion pet are opened, wouldn't he do a stupid thing to return the tiger to the mountain? What did he mean when he said he wanted to wait for me? Did he know I would come? Zhou Wen was in shock, and the whole thing was weird. Since the old principal sent him the password, Zhou Wen felt that this matter was very strange. With the development of the incident, Zhou Wen found that this matter was far less simple than he thought. At least, the silver-haired companion pet in front of him is definitely a very terrifying existence. If this silver-haired companion pet was kept in the store by the old principal, how could the old principal catch such a companion pet? The old principal should not have such strength. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen still decided to go to the Shiyuan store to take a look at the silver-haired companion pet. No matter how strong he was, since he was locked, even a companion store could trap him. Qin Shiyuan and the others were fine, and there was no reason for him to have an accident. As long as you don't move the metal block and don't enter the password, you should be fine. Zhou Wen made up his mind, went out of the cafe after paying the bill, found a place where no one was around, put on the invisibility cloak, and headed towards the Western Dollar Store. Go. Zhou Wen knew the situation in the Shiyuan store. It happened that Qin Shiyuan was not in the store. He avoided the places where he might be found, and slowly approached the elevator that entered the 4th floor. There was no secret to him in the entire building. Zhou Wen passed through some ventilation pipes and quickly came to the top floor. It's not that he doesn't want to go directly to the 4th underground floor, but the 4th underground floor is fully enclosed, and there are no ventilation pipes to get there. But Zhou Wen couldn't help it. Now there is only one entrance on the 4th floor, a dedicated elevator, in Qin Shiyuan's office. Zhou Wen remembered that the last time he followed Ouyang Lan was able to take him to the 4th underground floor, but now the public elevator is blocked, and only here can go directly to the 4th underground floor. When Qin Shiyuan was not there, Zhou Wen found an opportunity where no one was there, and released the primordial spore directly, let it drill into the keyhole, opened the lock inside, and Zhou Wen easily entered his office. Following the same procedure, he opened the locked elevator and successfully reached the empty 4th underground floor. All kinds of locks naturally couldn't help Zhou Wen, and the miniature companion pets like goo insects could get into the lock, and it was too easy to open the lock. Zhou Wen, who was invisible, could do whatever he wanted in the store, and soon reached the room where the silver-haired companion pet was. Zhou Wen didn't go in directly, because there were many cameras in that room, and several cameras were installed on the opposite side of the room. Even if he opened the door stealthily, he would be seen by the people in the monitoring room when the door moved. When Zhou Wen was thinking about how to get in, he suddenly found that the electricity in the entire building went out all at once, which was a little different from a power outage. In the event of a power outage, only the power supply is interrupted, and the stored power in some devices, such as electronic watches, mobile phones, and electrical appliances with batteries, can continue to work. But now the electricity in the entire building seems to have been sucked out all at once, and there is nothing left, and all the electronic devices are useless. Zhou Wen knew immediately that the silver-haired companion pet inside must be doing something wrong. Although there was a door, the silver-haired companion pet was looking at him and smiling, as if the door didn't exist at all. "You are finally here," the silver-haired companion pet said. This time he not only opened his mouth, but also made a sound, which was different from only speaking to him with lips before. "Did you know I would come?" Zhou Wen didn't open the door. He spoke to the silver-haired companion pet across the door, and actually didn't need to open the door. They could see each other. "When I first saw you, I knew you were the one chosen by Ouyang, so you will definitely come," said the silver-haired companion pet. "Why did you choose me?" Zhou Wen didn't ask why he was chosen, because then the other party would know that he didn't know anything, and then he would consider whether to tell him these things. Now Zhou Wen asks why he was selected. The other party will always say something. Maybe he can get some useful information from it, and then he can continue to communicate with the other party. "Because you're not smart enough," said the silver-haired companion pet. Zhou Wen stared blankly at the silver-haired companion pet. He imagined many possibilities, but he did not expect such an answer. The silver-haired companion pet continued with a smile. "There are some things that people who are too smart can't do. The person we need is someone who is not too smart, but not stupid, and at the same time has a good talent, who can occasionally be clever and concentrate. People who do things." "Then what?" Zhou Wen asked. "Then you were chosen by Ouyang. I think he has a good eye, and you are indeed a person who can focus on doing things," the silver-haired companion pet said with a smile. "Then what can I do?" Zhou Wen asked again. "I don't know." The silver-haired companion pet's answer again exceeded Zhou Wen's expectations. "Why don't you know?" Zhou Wen frowned. "Because you don't know how far you can go, you don't know what you can do in the end. Different levels of ability have different things you can do. You are still a child, and your parents won't let you go to work to make money. If you are a man, no one will ask to use your stomach to give birth to a child. So what you can do, it does not depend on anyone else, it only depends on your own ability," the silver-haired companion pet said. "I'm not here to listen to you talk about philosophy. If you just want to tell me this, then I think I should go," Zhou Wen said. "Okay, then I'll tell you something you're interested in. Do you know the level of mythology?" The silver-haired companion pet changed the subject, but Zhou Wen didn't understand why he would suddenly say this. There may be a situation to check on the 4th floor, shouldn't he say something about himself? "You mean the level above the myth?" Zhou asked patiently. That description is wrong. In fact, the myth itself contains many different levels. The myth you are talking about now is just the threshold of the myth. The silver-haired companion pet said. So what are the levels of myths? Zhou asked. If you want to know what level mythology has, you must first know what God is. Do you know what God is? The silver-haired companion pet said casually. Can our communication be simpler and more effective? I don't think I will have too much time here to listen to your stories, and the people in this store will not give me so much time. Zhou said. The silver-haired companion pet continued calmly. In ancient times, humans in primitive society had fear of unknown things and dangers, and if this fear was embodied, gods were born. For example, human beings are afraid of thunder and lightning, so imagine, those thunder and lightning are imagined as a terrifying life form, so there is Thor. Humans are afraid of heavy rain, because heavy rain will make people sick, so there is rain god. Another example is those powerful creatures, tigers, wolves, snakes, eagles, etc. The power of human beings cannot be matched with them. And worship arises because of fear, hoping that they can be as powerful as those ferocious beasts, so there is totem worship, which is also a kind of god. So the first level of mythology is the fear level. As long as the mythical creatures that can make people feel fearful, they belong to this level. This is also the weakest level in mythology. The mythical companion pets on the current ranking list belong to this level. This level, https:// Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Is this classification a bit wrong? Many legendary and epic creatures can also make people afraid? Zhou said. Sorry. There is a problem with my expression. This classification is based on dimensional civilization. Legends and epics on Earth are not eligible to enter the ranking of dimensional civilization. The silver-haired companion pet said. Okay, you continue. Zhou shrugged helplessly. Floods, earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, etc., these powerful forces that humans cannot control and cannot compete with. Once they happen, they can only wait for death. They are called disaster grades, also called natural disaster grades. This is a myth. The second level of mythical creatures that can reach this level are considered minor achievements in the dimensional civilization. The silver-haired companion pet said. Natural disaster grade? Zhou recited the name silently. Natural disasters are terrifying, but after all, there will be a day in the past, and there are some forces that are enough to destroy everything. In ancient times, some people worried that the sky would fall, and some people worried that the earth they lived in would be destroyed. Like this kind of power that is enough to destroy the world, in the dimensional civilization, it is called the end of the world level. The silver-haired companion pet smiled and said, of course, the so-called destruction of the world is only relative to the earth. In fact, in the dimensional civilization, there is no existence that can really destroy the world. And in the dimensional civilization, there is no existence. The so-called God exists, there are only indescribable things. The so-called end-of-the-world power will not cause too much damage in the dimensional civilization, which is related to the composition of the world. Compared with the dimensional civilization, the earth is too much fragile. What about after the end of the world? Zhou asked. There has not been such a life form yet, so it cannot be defined. The silver-haired companion pet said. So, what level are you? Zhou stared at the silver-haired companion. Pet and asked. I'm just a fear level. In the ancient forbidden land of the earth, it is impossible for an existence above the fear level. Why? Because this is the ancient forbidden land, there is no reason at all. This is the rule of the ancient forbidden land. Even if those terrifying creatures of the end of the world enter the ancient forbidden land, they will be knocked down to the fear level. What is the ancient forbidden land? Zhou just wants to know as much as possible. If he misses this opportunity, who else can tell him? This? I don't know. Since ancient times, the dimensional civilization has called the earth like this, and only a place like the earth has such a weak life. Therefore, many dimensional civilizations want to explore the earth and find out the secrets here. This has caused several mythical wars on the earth, and there are shadows of dimensional civilization behind it. The silver-haired companion paused for a while, and then continued, because there have been too many wars of gods on the earth. Those dimensional civilization creatures whose power has been weakened entered it, and as a result fell here. The loss is very heavy. Dimensional civilization has reached an agreement that it will not send a large number of clansmen into the earth, nor will it cause a war of gods on the earth. Each race will only send a guardian to the earth, sign a contract with the human beings on the earth, and each other fighting with each other. The final victorious guardian, the dimensional civilization he represents, will have the right to the earth for 100 years. After 100 years, a new guardian will enter the earth, start the guardian battle again, and determine the ownership of the earth in the next 100 years. Why must the guardian decide who the earth belongs to? We humans are the masters of the earth, Zhou said. The silver-haired companion pet curled his lips and said, You are a typical human thinking. In fact, human beings are just one of the thousands of lives on the earth. Human beings conquer other lives only through their own powerful strength. Became the master of the earth. Now, there are stronger beings entering the earth and becoming the new master. Isn't this a matter of course? If you want to blame, you can only blame you humans for being too weak to even advance to the fear level. This is original sin. Zhou felt that what the silver-haired companion pet said seemed a bit wrong. But he couldn't think of any reason to refute him. Why do guardians have to contract with humans? Can't they just fight with each other? Zhou changed the topic. Because the guardian itself has great growth, but the rules of the earth do not allow the existence of the earth above the fear level, but there is an exception. If you use your human body as a carrier, it can be in a short period of time. The power above the fear level erupts from within, and will not be restricted by the rules of the ancient forbidden land. Therefore, the guardian can only continue to grow and win the victory only by contracting with you humans. Silver-haired companion pet explained Road. So it is. Zhou finally knew why those powerful guardians chose the human contract. It turned out that everything was for victory. Thinking this way, it is not unreasonable that the guardians would choose to betray some weaker contractors. After all, following a weak contractor, they have little chance of winning, so naturally they can only keep looking for stronger contractors. Of course, as a human being, Zhou doesn't like those guardians, and he doesn't like to use the earth as a gaming table, a battlefield and a dimensional civilization behind his back. What if all the guardians fail in the end? Zhou moved, looking at the silver-haired companion pet and asked. Haha, good question. Ouyang Ting asked the same question at the beginning, but so far there is no answer, because there is no existence other than the guardian to win the final victory. the silver-haired companion pet said. Zhou had already seen someone getting off the elevator, so he asked, "Someone is here, if you have something to say, just say it, what do you want me to do?" Yang Ting wants to know the answer to your question, so he has been looking for a way to win, but his body is already dying, too old, and it is impossible to participate in such battles again, so he wants to find someone who can replace him, the person who won the answer. At present, he chose you. The silver-haired companion pet said. Has he found a way to win? Zhou asked. The method is in this metal box. Open it and you will know the answer. The silver-haired companion pet said, pointing to the metal block connected to the chain. Zhou looked at the metal block, but he wasn't sure if the silver-haired companion pet's words were credible. The elevator door opened, and someone entered the 4th underground floor and went straight to the room of the silver-haired companion pet. It was Qin Shiyuan, who came back in a hurry. Qin Shiyuan breathed a sigh of relief after finding that the silver-haired companion pet was still there and the metal block was fine, but he still ordered the people around him to search the entire 4th underground floor. https://genius4. A second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou used the 3-minute invisibility time of the invisibility cloak to leave the Shiyuan store, and he did not enter the password to open the metal block. One is that time does not allow, and the other is that the things the silver-haired companion pet said were only his side words. Before he understood it clearly, Zhou was unwilling to open the metal block at will. At least now Zhou doesn't know what the anchor and the woman's head mean. Since this pattern is engraved on the metal block, it must have some meaning. Zhou plans to find another opportunity to ask about the silver companion pet next time, and it's not too late to open the metal box after clarifying the matter. Anyway, only he knows the password now, and it is impossible for others to open it. Back in the dormitory, Zhou breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that antelope. Yer and Xiaoyao were watching TV there. There is no problem with the little bird. Zhou is afraid that there will be a conflict between the antelope and Yer, and maybe something will happen at that time. Zhou didn't want to see the academy being besieged by the sea of worms, but after thinking about it carefully, the companion pets of the Gu class are generally located in parts of the southern district, not just anywhere. To communicate with Gu, in a place where there is no Gu, even if she wants to summon a large number of Gu worms, there is no way. Thinking like this, Zhou was afraid that Yer would suffer from the antelope. In contrast, Zhou still thinks Yer is better, and that antelope is a bit too pitiful. Zhou doesn't quite believe it. It's just that because the antelope is a bit unpredictable and its strength is too powerful, Zhou can't do anything about it for a while, and can only acquiesce to its existence. If the silver-haired companion pet didn't lie, the strongest creatures on Earth are only fear level. Only after those guardians and humans are combined, can they hope to break through the fear level. I'd better think of a way to advance to mythology first, otherwise. What would you say? It's useless. Zhou opened the game. While killing monsters, he was injured, and then repaired it with Chaos Egg. The heavier the injury, the more bizarre, and the faster the Chaos Egg grows. Zhou directly went to fight those mythical creatures, and after he was seriously injured, he would use the Chaos Egg to heal. It is a pity that the same injury can only make Chaos Egg grow once, and it is useless to suffer the same injury again, so Zhou can only find abuse in a different way. Finally, 4 days later, when Chaos Egg was treating Zhou, it began to evolve. At this time, the blood-colored villain was Still in the chaotic egg. When the chaotic egg evolved, it still maintained this state. Zhou could clearly feel that the vitality in the chaotic egg was rapidly transforming and becoming more pure. It became more concentrated, and the therapeutic effect was significantly enhanced. It didn't take long for the vitality in the chaotic egg to condense into mist. And the mist turned into water droplets, and more water droplets turned into a liquid that filled the entire chaotic egg. At this point, the evolution of Chaos Egg was finally completed. In the Chaos Egg, Zhou can clearly feel that the liquid in the Chaos Egg is a high-level vitality, which is much stronger than ordinary vitality in all aspects. However, after looking at the information of Chaos Egg, I found that Chaos Egg has indeed evolved into an evolutionary body, but the name has not changed. It is still Chaos Egg, which is somewhat different from other life souls. Zhou was injured again and entered the Chaos Egg to recuperate, and the treatment speed was indeed much faster. Could it be that the ability of Chaos Egg is just for healing? Zhou Wendao was not very disappointed. After all, such a perverted healing ability is almost comparable to Li Xian's self-healing. It's just that Li Xian can heal himself while fighting. As soon as the Chaos Egg came out, Zhou couldn't do anything and could only shrink inside to recover. Zhou doesn't care about that much anymore. Anyway, let's raise the Chaos Egg to a perfect body first. Zhou is frantically looking for abuse in the game, and he has suffered almost all the injuries he can suffer. Although he still has not been able to promote the perfect body, it has given Zhou a deeper understanding of the abilities of various dimensional creatures. After all, having experienced their various skills in person is different from seeing them only with eyes. Now Zhou knows the effects of various skills very well. What kind of skills are the most powerful when and what kind of reaction they will have after hitting him. Zhou can't be more clear. Despite this, the Chaos Egg was not able to be promoted to the perfect body. Zhou felt that it was getting stronger, but it was getting stronger too slowly. There is nowhere to hurt me anymore. What should I do? Go to a new dimension domain? Zhou thought about it, and it was not that easy to find a new dimension domain. In the end, Zhou gritted his teeth. It seems that I can only go there. Zhou reluctantly clicked on the copy of Huangquan City, and after entering it, he entered the first torture chamber when the torture chamber was open. Soon after, Zhou came out of the torture chamber, and then used the Chaos Egg to heal the wound, and then went to the next torture chamber. There were screams again, and Zhou came out again after a while, continue to heal. Zhou walked back and forth on the long street of Huangquan City, and suffered all kinds of punishments, not to mention whipping and burning at the stake, and even more perverted were frying in a frying pan, wearing nails, etc. That kind of inhumane pain is unbearable for normal people. However, Zhou endured it, and the effect was very good. After each treatment, Zhou could clearly sense that the Chaos Egg was growing rapidly. Zhou was in pain and joy, and physical pain could not cover up his spiritual joy. But even Zhou couldn't accept several punishments, so he jumped over those prisons, such as the Trojan horse punishment that Zhou suggested Lu Yun to try before. There are also some punishments that are more terrifying than the Trojan horse punishment. Zhou consciously did not go in. Zhou waited for the torture room to open every day, and then went to experience new punishments, not to mention one day. Even if it was 10 days and a half months, it was impossible to try them all. The city master of Huangquan said that he had to try all the punishments before he could See the real city of Huangquan, and he didn't know what it meant. Zhou was a little curious, but those punishments were really unacceptable to him, and he finally gave up. Day by day, Zhou tried most of Huang Qiuanqing's punishments, vaguely feeling that Chaos Egg was about to be promoted, but it was just a little bit worse. No, I have to find another place to be beaten. Zhou thought about it and felt that if he went to some unfamiliar, different dimensional fields, it would be too dangerous to be injured, so he might as well find someone to beat him. I don't know how Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship has been practiced recently. Go and practice with him. Zhou contacted Feng Qiuyan by phone. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou said that he wanted to learn from Feng Qiuyan, but he couldn't say, I want to be beaten. I want to be injured, so come and beat me. When he came to the practice ground, Feng Qiuyan was already there waiting for him. To Zhou surprise, Glee and Shady were actually there. After chatting, they found out that Feng Qiuyan had been practicing with Glee and Shady recently. Feng Qiuyan is really a martial arts idiot. He used to be Mingxiu, then Li Xian, and now he doesn't even let Gary and Sadie go. Zhou thought. My knife skills have improved a little recently, and I would like to ask the coach for advice. Feng Qiuyan picked up a practice knife and said, Why don't you use the soul sword? Zhou asked with some doubts. In the past, Feng Qiuyan used the life and soul sword in battle, whether it was practice or actual combat. Today, I don't know why I suddenly took the practice sword. If it was normal, Feng Qiuyan would have no problem with the practice knife, but today, Zhou was specially here to get injured. How could Feng Qiuyan use the practice knife to hurt someone? I practiced with Sadie recently. In order to decipher her ability, I can only make some attempts at my own swordsmanship. Now I can send or not, so Feng Qiuyan explained. That's it, but you should put on the life and soul knife. I want to find the feeling of actual combat. It is best to be injured a little. Zhou said. Feng Qiuyan looked at Zhou suspiciously. Coach, why do you want to get hurt? Zhou had to explain, if a person has not made a mistake, he does not know what is right. If he has not been injured, he naturally does not know how to deal with the injury, so I want to be injured a little and try to see what it is like to be injured. Feng Qiuyan suddenly realized, the coach is right, I understand. Having said that, Feng Qiuyan put the practice knife back and summoned his own life and soul knife. But Zhou's words in the ears of Glee and Sadie made them have different ideas. Entering the dimensional field to hunt and kill dimensional creatures, it is normal to be injured. Otherwise the college will not be equipped with a special hospital. Even Sadie, who has the Eye of Odin, will inevitably be injured sometimes. After all, in any situation in the dimensional field, it may be found that one person's power cannot control everything. But Zhou said this, as if he had never been injured, and even wanted to find the feeling of being injured, which made Gree and Sadie think that he was exaggerating too much. Although Zhou is really strong, Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship is now approaching the point where even my Odin eye can see but can't hide. If Zhou is not careful, I'm afraid he will be really injured. Sadie said. Geely has been practicing with Feng Qiuyan these days. He has a very deep understanding of Feng Qiuyan's horror. He feels that if Zhou despises Feng Qiuyan, he will suffer a lot. Zhou didn't take the practice knife. First, the practice knife couldn't stop the life soul knife. Second, Zhou Wen came to find the injured person and didn't plan to block it. Coach, be careful, Feng Chuyan said, and cut the sword. Before seeing the light of the knife, Zhou Wen felt a chill on his chest, and then moved his footsteps sideways, and then saw Feng Chuyan's knife slashed across his shoulder. What a fast knife! Feng Chuyan's knife speed was comparable to that of his mythical flying fairy, which surprised Zhou Wen. Feng Chuyan missed a hit with the knife, and the knife slashed wildly and continuously, pouring down like a rushing river. This is a sword technique that Sadie can't avoid even if she sees it. Zhou Wen needs to use all his energy to deal with it when he uses Feixian from the sky. At first, Zhou Wen just wanted to practice with him, and then he was injured by a knife and went back to cultivate. However, Feng Chuyan's swordsmanship really surprised him, and he couldn't help but want to take a look at it again. The more he looked, the more interesting it became. Sadie was surprised when she saw that Zhou Wen was under Feng Chuyan's offensive, but did not fight back. In general, a person with the same physical fitness must not move as fast as a knife. Zhou Wen was able to dodge Feng Chuyan's knife, but that just means that Zhou Wen is faster than Feng Chuyan. Feng Chuyan's explosive blade technique never hurt Zhou Wen, but the fighting spirit in his heart was even higher, and he burst out with all his strength to make his blade faster and faster. His destiny is the king of quick swords, which can make his sword faster and faster, but he used to control his own sword and not let it get out of control. Now he is doing the opposite, making his knife faster and faster. If he doesn't control it deliberately, the upper limit of the knife speed will be much higher, but in such a state, even Feng Chuyan can't control his own knife. Is completely following the feeling. If it weren't for the desperate situation, Feng Chuyan would not have used such a sword technique. Even so, Feng Chuyan's knife could not touch Zhou Wen from the beginning to the end. In the end, the speed of the knife was so fast that Feng Chuyan couldn't control the knife himself, and the knife in his hand flew out. Zhou Wen was fighting to the point of excitement, and suddenly saw the knife fly out, and he was not injured, and suddenly felt a little depressed. He just came to get hurt, and it didn't come for nothing. When Zhou Wen was ruthless, he flew directly and slammed into the knife. He caught Feng Chuyan's knife abruptly with his body, and the life-soul knife stabbed into his ribs. Zhou Wen's operation stunned Sadie, Jili, and Feng Chuyan. Feng Chuyan couldn't control the knife and let go of the knife. He couldn't hurt Zhou Wen at all, and he actually hit it by himself. Coach, are you all right? Feng Chuyan stepped forward to check Zhou Wen's injuries, and at the same time took back the life and soul knife. It's all right. Do you have any other tricks? I want to try it out. How do other types of injuries feel? Zhou Wen looked at Feng Chuyan and said, I can only use a knife. Feng Chuyan was relieved when she saw that Zhou Wen's wound was not bleeding heavily. Why don't you two try it too? Zhou Wen put his mind on Shady in glee. They are from the ultimate family in the northern district, and their skills are different from those in the eastern district. The injuries they caused there will be some effect. The coach is joking. Where are we your opponent? Shady shook her head and said nothing to fight Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was helpless, so he could only go back and use Chaos Egg to heal his wounds. Is that guy really a human? He actually hit the knife himself, Greg said strangely. Sadie sighed, as he said, he wants to know what it's like to be hurt, but he's so strong that no one can hurt him. With that kind of movement, even the Duga family, who are the Best at movement, I am afraid that few people can achieve that level? Yuli exclaimed. https://genius, for a second. To remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. Lingyu Novel Network, https:// the fastest update. No ads. Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory and treated his injuries with chaos eggs, but found that the improvement effect of chaos eggs was not good. It seems that the power of human beings is still too weak, and the damage caused by the damage is very limited to the improvement of chaos. It is still necessary to go to those dimensional fields to find mythical dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen gave up the idea of finding humans to fight again. Among the current human beings, there are only a handful of mythical level ones, and most of them are myths that rely on guardians for promotion. But for a while, it was not easy to find a new dimension domain. Zhou Wen thought about it, and suddenly thought of one thing. I don't know if the injury under the taboo force counts. That is, the rule of the dimension domain, and the injuries of dimensional creatures are different, but they are also injuries, right? When Zhou Wen thought of this, he entered the game and went to the little Buddha temple to try it out. This time, Zhou Wen went to the little Buddha temple without using the Buddhist vitality technique or the vitality technique to avoid injury, and stepped directly onto the stone steps. Not long after walking up the stone steps, Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong with his body, and he was about to fall down with blood spurting. He quickly summoned the chaos egg and wrapped the blood-colored villain in it. This chaos egg really has some effect. When Zhou Wen was inside it, the forbidden power outside could not hurt him. The chaos egg began to repair Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen could clearly feel that when the chaos egg was treating him, it's also getting stronger quickly. Really? Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and after the injury was cured, he continued to walk, but when he was injured again, although Chaos Egg could still heal him, it did not become stronger again. A kind of forbidden power can only be increased once. Let me calculate which dimensional fields have the forbidden power. Zhou Wen thought about it, and went to each dimensional field to experience those forbidden powers. Again. The Chaos Egg has grown very fast. And the effect of the forbidden power is exceptionally good, even more powerful than being injured by a mythical creature. When Zhou Wen walked around in Huangquan City regardless of the rules, the forbidden power was activated, and Zhou Wen was almost killed. Before being killed, he entered the Chaos Egg and successfully repaired his body. During the repair process, the Chaos Egg began to evolve again, and the liquid inside was like spring water, undergoing earth-shaking changes. The liquid actually seeped into Zhou Wen's body, and Zhou Wen felt as if his body had melted into the liquid and became part of the liquid. This feeling is very subtle, and the liquid is gradually solidifying. The liquid is solidifying. But as a part of the liquid, Zhou Wen can still move freely in it. There is no way to describe this feeling, because it is impossible for a person to move among ice cubes or jade. Now Zhou Wen has this feeling, so he has no way to describe this feeling. In short, it is a very wonderful experience. The Chaos Egg had only one shell at the beginning, and it was filled with liquid when it evolved. Now, the entire Chaos Egg is integrated into one, like jade, and there is no longer a gap inside. Chaos Egg was successfully promoted to the perfect body, and a prompt appeared in the game at the same time. Chaos Egg Life Soul is promoted to perfect body, Vitality 1. When Zhou Wen saw the characters 1, he felt as refreshed as drinking honey, and quickly glanced at the attributes of the blood-colored villain, and the vitality attribute really turned into 41 points. Although it was only a point, it was the point that Zhou Wen had been looking forward to for a long time. This does not only mean the increase in attributes, but also means that Zhou Wen has crystallized the mythical vitality skill that Zhou Wen can absorb to require 41 points of vitality. The crystallization of mythical vitality skills that I played in the past, because of insufficient attributes, can only be wasted in vain. That kind of feeling is not good. Chaos Spawn, perfect body. Zhou Wen looked at the properties of the Chaos Egg, but there was still no change, but it was promoted to a perfect body, and the self-healing effect was stronger, and there seemed to be nothing special about it. Could it be that Chaos Egg really only has the ability to heal? Zhou Wen didn't quite believe it. This is the life and soul condensed by the first order of chaos. And the functional hope should not be so monotonous, but Zhou Wen tried many times, except for self-healing, he really didn't find anything special. Don't worry, let's find a way to raise the other kinds of life souls to the perfect body as soon as possible. 2 kinds of vitality art with similar attributes can make this attribute exceed 41 points. I have learned several kinds of vitality art, but also, are there any similar attributes? Zhou Wen began to calculate his own vitality art. Dao Ju and Chaos First Order can be excluded, these two have enhanced vitality attributes. The Little Prajnaparamita Sutra is the origin chi art of the physique attribute, the Ancient Emperor Sutra is the strength, and the Demon God Sutra is the speed. In addition to these 3 kinds, Zhou Wen has also practiced the stealing heaven and changing the sun, but the stealing the heaven and changing the sun is just getting started, and he doesn't even have a destiny condensed out. However, Zhou Wen can probably feel that the secret of heaven and change the sun should be a bit similar to Demon God Ji. It seems to have some space attributes, and it should be biased towards the speed attribute. Next, let's practice stealing the heaven and changing the sun and Demon God Ji. Zhou Wen made up his mind and wanted to raise the life and soul of Demon God Ji first, and then practice stealing the sky and changing the sun. The life spirit condensed by Demon God Ji is a lost kingdom. Zhou Wen has actually studied it for a long time. After reading a lot of space-related works and fighting with space-based dimensional creatures, he has vaguely found the way to promotion. It's just that there are too many things in this period of time, and there has been no time for promotion. The promotion method of lost nation is difficult to say, and it is not difficult or difficult. Zhou Wen has always used the teleport function of Lost Nation. Every time he uses teleport, Lost Nation actually has some growth. It's just that teleportation can only be used once in 24 hours, so it grows very slowly. According to Zhou Wen's estimation, he has to use teleportation at least 1,000 times before it is possible for the Lost Kingdom to evolve. At such a speed, it is impossible to advance to the evolutionary body in a few years, and then the evolutionary body will be promoted to the perfect body. The number of teleports required must be more, and Zhou Wen does not have time to wait that long. It's not that there is no solution. Zhou Wen has been studying for so long and he has come up with a solution. He found out that there is a mythical creature that can use teleportation. The accompanying eggs that burst out are of the mount type, and they can also teleport with the owner. As long as teleportation is possible, Lost Nation should be able to advance. Zhou Wen felt that if he could get such a companion pet, it would greatly reduce the time it takes for Lost Kingdom to advance to the perfect body. It's just that the companion pet named Suanio is the companion pet of the King of Heroes. I heard That when the King of Heroes knew that his life would be soon, he forcibly transferred the mysterious bird to his descendants. That mysterious bird can be said to be the Zhang family. The most precious companion pet. Zhou Wen didn't have much friendship with the Zhang family, so he only knew Zhang Yuji, and the relationship was not very good. Zhou Wen thought it was unrealistic to want to borrow a mysterious bird from the Zhang family. It's not realistic to want to play the mysterious bird companion pet by myself. I'll ask Zhang Yuji first to see if she knows where the mysterious bird came from. If there is a chance, try it. If not, if there is a chance, then I can only go to the side. Zhou Wen tried to send a message to Zhang Yuji, but he was not sure whether Zhang Yuji could see it, and heard that Zhang Yuji would not use a mobile phone at all. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. Lingyu Novel Network, https:// the fastest update. No ads. Unexpectedly, after a while, Zhang Yuji sent a message. Don't you know the origin of Suenio? I only know that it is the companion pet of your hero king. Zhou Wen replied. Isn't your hometown from Guide Mansion? You don't even know Suenio? Zhang Yuji seemed a little surprised. Is there anything strange about this? Could it be that the mysterious bird companion egg exploded in the Guide Mansion? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. The mysterious bird is in the ancient city of Guide, Zhang Yuji said. Impossible. Zhou Wen replied immediately. The ancient city of Guide is called the ancient imperial city in the game. He has brushed it many times before, but there are no mythical creatures in it at all, let alone mysterious birds. Why is it impossible? Do you know that Suenio itself is a divine bird representing merchants, and there is also a place called Sansang Land in Guide Mansion? You said that Suenio is not in the ancient city of Guide, where else could it be? Zhang Yuji asked rhetorically. Zhou Wen was stunned when he heard it. He had completely forgotten about it. Suenio is indeed the divine bird of the Shang family. It is said that Suenio gave birth to businessmen. The Shang people have always regarded themselves as the descendants of Suenio, but Zhou Wen did not associate this mysterious bird with the Xian bird of the Zhang family. But the ancient city of Guide is about to be ruined by me. There is no mysterious bird at all, let alone a mysterious bird. There is not even an ordinary mythical creature. Zhou Wen replied with a message. Zhou Wen couldn't be more clear about what was in the ancient city of Guide. It was impossible to make a mistake. I also listened to my elders. Back then, my great-grandfather, also known as the King of Heroes, once passed by the ancient city of Guide. On a whim, he took his wife through the ancient city of Guide. On the platform, I saw a black divine bird. My great-grandfather finally killed the divine bird and obtained the companion pet of the mysterious bird, which has been passed down since then. But I heard that since then, there has been no people saw the mysterious bird appearing in the ancient city of Guide again, and later the Zhang family went to look for it, and the mysterious bird was never seen again. Zhang Yuji explained. Isn't that the same as no? Zhou Wen was helpless. Why do you think of asking this? Wouldn't it be the idea of hitting our Suenio? Zhang Yuji joked. Companion. Pets can't be traded, even if I want to make up my mind. Zhou Wen replied. So you really want a mysterious bird? What do you want it for? Zhang Yuji asked. Suenio's teleportation ability is so strong, I just want to get one as a mount. It can save my life at a critical time. You know, there are Quite a lot of people who want my life, especially the people from the Supervision Bureau, they have to guard against it. Zhou Wen found a reason. Then I can't help you. You can go to the ancient city of Guide and try your luck. Maybe if you are lucky, another mysterious bird will appear? But even if there is a mysterious bird, how do you kill it? The teleportation ability is too strong, no matter how fast your knife is, it is estimated that you will not be able to touch it. Don't try your luck, definitely not. I'll think of another way. Zhou Wen changed the topic. Have you planned to go out recently? You can come to Luoyang to play. I can't get out. After Zhang Yuji replied 3 words, there was no movement. Zhou Wen sent her a few more messages, but she didn't reply. The mysterious bird of the Zhang family was actually obtained from the ancient city of Guide. Could it be that there is really something unusual about the ancient city of Guide? Zhou Wen thought of the stone knife on the Vulcan platform. Suenio was also found on the Vulcan platform. And the stone knife was also on the Vulcan platform. If the stone knife was pulled out, the ancient imperial city would be completely unsealed. I wonder if there would be a dimensional creature of the level of Suenio. Zhou Wen was really moved, and wanted to go back and draw a knife. But after thinking about it, there were not many strong men in Guide Mansion. If something really happened after a stone knife was pulled out, there would be tens of thousands of people killed by then. It seems that it is impossible to get the mysterious bird companion pet, so I can only try the second set of plans. Zhou Wen has another method, it's just that this method is even more unreliable, and Zhou Wen doesn't know if it can work. Teleportation is actually a kind of space teleportation. In theory, Dongzhu's horizon is also a kind of space teleportation, which transmits what Zhulong sees into the horizon. It's just that when you teleport into the event horizon, you will die, so Noon will want to be teleported in. Zhou Wen's method is to use the death of the blood-colored villain as an explanation, and then let Zhulong use the whole candle horizon again and again, so that the blood-colored villain has a teleport-like experience. After entering the game, Zhou Wen also ran to the Candle Dragon Temple lazily, and directly summoned the young child of the Candle Dragon, and let him use the whole candle vision to see the blood-colored villain. After a glance, the game screen immediately went black. Zhou Wen was reborn from a drop of blood, and once again asked Zhulong's young son to kill the blood-colored villain wearing the Lost Kingdom ring. Repeating this over and over again, Zhou Wen didn't know how many drops of blood he had dripped. It can be felt that the Lost Kingdom ring is growing, but the growth rate is much slower than using teleportation. At this rate, it is estimated that 1 or 2,000 times it is impossible to evolve successfully, and it may even require tens of thousands of deaths. Fortunately, Chaos Egg has the ability to heal, otherwise Zhou Wen is really worried that his blood is not enough. Zhou Wen has been courting death in the dormitory, and the dead are almost numb, but the effect is very bad. The improvement of the Lost Kingdom by teleportation can be as good as being killed dozens of times by Dongzhu vision. It would be great if there was a mysterious bird. Why is there no mysterious bird in the ancient imperial city? Zhou Wen was quite depressed. Now Zhou Wen has deeply realized how difficult it is for human beings to be promoted to mythology. It is impossible for ordinary people to cultivate the 8 kinds of vitality art at the same time, and it is impossible to raise all 4 basic attributes to 41, and there is no chance to advance to myth. Even if he could practice 8 kinds of vitality arts at the same time, the cultivation methods of those vitality arts were different. Without the assistance of the mysterious mobile phone, it would be equally difficult to practice it. Just like Chaos Egg, which needs to be injured all the time, most people die accidentally, and they practice farts. The promotion of the killer is even more perverted. If you want to kill the Guardian, is that what ordinary people can kill? Even if you have a mythical pet, it is difficult to kill the Guardian. Unless, like Xia Zhouhuang, forcibly plundering other people's innate bloodline for his own use, it is too difficult for humans to advance to mythology. Zhou Wen felt a headache when he thought that he still had several kinds of vitality arts to practice. And now Zhou Wen's vitality art is not complete, the speed and vitality are complete, and there is a demon god inheritance catalog that does not know what attributes it is. Because it is difficult to determine the attributes, Zhou Wen has no plans to practice it for the time being. If the demon god inheritance catalog is to increase strength and physique, then there is still one kind of vitality art. If not, then there are two kinds of vitality art. The dead may be used to it, Zhou Wen is a little numb anyway, and now he just wants to quickly promote the Lost Kingdom. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, https:// the fastest update. No ads. In front of the mountain wall of Cheesy Mountain, a strange little flower with buds hanging down, seems to be looking at the girl under the mountain wall. Quiet, you should already have the answer, right? A voice came from Xiaohua. It was Lord Emperor's voice. Yes, I already have the answer, I promise you. Quiet said calmly. A wise decision. With my help, you will not only get a powerful mythical companion pet, but also get the favor of the Guardian. And soon, you will be stronger than the person you want to defeat. Lord D said. I don't think that having these makes him stronger than him. And Jing said. Lord Emperor asked with interest, if that's the case, then why do you agree? I just want to become stronger. He said quietly. Okay, then as you wish, you will become stronger than all human beings. With the voice of Lord D, a passage was cracked on the mountain wall of Cheesy Mountain, and he walked in quietly along the passage. Zhou Wen didn't know that Jingjing also met Lord Emperor. At this time, he was still desperately killed by Dongzhu Horizon. The blood-colored villain didn't know how many times he died. Anyway, he just died, and he has been dead for many days. Finally, after Zhou Wen used the Lost Kingdom's teleportation ability this time, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly occurred on the Lost Kingdom ring. The face of the Lost Kingdom ring is a grimace, half looks very ugly, half looks very beautiful, like an angel and a devil coexisting. At this time, strange spatial fluctuations radiated from the eyes of the ghost face, and a pair of eyes flickered with strange light. Click, 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 click. In the eyes of the grimace, a sound suddenly came out, like the sound of a mechanical pointer turning. Zhou Wen took a closer look. There was a roulette in each of the eyes of the grimace, and there were scales on the roulette. But the scale division is very strange. It is not the time division method that Zhou Wen is familiar with, nor is it a unit of length. I don't know what this division means. The two roulette wheels in Grimace's eyes kept turning, and the clicking sound was caused by the rotation of the roulette wheels. When both roulettes have been spinning for a week, they come to a standstill, and a prompt appears in the game. The soul of the Lost Kingdom has been promoted to a civilized kingdom, and is currently an evolutionary body. Civilized kingdom, evolutionary. The Lost Kingdom is the origin of civilization. At the time of promotion, Zhou Wen also sensed some information about the country of civilization, and had some simple understanding of the country of civilization. If you really want to understand it, you still need to explore it yourself. Compared with the Lost Kingdom, which could only teleport once in 24 hours, the current civilization is obviously much stronger. The scale in the Grimace's eyes represents the coordinates. After adjusting the coordinates, long-distance transmission can be carried out, and long-distance transmission can be carried out once every 24 hours. There is also the previous short-distance teleport, which is used a lot more times, and can be used 10 times in 24 hours. One step closer to infinite teleportation. Zhou was quite satisfied with the capabilities of the civilized kingdom, but he didn't know how to determine the coordinates. The dials in Grimace's two eyes are different and look oddly divided. Could it be the longitude and latitude? Zhou still hasn't figured out how to set the coordinates of this thing. If the settings are wrong and it is sent to the oil pan or the women's bathroom, it will not be very good. Forget it, let's study it later. It's not too late to raise the civilization to a perfect state before studying it. Zhou continued to let Zhulong kill the blood-colored villain with Dongzhu's vision. As a result, Zhou found that the energy obtained by the blood-colored villain was almost insignificant when he was killed this time. You can only get so much energy once you die. When will the civilized kingdom be promoted to the perfect level? Even if I drain the blood from my whole body, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Zhou knew that this road would not work, and he had to do it again. Thinking of another way. Master Wen, have you read the news? Just as he was thinking about it, Xing called. What news? Zhou asked suspiciously. Recently, he has been doing dungeons. He usually takes time out to buy food and daily necessities for Yer. Where can I watch any news? Look at our headlines in Luoyang today. Xing said. Zhou didn't know what was going on. He looked on the internet and immediately saw a striking picture. It was an angel with 6 wings. To be precise, it should be a woman in angel armor who was beheading a broken dimensional creatures. Hey, isn't this the seraphim that John contracted before? Has he found a new contractor again? Zhou was overjoyed and asked Xing, is the place in this picture Luoyang? Zhou thought to himself, if Seraph was still in Luoyang, there would be hope for his Slayer promotion. If you want to kill the Guardian, it is better to kill it as soon as possible. According to the silver-haired companion pet, the Guardian can still continue to grow. After contracting with humans, with the help of human bodies, it is even possible to reach the natural disaster level. If you want to kill them, it will only get harder and harder in the future. Yes, it's in a dimension field near Luoyang. I thought that the Guardian had left, but I didn't expect that it was still nearby, and there was a new contractor. Xing said. Can you still find him now? Zhou asked. I've sent someone to investigate, and I'll let you know if there is any news. Xing said again, Madam gave you time to bring your home for dinner. Okay. Zhou stayed in the dormitory for so long, and now the civilization has reached a bottleneck. And he plans to go out for a walk. He plays games every day. Yer sits alone in the dormitory. For a long time, I don't know if there will be any psychological problems. Let Xing arrange a time. And Zhou took Yer to see Ouyang Lan. It is rare that Zhou Lingfeng is here today, because Zhou rarely comes to settle down, so he is rarely seen at ordinary times. However, Zhou has long been used to it. Before Zhou Lingfeng married Ouyang Lan, he was often away from home, so he didn't think there was any problem. During the meal, Ouyang Lan talked about Zhou Lingfeng, and Zhou Wen only knew that he was translating a book, which has been done for a long time, and is about to be completed recently. What kind of book is that? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. With Ouyang Lan around, Zhou Lingwen shouldn't need to do ordinary translation work anymore. Now the books he translates should not be just for making money. Zhou Lingfeng said, it was a book from a small country in the southern region before the dimensional storm. Because the language itself is not very mature and contains a lot of symbols, the translation work did not go well. Zhou Wen listened for a while, but couldn't hear anything. He was not very interested in writing work. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, https:// the fastest update. No ads. On the way back, Zhou Wen walked with Yer on the streets of Luoyang. It was obvious that Luoyang seemed to be much more depressed now than when he first came to Luoyang. Life is inherently difficult, and there are often creatures that break the ban. In this chaotic world, it is already very difficult to have a stable home, and it is even more difficult to raise children. Many people choose not to have children. Even though the federal government has been encouraging fertility, the annual rate of births has been declining. Yura looked at everything around her, curiously. Everything here was new to her. Although she wasn't really a child, her inner world was actually not much more mature than a child's. After all, she had been trapped near Gumonli before, and Xiao Tianfeng would not take her out. Except when she needed to fight. Zhou Wen thought that since he came out today, he should relax and take Yura to the neighborhood, bought some things for her, and let her try some normal entertainment items. Although Yura didn't say anything, she could see that she was still a little happy. I have time in the future, should I take her out for a walk? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhou Wen felt that he was taking care of Yura, but he didn't realize that without Yura, he might become more and more accustomed to being alone. While Yura was experiencing the VR game, Zhou Wen's phone rang, and it turned out to be Zhang Yuji calling. What, you asked about Xian Niao before? Do you just want a Xian Niao, or just a companion pet that can take you to escape? Zhang Yuji asked. Actually, I want a mount that can teleport. Do you have a way? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. Zhang Yuji said, that's not enough. If you just want to run for your life, our Zhang family will sell a companion pet that can escape. Maybe you can come and see if you can get it. Earth escape companion pet? Is it a mount? Zhou Wen asked quickly. If it is a mount, it is also very attractive to Zhou Wen to be able to take the owner to escape together. In addition to teleportation, Tuduan is almost the best escape skill. Zhou Wen naturally also wants a mount that can do Tuduan. If it is not a mount and cannot bring people with Tuduan, then the value will be much lower. Just like Tai Sui. Although it can also escape from the earth, but if it cannot bring people along with the earth escape, it will not have much effect. It's a mount, or a mythical class, but there are many people competing this time. And it is estimated that the price will be very high. Zhang Yuji said. Why did your Zhang family sell such a companion pet? Zhou Wen had some doubts in his heart. No one would think too much of such a companion pet. The Zhang family would even want to sell it, which made Zhou Wen feel a little unbelievable. If Zhou Wen had such a companion pet, he would never sell it. The reason is very complicated, and I can't tell for a while, but the companion pet is definitely not fake. If you are interested, you can come and have a look, and then I can also show the friendship of the landlord. Zhang Yuji said. Okay, what kind of companion pet is that? Zhou Wen asked. It's the earth-moving beast among the 5-element beasts. Zhang Yuji thought for a while and then said, there are 5 beasts in the 5-element beast. They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each with different abilities. Only with the corresponding special physique can you get the companion eggs of different attributes. There is no problem with the origin of the beast, but there are many people who want the beast. And the price may be very high. Zhou Wen immediately understood that, like the banana fairy, the earthbound beasts should be the companion eggs obtained from the special dimensional realm, not exploded by killing dimensional creatures. After chatting with Zhang Yuji for a while, knowing that the auction will be held next month, there is no need to worry. When the time comes, it's better to take a look. With my current strength, I shouldn't have to worry about the Supervision Bureau anymore, so I'll take out the batch of Yuan Jing and use it. Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that Yuan Jing should not be used directly at the auction, so he asked Xing if there was a way to sell Yuan Jing. The arsenal of the Sunset Army needs a lot of Yuan Jing. You can sell it directly to the arsenal. The price will naturally not let you suffer from Master Wen. Xing said. All right. Zhou Wen agreed. After discussing the specific details of the transaction with Xing suddenly said at the end, Are you interested in visiting the arsenal? This is not good? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. There's nothing wrong with it. For others, the arsenal is a secret. Master Wen, you are naturally different, and there is one thing. I also want you to take a look at it, Master Wen, Xing said. Zhou Wen didn't really want to go, but since Xing said so, he had to agree. After an agreed time, Zhou Wen took Yuri to the arsenal. Together. The arsenal itself is in a dimensional field, using the rules of the dimensional field to effectively ensure that it is difficult for outsiders to enter, and the arsenal itself has strict security measures. Unlike Zhou Wen's imagination, the arsenal is very modern, and all kinds of instruments are very advanced. It looks like the future high-tech laboratory in the movie. In this day and age, it is rare to see such a laboratory. The overseer searched for a long time before he found this dimensional field. The taboo rules here are very special and will not affect the operation of the instrument. Xing introduced to Zhou Wen as he walked. Zhou Wen saw a lot of equipment equipped by the Sunset Army, such as Yuanjin bullets, Yuanjin shields, Yuanjin armor, and so on. There are also some that Zhou Wen has not seen before, and should be still in development. The entire arsenal is built in an underground space and divided into several floors. Zhou Wen even saw the engine and transmission made of Yuanjin, which is really surprising. Master Overseer has put a lot of effort into the arsenal, and every year, he invests a lot of money, and the expenditure on materials is a huge cost. Fortunately, scientists are not valued by the society now. Otherwise I would like to invite so many high-end professionals. It's not easy. Xing said. How far is the Yuanjin weapon now? Can it fight against mythical creatures? Zhou Wen asked. A pure Yuanjin weapon is not enough, but like the bamboo sword you use, some advanced Yuanjin weapons, if the user is strong enough, can also fight against mythical creatures, but this is not absolute. We are currently researching, maybe it can break this situation. When Xing spoke, his eyes seemed to be shining, and it could be seen that he was very proud of that thing. What is that? Zhou asked, curiously. You'd better see for yourself. And Xing did not answer Zhou directly, but took him to the lowest level of the arsenal. When the door of the independent experimental area was opened, Zhou was immediately shocked by what he saw. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, https:// the fastest update. No ads. In the huge warehouse-like laboratory, there is a strange device that looks a bit like a single-person shoulder-mounted bazooka. But this thing is too big. It is placed there horizontally, and its length is about to reach the limit that the laboratory can hold, and it also looks more high-tech, with a circle of crystal rings on it. All in all, it's a giant stick of metal and crystal. Is this all made of yuanjing? Those crystals above should be yuanjing, right? Zhou asked, in shock. If this thing is really all made of yuanjing, the materials used are unimaginable. Zhou yuanjing is already a lot, but when used on this huge machine, it can only account for a small part. 59% is yuanjing, 28 yuanjing, and there are some auxiliary materials left, and Xing said. What the hell is this? Wouldn't it be a large bazooka? Zhou asked. You can also think of it as a super large bazooka. Its function is similar, but it's not the same. This is a vital gas compression accelerator. And Xing explained, its main function is to compress the vital gas and then accelerate the launch. How powerful can it be? Zhou asked, curiously. And Xing thought for a while and said, this is a very complicated issue. The power depends on the amount of vitality and the speed after strengthening. With the current skills, it can compress the equivalent of 4.5 tons of yuanjing at most at one time. The amount of vitality contained in it, and then the speed can be accelerated to the level of supersonic speed. I don't understand these. Is there a simple metaphor? Zhou asked. Because so many yuan crystals have not been used during the experiment, the strength mentioned now is only theoretical. According to the calculation, the power of a full-strength launch of yuan qi should be stronger than that of the tyrant beeman. Even stronger. Of course, this is only theoretical. In fact, a large amount of crystals is needed to launch one time, and it takes a long time to refine the crystals, and then compress the crystals by the launcher. Even if all the materials are prepared in advance, the launch at that time, it also takes more than 10 hours in advance to reach the maximum power. Sounds troublesome. Zhou said. It's really troublesome. That's because the foundation was too weak at the beginning. There are many technologies that have been figured out bit by bit, and it's not the best solution yet. But now, the way is right. The vitality is compressed and then accelerated. When it is launched, the energy explosion generated is indeed very strong, and the damage to dimensional creatures is also very large, which is much stronger than ordinary gold bullets. Speaking of this, and Xing seemed a little excited. The biggest difficulty now is how to compress the vitality more effectively. If the vitality can be compressed once in advance, a compressed vitality bomb similar to a bullet can be created, and then the equipment can be accelerated and then micro-designed. At that time, it will be possible to produce a single-person yuanqi compression accelerator. However, there are many technical problems that need to be solved slowly, and the yuanqi compression accelerator that can be built at present is so big. The thing is good, but it shouldn't be used at the moment, right? Zhou couldn't imagine how to use such a big thing. If you use it to deal with mythical creatures, those mythical creatures are very fast, and if the accelerator is not aimed at them, they are estimated to have run away. Unless it is a mythical creature with a questionable IQ, it will stand there and let the vitality compressor hit it. Preparing time. More than 10 hours in advance is even more deadly, and it is necessary to make an appointment before calling, which is too restrictive. In fact, the original purpose of this large-scale vitality compression accelerator was not designed to kill mythical creatures in the dimensional field. It was mainly prepared for the large-scale breaking of the ban on dimensional creatures. In the future, Enxing said. Zhou Wen suddenly understood, originally, and Tianzhua studied this to defend Luoyang in the future, and to deal with a large number of dimensional creatures sieging the city. This thing is still very useful. However, the current development direction is still based on lightweight. I hope that the single-person launcher can be researched in the next few years, but it is very difficult. Not only the problem of funds and materials, but also many technical problems are waiting for experts. We overcome, sometimes a small problem may not be solved in a few years. Zhou Wen could see that Enxing had great expectations for this transmitter. Indeed, human beings have no way to advance to mythology, they can only rely on external forces. Companion pets are external forces, and guardians are external forces. And Tianzhua and Enxing obviously want to try another way. We are still researching the vitality armor, which is still under research and has not yet achieved substantial results. In the future, if the vitality armor and vitality transmitter can be successfully researched, then it will be a mortal human being who controls these two. This kind of equipment can also fight against advanced dimensional creatures, and even kill mythical creatures. I hope that day will come sooner. Zhou Wen felt that it would be great if it could be successful. This may be the cornerstone of the stability of human society. Just like in primitive society, human beings slowly learned to use tools, made cold weapons, became the master of the earth, and then made hot weapons, cars, ships, rockets, etc., and became the ruler of the entire earth. Perhaps these vitality armors and vitality launchers are the weapons for mankind to re-rule the earth in the future, provided that the research can be successful. Now the launcher of this size, the actual combat effect is too poor. Master Overseer has been looking forward to that day. He said that even if human beings cannot be promoted to mythology and their physical strength cannot be comparable to those of tyrannical creatures, they will definitely be able to become the masters of the world again. Enxing said. Looking at the busy staff in the laboratory, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that the future of mankind may not necessarily be hopeless. Many people are secretly working hard to prepare for the breaking of the ban on a wide range of dimensional fields. Breaking the ban in the dimensional field may not necessarily destroy human beings. The only thing missing now is time, whether it is a human being who is trying to cultivate and wants to be promoted to myth. People who are still researching new weapons like this need too much time. Zhou Wen kept all the Yuanjing here with Enxing. He originally planned to sell only part of it, but he was finally persuaded by Enxing to sell all the Yuanjing to him, and some of them were bartered. When he left, Zhou Wen realized that Enxing took him to see the Yuanqi compression accelerator, which turned out to be for those Yuanjing. There is one more thing to show you. After leaving the laboratory, Enxing took Zhou Wen to the barracks of the Sunset Army. Enxing took Zhou Wen to a hall where many VR devices were placed. Try it. Enxing handed a VR headset to Zhou Wen and said with a smile. Zhou Wen put on his helmet. With some doubts, and then entered the game, and soon he almost cried out in surprise. This game is actually very similar to what Huang Ji made, except that Huang Ji made a mobile game, and this is too high-end. A full-view VR game, the scene looks very similar to the real Hulao Pass, even those magic soldiers and magic generals can almost be fake. However, the various settings and modes are very similar to the mobile version. This game seems a little familiar. After Zhou Wen took off his helmet, he looked at Anxing and said, "You also have a share of this game. It's the game that you and Huang Ji made together." The overseer asked Huang Ji to cooperate. "This is the latest achievement and is used to train recruits." Anxing said, "It turns out that the big money master Huang Ji said is in Tianzhua." Zhou Wen really didn't expect that in Tianzhua would invest in games made by Huang Ji. Zhou Wen remembered that in Tianzhua was very disgusted with him playing games. And it was too unexpected that in Tianzhua would invest in this game. Master Overseer is actually not a bad person, he's just a little more stubborn than others. Anxing said, "It doesn't really matter what kind of person he is. Anyway, we are not the same type of people, and there will not be too much intersection in the future," Zhou Wen said. Anxing shook his head and did not continue the topic. Zhou Wen told Anxing about the auction of the beast. "The Zhang family is going to auction the beasts? Is this news accurate?" Anxing was shocked. "It was Zhang Yuji who told me. It shouldn't be fake, right?" Zhou Wen said. "What Zhang Yuji said, it must not be false. I didn't expect that the Zhang family would put out the beasts for auction. It is estimated that in this auction, the other 5 major families and some wealthy families in some places should participate." Anxing, his expression changed, as if he was thinking about something. "Do you know the origin of the earthbound beast?" Zhou Wen seemed to know something when he saw Anxing's appearance. Anxing said, "I know one thing. In fact, the earthbound beast is only one of the 5-element beasts. This companion pet was brought out by the 6 heroes from the first emperor's mausoleum. There are 5 gene, wood, water, fire, and earth in total. The one that arrived was the earthbound beast, but the other 4 didn't know where they went. Isn't it brought out by the 6 heroes? Shouldn't the other 4 be in the hands of the other families?" Zhou Wen wondered. "Theoretically, this is the case, but several other families say they don't have 5-element beasts, and only the Zhang family has a soil-type beast. This incident is said to have made the 6 heroes very unhappy, but the truth is unknown to outsiders. There must be some unknown reasons why the family suddenly took out the earthbound beast for auction. By the way, did Zhang Yuji say why they auctioned the earthbound beast?" Anxing pondered. "No." Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. "If you are interested, you can go to see and see, but it is probably a little difficult to win the beast. This auction will never be that simple," Anxing said. Zhou Wen nodded. He was indeed very interested, but he was more interested in the dimensional field of the first emperor's mausoleum. If there was a chance, he would like to see if the first emperor's mausoleum had a small hand pattern. Adjutant N. The Seraphim has appeared again. While the two were talking, a soldier came to report. "Where?" Anxing asked. "It's near Cheesy Mountain." The soldier handed over the information just received to Anxing. "Near Cheesy Mountain? Where is she going?" Anxing frowned slightly. Zhou Wen didn't find it strange. The Seraph was originally released by Lord D. to fool John, and now it is normal for those who contracted the seraph to go to Cheesy Mountain. Is there a specific location? I want to go and have a look. Zhou asked. According to the information, the last few times she was found near Chiha. If you want to find her, there should be a chance to go there and see. And Xing handed the information to Zhou. That's fine, I'll go take a look right now. Zhou read the information, and it was indeed written like this, so he decided to go and take a look first. I still have some things to solve here, so I won't send you there. You are familiar with it anyway. Deputy Governor Qin is still there. You can go and find him directly. And Xing said. After leaving the barracks, Zhou went to Cheesy Mountain. Most of the guardians don't have masters yet, so they don't have many choices. One can kill one, and the Seraphim is the guardian that Zhou is more likely to kill. The only thing to worry about is Lord Emperor. If it is not necessary, Zhou doesn't want to see her. Lord Emperor is definitely not as simple as an ordinary mythical grade. Zhou suspected that she was likely to be a natural disaster grade, but after arriving on Earth, her strength was weakened by the rules of the Earth, and she was reduced to the level of general mythology. Even so, Lord Emperor is much stronger than the average mythical level. Yer was also brought over by Zhou. There are also many strange creatures in Cheesy Mountain, such as bloodworms. Zhou suspects that they are also goo insects, and it may be useful to bring Yer. Dr. Zhou, you are finally here. We talked about you just now. Before Zhou arrived at the Qizishan station, he encountered the patrolling soldiers. Those patrolling soldiers greeted Zhou in surprise. In the military camp, and Jing is training. She has been stationed in Qizishan for so long, and every time she fights, she strives to do her best. But no matter how well she did and how many military exploits she made, others would only take it for granted because she was from the Yin family and Tian's was younger sister. And Zhou just stayed in the barracks for such a short time, but he has already won the support of the soldiers and officers. When others mention Zhou, they will not talk about the relationship between Zhou and the Yin family. And Jing didn't understand that she did no less than Zhou in Qizishan, why everyone still only regarded her as an Tian's sister. Why am I inferior to him? Quiet practiced very hard, because she wanted to defeat that guy, and she couldn't lose. When she was practicing, she suddenly heard the noise from the barracks. Jing thought something was wrong, but when she went out to look, she saw many soldiers and officers surrounded by one person. It was Zhou, who she even dreamed of defeating. Jing felt tight in his heart, but soon relaxed again, and secretly said in his heart, it's just right, it's time to make a conclusion. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Seeing the eyes of those soldiers looking at Zhou, the quiet mood was a bit complicated. That was what she wanted but couldn't get. Zhou, I will surprise you this time. Jing secretly said. Even Qin Wufu came out to take a look when he heard the sound, and found that Zhou was here, so he had Zhou called over. Xiao Zhou, have you figured it out and are ready to come to me as a soldier? Qin Wufu poured a glass of water for Zhou. I heard that the Seraphim appeared near Chiha, so I came to have a look. Can the governor send someone to show me there? Zhou said. This is easy, but the strength of that seraph is very terrifying. I don't know if it is an enemy or a friend. If you encounter it, you have to be careful. Qin Wufu warned a few words, and then said to his adjutant, "Go and call Xiaojing over." "Director, are you looking for Njing?" Zhou Wen asked quickly. "Yes. You are a family, she is currently in charge of the supervision of that generation, just let her take you there," Qin Wufu said. "Don't bother her, just find a soldier to take me there." Zhou Wen didn't want to get into the trouble of Njing. "No trouble, this is her job too," Qin Wufu said with a smile. Zhou Wen saw that the adjutants had already gone, so he didn't say anything. Anyway, it was no big deal. Just to lead the way. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that Njing might not be willing to take him there. But who knew that after Njing came and listened to Qin Wufu's order, there was nothing special about it. Like an ordinary soldier, he chose to execute the order. It seems that she hasn't come for nothing in the army for such a long time. She is indeed a lot more mature and stable, and she is not as childish as before. Zhou Wenjian treated him like an ordinary person, and felt that this trip should not be any trouble. The two left the station, and quietly took Zhou Wen all the way to Chiha. Jing didn't talk much on the road. Zhou Wendao was also very happy, and he had no desire to communicate with Jing. But soon, Zhou Wen discovered the problem. According to the intelligence, the place where the seraphim was found was near Chiha, but Jing had already walked to the nearby mountains, which was a bit far from Chiha. "Didn't you say that the seraphs are haunting near Chiha? How did they come to the mountains?" Zhou Wen had no choice but to ask. "You're looking for a seraph, right?" And Jing asked with a blank expression. "Yes." Zhou Wen nodded. "That's right, just come with me, you can't go wrong." And Jing continued to lead the way, but he was thinking to himself, "You never thought that the current owner of the seraphim is me? Although you once I have defeated John with the seraphim, but John can't exert the true power of the seraphim at all, but I can already exert more than 90% of the power of the seraphim, which should be enough to fight you." Seeing that Jing was so confident, Zhou Wen had to continue walking with her into the mountain. After walking into the mountain for a long time, the silence finally stopped in a valley. She estimated that even if there was a battle here, there should be no sound from the military camp. "Are you there? Seraph has appeared around here?" Zhou Wen looked around and found no traces. Listening to the truth was always on, and no sign of the seraphim was found nearby. "Yes, the seraphim is here." And Jing pretended to be calm. "What do you mean?" Zhou Wen had noticed that there was something wrong with the quiet tone. The holy brilliance of Jing's body rose, and pieces of white feathers condensed into a seraph, suspended behind Jing's. It was the seraph that Zhou Wen had seen before. "It turns out that Seraph's new contractor is you." Zhou Wen frowned slightly. "He came to kill the seraph. But now the seraph is the guardian of quietness. He killed the guardian of quietness and let Ouyang Lan know. It seems not very good. I've been working hard since I got into the military. I work when others work. When others are resting, I practice hard and try to make myself stronger. Now, I am at the same starting point as you, an epic perfect soul, a mythical companion pet, a guardian. You have it, I have it, and now we can have a fair fight." Quietly looked at Zhou Wen and said, "Seraph, Lord Emperor, helped you contract, right?" Zhou Wen looked at Jing and asked, "You know Lord Emperor?" Jing was slightly startled. Zhou Wen heard Jing say this, and suddenly smiled bitterly. "I would rather not know her, so she can help you contract with the seraphim. Are there any conditions?" This has nothing to do with you. Quiet said. Your business really has nothing to do with me, but you are Sister Lan's daughter. I don't want Sister Lan to be sad. So I hope you can understand that Lord Emperor is a very dangerous person. You should know what happened to John when you think about it. What kind of person is she? Zhou Wen said. Quietly looked at Zhou Wen and said, you don't have to worry about my mother, I'm already an adult, I know what to do and what not to do. I didn't promise to do anything for Lord D, she just didn't ask me what I do. For her, the only request is to let me try my best to win the first place in the next companion pet ranking battle and win a divine fruit for her. So, you got a mythical companion pet in chess. Peace Mountain, right? Zhou Wen could not have imagined that Lord Emperor would value the divine fruit so much, and he could not get the divine fruit from him, so he found Jingjing again. How do you know? And Jing was even more surprised. Because Lord D also looked for me before, but I rejected her, she is too dangerous. It is best not to have anything to do with her. Zhou Wen told the truth. If you want to become stronger, you naturally have to take risks. I know how to choose, and I don't need you to teach me. Jingjing looked at Zhou Wen and said slowly, no matter whether we win or lose today, the grievances between you and me will end here. Do you really have to fight me? Zhou Wen looked at Jing and asked. Of course, otherwise, why did I train so hard for so long? This time, I must win. You. And Jing said. Even if you lose the guardian because of this? Zhou Wen asked again. This time, without waiting for a quiet answer, the seraphim said to himself, the only one who can defeat the guardian is the guardian. Last time, John's strength was so poor that he couldn't even exert 1/10 of my strength. Now within Jing is my guardian, I can exert my true power, and you have no chance of winning. And Jing and me fit perfectly, and I will not betray her. The seraphim was obviously wrong, thinking that Zhou Wen meant that he would betray Quiet as he betrayed John. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen ignored the seraphim and just looked at Jingjing, as if he wanted Jingjing to answer him in person. I contract the guardian just to defeat you. If I can't defeat you, then what do the guardians do? Jingjing's eyes were firm, staring at Zhou Wen, and continued, these days, I have been constantly seeking breakthroughs. Every day. Even in my dreams, I am thinking about how to make myself stronger, no matter what kind of problems I encounter, as long as I think of being able to defeat you, I can, and Jing was still talking, but Zhou Wen had already drawn his knife after hearing her previous sentence. Kill the Immortals. When he fought with John, Zhou Wen already knew a lot about the ability of Seraphim, and knew what skills he had, so he didn't need to hesitate anymore. The only thing that needs to be considered is the impact on Jingjing after killing the Seraphim. Since Jingjing said that he can't defeat him, the contract guardian is meaningless, so Zhou Wen doesn't have to worry anymore. The Sword of Immortal Slaying is unbelievably fast, and it can't be called overbearing, because it is too fast, and it is impossible to feel any overbearing aura at all. When Jing felt Zhou Wen's knife had already returned to the scabbard. And the seraph in the air behind her, his pupils shrank to a point, his mouth moved a little, as if he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but with this movement, his mouth was in the wrong position, and his body was divided from the middle. It fell to both sides, and it turned into a little white light plume that dissipated and dispersed. Quiet stayed there at a loss. Her face was not surprised, some were just confused and stunned, and she stopped halfway through. She never thought that Zhou Wen would use the knife when he said the knife, and Zhou Wen was still holding Yer in his arms. She originally wanted to say that they would not start fighting until Zhou Wen put the child aside, but Zhou Wen held the child in one hand. Child, he drew a knife in one hand and cut off the seraphim, just like that. It made people feel like they didn't start fighting at all. I haven't started yet. Quietly now, there is only one thought left in his mind, and he doesn't know what to do or say next. After slashing the seraph with one knife, Zhou Wen felt a strange energy injected into the killer's life and soul, causing the killer's life and soul to grow again, with a faint feeling of wanting to turn reality into reality. But until that energy was exhausted, the Slayer was still unable to advance to the perfect body. Is it still not enough? How many kills are enough? Zhou Wen was a little depressed. It's really not easy to find another guardian who is as easy to kill as the seraphim. First, the seraph is really not particularly powerful among the guardians, and secondly, because Zhou Wen already knows the various abilities of the seraph, he can kill it so neatly. If you change to a strange guardian, even if the strength is similar to that of the seraphim, it will be difficult to kill so easily. That's it for today. If you really want to beat me that much, you can't beat me with your own power and the power given to you by others. Zhou Wen hugged Yer, turned around and walked back. Quietly stood there for a long time without moving. Before this battle, she thought a lot, thinking about how to win, and also thinking about losing, but no matter how she thought about it, she never thought that the battle had not even started, and she had already lost. Originally, she thought it would be a close battle, but now she suddenly found that she didn't seem to be qualified to stand on the duel stage. It was like an amateur challenging a professional boxer, and she was already on the ground before the bell rang halfway through the first round. I hope she won't go to Lord Emperor again. Zhou Wen said those words just now, but he didn't want Jing to have anything to do with Lord Emperor anymore. Jing is Ouyang Lan's daughter, after all. Although Zhou Wen doesn't like her very much, he doesn't want her to have an accident. Back at the station, Zhou Wen went to meet a few acquaintances, got together with them, and set off back to Luoyang the next day. Qin Wufu has been encouraging Zhou Wen to give up his studies, come over and follow him earlier. Zhou Wen just declined and did not let him go. It's not that Zhou Wen is unwilling to contribute to the protection of mankind, but because he feels that making himself stronger is the most important thing. As long as he can stand at the peak of his strength, he can completely eliminate the unstable factors. Rather than passive defense, Zhou Wen is willing to stay in the academy because the academy will give him enough free time and provide him with a lot of resources and information, so that he can take the path he wants to take and make himself stronger as soon as possible. But if you enter the army, you need to perform tasks, which can indeed help some people, but Zhou Wen doesn't just want a part. He wants far more than that. After returning to the academy, Zhou Wen began to study the art of stealing the sky and changing the sun, because it is difficult for a civilized country to advance by relying on the vision of the candle, and he must think of other ways, and there is no better way for a while. Unless he can get a pet like a black bird, but that is not easy, so Zhou Wen can only study other vitality tactics first. Stealing the sky and changing the sun is a very interesting vitality art. Zhou Wen is only just getting started. Although he has not yet felt too powerful, it is only a method of vitality. It is very interesting. Most of the general vitality tactics are a sea of qi, and the vitality tactics. Such as the Lost Immortal Sutra have no vitality C at all, but there are countless vitality Cs in the stealing the sky and changing the sun. When stealing the heavens and changing the sun is running, the body is like a small universe, with countless stars in motion. Each star is a sea of vitality, and the entire small universe is a huge sea of vitality. While feeling the movement of vitality, Zhou was thinking about the mystery of stealing the sky and changing the sun, and wanted to condense the fate first. Condensing the fate soul requires the blood of a god or a guardian, otherwise the simulated trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun cannot condense the fate soul without a foundation. How does the small universe of stealing the sky and changing the sun feel a bit similar to the endless Xinghai? When Zhou felt it, he suddenly discovered something strange. The star layout of the small universe is very similar to the endless star sea. If it wasn't for the vitality skills that Zhou had used in the endless star sea for a long time, he would not have discovered this problem. Could it be? Zhou heart moved. He stopped practicing, took out his mobile phone and entered the copy of Endless Xinghai. Zhou looked up at the stars in the endless sea of stars. After watching it for a while, he let out a long sigh of relief and revealed a look of joy, as expected. The operation of this trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun is simply a replica of the endless star sea. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. The small universe formed by stealing the sky and changing the sun is not as complicated as the endless star sea, and some details are missing, but the general prototype is the same. Zhou was exploring and spawning monsters in the endless star sea, and through the observation of the endless star sea, he realized the mystery of stealing the sky and changing the sun. Anyway, Zhou also has to search for the star-fighting beast in the endless star sea, so it is not a waste of time. The recent period of time has been too busy. Zhou has no time to brush the constellation skills and star beasts. The 28 constellation skills are still 3 key skills, and the crystallization of the Star Stealer's vitality skills has never been released. Now is the time to take this opportunity to visit the entire endless star sea, and maybe find the star-fighting beast. Zhou traveled in the endless sea of stars, watching the stars shift and the movements of the galaxies change. Every time he realized something, the small universe in his body was more similar to the endless star sea. Zhou has a vague feeling that when the small universe in his body is in line with the endless star sea, it should be the time for him to condense his fate. The endless star sea is not only the area of the 28 constellations, there are also large areas outside the 28 constellations. Zhou killed an unknown number of star beasts along the way, but he did not see the star beast. In fact, even the mythical star beasts are rarely seen, and most of them are mortal to epic. When I was wondering, I suddenly saw something flashing in the starry sky in front of me. When Zhou paid attention to look, he found nothing. Did your eyesight just now? Zhou looked carefully for a while, but still found nothing, so he couldn't help feeling a little strange. Suddenly, it seemed that something flashed in the starry sky, and Zhou only saw the flashing, but didn't see what it was. However, Zhou took a closer look at the flickering figure, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Because a planet originally there had disappeared. When he confirmed whether there was anything there, he clearly saw that there was a planet there. The Devourer. Zhou immediately thought of what it was. When he went to the endless star sea in reality before, Zhou had seen the Devourer, but at that time, the Devourer looked like a jellyfish in a lake, and eating a planet like eating jelly beans would not be too shocking. But now that I am in the endless sea of stars, it is a little different. I watch a planet disappear directly. Although the planet is much smaller than the real planet, it is also huge like a mountain. It was so shocking to see. What's even more frightening is that Zhou Wen didn't see the Devourer's figure in the game, but when it devoured the planet, he saw something flash. Zhou Wen directly summoned the Tyrant Beeman, and at the same time improved his listening ability to the extreme, monitoring the nearby area. Soon, Zhou Wen discovered that a nearby planet was swallowed up, and he finally saw the Devourer. Under the ability to listen carefully, Zhou Wen outlined the appearance of the Devourer in his mind, but his eyes still couldn't see it. It is similar to what Zhou Wen saw in reality, that is, a transparent jellyfish-shaped monster, but when compared in the game, its size is too exaggerated. The trumpet planet in the endless star sea is about the same as bean grains around it. Just swallowed the entire small planet. This size is much bigger than the giant Tyrant Beeman. When Zhou Wen looked at it, the Devourer had already wandered towards them. Zhou Wen ordered the huge Tyrant Beeman to greet him, wanting to try first to see how powerful the Devourer is. After getting Zhou Wen's order, the Tyrant Beeman turned on absolute power and flew over. The Devourer was really like a jellyfish, and when the countless tentacles below shook, the figure rose at an unbelievable speed, avoiding the bombardment of the Tyrant Beeman. After the Tyrant Beeman struck, but did not continue to pursue, he was stunned there, as if in a daze. Zhou Wen suddenly understood that he could see the Devourer by listening. The Tyrant Beeman can't see it, so it naturally has no way to attack the invisible enemy. Zhou Wen commanded the Tyrant Beeman to fight, but the Tyrant Beeman was the type to fight by instinct. Zhou Wen commanded it like this, and there was a delay in the middle. It didn't take long for the Devourer to swallow the Tyrant Beeman's body. I don't know what the Devourer's body is made of. The Tyrant Beeman, who has absolute power, was not able to escape after being swallowed by it. This is really troublesome. The Tyrant Beeman can't see it, it's too bad to fight. And if you can't see it, the Candle Dragon's whole candle horizon is useless. If you want to kill the Devourer, I'm afraid you can only rely on listening. That's it. Zhou Wen summoned the Golden Tyrant Sword, relying on the ability to listen to the truth, locked the position of the Devourer, condensed the strength of the whole body, slashed the Immortal with one move, and slashed towards the Devourer without reservation. But in the next second, Zhou Wen felt that the body of the blood-colored villain seemed to be caught in a vortex. And then the screen of the mobile phone went black. Over. What a powerful Devourer. The Tyrant Beeman and the Torch Dragon probably have nothing to do with it. The only one who can fight it, I guess they will. Listen carefully. Zhou Wen thought about it, and it seems that it is not too good to take this Devourer way. However, it is too risky to untangle multiple earrings. If you only untangle one or two, you should not be able to kill the Devourer. Entering the endless star sea again, this time Zhou Wen bypassed that area, and he couldn't think of a way to kill the Devourer for the time being, so he ignored it for now. Wandered through the endless star sea first, and condensed the fate of the stealing heaven and changing the sun. But the Devourer was haunted, and Zhou Wen had already walked around it. Who knew that it would appear in different galaxies? Every time Zhou Wen wanted to run, he couldn't escape, and was swallowed up by its black hole-like power. The only time Zhou Wen ran away was when he used the long-distance space teleportation skill of the civilized kingdom to directly reach the place where the Devourer could not see him, but he was found and killed by the Devourer later. Zhou Wen thought it was a game refresh problem. Every time the devourer was refreshed in a different galaxy, but the number of deaths was too many. Zhou Wen was a little skeptical. Every time I enter the endless star sea, as long as I leave the area of the 28 constellations, I will encounter it at about the same time. This is by no means as simple as a random refresh. Could it be that the devourer itself has the ability to teleport in space? Zhou Wen thought of this possibility, but he was a little surprised. Suanio has no hope. If this devourer also has the ability to teleport in space, then he can try to kill the devourer. If a companion egg can be exploded, perhaps the problem of promotion to a civilized country will be solved. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. How can I kill the devourer? Beeman and Zhulong are not suitable for this type of battle. The demon baby is still evolving. Among the remaining combat power, who else is more suitable? Zhou Wen thought about it. Only 3 companion pets were more promising. Listen carefully to liberate multiple earrings, or try to use the ancient spore parasitism. Other companion pets can't see the devourer, and it's useless, no matter how strong the ability is. As for the last one, Zhou Wen put on an invisibility cloak so that the devourer could not see him, and tried to assassinate him. Zhou Wen started with the simplest method. First, use the invisibility cloak to assassinate him. In the invisible state, the devourer can see him. He must use the invisible mode for 3 minutes so that the devourer cannot see him. As a result, the assassination still failed. The devourer's entire body was like a black hole. Zhou Wen was invisible, and with a single move, slashing immortal slashes on the devourer, he was sucked in, and the game ended instantly. So Zhou Wen began to try the second method, wanting the primordial spores to parasitize on the devourer. As a result, after the primordial spores entered the devourer's body, they were sucked in, and then the connection was cut off. Both of the above methods failed. Zhou Wen could only take the risk of sending Di Ting. After undoing the 2 earrings, Di Ting became extremely violent, tearing apart the space and killing the devourer. The stealth ability of the devourer can't affect the listening, and listening to the body is like lightning, and it is not sucked in by it. However, listening to the claws swiped across the devourer's body, as if it had swiped through the water. After that, there would be no trace, and it would not hurt the devourer. Listening to the war with the devourer, they were not able to take advantage, but they were not swallowed up, and the situation seemed to be a bit deadlocked. However, truth listening needs to move at high speed all the time to avoid being sucked in by the devourer. The consumption of physical strength and vitality is relatively severe. After a long time, it is definitely not the opponent of the devourer. As soon as Zhou Wen gritted his teeth, while Ting's physical strength was still at its peak, he ordered it to untie the 3rd earring. Another earring on Jin's ear shattered, and along with the shattering of her ear, her body also underwent strange changes. Before Zhou Wen could see the specific changes of truth listening, he felt an extremely violent and painful thought coming, which made him feel that truth listening was about to explode. And on Jin Ting's body, a black flame is rising, like a bomb that may explode at any time. Zhou Wen commanded Ji Listen, wanting it to attack, but Ji Listen did not obey his order to attack, and made a terrifying roar in the sky, as if to contend against Zhou Wen's order. Zhou Wen felt that the mental connection between himself and listening truth was about to be severed, and it had become unsustainable, and listening truth had been able to resist his orders. come back. Zhou Wen forcibly tried to summon Tian back. But it was still useless. Fortunately, when listening to the will and Zhou Wen's will, the devourer took the opportunity to swallow it in and kill it directly. Zhou Wen quit the game, and the listening earrings in reality were still there, which made Zhou Wen slightly relieved. Summoning Tian, the dark gold six-eared golden monkey appeared in Zhou Wen's hand, but fortunately there was nothing unusual. Sure enough, I can't open the earrings anymore. Zhou Wen had lingering fears and did not dare to try again. Zhou Wen has tried all the methods he can think of, but there is nothing he can do with the devourer, so he has to slowly find a way to deal with it. Now Zhou Wen can only use his invisible ability to escape. If he is found again, he will let the two broken earrings be entangled. Staying at it, Zhou Wen himself continued to explore the endless sea of stars, and realized the secret of stealing the sky and changing the sun. Just listening to the words of the devourer, there is no big problem. Zhou Wen entangled with the devourer while traveling the endless star sea, and he got used to it after a long time. What makes Zhou Wen feel strange is that in addition to this devourer, in the endless star sea, not even a mythical star beast has been seen. Shouldn't the mythical star beasts be swallowed by the devourer? Zhou Wen secretly guessed. The little universe of stealing heaven and changing the sun became more and more perfect, and Zhou Wen faintly felt that he was about to condense his fate. Sure enough, within 2 days, the tactic of stealing the sky and changing the sun really began to condense the fate, and the small universe in the body exudes bright stars. When everything was over, the fate pattern of stealing the sky and changing the sun was successfully condensed, and Zhou Wen hurriedly read the information on the fate pattern. Fate, small universe, initial body. This fate is really called a small universe? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, but he did not expect that the situation of fate and vitality would completely match. I don't know what the fate of senior brother Lu Yun is. Zhou Wen wanted to ask Lu Yun, but he couldn't find his person. Although both of them have practiced stealing the sky and changing the sun, they have different talents and bloodlines, different thoughts, and different fates. Small universe, deriving the universe with one's body. What does it mean to evolve the universe with one's body? Zhou Wen didn't understand for a while what this destiny meant. However, when Zhou Wen switched to the small universe fate, and then used stealing the heaven and changing the sun, he understood a little bit. Zhou Wen doesn't know about other functions for the time being, but now Zhou Wen will definitely not get lost again. The fate of the small universe is like a GPS. No matter where he goes, he can know his position in the universe. Not to mention that he won't get lost on Earth, even in the universe. Zhou Wen estimates that he will definitely not get lost. I've been working for a long time, is this fate a locator? Zhou Wen had doubts about his previous guesses, and wondered whether the secret art of stealing the sky and changing the sun was a speed-enhancing vitality art. The next step is to condense the soul of life. Let's try the blood of the guardian of the underground sea first, and see if he can help the promotion. Although Zhou Wen is not the opponent of the guardian, but if he only gets a drop of blood, it is not difficult. By the way, you can also brush Kowloon again. That guardian is the space attribute, and Zhou Wen felt that the degree of fit with stealing the heaven and changing the sun should be very high, and it is possible to do it. Kowloon didn't reveal anything useful. Zhou Wen forcibly took a drop of blood that was guarded. To his surprise, that drop of blood could not be absorbed by the secret art. Can't you? Zhou Wen groaned inwardly, so he had to go to Ant City to try again. This time Zhou is still praying in his heart. Don't fit in with the guardian of Ant City. Otherwise, this tactic of stealing the sky and changing the sun is likely to be a vigor tactic that enhances vitality attributes. This kind of vitality tactic is no longer needed by Zhou, and it is a waste of time to practice. After Zhou tried it with trembling heart, fortunately, it could not be absorbed by the trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun. While Zhou was happy, he was also a little depressed. Now the blood of these two guardians is not good, and he doesn't know where to find another drop of the guardian's blood that fits. This is really a hassle. Zhou knows only a few guardians, and once the guardians contract with humans and really break out of the cocoon, his blood will be useless. The guardian of the broken cocoon, take his blood. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Are any guardians related to the stars or the universe? Zhou muttered while sitting on the sofa, trying to find a suitable guardian is too difficult. The key is that Zhou doesn't know where those guardians are. Zhou now has a feeling of wanting to take the bird back to the phoenix's lair, discuss with the phoenix, and see if the cocoon guarded by the phoenix can let him take a drop of blood and try it. While thinking about it, the antelope came over, stood opposite Zhou, and rode on the ground with its hooves. Zhou was a little surprised. Antelope didn't usually pay attention to Zhou. He didn't know what he was doing suddenly, so he quickly looked to the ground. Are you looking for a guardian related to the stars? I saw the antelope wrote a sentence on the ground. So what? Do you know where it is? Zhou asked. Haven't you seen it before? Where is it? Antelope continued to write. When did I see it? Zhou frowned. He didn't remember when he saw such a guardian. You have not only seen it, but also memorized it. Antelope looked at Zhou playfully and continued to write. When did I carry over? Zhou suddenly reacted, stared at the antelope and asked, You mean, there is a guardian in that log? Antelope looked at Zhou with a smile and wrote, That is a guardian with the destiny of the Lord of the Heavens and Stars, and it is also a top-level existence among the guardians. Originally, you had the opportunity to contract with it, but it is a pity that you screwed it up yourself. Not only did you not, I was able to make a contract and became an enemy. Do you regret it now? You didn't say it earlier, how did I know? Zhou said helplessly. How do you say it? You have to carry that piece of wood all the time. Are you telling you in front of others that you have to deceive her and find a way to deceive her? Antelope pouted. You can tell me in advance. Zhou paused, then continued, Let's not talk about this, can you? Help me get a drop of her blood? What do you want her blood for? Antelope looked at Zhou suspiciously. I'm practicing a vitality art, but I don't have a special physique that matches the vitality art. I need a drop of guardian blood with the same attributes as the foundation. Zhou said. What is the vitality art? Antelope asked. Steal the sky and change the sun. Zhou didn't mean to hide it. Antelope had followed him for so long, so he naturally knew that he knew many kinds of vitality tactics, and there was nothing to hide. It turned out to be the technique of stealing the sky, and using her blood as the foundation can also be used. Antelope pondered for a while, before continuing, Now that she has returned to the Forbidden City, the vitality in the Forbidden City has recovered. It must be extremely terrifying inside, and she must have no good feelings. For you, even if you have a companion pet like the tyrant Beeman, after entering, I am afraid that it will be a lifetime of death, and it is basically impossible to take her blood. Is there no way? Zhou was slightly disappointed. Even the antelope said there was no hope, and Zhou felt that there was no need to take risks anymore. Who knows that the antelope changed the subject and continued to write, but you are lucky, I just happen to have some of her blood here. You have her blood? When did you get it? Zhou didn't believe the antelope. The guardian has always been in the wood has not been opened at all, and the antelope has not touched the wood. How can it get the blood essence? Of course. I didn't get it now, the one in the wood, but one of the few guardians who survived the last guardian battle. This blood essence was obtained before. Antelope shook his body after writing. I saw a small jade bottle fell out from the hair under its neck. There is still something hidden on this guy? Zhou looked at the hair on the antelope in surprise. The fur of the antelope is very short, only a little longer on the neck, but it can't hide a bottle, and I don't know how it is hidden. Zhou reached out to get the jade bottle, but it was blocked by the hoof of the antelope. I want blood, but I have one condition. Antelope wrote. You eat my house and live with me, and tell me the conditions? Zhou frowned. Would you like to? Antelope didn't mean to reason with Zhou at all. Okay, tell me, what are your conditions? Zhou had to ask patiently. In the future, if you have the ability, you have to go to the Forbidden City again and ask for something from her. Originally, if you made a contract with her, that thing would be ours, but it turned out to be like this. Now there is nothing else. The only way is to be hard. Antelope wrote. What is that? Zhou asked. You will know when the time comes. Don't worry, I will help you, and then it will be divided into 28 according to the previous agreement. No. We used to say 28 points, that's because you found the wood, now we cooperate, of course we can't get 28 points, 46 points, I'm 6 and you 4, after all, I don't know anything, I'm taking a risk, it's bigger. Although Zhou didn't know what it was, he didn't want to suffer. Anyway, he wants the blood. And he must agree to the conditions of the antelope, and it is not bad to gain a little benefit. By the way. Impossible. Antelope refused directly. Seeing its firm attitude, Zhou said again, then 5 or 5 points. It can't be any lower. You don't want the blood essence anymore? Antelope pointed to the small jade bottle. 4. Or 6, you are 6 and I am 4, this is my bottom line, and you have to work together. You can't let me carry it alone. Zhou said. Deal. Antelope gave the small jade bottle to Zhou. Zhou took the small jade bottle, opened it, and saw that there was a small cloud of blood in the jade bottle. It looks beautiful and mysterious. Zhou has been in contact with the blood essence of many guardians, and at first glance, he knows that this is the real guardian blood essence, but the attributes are different from those he has seen before. It is very similar to the breath in the wood. It should be real stuff. Returning to the training room with the blood, Zhou tried to absorb the blood in the jade bottle with the tactic of stealing the sky and changing the sun, and the result was smooth. Zhou suddenly felt that the small universe in his body erupted, and the purple blood essence provided the small universe with terrifying energy, causing the small universe to erupt with terrifying starlight. Zhou only felt that his spirit and spirit were condensing into the small universe, which was a precursor to condensing his life and soul. Maybe it's because the blood essence Absorbed this time is a bit too much. I used to absorb only 1 drop. This time a small group is estimated to have the appearance of 7 or 8 drops, and the energy contained is far more than before. Commanding soul, the agglomeration process is exceptionally rapid. At the center of Zhou Wen's eyebrows, a little starlight condensed, shining with purple brilliance. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. It was a purple star, like a particle, exuding a dazzling divine light, suspended between Zhou Wen's eyebrows, like a gem. Soul of life, moat, initial body. Moat, hundreds of millions of stars and rivers of constant sand are nothing. But the dust of 1,000 worlds, and a single particle of dust, can also be 3,000 worlds. Zhou Wen looked at the Emotion life soul, and only felt that it exuded a powerful star power, and less. Information also poured into Zhou Wen's mind at the same time, so that Zhou Wen probably knew some information about Emotion. It is said to be dust, but it is actually a miniature star. Using the life and soul of dust, and with the fate of the small universe, Zhou Wen can travel through the stars. This is somewhat similar to the ability of a civilized country. The difference is that Moat's life and soul can only travel between planets. As long as there are stars in the small universe, Zhou Wen can use Moat's ability to travel to that planet. For example, the moon, gold, wood, water, fire, soil, and other planets that are relatively close to the Earth, as well as the planets in the 28 constellations, and even the more distant planets, as long as they are included in the small universe, they can be transmitted through the dust. However, the CD of Moat is longer, and it takes a month to be able to use it once. Zhou Wen came to try to go to the moon to see, but after a second thought, he immediately gave up this plan. His current body does not have the ability to survive in space, and he can only teleport once a month. If you don't come, won't you be suffocated in space by then? The ability of Moat looks awesome, but it doesn't seem to be of any use. It seems that this thing can only be used for interstellar travel, and cannot be freely teleported inside the planet. However, human beings have not yet discovered a survivable planet outside the Earth. Teleportation isn't going out looking for death? Zhou Wen was slightly not depressed. But fortunately, in addition to the interstellar transmission ability, Moat also has strengthening effects such as speed, strength, and vitality. On the bright night of the stars, you can also enjoy the blessing of the power of the stars. It is also possible during the day, but because the sunlight is too strong during the day, the blessings of other stars become weaker, and the main blessings come from the sun. Fortunately, after being promoted to myth, generally speaking, the ability to survive in space should be specified, and this ability will definitely be of great use in the future. This is the basic function of Moat, and other methods and abilities need to be explored by Zhou Wen himself. How can Emotion be promoted? Zhou Wen continued to study the promotion method of Emotion's life and soul. Entering the game, Zhou Wen tried the interstellar teleportation ability of Moat. And it was really possible. Moat's purple light flashed on his forehead, and he took Zhou Wen from across most of the small universe to reach a small space that had never been there before. On the planet. Then the Moat enters the CD state and can be used again after a month. This CD is too long. The feeling of interstellar teleportation is very cool, but it can only be used once a month, which is a bit too pitiful. Fortunately, Zhou Wen didn't plan to use it in reality, otherwise if it was urgently needed, the daylily would be cold after waiting for a month. I researched in the game for a long time, but I didn't find out how to upgrade Mo. The way to watch the small universe condense the life and soul before is obviously not very easy to use on Mo. Zhou Wen, are you coming to the auction? Zhang Yuji sent a message to Zhou Wen. Of course. Zhou Wen replied. Although the Civilization International can also be teleported, but the restrictions are too large, it is still practical from the Earth Escape Mount. Even if you can't take pictures, you can go to see for a long time. It is not easy to see the scene where the 6 major families come together. Before you arrive, remember to notify me in advance, and I will arrange accommodation for you. There are too many people participating in the auction this time, and it is not convenient to live outside. You can live in another courtyard of my house. Zhang Yuji said. Okay. Zhou Wen didn't intend to be polite. It was rare for Zhang Yuji to chat with him for a while today, but it didn't take more than 10 minutes, and then suddenly there was no information, as if he was suddenly offline. Should she be playing with her mobile phone without telling her family? Zhou Wen thought of this possibility. For the Zhang family, Zhang Yuji is too important. Her every move is strictly protected by the Zhang family, and many things are beyond her control. It seems that being too special is not necessarily a good thing. People like Zhang Yuji and Wang Lu have abilities that others can only dream of, but they may not necessarily feel very happy. Zhou Wen secretly thought. In the morning, Zhou Wen took Yer out for a walk. Since the last time, Zhou Wen has taken time to take her out for a walk every morning, and let her have more contact with human society. There are also students with children in Sunset College. But they are basically graduate students. A sophomore like Zhou Wen, who still has children, he is also the first. Fortunately, everyone in the academy knew about the relationship between Zhou Wen and Ouyang Lan, and no one said anything. Zhou Wen, Yer's clothes seem to be too small, it's time to buy her new clothes. Zhou Wen brought Yer to the activity room of the Shanwen Club. Fang Ruoshi saw Yer and pointed to the clothes on her body. It was only then that Zhou Wen discovered that Yer's clothes really looked a little small, and the child grew very quickly. It has only grown a lot in just over a month. You are still a boy, how can you take care of Yer? Why don't you hire a special nanny to take care of her? Fang Ruoshi suggested. No, I will slowly learn how to take care of her. Of course, Zhou Wen couldn't let others take care of Yer. God knows what would happen. Old Zhou, Yer is really your daughter, right? Tian Xiangdong said. It's really good. Zhou Wen was a little helpless. If it is really his daughter, Zhou Wen can ask Ouyang Lan to help him, but unfortunately not. No matter how troublesome it is, Zhou Wen can only take Yer by himself. How old is this girl? My relative's child, who looks younger than her, will be called Mom and Dad. Why can't she say a word? Did you not teach her? Tian Xiangdong said while saying tease Yer, call it uncle. Uncle. Yer sat on the small bench and looked at Tian Xiangdong. Her expression did not change at all. Tian Xiangdong felt like a fool, laughed dryly, and didn't tease her anymore. Yer, wait for me here for a while. Don't make a fool of yourself, do you know? Zhou Wen went to the toilet and couldn't take Yer, thinking that it should be fine for her to stay here for a while. Before going out, Zhou Wen also told Fang Ruoshi to help take care of Yer and not let anyone tease her. Not long after Zhou Wen just went out, someone came to the activity room and was slightly startled when he saw Yer sitting on the small bench. Why is there a child here? The man asked, looking at Yer. https://genius, for a second to remember. The address of this site. Mobile version reading website. This is the child adopted by Zhou Wen. Tian Shandong said when he saw that the person who came was Yunyu. Yunyu is a new student who joined the Xianwen Society in the first year, and Zhou Wen has not met him yet. It turns out to be the child of the famous Zhou Wenxue. I didn't expect that Zhou Wenxuan not only has a high talent for cultivation, but also has such a caring heart. It's nothing more than a combination of virtue and art. Yenia said. He stepped forward and wanted to pinch Yur's face. This child is really cute. What's his name? Yur took 2 steps back, avoiding Yunyu's hand. This child is afraid of life, don't scare her. Feng Ruoshi grabbed Yur and said to Yeniu. Children should be more lively. If you see more people, you will naturally not be afraid. Yeniu said, rubbing his body and taking out a handful of candies from his pocket. Come on, these candies are high-end goods, very good quality. It's delicious, and I'll give it to you when you call uncle. Yur just looked at Yunyu and didn't speak. Seeing that Yur was unmoved, Yeniu peeled off a candy, put it in his mouth and chewed it, saying, it's fragrant and sweet. This one is for you, you can try it first. Yur didn't reach out to pick it up, she still looked at him blankly. What's wrong with this kid? Yeniu frowned slightly. He had seen quite a few kids, but none like Yur. Some introverted and timid children, even if they dare not take it, or are frightened by him, will show it, and will not be so expressionless. But Yur was obviously not afraid of him, looking at him, but ignoring him at all. Don't you like candy? I still have a lot of treasures here, let's see if you like it. Yeniu opened his backpack and took out toys such as rattles, pistols, dolls, bells, etc., all of which were placed on the table. Look how fun this is, here it is. Yeniu shook his rattle in front of Yur. Yur still looked at him, not intending to reach out to pick it up. Is this child deaf? Yeniu asked depressedly. What deaf-mute? She is so young and can't speak. By the way, why do you bring so many children's toys? Where did you get them? Tian Shandong said. I bought this, and I'm going to bring it back to play with my little niece during the holiday, but it seems that these things don't seem to attract the little girl. Yenia said with some annoyance. I didn't expect you to be so attentive that you actually knew how to buy things for your little niece. Tian Shandong smiled. I just didn't know what to buy, so I bought everything. But it doesn't seem to work. After speaking, Tian Shandong picked up the toys and brought them to Yur one by one. What about this? Do you like this? Yeniu tried several things, but Yur didn't respond. Just when Yeniu hoped, Yur suddenly pointed to the inside of Yeniu's backpack. Yunyu was overjoyed. What do you want, Uncle Will? Give it to you. Yur still pointed to the inside of the backpack with her little finger. Yeniu poured out all the contents in the backpack, and then said to Yur, which one do you like? Take it yourself. Yur reached out and grabbed one of the things. Yeniu saw clearly what Yur was grabbing, and couldn't help but startled. Slightly, strange, why is that thing in the backpack? Could it be that when you put something in it, you accidentally stuffed it? Went in? This? Yeniu wanted to stop Yur, but after thinking about it, he still let Yur grab the thing. It was a necklace with lots of rubies on it, and it looked very beautiful. Although the value of gems is not as expensive as it used to be, this necklace is a fine product at first glance. If it was before the dimensional storm, it would be a fine product that could be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. Even now, I am afraid that it can be worth some money. After all, such fine quality gems are still very rare. A girl is a girl. She knew she loved beauty since she was a child, so she chose such a beautiful necklace. Yenyu, isn't your necklace real? Tian Xiangdong said. How could it be real? Imitation. If she likes it, let her play with it. Yenyu said. That's good. Feng Ruoshi pulled Yer and said, Yer, my sister will put it on for you. Yer let go. Feng Ruoshi took the necklace, put it on Yer's neck, and said, Yer is so beautiful. But Yer didn't respond. She was still expressionless, wearing the necklace as if she was a facial paralysis. Is the necklace good looking? Do you still want it? Uncle has more beautiful ones. Let Uncle hug and give you a lot of beautiful jewelry. Yunyo took out a pearl necklace from among the toys and pointed at Ye. Said. Yer was unmoved, and turned her head to one side, as if she was impatient to pay attention to him. The corners of Yenyu's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, okay. You white-eyed wolf, you turn your face and don't recognize people when you take something. But no matter how Yenyu coaxed her, Yer just ignored her. Yenyu, it seems that you are not very popular with children, so don't tease her. Tian Xiangdong said. It seems that's the only way to go. Yunyo nodded, but suddenly he took action and forcibly picked Yer up. Yenyu, don't do this, you will scare Yer. Feng Ruoshi frowned and was about to bring Yer back. However, Yenyu took 2 steps back. With a bang, white smoke was emitted from his body. When the smoke dissipated, Yenyu and Yer were gone. Tell Zhou Wen, if you want this little girl to survive, just come to Longhu Mountain alone. A voice came from the air, but no one was there. Feng Ruoshi and Tian Xiangdong's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly chased out, but there was no sign of Yenyu and Yer outside. Zhou Wen also came over at this time. Tian Xiangdong said immediately, Zhou Wen, it's not good, Yer was taken away. Feng Ruoshi said anxiously, let's chase after him, he probably hasn't escaped from the academy yet. No need to chase, I can't catch up. That person was called Yenyu just now? Zhou Wen had actually seen it. He was afraid that something might happen to Yer, so he kept looking at Yer with deep listening. Zhou Wen could see everything that happened in the activity room just now, but he didn't expect that Yunyo would suddenly play such a hand. And he didn't even come to stop him. Yes, his name is Yenyu, he's a freshman in the first year. He just joined the club not long ago, I didn't expect. Zhou Wen is sorry. I'm going to Longhu Mountain. This time, I'll go with you, and save Yer no matter what. Come back. Feng Ruoshi felt very uncomfortable. Zhou Wen asked her to take care of Yer, but others took Yer away in front of her. No, I know. Who took Yer? It's alright, you don't have to blame yourself, let alone you, even the 6 major families can't stop him from stealing things. Zhou Wen said. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Lu Yun took Yer directly out of Luoyang, and rode a big eagle into the forest. Even if in Tianzhua personally ordered to arrest him, it would be too late. Hey, little girl, with you in my hands, I'm not afraid that the bastard Zhou Wen won't come to Longhu Mountain. Lu Yun glanced at Yer, who was sitting next to him. What surprised him was that if it was an ordinary child who encountered this situation, he would have already cried. But Yer had no expression on her face, as if nothing had happened, no different from just now. Sitting on the back of the eagle obediently, not afraid of heights. I'm afraid you're not a fool, right? Lu Yun felt that Yer must have a brain problem. How can a normal child be so calm, let alone a child over a year old? Even an 11 or 12-year-old would have been scared to cry. Come on. Give me the necklace, and I'll change it for you. Seeing Yer being a little silly, Lu Yun was in no mood to say anything to her, and reached out to take off the necklace on her neck. This necklace is not ordinary. It is the treasure of the Cape family. Although it is not a dimensional item, this necklace was very famous before the dimensional storm. This necklace is called God of Love's Gift. Before the dimensional storm, queens of several countries had worn it, and it was a priceless treasure. However, this necklace also has an alias called the Widow Queen. At the beginning, this necklace was a gift from a king to his queen. The king gave it to express his love for the queen, and collected the best of the time. The ruby, coupled with the forging and inlaying of famous teachers, has created the gift of the God of Love. But who knew that the good times would not last long? Not long after the necklace was given away, the king died of illness, and the queen became the queen regent instead. Later, this necklace changed hands several times, and its several owners were all queens, and all of them were of dead husbands. When Lu Yun went to Cape's house to steal something, he accidentally discovered this gift of the God of Love, and stole it back together. Although this thing is not a dimensional item, but many women like this necklace, especially those powerful and married women, many are willing to buy this necklace at a high price. Lu Yun knew that there was a local rich lady who had been looking for this necklace for a long time. If you brought it to her, it would be able to exchange for a lot of resources. Lu Yun originally planned to have the opportunity to auction off this necklace in the future. Naturally, it was impossible to give it to Yer. Lu Yun wanted to pick the necklace, but Yer naturally refused, so she stepped back. But they are now sitting on the back of the eagle, and when Yer retreats, her body is about to fall. Lu Yun quickly grabbed her and didn't let her fall. Forget it, you can put it on first. Lu Yun thought to himself, anyway, Yer couldn't get away with what people say in his hands. When she got tired of wearing it, it wouldn't be too late to take it off. There was no need to force her to take it off. That bastard Zhou Wen, who made me suffer so much last time, this time I'll see you. Lu Yun has been planning for a long time. He disguised himself as a student, infiltrated Sunset College, and joined the Xianwen Society, in order to find a way to get Zhou Wen to Longhu Mountain. The auction site of the Earthbound Beast is the Longhu Mountain of the Zhang family. Lu Yun is also very interested in the Earthbound Beast, but of course he will not take the money to auction it. He wants to steal the Earthbound Beast before the auction. Lu Yun had tried it before, but since the last time he entered Zhang's house to steal something, the Zhang family had taken precautions against him, and this time he almost caught him alive. Lu Yun knew that it was not so easy for him to steal the soil and beasts, so he planned to find someone to help him, so he thought of Zhou Wen, and planned to use Yer to force Zhou Wen to help him steal. That bastard hurt me so badly last time. I can't make him feel better this time. I'll let him do all the dirty and tiring work. Finally, after I take the Earthbound Beast, I will get rid of him. Lu Yun, thinking of the pride, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Lu Yun laughed happily, but when he smiled, his face became a little ugly, Because he found that he couldn't stop, he kept laughing and laughing. Haha, what is this, haha, the thing, haha. Lu Yun couldn't stop laughing, his mouth was about to crook, but he still couldn't stop. He covered his mouth with his hand, but he still couldn't stop the laugh. Instead, he looked more wretched, as if he was snickering. After a while, Lu Yun finally stopped laughing. What's the situation? Could it be that Zhou Wen secretly kept a hand? Knowing that I stole that's why he treated me like that? Lu Yun checked his body, but did not find any power like a curse. I didn't get any curse, could it be that I am too happy? The ring on Lu Yun's hand didn't respond, and he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Since he was hit by Zhou Wen's trick last time, Lu Yun has thought of a lot of ways to prevent being cursed. He got a lot of companion pets to solve this problem, and this purification ring is one of them. Although the purification ring cannot remove all curses, as long as there is a curse in the body, it will respond, and it is very convenient to detect the curse. Now that the purification ring does not respond, it means that Lu Yun is not cursed. Lu Yun carefully checked his body again, but found no problems, and did not continue to laugh. It seems that I was too happy just now. Lu Yun thought about it and thought it was possible. He had seen it before, and some people couldn't stop laughing. Hungry? Yar said suddenly after flying for a while. So you can talk? Lu Yun looked at Yar in surprise. But Yar didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Yun. Okay, when you get to the city in front, I'll take you to eat. Lu Yun controlled the giant eagle and flew towards a nearby city. After arriving in the city, Lu Yun took Yar for a walk. Yar stopped in front of a dessert shop and pointed to the inside of the dessert shop, meaning she wanted to eat this. Lu Yun curled his lips and said, "What's so good about these non-nutritious things, and as a generation of thieves, how can you buy something to eat? I'll take you to a free meal." Yar followed Lu Yun expressionlessly. This is what Lu Yun was most satisfied with. Although Yar was a little strange, she didn't cry or make trouble, which made Lu Yun feel very relieved. Not long after walking, Lu Yun took Yar to a large hotel, which looked quite high-end and was very lively. But there is one thing. There are a lot of wreaths and elegiac couplets placed at the entrance of the hotel. It seems that someone has died and is doing something white. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Yar, don't say I don't teach you, in life, nothing else matters, just this word, you must be worthy of yourself, or you will come to this world for nothing. Although this small town is inconspicuous, it is here. The 8 bowls are very authentic, and it's hard to eat elsewhere, so I'll take you to try it. Lu Yun took Yar and walked inside. When I arrived at the reception desk at the door, it was like a conjuration. With a white bag in my hand, and staggered in with Yar. The people in the reception didn't know him. But the scene was big, there were more than 100 tables, and it was normal for people who didn't know very well to arrive, and soon someone arranged for Lu Yun to sit down. After a while, there will be delicious food. You must suffer a lot with Zhou Wen. You have never eaten anything delicious. It is different with me. You can find anything good in the mountains, swimming in the sea, or growing in the ground. After you eat it, just follow me obediently and make sure you don't suffer. Lu Yun whispered to Yar. The people next to him heard Lu Yun talking. Although they didn't know him, someone who was familiar with him said, "Young man. Listening to you, you have been to a lot of places?" "That's of course, I'm not bragging. The 4 federal districts, cities big and small, I have basically run all over the city." The people at the table chatted enthusiastically. And at the same time, they figured out who was doing the white affairs today. Looking at this style, you can know that the people who do the white affairs are not ordinary people, but one of the best in the local area. 3 of the 4 brothers in this family are epic, known as the 3 heroes of the Chen family. In such a small city, they can be regarded as the top S wealthy. Their old man passed away not long ago, and to work for the old man, all the local people with dignity and respect have come. Before his death, the old man made a lot of friends, and his popularity was good. There were many people who came. Those of them sitting in the distance were all extra tables, and those who had invitations were all sitting in front. After waiting for a long time, someone in charge spoke on the stage. "Dear relatives, friends, and guests, it is with a very heavy heart that we are here to mourn our beloved Mr. Chen." Haha. The principal read the words with a sad expression on the stage. Everyone was solemn and sad. While waiting quietly, they suddenly heard someone laugh. For a time, everyone's eyes were focused on the place where the laughter came from. Lu Yun's face turned green, and he didn't know why he laughed suddenly, and he didn't want to laugh. At this time, he covered his face with an innocent look on his face. The eldest of the Chen family motioned the principal to continue reading. At this time, it is not suitable for trouble. Even if there is something, it has to wait until it is finished. Our beloved Mr. Chen, he is generous and righteous, willing to help others. A good leader of the company, a good husband and a good father in the family. Haha. The laughter sounded again. This time, everyone's eyes quickly turned to the place where Lu Yun was sitting. The eyes of the Chen family were more like killing people. Lu Yun's heart was already crying. He really didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't help it. It was okay to cover his mouth just now, but now he can't stop laughing while covering his mouth, as if covering his mouth and snickering, giggling. "Are you fucking here to make trouble?" The 3 brothers of the Chen family couldn't bear it anymore. Those relatives, friends were also filled with righteous indignation. All of a sudden, hundreds of people in the hall stood up and surrounded Lu Yun in the middle. A very unfriend. Haha, I really didn't want to laugh, haha, haha. Lu Yun said and laughed, he really couldn't control it. "Kill him. To death for me." The 3 brothers of the Chen family were really angry, and the others couldn't see it. So they rushed up and beat him. Ah! Screams resounded in the hall. When Lu Yun escaped with a bruised nose and a swollen face, she saw that Yer ran out by herself, just outside the hotel. Lu Yun picked up Yer, Fei also fled, and there were a bunch of people behind him shouting and killing. Haha, ouch, haha, hitting people don't slap in the face, these people don't even know the rules, haha. After escaping the chase, Lu Yun's nose was bruised, and his face was still laughing, and he was still laughing. Pulling the wound on his face, he bared his teeth in pain. "What the hell, why can't you stop laughing?" When Lu Yun was talking, he found that he was no longer smiling, but he was even more surprised. "What the hell is going on?" Lu Yun glanced at Yer and saw Yer pointing to the cake shop over there, hungry. "How old is this kid? It can't be her problem. Could it be that when I was in the academy, I got into some taboos that I didn't notice?" Lu Yun thought to himself. It's already like this, and it's impossible to go to eat rice again, so Lu Yun had to take Yer to the cake shop to buy some desserts for her. Yer looked at the injury on Lu Yun's face while eating. Lu Yun took a bite of the cake and tugged at the wound at the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth twitched in pain, and said depressedly, "What are you looking at? Don't think I'm not them? My opponents, I can kill them all with the touch of a finger, but I'm a professional man, not a robber, understand?" Yer lowered her head and continued to eat dessert, not knowing if she understood. Zhou Wen knew that Lu Yun took Yer and wanted to force him to go to Longhu Mountain. He was not worried that Lu Yun would harm Yer, and Lu Yun would not attack a child. Moreover, he was going to go to Longhu Mountain originally, but it is nothing to go there early. Lu Yun asked me to go to Longhu Mountain to find him. It seems that he also has an idea for that earthbound beast. Zhou Wen was still a little worried, not because of Yer, but because he was afraid that when he found him, Lu Yun was already dead. Lu Yun didn't know Yer's origin, so he only regarded her as a child, and probably had no precautions, but Yer was not a real child, and offending her would really kill people. What Zhou Wen thought was actually not wrong. If Zhou Wen hadn't set up those rules for Yer listened to him and didn't kill anyone, otherwise Lu Yun's situation would be really bad. Even if Yer didn't want to kill anyone, Lu Yun's situation was also very bad. Originally, Lu Yun thought that he could easily rush to Longhu Mountain and wait for Zhou Wen to come over, but who knew that this journey would not be easy at all. The last time I didn't get a meal, Lu Yun was unwilling. After arriving in a city again, Lu Yun planned to go to the wedding banquet. Lu Yun thought to himself, my problem of laughing all of a sudden should be fine at the wedding banquet. Even if it happens, people will only consider me happy. What Lu Yun thought was very good, but at the wedding banquet, just when the bride and groom were about to exchange rings, Lu Yun suddenly couldn't help crying. The person who thought he had something with the bride was reluctant to marry the bride. For a time, all eyes focused on Lu Yun again. I really don't want to cry. Don't slap in the face. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen set off for Longhu Mountain and wanted to know what Lu Yun wanted to do. After walking for a while, Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that Mo Chen's life soul was actually growing. What happened? Why did Mo Chen's life and soul grow by itself? Zhou Wen didn't know what he did to make Mo Chen's life and soul grow. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility, that is, when he walks, it triggers the growth of moat. Zhou Wen hurriedly tried it again, and found that there was nothing wrong with it. The farther he walked, the faster the moat grew, and when he didn't go, the moat would stop growing. And it's useless to walk the same way. You have to go to places you haven't been before, and then the moat will gain the energy of growth. The promotion method of Moat Fate Soul is a bit interesting. It is very easy to grow up just by walking. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be overjoyed. He can evolve by walking, and Mo Chen Fate Soul can be regarded as the best among all Fate Souls. One of the easiest to get promoted. If it goes on like this, maybe when I get to Longhu Mountain, Mo Chen can be promoted to an evolutionary body. Because there was something in his heart, Zhou Wen was not in the mood to look at the dimensional fields on the road, and walked non-stop towards Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain was a Taoist holy place before the dimensional storm. The founder of Jing Yijing, was practicing alchemy in Longhu Mountain. Legend has it that the current Zhang family is the descendant of the real person, Jing Yi. After Longhu Mountain became a dimension domain, the Zhang family, who had always lived in Longhu Mountain, became the owner of Longhu Mountain. Legend has it that after the mutation of Longhu Mountain, there was the sound of dragons and tigers roaring inside. The Zhang family is good at alchemy, and also good at sword seal talismans. I heard that it has not only benefited from the dimensional field, but also the inheritance of Jingyi. It was definitely not a fluke that the King of Heroes could rise back then. And the inheritance of Jingyi was indispensable. Although the King of Heroes is very famous, the Zhang family is a relatively low-key one among the 6 major families. It is not as arrogant as the Cape family, nor as powerful as the Xia family. It just guards the area near Longhu Mountain. It is rare to hear any incidents from the Zhang family. However, no one dared to look down on the Zhang family because of this. In fact, there are many times when even the other 5 families need to ask the Zhang family to help. Moreover, the Zhang family also controls the most important server in the Federation. Many information and materials need to pass through the Zhang family before they can inquire. With the Zhang family's way of doing things, it's not easy to find information from them, and to impress them, it's not a matter of spending a small amount of money. Zhou Wen rushed all the way to the vicinity of Longhu Mountain, and he had to marvel that this is indeed a paradise. The standard Dansha landform, picturesque mountains and rivers, and the mist is like a fairyland on earth. It is said that when Zhang Tiancher made alchemy in Longhu Mountain, the alchemy was completed and the dragon and tiger appeared, so he got the name of Longhu Mountain. I wonder if today's Longhu Mountain also has the elixir of dragon and tiger. Zhou Wen said about Longhu Mountain. Yamati Field is very interested. The Zhang family has been guarding Longhu Mountain, and even built it as the foundation of the Zhang family. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. It can be seen that Longhu Mountain is definitely not a trivial matter. If it can be downloaded as a copy of the game, it may be of great benefit. However, the auction was not held in the Longhu Mountain dimensional field, but in a small town outside the mountain. The name of the town was Longhu Town. It is said to be a town, but the current Longhu Town is comparable to a big city. Because of the existence of the Zhang family, many people moved their families to the vicinity of Longhu Mountain, which made some small towns in the vicinity expand. Very large. Biological poisoning. After Zhou Wen came to Longhu Town, he originally thought that Lu Yun should take the initiative to contact him, but who knew that after waiting for a long time, he did not see Lu Yun's figure. How did he know that although Lu Yun left early, he encountered a lot of things on the road and walked very slowly? Instead, Zhou Wen arrived at Longhu Town first. Lu Yun won't die, right? Zhou Wen was a little worried, but he had no choice but to wait and see. Zhou Wen didn't contact Zhang Yuji, because he didn't know what Lu Yun wanted to do. Lu Yun wanted to force him to go to Zhang's house to steal soil and beasts, so it would be inappropriate for Zhou Wen to live in Zhang's house. I was about to find a hotel to stay, but I saw a group of people walking by Anthi Street. Judging by their appearance, they should be from the West District. Anyone from the family of gods? Zhou Wen looked at them carefully and recognized the signs on them. Although members of the family of gods have only surnames and no names, they generally use a sign to let others know that they are members of the family of gods, and they are proud to be members of the family of gods. Zhou Wen saw that the middle-aged man headed by him was tall and handsome, and his body and face lines were as sharp as marble statues, which was really unforgettable at a glance. It seems that he sensed Zhou Wen's gaze, and the man also looked towards Zhou Wen. He obviously recognized Zhou Wen, and after a glance, he walked over. "Hello Zhou Wen, my name is Mexes, I'm a member of the family of gods. I've wanted to see you for a long time, but I haven't been able to get out of Luoyang. To be able to meet here, it seems that God has destined you and me to have a fate." Middle-aged, the man came to Zhou Wen and said with a smile. The rest of the family of gods were also staring at Zhou Wen. Obviously they were quite curious about Zhou Wen. A young man from a non-six major family, who doesn't even have a decent family background, is able to make such a big name in the Federation, which is already very eye-catching in itself. What's more, Zhou Wen is still Wang Mingyuan's disciple, and this alone is enough to make people look at him. Any advice? Zhou Wen looked at Mexes and asked. His relationship with the 6 major families is actually not very good. After all, the 6 major families are the actual power holders of the Federation, but he has challenged the authority of the Federation. It is strange that the relationship is good. If possible, I hope to have a fair fight with you, Mexes said. Mexes, you are too disrespectful. You actually want to challenge a young man. Zhang Chuanqiu came over as he spoke. This is Longhu Mountain. If even characters like Zhou Wen and Mexes came to Longhu Town, and the Zhang family didn't know anything, then they would not be the Zhang family. Mexes smiled and said, the rules of the family of God are different from your eastern district. The strong are respected. Zhou Wen is strong enough to be qualified as my opponent. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile, then when Zhou Wen goes to your family of gods, you can challenge him again. Now, he is a guest of our family. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. You should obey the master's arrangement. Moses said with a smile. Zhang Chuanqiu saluted slightly, and then said, the place to fall has been prepared for you. Zhang Xiao will take you there, and I hope you don't dislike it. Thank you, Moses said. Zhang Xiao took Mexes and the others to their residence, and before leaving, he gave Zhou Wen a vicious look. Zhou Wen felt a little inexplicable. Although he took Zhang Yuji out last time, he finally sent her back safely. Do you hold such a grudge? Zhou Wen didn't know that his tyrant Beeman was actually lost by the Zhang family. Zhang Xiao already knew that the tyrant Beeman was on him, and it wasn't because of Zhang Yuji that he glared at him. Zhou Wen, come with me. Tianchi Mansion has prepared the guest room. Yuji is waiting for you. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. Zhou Wen didn't want to go to Zhang's house so early, but Zhang Chuanqiu had already come, so he had to go now. The Tianchi Mansion is a perfect place, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The Zhang family has lived here for generations, and they are good at feng shui. Naturally, there is nothing wrong with the place they choose. Seeing Tianchi Mansion, Zhou Wen thought of a legend about Zhang Tianchi. Legend has it that Zhang Tianchi's father was a feng shui master. He found a perfect feng shui cave for his father and buried him there. That feng shui treasure cave is an emperor's dragon vein, and in the future, there will be a human emperor among its descendants. But when it was time for the burial, a big man carrying the coffin couldn't hold back his urine. He ran to the vicinity and drank a bath of urine, which happened to be sprinkled on the dragon's veins. The dragon's veins were startled. The qi broke through the air and dispersed, venting the dragon qi, and it was absolutely impossible to become an emperor in the world. Zhang Tianchi's father sighed that the Zhang family was unlucky, and he didn't blame the big man. He still buried his father in the feng shui treasure cave, and left a message saying that the treasure cave lost its dragon energy. But its pattern was still there. After the Zhang family, there must be a master. Sure enough, his son Zhang Daoling was the later Tian master, not only a master, but a fairy-like figure at that time. Zhang Chuanqiu took Zhou Wen into the Tianchi mansion and introduced him into the main hall. "Where is Yuji?" Zhou Wen asked without seeing Zhang Yuji. Zhang Chuanqiu said, "I've already sent someone to call her over. She should be here soon. Don't worry, let's talk first." Zhou Wen thought to himself, "I don't have anything to talk about with you, I don't know you at all, okay?" Zhang Chuanqiu said, "Then the tyrant Beeman is your companion pet, right?" Zhou Wen was slightly startled, wondering how Zhang Chuanqiu knew, but he didn't mean to deny it, looked at Zhang Chuanqiu and said, "Why did you ask this all of a sudden?" Zhang Chuanqiu said, "The tyrant Beeman was originally the companion egg of the Western District. An elder of our Zhang family went to practice in the Western District and obtained a companion pet of the tyrant Beeman in a dimension field called Creation Garden, was originally intended to be used by the talented juniors. Who knew that there was a spy in the family, and he skillfully adjusted the bag and brought it out of the Tianqifu. Our Beeman shouldn't be the same, right?" Zhou Wen naturally refused to admit it, and he didn't know whether what Zhang Chuanqiu said was true or not. Even if it was true, Zhou Wen would not be able to return the tyrant Beeman. "You don't have to worry, since it has been lost. It means that the tyrant Beeman has no relationship with our Zhang family. And you have already hatched, and we will not force others to be difficult. We want you to return the tyrant Beeman." Zhang Chuanqiu continued, "Beeman is the only one, it is not the result of killing dimensional creatures, but a chance, there can be no second one. We have no plans to get it back, just want to know, are you a companion egg? How to get it, so that we know how it was swapped out, so that we can take precautions in the future. I took it at an auction. I thought it was a minotaur, but I didn't expect it to be a Beeman." Zhou Wen half-truth and told the process of getting the tyrant Beeman. "It turns out that, I know how. Beeman's companion eggs were transferred out." "Zhou Wen, you are indeed a person with great luck. The other party must have been prepared to take away the Beeman companion egg, but you cut it off unexpectedly. There must be an accident, but we don't know it." Zhang Chuanqiu really didn't mean to pursue it. "If possible, can I ask you to bring the tyrant Beeman to help our Zhang family? Of course, the remuneration will not be small, and the magic talisman made by our Tianchi mansion is still somewhat useful, so I will take a disobedience to my fate. What do you think of the magic talisman as a reward?" Zhang Chuanqiu continued. "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Chuanqiu suspiciously. He had heard of the fate-defying spirit talisman, and he heard it from Lu Yun. At the beginning, Lu Yun used the Zhang family's fate-defying spirit talisman before he stole his magic armor and tiger soul. It can be seen that the spirit talisman does have some ways Zhang Jiakan took out such a good thing as a reward, and what he wanted to do would definitely not be easy. "Have you heard of the demon grave?" Zhang Chuanqiu asked. Zhou Wen shook his head, he had never heard of it. "It's not your fault, not many outsiders know about the magic tomb. Over the years, our Zhang family has been guarding the magic tomb, suppressing the dimensional creatures inside, so that they can't rush out of it. We have paid a huge price for this, and outsiders cannot imagine." Zhang Chuanqiu said with a serious look. "What kind of place is the demon grave?" Zhou Wen asked. Have you ever heard of the story of my Zhang family looking for a feng shui treasure cave to bury my father? Zhang Chuanqiu said instead of answering. I've heard of some. I heard that Xing Tianzhi's grandfather found a treasure cave for burial, and with the help of feng shui, the unearthly genius Xing Tianzhi was born. Zhou Wen said. Zhang Chuanqiu nodded. The legend outside is probably like this. Do you think it is credible? I don't know much about this. Zhou Wen can't say whether he believes it or not. If he said the letter, it would be as if he was saying that the Zhang family depended on luck. If he said he didn't believe it, wouldn't it mean that the Zhang family was lying, and they didn't get the destiny at all? Zhang Chuanqiu smiled and didn't say whether the legend was true or not, but just said, that feng shui treasure cave is where the magic tomb is. Ah. Zhou Wen stared at Zhang Chuanqiu with wide eyes. He could hardly believe his ears. It is unbelievable that the legendary treasure cave, where the emperor can be born out of the heavenly master, is actually the place where Zhang Chunquiku's tomb is. Affected by the dimensional storm, the extraordinary magic tomb has become more and more mutated. Our Zhang family has tried everything to do the magic tomb, but the situation is getting worse and worse. If possible, I hope you can use the tyrant beam. Help us and suppress it temporarily. Zhang Chuanqiu explained in detail what he needed Zhou Wen to do. https://genius, for a second. To remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. I originally thought that what the Zhang family needed him to do was dangerous, but after listening to it, I realized that in fact, he didn't need to fight at all, mainly because the tyrant beam was needed. At the entrance of the magic tomb, there is a continuous proliferation of magic stones. Wherever the magic stone grows, the creatures in the magic tomb can reach it, which is equivalent to breaking the ban. Dealing with magic stones is very troublesome. You can't smash the magic stones, and you can't put them anywhere, because even if the magic stones are broken into powder, they will continue to grow, just like there is life. Breaking the magic stone or taking it elsewhere will only make the magic stone occupy more space. This kind of magic stone itself is not very harmful. But where it is, it will allow the creatures in the magic grave to pass. Of course, this is just one of the troubles of the demon grave. After all, Zhou Wen is not a member of the Zhang family. And he didn't say much about the other issues of the demon grave. He only needs Zhou Wen to control the tyrant beam and eat the proliferated magic stones. That's it. If that's the case, I'm naturally obliged, but then it's up to Baimon to eat those magic stones. If it doesn't, then there's nothing I can do. Zhou Wen said. That's natural. Now I'm afraid that there are too many magic stones, and it won't be eaten. Zhang Chuanqiu felt better when he saw Zhou Wen agree. Zhou Wen didn't worry about this. He had seen Beeman's appetite, and it was no problem to eat a small mountain. The two chatted a few more words. Zhang Yuji walked in. And she was very happy to see Zhou Wen coming. After all, she rarely had friends come to her door. In fact, even if someone wanted to find her, they would not be able to enter the Tianzhi mansion. Together with Mexis, a member of the 6 major families, they were arranged in other courtyards, not the Tianzhi mansion. Longhu Mountain has a lot of interesting things. Let Yuji take you around. Zhang Chuanqiu said goodbye and left. Zhang Yuji took Zhou Wen out of the Tianzhi mansion, and said as he walked, I want to come and you have been to a lot of dimensional fields, but we have a dimensional creature here that you must have never seen elsewhere. What dimensional creature? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. You'll know when you get there. Zhang Yuji pretended to be mysterious and refused to explain first. She took Zhou on a boat and walked along the river. The scenery on both sides of the river was like a fairyland, and there were no vicious dimensional creatures at all. No wonder the Zhang family lived here. If there were dimensional creatures everywhere, it would be difficult for the Zhang family to live safely. Not long after the boat trip, Zhou saw a red rock that looked like a donxia, and there was a strange hill between the mountains and rivers. The hill is independent of the water, and the part that is exposed to the water surface is shaped like a big Dan furnace, and the red color of Dan is also suitable for the scene. The dimensional creatures are there. Zhang Yuji pointed to the hill and said, "You said that mountain is a dimensional creature?" Zhou wondered. "Wait." Zhang Yuji said, summoned a bow and arrow, and shot an arrow at the mountain. The arrow flew to the front of the mountain like a pill furnace, but saw a spiritual light spurting from the mountain, and a red pill flew out and hit the arrow, directly smashing the arrow. Danwan circled around the mountain for a few times, then charged towards Zhou and the others. The elixir in the pill furnace mountain, you can hardly see it elsewhere. The red one is legendary, and the golden one is epic. If you can see the elixir with dragon or tiger patterns, that is its mythical, but it's rare, and it's hard to see. As Zhang Yuji spoke, he reached out and grabbed the red elixir in his palm. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't escape. However, Zhang Yuji didn't mean to kill it, and when he touched it with his hand, the elixir calmed down and stayed in her palm obediently. Even if Zhang Yuji let go of his hand, it would not escape. What's the use of these pill essence companion pets? Can they heal? Zhou asked, curiously. Some elixir have the ability to heal wounds, but different elixir have different abilities. For example, antitoxic elixir can detoxify, and rejuvenation elixir can heal wounds. There are also some elixir with poison-type abilities, which are different anyway. Zhang Yuji pointed at Pill Furnace Mountain and continued, "If you are interested, you can try it out. If you can find a mythical level resurrection elixir or a dead elixir, it will be amazing." "What's the use of that?" Zhou asked. "Stupid, you can't tell by the name. Any of them has the ability to bring back the dead. No matter how badly the injury is, as long as there is only one breath left, it can be rescued," Zhang Yuji said. "Is it so powerful?" Zhou was a little moved. "Of course it's amazing, but the companion pets of the elixir are all disposable, and they're gone after use, and our Zhang family didn't get a few of them. It's rare to see elixir of that level come out through the cracks in the space, so if you want to see it, you still need some luck," Zhang Yuji said. "Okay, then I'll try my luck, maybe I'll be lucky." Zhou came to be interested and asked Zhang Yuji what to do. "The elixir that came through the dimensional cracks are all in the Dan Furnace Mountain. You only need to lead them out. It's not complicated. Just make some noise, but don't hold out too much hope. Mythical elixir is rare." "Yes," Zhang Yuji said. "Okay." Zhou summoned a poisonous bat and let it fly to Pill Furnace Mountain. Sure enough, the poisonous bat just approached Pill Furnace Mountain, and it alerted the elixir inside, and another elixir flew out. It was also a red elixir, which seemed to be legendary. The fighting ability of the elixir itself is not very good, and it can only send out the elixir attack, which is similar to the vitality wave, and its power is not very strong, and it was suddenly caught by the poisonous bat. The poison bat spun around on the pill furnace mountain for a while, attracting pill essences one by one to fly out, but most of them were of the legendary level, and even the epic level was rare, not to mention the mythical level. I finally killed an epic elixir, but nothing came out. Haha, it seems that your luck is not very good, not to mention the mythical level pill essence, not even a legendary level companion pet. Zhang Yuji smiled. Zhou Wen was a little unwilling, and used the ability to listen carefully, wanting to see if there was a mythical elixir in the pill furnace mountain. But after trying it, I found that the listening of the truth could not penetrate deep into the pill furnace mountain, and the inside of the pill furnace mountain turned out to be an independent dimension field. It seems that this Dragon Tiger Mountain, like the Longmen Grottos, is a dimensional field group composed of many small dimensional fields. Zhou Wen's heart moved, and he wanted to find out if he could find the small hand pattern. If he can download the copy of Dragon Tiger Mountain, then he will not have to worry about it in the future, and can slowly brush the mythical elixir. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Although chaos eggs are easy to use, chaos eggs can only be used by themselves, and cannot be used on others. In case one's relatives and friends are seriously injured, the elixir is far more useful than the chaos egg. Zhou Wen looked at Pill Furnace Mountain, and after watching it for a while, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. On the rock of Pill Furnace Mountain, there was actually a small hand pattern. It really does. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, looked at Zhang Yuji and asked, "Can I take a photo closer to Danlu Mountain?" It's definitely not good for outsiders, but well, hurry up and take pictures, don't let others see it. Zhang Yuji said with a wink. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out his mobile phone and flew to Pill Furnace Mountain in the air. When he reached the distance that the mobile phone could sense, he patted the small hand pattern and immediately entered the loading screen. "Do you want to continue trying your luck?" Zhang Yuji asked when Zhou Wen returned to the boat. "My luck is really not very good, let's forget it, let's go to another place to see." Zhou Wen thought about going to another place to look for it, maybe he could find other copy hands. After Danlushan was downloaded, Zhou Wen discovered that it was only a copy of Danlushan, not the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. It seems that this is different from the Longmen Grottos. There is no way to download the entire dimensional field group at one time. Zhou Wen followed Zhang Yuji to browse several important dimensional fields near Longhu Mountain. To Zhou Wen's disappointment, no small hand patterns were found near the other dimensional fields, except for Pill Furnace Mountain. But it's enough to have a Pill Furnace Mountain. After all, these pill essences are still rare in other places. By the way, I heard that the earthbound beast is very precious. Why would your family be willing to auction it? Zhou Wen asked. Zhang Yuji hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and said, "The earthbound beast is indeed very precious. It is very likely that there is only one of this in the world, and there will never be a second one. However, this earthbound beast was acquired by the 6 heroes at the beginning. Also because it was very unpleasant, my great-grandfather did not hatch it, and no one let the younger generation hatch it. Now it is put up for auction because of this consideration, and I am not very clear about the specific situation." After a pause, Zhang Yuji continued. "I know that the other 5 companies are eager to get it, so the auction price will be very high at that time, and you probably won't have a chance. Then you still let me come over to shoot?" Zhou Wen said depressedly. "You're just here to travel, can't you see your friends?" Zhang Yuji said with a smile. The two were walking on the mountain road, and while they were talking, they saw a huge crane flying from the mountains, and a young man with a cold face was sitting on the crane's back. "Brother, why are you here?" Zhang Yuji stepped forward and said when she saw that it was Zhang Xiao. "I have something to ask Zhou." When Zhang Xiao spoke to Zhang Yuji, his tone was very gentle, but when he turned to Zhou Wen, his tone immediately became stiff. "Zhou Wen, do you know that the tyrant Beeman originally belonged to us, Zhang Wen? Holmes? Then what?" Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Xiao and asked. Zhang Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what to say for a while. Zhou Wen had hatched the tyrant Beeman, and his feeding was promoted to the mythical level. What is it to say that Zhou Wen should return the tyrant Beeman? Reality. The reason why Zhang Xiao came here was just because he was angry, and he didn't plan to do anything to Zhou Wen. If Zhou Wen said a few soft words, Zhang Xiao's anger would disappear. However, Zhou Wen is not a soft-spoken person, so the question immediately caused both of them to freeze there. "Brother, forget it, you can't blame Zhou Wen for this." Zhang Yuji also helped Zhou Wen to speak, and Zhang Xiao was even more depressed. Zhou Wen thought about it and said, "Well, please help me feed the tyrant Beeman. During the time you feed him, I don't want any compensation. How about letting him work for you for free?" "Do I want to keep feeding it?" Zhang Xiao asked coldly. "Then I'll let it work for your Zhang family for free." Zhou Wen paused and said, "But I have a condition, you have to feed it, not starve it, and at least until I leave Longhu Mountain." "It's almost the same, then it's settled. Summon the tyrant Beeman, and I'll feed it now." Zhang Xiaoxing stared at Zhou Wen for fear of Zhou Wen's repentance. Yes. Zhou Wen directly summoned the tyrant Beeman and let it follow Zhang Xiao. "You don't have to," Zhang Yuji said apologetically. "It's okay, if he likes it, let him keep it first." Zhou Wen saw Zhang Xiao excitedly taking the tyrant Beeman away, but felt pity for him in his heart. The tyrant Beeman is indeed strong, and there is even a chance to go further in the future. Others only see how strong it is, but they don't know how much food this guy consumes every day. If it weren't for an unfinished Yuanjing mine in the game, the tyrant Beeman would have starved to death long ago. Zhou Wen knew very well how much it would cost to feed it in reality. This kind of price was simply unaffordable for ordinary people. Since Zhang Xiao likes to feed the tyrant Beeman so much, there is no need for Zhou Wen to stop him. Zhang Xiao happily took the tyrant Beeman back. "As long as you feed the tyrant Beeman, you can use it for free. Where can you find such a good thing?" Zhang Xiao was secretly proud. "If Zhou Wen repents, I don't need to despise him, and he has no light on his face. If he doesn't repent, he will be fed until he dies, and nothing will be returned to him." "Zhang Xiao, what's the matter with you?" Zhang Chuanqiu asked with some doubts when he saw Zhang Xiao brought the tyrant Beeman over. Zhang Xiao recounted the matter with a bit of pride. "Zhou Wen's kid knows he's right, so he lent it to us for free. Now he doesn't need to give him the talisman against fate." Hearing this, Zhang Chuanqiu frowned secretly, looked at the 3 or 4 meter high tyrant Beeman and said, "I don't think it's that simple, that Zhou Wen is not such a thin-skinned person, he would be so kind and treat the tyrant Beeman with such kindness. Lend it to us for free? The tyrant Beeman is here. If he regrets taking it back, he will lose face." Zhang Xiao said. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't think so. He pondered for a moment and said, "It is said that the tyrant Beeman is the existence of 1,000 mountains of solar eclipses. Although the legend may be a bit exaggerated, the tyrant Beeman must be very edible. Have you asked Zhou Wen, the tyrant Beeman, what to eat? I asked. It can be yuanjing, or other things, containing vitality, so what if it can be eaten? Don't we just want the tyrant Beeman to eat the magic stone? This is equivalent to free labor. Ah. Zhang Xiao smiled. Maybe. Zhang Chuanqiu always felt that Zhou Wen was not such a kind person. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. After walking around with Zhang Yuji for a day, the vicinity of Longhu Mountain is really big. There are many dimension fields, and I only visited a few well-known places during the day. After returning, Zhang Yuji arranged a place for Zhou Wen to live in the Tianchi mansion. Zhou Wen lay on the bed, took out his mobile phone, and wanted to try it out. In the game, Pill Furnace Mountain can also produce pill essence. Open the game, and the picture you see is the whole picture of Dan Lushan. You operate the blood-colored villain and come to the top of Dan Lushan. On the top of Dan Lushan, there are 9 holes the size of the mouth of a bowl. He approached Pill Furnace Mountain, and immediately there was an elixir, which sprayed out from one of the holes. It was a scarlet elixir, undoubtedly legendary. Zhou Wen simply summoned the golden tyrant sword, let it slash the pill essence with one sword, and landed directly on the top of the mountain. From those 9 holes, elixir spewed out continuously. Some red and some yellow, but none of them were the opponents of the golden tyrant sword, and they were smashed into pieces when they came out. Killing the legendary creature's poisonous elixir, killing the epic creature's rejuvenating elixir. Although they look similar in appearance, those pill essences are still slightly immobile. Ding! With a crisp sound, a companion egg finally exploded. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden pill, with the words Rejuvenation Elixir written on the bottom. An epic rejuvenation pill. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although this is not as good as the rejuvenation pill, according to Zhang Yuji, the healing effect of the rejuvenation pill is already very good. For general internal organs and flesh and blood injuries, eating the rejuvenation pill will be very effective. Hatch the rejuvenation pill directly, and then look at the properties. Rejuvenation elixir, epic. Destiny, the earth rejuvenates. Soul of life, Danling strength, 21. Speed, 21. Physical fitness, 22. Vitality, 39. Talent skills, rejuvenation of hands. Associated state, Dan 1, one time. This attribute is quite strange, but according to Zhang Yuji, the other attributes don't matter. The quality of the elixir mainly depends on its vitality. The elixir with high vitality has a stronger effect. This one has 39 vitality points, which is considered to be the second best. Zhou Wen thought to himself. The golden tyrant sword was still there to kill the elixir, and all kinds of elixir were continuously sprayed from the 9 holes, and they were also beheaded by the golden tyrant sword one by one. These pill essences are also strange. Except for the companion eggs, nothing else exploded. Zhou Wen didn't even see a single attribute crystal, and 2 legendary companion eggs exploded. Suddenly, a white elixir flew out of the hole. The elixir was as big as a fist, and it was crystal clear like a jade ball containing clouds and mist. What is even more bizarre is that there seems to be a white dragon-shaped mist flowing in the pill, and the entire pill essence exudes an extremely powerful breath of life. An elixir in the shape of a dragon? Could it be the mythical rejuvenation elixir that Zhang Yuji said? Zhou was overjoyed, and immediately ordered the golden tyrant sword to behead it. When the golden tyrant sword slashed the body of the rejuvenating pill, but it was not able to split it in half with one sword, but left a sword mark on it. Almost in an instant, the wounds on the body of Huixing Danjing were restored to their original state. The golden tyrant sword slashed several swords in a row, each of which left a deep wound on its body, but it was not able to split directly. The recovery ability of Xingdanjing is very strong this time, even stronger than Li Xian's. Zhou was secretly surprised. It's a pity that the tyrant Beeman is still there with Zhang Xiao, and there is no way to use it. Zhou must take it back before it can be mapped into the game. Now Zhou naturally couldn't take it back, so he had to let the blood-colored villain hold the golden tyrant sword and use the sword of killing immortals. The golden tyrant sword cooperated with Shan Xian, and with a single sword, the rejuvenation pill was split into two halves. Kill the mythical creature to regenerate the elixir. Looking at the game prompt, Zhou was stunned for a while. Is this gone? After all, it is also the first kill of the mythical creature of this dungeon. Not even a single hair burst out. Although Zhou was a little depressed, he thought that there would be more opportunities in the future, so he didn't care much, and continued to let the golden tyrant sword kill the elixir. Ding! After killing a legendary elixir, a companion egg exploded. Zhou took a closer look, and the name turned out to be aphrodisiac elixir. There is such a pill essence. Zhou was a little surprised, hatched the aphrodisiac pill, and found that its properties were average, but its talent skills were different from those of the rejuvenation pill, and its name was aphrodisiac. Zhou has been counting. There are only 81 pill essences in Pill Furnace Mountain, and after killing them, no pill essence will come out. Apart from the resurrection elixir, no other mythical elixir appeared. Dropped blood to refresh the dungeon, but the elixir of Pill Furnace Mountain did not refresh. It seems that the refresh rule of this Pill Furnace Mountain should be the same as other mythical creatures, which are refreshed 24 hours a day. Zhou had to give up his plan to continue to farm Danjing, and turn to other mythical creatures and rare dimensional creatures. Ding! After killing the Golden War God Halberd again, another companion egg burst out. This thing is too explosive. It seems to be the fourth or fifth. Zhou can't remember clearly. This is the first time it has exploded. What's the use of blasting so many of these things? Hurry up and reveal all the companion pets of the 9 black dragons, and let me see how good the effect is. Zhou thought about it, and suddenly thought of something. In the past, Lu Yun was able to transfer companion pets to others at a small cost. Now I have also practiced the technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun. Can I be like him? If it is possible, then I can transfer it to others. Those useless companion pets were sold? Zhou really wanted to sell companion pets in exchange for the resources he needed. Even if you don't sell it, you can give the companion pets. You don't need to those close to you to give them more protection. However, Zhou still hasn't figured out how to use the technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun to transfer the companion pet out. Look back and think of a way to get the method back from Lu Yun. Is this guy here? Zhou plans to go to Longhu town tomorrow to take a look, lest Lu Yun come and can't enter the Tianchi mansion. There is no way find him. When Zhou Wen slept, Zhang Xiao didn't. He was still excited. Today, he led the tyrant beeman to the magic grave to see if the tyrant beeman would eat those magic stones. The result made him very excited. The tyrant beeman not only ate it, but also ate it at an astonishing speed. In just half a day, he had already eaten a lot of magic stones. At this rate, it will only take 3 or 5 days at most, and the magic stone that spreads out of the magic grave will be eaten up by it. Considering that it has eaten so much now, it will definitely not disappear so easily. Counting the digestion time, it is estimated that the problem of the proliferation of magic stones can be solved in just over a month. Zhang Xiao thought excitedly. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhang Xiao thought it well, but unfortunately he underestimated the amount of food the tyrant beeman could eat. He originally thought that after eating the first day, the tyrant beeman would definitely need a few days to rest and digest. Who knows that the tyrant beeman has no intention of resting at all every 2 days, and still continues to eat, and he eats more than the first day. Should I be almost full this time? Zhang Xiao already felt something was wrong. But the tyrant beeman continued to eat on the 3rd day. It was like a black hole that couldn't get enough to eat, constantly devouring the magic stone. In just 3 days, the problem of the proliferation of magic stones that plagued the Zhang family was solved by the tyrant beeman. But Zhang Xiao couldn't be happy. The magic stone was temporarily solved, but how would he feed the tyrant beeman? The auction is almost a month away. The tyrant beeman eats like this every day, and he feels a little weak when he thinks about it. How much vitality crystal he needs to get enough for the tyrant beeman to eat like this? I don't believe it. The tyrant beeman doesn't need to be digested. It must take time to digest after eating so many magic stones. Even if it is not fed for 10 days and a half month, it should not be hungry. Zhang Xiao still had luck. But soon, Zhang Xiao realized that he was too naive. After just not feeding for half a day, Zhang Xiao discovered that the tyrant beeman had the symptoms of hunger that Zhou Wen said. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth and took out the dimensional crystals in his small vault to feed the tyrant beeman. As a result, the small vault was removed by half, and the hunger symptoms on the tyrant beeman disappeared. Zhang Zhao's face was extremely ugly. The tyrant beeman eats like this, and his small treasury can be fed for 4 or 5 days at most, but what will he do after 4 or 5 days? Zhang Xiao suddenly realized that he was afraid that he was being tricked by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen said that he would feed him at least until he left Longhu Mountain. How could Zhang Xiao have so many multidimensional crystals to feed the tyrant beeman? No, the tyrant beeman can eat so much, how can Zhou Wen afford it? I can't afford it, and Zhou Wen is even more impossible. Zhang Xiao felt that Zhou Wen must have some way to make the tyrant beeman not need to eat. For example, let the tyrant beeman fall asleep to reduce consumption. But Zhang Xiao didn't know what to do, so he could only consult with Zhang Chuanqiu. Hearing what Zhang Xiao said, Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and said, "What else can I do? Go and apologize and ask someone to take the tyrant beeman back, or what else can I do? You don't really want to raise him for a month, do you? I won't borrow the dimensional crystals for you. I mean, there must be some way to make the tyrant beeman not need to eat. Otherwise no one can bear the amount of food he eats, and Zhou Wen can't be fed like this every day. Do you think there is any way?" Zhang Xiaohao face naturally refused to do that. I can't help it. You can ask Zhou Wen. Zhang Chuanqiu said, spreading his hands. Even someone as capable as Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't help. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but be dumbfounded, but asking him to apologize to Zhou Wen, Zhang Xiao really couldn't help himself. I don't believe it. Zhou Wen can support it, but I can't. There must be some way. Zhang Xiao took the tyrant demon back to find a way. But if you can't get enough, you can't get enough. The tyrant demon's appetite is real, and there is no such thing as a pancake to satisfy his hunger. Zhang Xiao thought of a lot of ways, and even wanted to hypnotize the tyrant demon to make him fall asleep temporarily. But it was useless. Even if he fell asleep, the hunger symptoms on the tyrant demon would still appear. As long as the symptoms appeared, Zhou Wen would definitely feel it. Zhang Xiao really couldn't afford to lose this man. When the tyrant demon was hungry, he could only go to feed him. After a few days, his small treasury was emptied, so he could only borrow it. Zhang Xiao is a person who wants face. He would rather sell it by smashing the pot and raise it until Zhou Wen leaves. He must not send it back now. However, Zhang Xiao's heart was full of regrets. He knew that the tyrant demon could eat so much, and he would not agree to help Zhou Wenyang if he was killed. Now as long as he sees the tyrant demon, he feels a chill in his heart, and when the tyrant demon moves, his legs become weak. Where the hell is a companion pet? It's a bottomless pit. How on earth did that bastard Zhou Wen raise it to a mythical level? Zhang Xiao felt extremely distressed. However, he also knew that Zhou Wen must have invested in the blood. Even after being promoted to myth, there is a way to make the tyrant demon not eat or drink, but before promotion, he must invest a lot of resources. The amount of this resource is unimaginable. Zhou Wen lived in Tianchi mansion for the past few days and went to the neighborhood during the day, mainly to allow Lu Yun to find him. Unfortunately, he has never seen Lu Yun, which made Zhou Wen a little worried. Is Lu Yun really being attacked? The buds are dry. When he returned to Tianchi mansion in the evening, he found that Zhang Chuanqiu was sitting in the garden that he had to pass by, and it seemed that he was waiting for him. Looking for me? Zhou Wen walked over and asked when Zhang Chuanqiu stood up. Zhang Chuanqiu handed a small lacquer box to Zhou Wen. This is the anti-fate amulet that was promised earlier. Didn't I already promise Zhang Xiao to lend the tyrant demon to him for free? You don't need to give me this, Zhou Wen said. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile, it's Zhang Zhao's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of Zhang Xiao. You hold the amulet against fate. There is a little thing here. It's a little bit of my heart. It's because of Yuji's affection. Come on, how about this? You are serious. It is inevitable that there will be disputes between young people. I will accept the talisman against fate, and the rest will not be used. I will take it back, the tyrant demon, as if nothing happened. Zhou Wen said. Don't take it back, let Zhang Xiao feed him for 2 more days. A small loss is not necessarily a bad thing, Zhang Chuanqiu said. Okay, then it's up to you, Zhou Wen said after taking the box containing the destiny talisman. However, Zhang Chuanqiu forced another box into Zhou Wen. You also take this one. It has nothing to do with other matters. Just treat it as a little bit of my heart. You may need it during the auction. Then I'll accept it. Zhou Wen did not refuse. After chatting for a while, Zhang Chuanqiu had something to do and left. Zhou returned to the room and opened both boxes. One of them contained the Destiny Talisman, while the other contained a card. The card was carved from jade. It is the size of a business card, without any patterns, only the two characters Tian are engraved on the front. What's the use of this thing? Zhou looked over and over for a while and found that it was an ordinary jade carving, not a dimensional item. In the other courtyard of Longhu town, Mexis and others are discussing something. We are determined to win the beast. If we can't shoot it, we can only use tough methods. The old man said, looking at Mexis and saying, you have to be mentally prepared, you may need to take action at that time. Mexis said with a smile, my guardian and I are ready to do it. At any time. Let's wait until the auction results. After all, Longhu Mountain is the Zhang family's place. Even if we want to start, we have to wait for things to leave Longhu Mountain. The old man said. https://genius. For a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. 2 days later, Zhou took the tyrant Beeman back, and Zhang Xiao didn't come to him, which was a tacit understanding. When the tyrant Beeman disappeared, Zhang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If he really raised it for a month, he would really go bankrupt. Zhou had been waiting for Lu Yun, but before Lu Yun came, Zhang Chuanqiu hurried over to look for him. Zhou, there's something wrong with the demon grave, can you use your tyrant Beeman again? Zhang Chuanqiu looked serious, and it seemed that the matter was really serious. What happened? Just because it was serious, Zhou Kai needed to ask more clearly and couldn't take the tyrant Beeman to risk. The magic stones that grew out of the devil's grave have all been eaten by the tyrant Beeman. Nothing has happened in the past few days, but just now, the magic stones have started to grow again, and the growth rate is faster than before. I want to borrow your tyrant Beeman to try it again. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Is it convenient for me to go with you? Zhou asked. Of course, come with me. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't say much. Just turned around and led the way. After leaving the town, Zhang Chuanqiu summoned a crane and took Zhou on the road together. Originally, Zhou thought that the vicinity of Longhu Mountain was a fairyland-like place, but after arriving at the magic tomb, he realized that this was not the case. There is a place in the mountains where all the flowers wither and nothing grows. In broad daylight, the sun can shine directly, but it makes people feel gloomy and powerful. In an inconspicuous place, Zhou saw a small tomb. It wasn't very big. If Zhang Chuanqiu hadn't said it was a magic tomb, Zhou would not have thought that this small tomb had no tombstones. Big history. The only strange thing about this tomb is its material. Ordinary people's tombs are made of earth. Mounds, the more advanced ones are made of stones or bricks, and the more advanced ones are made of jade. Or even metal. Although this tomb is a stone structure, the stone is not artificially chiseled, as if the tomb was originally made of stone. A grayish-white stone seemed to exude in, and near the tomb, large tracts of rock also showed the same texture, which seemed out of tune with the mountain wall next to it, as if a layer of frosty ash was spread in the valley. In the 8 directions of the tomb, there is an artificially constructed stone platform. On each stone platform, there are people from the Zhang family sitting in town, monitoring the magic tomb from different angles. Zhang Chuanqiu landed on one of the stone platforms with Zhou, pointed to the gray-white magic stone next to him, and said, please let the tyrant Beeman eat the gray-white magic stone over there. Okay. Zhou Wen summoned the tyrant Beeman and let it eat those gray-white magic stones. According to Zhang Chuanqiu, the tyrant Beeman stopped after eating a part of the magic stone. Okay, now we have to wait for the result. If you have time, you can stay and take a look. If you don't have time, I can also let someone send you out first. Zhang Chuanqiu said. If it's convenient, I want to stay and have a look. Zhou Wen also wanted to see what was so strange about the magic tomb that the Zhang family had guarded for so many years. You can stay, but remember not to leave this stage, especially at night. Zhang Chuanqiu told Zhou Wen again and again. Zhou Wen naturally wouldn't joke about his life, so he agreed. The magic stone didn't seem to be able to grow for a moment and a half. The last time the tyrant Beeman ate the magic stone. It has been several days, and then it grew again. Now it should not grow back so quickly. Right. Zhou Wen didn't stare at that place, but was observing the magic tomb, wanting to see if he could find the little hand pattern, and carefully searched the vicinity of the magic tomb. Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. Just behind the small grave, Zhou Wen heard a small hand pattern, and it was engraved on the stone of the tomb. Because the stones were not very flat and looked like natural patterns, but Zhou Wen had seen too many small hand patterns, absolutely not wrong. But Zhou Wen made another trouble. Although there is a small hand pattern, Zhang Chuanqiu has just told him again and again that he is not allowed to leave the stage. How could he go to the magic tomb to take pictures? And Zhang's family is willing to let him come here. It is already an exception. It is impossible for him to take pictures with his mobile phone. How can I take a picture? Zhou Wen thought for a while, but he didn't come up with a good solution. When I was worrying, I suddenly heard someone shouting, "It has grown again." Zhou Wen was startled, and hurriedly looked at the magic stone that had just been gnawed out of the pit by the tyrant Beeman, only to see that a magic stone appeared on the ground where the magic stone had been gnawed away. That magic stone is just like mushrooms. After a rain, growing rapidly. It was the first time that Zhou Wen saw that the stone could still grow. This time, the regrowth time is even shorter. It only took half an hour, and it actually grew again. A member of the Zhang family said worriedly. Has such a situation happened before? Zhou Wen asked. The Zhang family has guarded the magic tomb for so many years, and they should have tried to deal with the magic stone before. Who knew that? Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and said, in the past, the growth rate of magic stones was very slow. After the dimensional storm, the growth rate gradually became faster. Especially in recent months, the growth rate was much faster than before. So many years ago, the magic stone only spreads out less than 10 meters near the magic grave. If you look at it now, it will be almost 100 meters in a few months. That is to say, you haven't dealt with magic stones before? Zhou Wen couldn't believe it. Of course there are, but they only took a small part of the magic stones and took them back for research. They didn't dig up the magic stones on such a large scale, and there has never been a similar situation before. Where the magic stones were dug up, although it will still grow, the speed is very slow. It has never been so fast. Zhang Chuanqiu said. What is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the place where the magic stone grew, and exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Wen and Zhang Chuanqiu looked over and saw that where the magic stone grew, a pattern of a human face appeared. The pattern grew on the magic stone, as if a person was embedded in the magic stone. It looks weird. Has it appeared before? Zhou Wen asked Zhang Chuanqiu again. This time Zhang Chuanqiu just shook his head but kept his eyes fixed on the face on the magic stone, and at the same time ordered, "Everyone is on emergency alert." Everyone's nerves were tense. Everyone in the Zhang family knew the horror of the magic tomb. Zhou Wen, the only one who had no concept of the magic tomb, also had an ominous premonition in his heart. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. The face has all the senses and eyes closed. Unlike ordinary stone masks, this face on the stone has a sense of freshness that a mask does not have, as if it will close its eyes at any time and come alive. Everyone looked at the face on the stone vigilantly. On the stone platform next to him, someone from the Zhang family suddenly jumped down. This is really unexpected. No one thought of it, and there was no time to react. When he found out, the man had already jumped from the platform to the ground. The ground is full of magic stones. After the man landed on the ground, the moment his legs touched the ground, the shoes on his feet turned into magic stones strangely, and his calf was also rapidly turning into magic stones. In just 2 seconds, all his calves were completely turned into magic stones. All turned into magic stones. Everything happened too fast. Only Zhang Chuanqiu reacted, using his hand to make a knife. He directly swung a knife in the air, cut off the man's demonized legs, stretched out his hand and pulled him back to the stone platform. The man seemed to wake up at this time, screamed, and his legs were bleeding continuously. "Stop his bleeding and treat his injuries," Zhang Chuanqiu ordered, but he stared at the completely demonized leg on the ground. Those legs just stood on the ground like that, connected with the magic stone, as if they had become part of the magic stone, which made the scalp numb strangely. Although Zhou Wen really wanted to ask what was going on, it was obviously not the time to ask these questions. He had been scanning the magic tomb and the magic stones with truth listening, but he didn't find anything unusual. He just felt that there was vitality flowing in the magic stones. Nothing else is special. "Zhou Wen, go back first. The situation of the magic tomb has changed. It is too dangerous to avoid accidents," Zhang Chuanqiu said to Zhou Wen. Although Zhou Wen really wanted to take pictures of the little hand pattern of the demon grave, but in this situation, he couldn't ask to take pictures anymore, so he could only listen to Zhang Chuanqiu and leave here first. The trouble with the demon grave seems to be a bit big. When the Zhang family took Zhou Wen away, Zhou Wen could see the Zhang family's people constantly rushing to the location of the demon grave, thinking they came to reinforce. Zhou Wen didn't know what the situation was about the demon grave, and even if he wanted to help, he couldn't help. When he returned to the Tianchi mansion, Zhou Wen had been thinking about the magic tomb, that weird face, and he didn't know what it was. It seems to be part of the magic stone, or some kind of dimensional creature. Zhou Wen can't be sure. And this seems to be just the beginning of the nightmare. In the next few days, it can be clearly felt that the entire Zhang family is in a state of tension. People keep leaving the Tianfu master, and in all likelihood, they are rushing to the magic grave. "Yuji, how is the situation like the demon grave?" Zhou Wen couldn't help asking. When he saw Zhang Yuji again, "The situation is very bad. Since the day before yesterday, people have tried to jump off the devil's grave every day. Although they were rescued in the end, this situation is becoming more and more frequent, but I can't find the reason, and I can't ask anything. If there is no reason, I am afraid there will be big trouble." "Have you tried smashing the face on the magic stone?" Zhou Wen asked. "It's useless. it will grow back when it is broken, and after the magic stone is broken, stone faces have grown. In other places, and now there are 7 stone faces in the magic grave. Zhou knew that the Zhang family was really in trouble this time. If it couldn't be solved, people would keep trying to jump off. In the end, the entire Zhang family might be wiped out. Can you tell me what happened to the demon grave? If it's inconvenient to say so, forget it. Zhou asked. Zhang Yuji hesitated for a moment, and then whispered. To Zhou, I'll tell you this, but don't say it. Legend has it that the ancestors of our Zhang family were buried in a feng shui treasure cave, and only came out with the help of the feng shui treasure cave. We have found a celestial master. In fact, this is not the case. Our Zhang family has found a wind, but looking for that wind is not to be buried in it, but to prevent the things inside from coming out. What do you mean? What do you mean? People have already been buried there. Zhou, when asked suspiciously. Accurately speaking, not human, but ravenous. Zhang Yuji said. Is it a type of zombie? Zhou seemed to have heard of this kind of monster, but he didn't know it very well, and he thought it had something to do with zombies. Ordinary people often confuse and zombies. In fact, the two are not the same thing. In mythology, is the goddess in the sky, who came to the world to help the Yellow Emperor defeat Qiyu, but because his divine power was exhausted, he could not return to the sky, so I can only sleep under the earth, waiting for the day when I regain my divine power and return to the sky. Zhang Yuji paused for a while, then continued. At the beginning, Jing came to the world to deal with Feng Boyusher, and even the storm was burning in front of him, and Feng Boyu's teamwork is not a match for Jing, which shows how powerful her divine power is. She slept in the ground for a long time. Once her divine power recovered, she woke up from her long sleep, or someone disturbed her and woke her up. Therefore, it is also called a drought, and it is an extremely terrifying existence. Back then, my ancestors discovered that the scorpion that was sleeping in the ground was about to recover, so they guarded there to prevent the scorpion from being born, and were mistaken for finding a treasure cave of feng shui. Over the years, our Zhang family has been guarding the magic tomb, in order to prevent it from coming out. But with the advent of the different dimensional storm, the power in the magic tomb is getting stronger and stronger. How long our Zhang family can guard, even we ourselves don't know. It will be a matter of time to break the ban. It existed in the world before the dimensional storm. Is there really such a creature? Zhou was a little shocked. After the dimensional storm, it is not surprising what kind of creatures appeared, but before the dimensional storm, in the ancient times, the Zhang family had already begun to guard the sword, which was really surprising. I don't know if it's true, but there are absolutely incredible things in the magic tomb. Over the years, strange things have occurred frequently in the magic tomb. If it wasn't for my Zhang family's desperate guarding, I'm afraid that the area near Longhu Mountain, life has already been ruined. Zhang Yuji said. After speaking, Zhang Yuji got up and was about to leave. I have to go out in the next few days. When I'm not in the Tianchi mansion, don't walk around freely, lest other people misunderstand. Where are you going? Zhou was very surprised. What was Zhang Yuji doing out at this time? The demon grave is already extremely dangerous, so Zhang Yuji should stay in the Tianchi mansion, to help. I'm going to kill dimensional creatures with my brothers, Zhang Yuji said. Zhou remembered about Zhang Yu's fatal character, and said to Zhang Yuji, actually, I have a golden apple that can change a person's fate, and there will be no sequelae. Do you want to try it? Zhang Yuji was overjoyed at first, then shook his head. And said, "No need, I'm so useless, that's all I can help you now. https://genius for a second too. Remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website." Zhou was silent. Zhang Yuji was lucky and unfortunate at the same time. Ability and pain coexisted. Zhou can also understand Zhang Yuji's mood. She is unwilling to become best friends with dimensional creatures first, and then kill them. But now the Zhang family is in such a difficult situation, and it may even be destroyed. What she has done for the Zhang family may be saving the lives of all their relatives. Every family has scriptures that are difficult to read, and it is not easy for a big family like the Zhang family. Zhou sighed inwardly. After Zhang Yuji left, Zhou did not stay in the Tianchi mansion. He went to Longhu town to find a hotel and stayed there. On the one hand, he did not want to trouble the Zhang family any more, and on the other hand, it was convenient for Lu Yun to contact him after he came. That afternoon, the evolution of the magic baby was completed and it became an epic level. Her various skills have not changed, only her attributes have been raised to 41 points. Zhou can only continue to look forward to what will happen to the Wheel of Fortune after she returns to mythology. Surprise. The return of the demon baby gave Zhou a lot of peace of mind. Although she was only epic, her combat power was a huge help to Zhou. While Zhou was gratified by the completion of the evolution of the demon baby, Basho, who had not been promoted to myth for a long time, even successfully promoted myth on the same day. Zhou was overjoyed. He had waited for Banana Fairy for too long. Seeing that Banana Fairy broke out of her egg and turned into a girl fairy in a blue dress, Zhou couldn't wait to see her attributes. Banana Fairy. Mythical, evolvable, fate, Tian spiritual root. Soul of life, divine wind immortal. Wheel of fortune, the first wind, of the three realms. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Physical fitness, 81. Vitality, 81. Talent skill, Tian wind. Associated state, fan. Other skills have not changed much in all aspects, but the basic attributes have been raised to 81 points of the top myth, and the extra Wheel of Fortune is actually called the first wind of the three realms. This name is very domineering, but I don't know how effective it is. Why is there a character behind the Wheel of Fortune? Could it be that there is still a yang character for the first wind in the three realms? Zhou secretly felt strange in his heart. Summoning the Banana Fairy in reality, I saw a girl in green clothes with a flowing gauze, 14 or 15 years old, with bare white legs, sitting on a banana leaf. At this time, the banana leaves were much larger than before, and the girl sat there, fluttering, and the gauze was graceful, looking very uncomfortable. Although Zhou doesn't care much about the appearance of the companion pet, he is naturally in a good mood with such a beautiful and cute companion pet by his side. Open the game dungeon and enter the dungeon of the Temple of Forging. Zhou wants to try it out to see how powerful Banana Fairy's Wheel of Fortune really is. There are furnaces everywhere in the forging temple, and the temperature is quite high. Banana Fairy sat on a banana leaf and floated beside the blood-colored villain. Under Zhou order, she puffed out her cheeks and blew into the forging temple. Whoa! A large number of fire element elves and various dimensional creatures were directly blown out, but everything that could move was blown away and disappeared, and those huge stoves were all extinguished directly. Like a hurricane passing through, Zhou saw that the game message bar was swiped, and news of the death of various dimensional creatures kept popping up. Zhou quickly walked into the casting temple, and found that the temple behind was also put out by the fan, and there was a mess everywhere. There used to be a casting temple full of furnaces, but now there is no flame, and the temperature has returned to normal, and there is no longer a hot feeling. What made Zhou a little depressed was that those dimensional creatures that were blown to death by the first wind of the three realms did not know where they were blown away. And the dimensional crystals and companion eggs they exploded were not found. This is too fierce, worthy of being the number one wind in the three realms. When Zhou was excited, he saw Immortal Banana looked a little tired. Her vitality was drained, and even the ability of number one wind in the three realms entered the CD state. Pity, if you can hit so many fans in a row, this thing is better than a nuclear bomb. Zhou thought a little greedily. Even without the blessing of the Wheel of Fortune, Banana Fairy's Tian Wind is a very powerful magical skill, and ordinary mythical creatures can't eat her fan, and even if it is not blown away, it will be frozen into ice cubes. The evolution of both the Magic Baby and the Banana Fairy has been completed, which makes Zhou in a good mood. I brushed the Pill Furnace Mountain again, but the mythical companion egg did not appear. Zhou went out for a walk that day, and when he came back, he found that Lu Yun was sitting in his room, and he didn't know when he came. Lu Yun's condition looks very bad. His eyes are dark, his mental state is not very good, his hair is greasy and messy, and he looks like he hasn't washed his hair for half a month. The beard on his face also grew out, and his clothes were not very clean. If it wasn't for his good looks, and his clothes were also famous, he would be a beggar. Where's your Zhou asked Lu Yun. Yaren is fine, you can rest assured, it's easy to see her. Do one thing for me, Lu Yun said through gritted teeth. It was really not easy for him to come this way, and now he can finally blackmail Zhou happily. Let me help you steal the companion eggs of the soil beast? Zhou asked. Not bad. Lu Yun nodded proudly and said, as long as you are obedient, I will naturally return her to you when things are done, otherwise. No need to do otherwise. If you like it, keep taking her with you, Zhou said. What? You're not afraid of me killing? Lu Yun was furious. How much he suffered, just for the sake of his present happiness. Who knew that Zhou would say such a thing, making him angry and angry. If you dare to kill her, then kill her, Zhou said nonchalantly. What do you mean? Do you think I dare not? Lu Yun said angrily. Do you feel that your journey has been very difficult? Zhou asked. What does this have to do with you? Lu Yun groaned in his heart, looked at Zhou suspiciously, and asked. It has nothing to do with me, but you can think about when you started to be unlucky, Zhou said. You mean, did all of this? Lu Yun suddenly became angry. He always thought it was his own problem, but he didn't expect the problem to be caused by a little baby. Wang Lu of the Wang family, you know? Some people are born different. Yer is such a person, but she is different from Wang Lu. She will not bring you luck. I mean, you understand? Anyway, if you like it, continue to play with her, it will save me trouble, Zhou said. Lu Yun people are stupid. He never expected such a thing to happen. Of course Wang Lu of the Wang family knows, not to mention Wang Lu, even Wang Chan, but he never imagined that Yer would be such a person. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading. Website. This, how about I return the person to you? Lu Yun was a little false. Originally, he didn't believe in evil either, but thinking about what happened along the way, Lu Yun felt that this evil could be trusted. I've been very busy recently, and I don't have time to take the children. Otherwise, senior brother, you can help me. Take it for a few more days, and wait until I return to Luoyang. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun with a smile and said, Take your sister. Lu Yun said depressedly. Brother, don't worry, it's a big deal, I'll pay you for labor. How about an epic companion egg a day? It's not a problem to find a female star as a nurse at this price, it's cheaper for you, what do you think? Zhou Wen said. Lu Yun slapped the table and said righteously, Who do you think of me as Lu Yun? I am the dignified thief of Lu Yun Lu, am I the one who takes children? Don't say that you give an epic companion a day egg, even if you give me a mythical companion egg one day, I won't do that. You wait. I'll send your back to you, and I'll take you to bring it yourself. Senior brother, isn't this inappropriate? You see that you brought her over so far and gave it back to me like this. Isn't it a loss for you? I suggest you bring her for a few more days. Zhou Wen said. I believe you are a ghost, you are a very bad fellow, I will not be more disadvantaged if I take her. Lu Yun said. Are you really going to give her back to me? Zhou Wen asked. Of course it's true, Lu Yun, have always said that there is no difference. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and said. That's fine, but you've brought Yor with you for so many days, she must have lost weight because of your hunger. You have to pay for some nutrition and let me buy her some delicious supplements, right? Zhou Wen stretched out his hand to Lu Yun before. Lu Yun people are stupid, they have seen shameless, never seen such shameless. You still want to ask me for nutrition? Lu Yun was so angry that he felt aggrieved, his hands were shaking. I am the one who was starved and thin, okay? I vomited what I drank, I didn't eat anything, I didn't say anything, I either cried or laughed all day long. The whole hotel laughing in the middle of the night thought it was haunted. Is it easy for me? I tell you, that kid is delicious and delicious. It's very, I'm almost dead, you know? You still ask me for nutrition? Senior brother, there's no point in being so rude. People were captured by you. It's like Yor captured you. You're not ashamed. Zhou Wen is now completely relieved, and said with a smile. It's okay if you don't give it. Anyway, I plan to go to Tianqifu to live for a few days. If you have the ability, send Yor to Tianqifu. If you don't want it, I'll kill her. Lu Yun said fiercely. You dare to kill such a person? As long as you are not afraid of being so unlucky all your life, then kill it. Zhou Wen spread his hands and said. Lu Yun shuddered when he thought about the days he had spent these days, and when he thought about how fast his life would be in the future. Suddenly, Lu Yun's angry face turned into a smile. Little junior brother, they are all brothers of their own. So why bother to show off? Little niece, just tell me what she likes to eat, and I will buy it for her. Buy whatever you want, and take whatever you want. This is the style of being a senior brother. Zhou Wen gave a thumbs up. By the way, senior brother, how did you transfer companion pets to others? With the trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun? I have studied it for a long time, but I didn't understand it. how to use it. Little junior brother, if you want to learn, senior brother will definitely teach you, but you have to condense the soul of life first. Lu Yun thought to himself, you are not majoring in the art of stealing the sky and changing the sun. It is strange that you can condense the soul of life. The life and soul of stealing the sky and changing the sun has been condensed. Tell me, how do you use it? Zhou Wen said. Lu Yan's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked in disbelief, what? You have condensed the soul of life from your stealing the sky and changing the sun? It's just been condensed. For a while, it's too difficult to practice, and it's still the initial body. Zhou Wen said. Lu Yun wanted to slap Zhou Wen's face and slap his abominable face, but after thinking about it, he still didn't dare to do it. Little junior brother, this is not a joke. If you don't condense the soul of life that steals the sky and changes the sun using my method, that would be fatal. Lu Yun still couldn't believe it. What's the name of your soul? Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun. It's okay to tell you, my soul is named Xinghuan, which means the soul of the stars in the heavens. Lu Yun said, summoning a little starlight, and the starlight flowed. It seemed to condense thousands of stars. My fate soul is not as loud as your name, it's called Imochen. But it should be similar. Zhou Wen summoned his Imochen fate soul. Lu Yun was stunned when he saw Zhou Wen's dust. Although his life and soul might be different, his abilities might also be different, but he could feel it. There was no doubt that it was the life and soul condensed by the heaven and changed the Sunday wrong. Little junior brother, won't there be a problem with your double cultivation of vitality? Lu Yun swallowed and asked. Of course there's no problem, you still have no idea about your method. Let's not say that I went to Tianqifu. Zhou Wen said. Don't worry, this method is a bit complicated, but since you already have the life and soul of stealing the sky and changing the sun, it shouldn't be difficult to learn. Lu Yun explained his method to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was originally worried that his life and soul were different from Lu Yun's, and his abilities would not be exactly the same, so he might not be able to learn Lu Yun's method. However, after listening to it, he found that his worries were unnecessary. He could also use Lu Yun's method. In fact, he did not rely on the ability of the soul, but the ability of the secret art. Soon, Zhou Wen mastered Lu Yun's method, and it was only a matter of practical operation. Little senior brother, you practice first, and I'll pick up our niece. After Lu Yun said that, he ran away, for fear that Zhou Wen would ask him for something else. He has always been a master who refused to suffer, but every time he encounters Zhou Wen, he has to suffer. Now he just wants to be as far away from Zhou Wen as possible. Zhou Wen didn't really want Lu Yun, so he didn't stop him. After waiting for a while, a clerk knocked on Zhou Wen's door, saying that someone was looking for him outside. When Zhou Wen went out to take a look, he saw Yer standing outside, but the person who didn't see Lu Yun must be afraid that Zhou Wen would blackmail him again, so he didn't even dare to show his face and left. Yer, you haven't been wronged along the way, have you? Zhou Wen touched Yer's little head and asked. Yer shook her head, then took off the necklace on her neck and reached out to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was slightly startled. He knew that this was the necklace Yer got from Lu Yun before, but he didn't understand why Yer handed it to him. Do you want me to put it away for you? Zhou Wen took the necklace and asked. Yer shook her head again and pointed at the gems on the necklace. It seemed that there was something wrong with the gems on the necklace. Zhou Wen looked at the gems on the necklace suspiciously, looked at it carefully for a while, and really saw a problem. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. This necklace inlaid with rubies can't be seen with the naked eye, but when Zhou Wen opened the prison king Xuanming's soul and looked at it again, he found that in the largest ruby pendant in the middle, there was a bloody shadow that looked like a spider. What is this? Is it a spiritual body? Zhou Wen looked at Yer and asked. Goo. Yer said one word. This is also a goo? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. What did he think? There was a spirit body inside the red treasure. But think about it, it's right, no. One stipulates that there can't be a spirit-bodied goo. The spider in this ruby is probably a spirit-bodied goo. No wonder Yer took this necklace. It turns out that there is such a strange goo in it, but I don't know what level it is. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the ruby with a spider. What surprised Zhou Wen was that it was actually photographed, and it was not a dimensional creature, but a companion pet. Heart goo, mythical level. Fate, widow. Soul of life, queen of hearts. Wheel of fortune, love goo. Strength, 72. Speed, 80. Physical fitness, 71. Vitality, 80. Talent skill, neurotoxin. Associated state, pendant. This is a companion pet that has been hatched, but why is it here? Where has its owner gone? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, once the owner of the companion pet dies, the companion pet will also disappear. This red heart goo has obviously hatched, but it was trapped in the necklace, and its owner didn't take it back, which is a bit strange. Zhou Wen wanted to ask Lu Yun about the origin of the necklace, but unfortunately he could no longer find Lu Yun, so he had to search the internet for pictures to see if there were any clues. It was easy to find the origin of this necklace, and Zhou Wen couldn't help but be a little surprised. This necklace has been circulated in ancient times long before the dimensional storm, and looking at the fate of those who own this necklace, it should be the red heart goo inside doing something wrong. This is a bit strange. Did there already have companion pets in that era? Zhou Wen couldn't come up with a result, and when she asked Yer, she couldn't tell. You can control the heart goo inside, right? Zhou Wen asked Yer. Yer nodded. In fact, all the suffering Lu Yun suffered along the way was all because of this red heart goo. Then keep it. If you encounter danger in the future, you can protect yourself. Zhou Wen returned the necklace to Yer. Yer shook her head and said several words. For you, raise me, don't throw me away. Zhou Wen heard Yer say this, and suddenly realized that Yer was a person, not his companion pet, and his attitude towards Yer seemed to make Yer feel very insecure. Zhou Wen picked up the necklace and put it on Yer, touched Yer's head, and said, I gave you your name, do you know who is qualified to name others? Yer shook her head, obviously. She didn't understand because she didn't have a name either. Zhou Wen said, only relatives can name the children in the family. I gave you your name. You are my relative and my sister, so you don't have to worry about me leaving you. That kind of thing it's never going to happen, understand? Yer looked at Zhou Wen and shook her head. She didn't seem to understand the concept of a loved one. It doesn't matter, you will understand later. My relatives just don't need you to give me anything. I will also be nice to you. I will accompany you, be sad with you, be happy with you. Zhou Wen thought hard, let Yer understand that it is a pity that he himself is a person with low emotional intelligence, and he also said that it is Not very good. Because the necklace is too conspicuous, Zhou Wen is not a person who loves antiques, so he directly dismantled the necklace and separated the pendant embedded in it. Those outside are just decorations. The ruby and a filament in the middle are the main body of red heart goo. Zhou Wen only wore the main body of red heart goo around Yur's neck. The gemstone necklace was put away to avoid unnecessary trouble. Because he noticed Yur's psychological problems, Zhou Wen clumsily wanted to treat Yur better, but he didn't know what to do. Because Zhou Wen was very independent when he was very young, he never felt how his elders loved him, so he didn't know how to be nice to others. Zhou Wen can only do his best to take Yur out for a walk and buy her some food or toys, but Zhou Wen doesn't know what girls play, and in fact he doesn't know what boys play, because he didn't play with any toys at all when he was a kid. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen bought Yur a mobile phone, taught her how to use the mobile phone, and added her own account, so that Yur could send him messages or call him in case he was away in the future. Yur seemed very happy and played with the phone for a long time. However, she has no interest in those games and film and television works. She just learns to use her mobile phone to send messages to Zhou Wen, but she can't use the input method, and she can't write. If she wants to send voice messages, she doesn't speak much. Is very troublesome. However, Yur has worked very hard to learn characters and input methods. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and continued to swipe the dungeon. Today's luck seems to be very good. It happened that Kowloon was refreshed. After killing Kowloon, another companion egg exploded. Demon Blood Dragon, Shock Mythic Level. Fate, Demon Dragon Bloodline, Incomplete. Soul of Life, Zhenlong, Incomplete. Wheel of Fortune, Dragon Domain, Incomplete. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Physical Fitness, 80. Vitality, 80. Talent Skills, Dragon Breath, Demon Dragon Transformation, Demon Dragon Real Body, Dragon Fury. Associated State, Dragon Scale Armor, Incomplete. If it weren't for the different shock characters behind the Demon Dragon Real Dragon, Zhou Wen almost thought it was the same companion egg that exploded before, with the same attributes and skills in all aspects. I don't know if this thing can be integrated? Zhou Wen tried to match, and found that the degree of fit between the two was as high as 99%, a contract degree that was almost impossible to fail. Zhou Wen directly clicked on the synthesis. Anyway, he himself can't wear 2 dragon scale armors, try synthesis, maybe there are surprises. However, a prompt suddenly popped up in the game, incomplete state, lack of main body, unable to integrate. What does this mean? Zhou Wen didn't know what the so-called main body was, so he could only guess whether it was necessary to get all 9 different demon blood dragons before they could fuse. On the other side of Pill Furnace Mountain, Zhou Wen has also been brushing, but there is no mythical companion egg. The resurrection pill with the dragon pattern and the death pill with the tiger pattern will be randomly brushed each time, but Zhou Wen has been brushing for the past few days, but he has not been able to explode the companion egg. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. When it was time to refresh the elixir in Donlu Mountain again, Zhou Wen went to brush the elixir again. The golden sword killed the spewed elixir one by one, killing them. Suddenly, he saw a strange elixir sprayed out from the Donlu Mountain. That elixir is not the usual red and gold, although it is white. It is not a dragon-shaped resurrection elixir, and although it is black, it is also not a tiger-shaped death elixir. It was a pill that was half white and half black, half in the shape of a dragon, and half in the shape of a tiger. It looked strange and inexplicable in harmony. From the elixir, the sound of dragons and tigers could be faintly heard. When the golden tyrant sword slashed towards the Danjing, only to see a white dragon-shaped vitality rushing out of the Danwan, blocking the sword light of the golden tyrant sword. Although the dragon-shaped vitality was finally shattered by the golden tyrant sword, there was no spare energy to injure the elixir. Before the golden tyrant sword came and made a second attack, the sound of a tiger roaring came from Danjing. Again, and an evil tiger condensed from black vitality volleyed towards the blood-colored villain. Zhou Wen directly summoned the tyrant demon, slapped it down with one paw, and smashed the vitality tiger into pieces. The tyrant demon went a step further, and wanted to smash the elixir together, but saw the sound of dragons and tigers roaring on the elixir. And the light and shadow of a dragon and a tiger rose, actually blocking the bombardment of the tyrant demon. The tyrant demon slapped several palms in a row, but was unable to smash the dragon and tiger light and shadow. He had to turn on his absolute power, roared and bombarded again, and banged a dozen punches before smashing the dragon and tiger light and shadow. The pill essence was also bombarded by the tyrant demon, punch after punch, and was finally torn apart by the blast, and the healing speed could not keep up with the speed of the shattering. Kill the mythical creature, Dragon Tiger Danjing, and discover the companion egg. When Zhou Wen saw the game prompt, he saw a companion egg falling out. He couldn't help being overjoyed. He quickly picked up the companion egg and hatched it directly. Dragon Tiger Elixir, Mythical Grade. Fate, Dragon and Tiger. Soul of Life, Dragon and Tiger Fight. Wheel of Fortune, Back from the Dead. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Physical Fitness, 80. Vitality, 81. Talent Skills, none. Associated State, Danwan, one time. What a powerful elixir, can this thing really come back to life? Zhou Wen couldn't help but be overjoyed after reading the information on the dragon and tiger elixir. Other attributes are fine, but its wheel of fortune is a bit powerful. According to the introduction, it has the ability to revive the dead, and I don't know if it's true or not. But there is no doubt that this is a good thing for saving lives. Even if it is difficult to really come back to life, it will definitely have miraculous effects when used under serious injuries. With such a treasured elixir, Zhou Wen's drive was even stronger, but unfortunately, after finishing 81 elixir, there was no other gain. During this period of time, there has been no news from the Zhang family. Zhang Yuji has not come back after going out. Seeing that the auction date is approaching, this morning, Zhou Wen, as usual, took Yer out for a walk in the morning. When he walked to the nearby river, he saw Zhang Chuanqiu sitting on a bench by the river. So coincidental? Zhou Wen walked over with Yer to say hello. It's not a coincidence, I came here specifically to wait for you, Zhang Chuanqiu said. Zhou Wen was slightly startled. Why? Don't you just go to the hotel and find me? Zhang Chuanqiu's face was full of exhaustion, but he still smiled and said, it's been so depressing these days that I can't breathe. I also want to come out and get some air. I'm just waiting for you here. Do you have anything to do with me? Zhou Wen asked. The matter of the magic tomb is very troublesome. More than a dozen people in the Zhang family have died. And they all jumped into the magic tomb and turned into a magic stone statue, Zhang Chuanqiu said. Isn't someone guarding him all the time? Zhou was surprised. It's useless, no one knows who the next jumper will be. Maybe the next jumper will be the guard. We've already thought of a lot of ways, and even evacuated people from the magic tomb, but there are still people. I went to the magic grave and turned into a magic stone statue. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. Is there anything I can help? Zhou Wen looked at Zhang Yuji's affection, and if he could do something within his power, he wouldn't mind helping. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and said, so far, no solution has been researched. I'm not here this time because of the magic tomb. Then why are you looking for me? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled. The Zhang family encountered such a big trouble, and Zhang Chuanqiu even took time out to see him. It was a very important thing to think about. I'm here because I want to ask you one thing. The Zhang family is in contact with Sunset College. If there is no problem, Yuji should be able to go to Sunset College as a tutor. I hope you can take care of her. Her friends don't I have no way to ask others. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Is the matter of the Devil's Tomb really that dangerous? Zhou Wen knew that if it wasn't for a last resort, how could the Zhang family let Zhang Yuji leave Longhu Mountain and go to Sunset College? It must have come when the Zhang family felt powerless before making such a decision. Just in case, after the auction is over, let Yuji go with you to Luoyang. If the Zhang family can successfully pass this test, then I will pick her up again. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Zhou Wen thought this was an opportunity, so he looked at Zhang Chuanqiu and said, although I don't know much about the demon grave, I also have some special abilities, which may help a little with the demon grave, if your Zhang family doesn't mind. If so, can you allow me to conduct a comprehensive survey of the magic tomb? If you are willing to help us, it's too late for the Zhang family to be grateful, so why would they mind? But the magic tomb is too dangerous, and anyone who has been in contact with the magic tomb may walk to the magic tomb unconsciously, I'm afraid. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't go on, but he already understood what he meant. I've been to the Devil's Tomb before. If there is really a problem, I can't run away. I'm doing this for myself. Zhou Wen's last sentence was true. The survey is just an excuse, what he really wants to do is to take a picture of the little hand pattern and download the copy of the magic tomb. However, after Zhou Wen downloaded the copy of the demon grave, he could enter the demon grave in the game, and he might be able to solve the troubles of the Zhang family now. When do you want to go? Zhang Chuanqiu asked thoughtfully. The sooner the better, this matter can't be delayed. Zhou Wen said. If that's the case, then come with me now. Zhang Chuanqiu took Zhou Wen to the magic grave again. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, this time, he could finally get close to the magic tomb and photograph the small hand pattern on the magic tomb. When I came to the demon tomb again, there were obviously many more Zhang family members stationed here. On each stone platform, there were 4 people sitting face to face. If something happened, the other 3 would know immediately to avoid accidents. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Chuanqiu, why did you bring him here? An old man frowned when he saw Zhang Chuanqiu bringing Zhou Wen over. Uncle, Zhou Wen is proficient in a variety of special exploration-type vitality skills, which may be able to help us discover the problem of the magic tomb, so I invited him to come and have a look. Zhang Chuanqiu did not say that Zhou Wen asked to come. Hurry up, don't delay other people's work. The old man frowned slightly, but said nothing. Zhang Chuanqiu took Zhou Wen into the area of the magic tomb. Zhou Wen can clearly see that the situation of the magic stone here has become serious again. Half of the nearby mountain walls have been magic stone. The last time he came, the magic stone had not yet been such a large area. And on the magic stone ground, there are more than a dozen magic stone statues. They have different expressions and appearances. They should be the Zhang family who ran into the magic grave area. How are you going to investigate? Do you have any special needs? Zhang Chuanqiu asked Zhou Wen. I need to observe the magic tomb up close. If possible, I would like to take a few photos. Zhou Wen said. It's okay to take pictures, but you have to hurry up, and when you're close to the magic grave, you can't go beyond those lines, and you can't touch the magic stone, otherwise you will end up like them. Zhang Chuanqiu pointed to the red lines pulled in the air. Those red lines, it is about 10 meters away from the magic grave. Okay, can I go now? Zhou Wen agreed immediately. At a distance of about 10 meters, the mobile phone was enough to lock the little hand pattern and download the copy. Go, I hope you can find something, Zhang Chuanqiu said. Zhou Wen jumped into the air directly, and flew to the magic grave with the great demon god's fate. At the same time, he let the Dark Doctor attach to him in the state of soul, and used the ability of the Eye of Perspective to watch the magic tomb. In fact, the Eye of Perspective is not good for the perspective effect of metals and stones. Zhou Wen is just pretending to show the Zhang family to prove that he really has this ability not to mess with things. The Zhang family saw that Zhou Wen's eyes were like two searchlights, shooting two beams at the magic grave, and they all looked at him curiously. Zhou Wen pretended to look at it, then took out his mobile phone and took a photo. In fact, the Eye of Perspective couldn't see the inside of the magic tomb through such a thick magic stone. Zhou Wen circled around the magic tomb and took the opportunity to face the small hand pattern. Take a shot. The game immediately entered the downloading screen, making Zhou Wen a lot more relaxed all of a sudden. After pretending to look around the demon grave seriously for a while, Zhou Wen returned to the stone platform. How is it? When Zhang Chuanqiu asked Zhou Wen, the other Zhang family members also looked at Zhou Wen. I can't see any problems for the time being. I'll go back and think about it. Maybe I can get something, Zhou Wen said. All right. Zhang Chuanqiu sent Zhou Wen back again, but didn't say much. After Zhou Wen returned to his residence, he couldn't wait to open the copy of the magic tomb he had just downloaded. First, he was curious about the copy of the magic tomb, and secondly, he hoped to help the Zhang family. He also didn't want to see Zhang Yuji's family destroyed and forced to wander into the sunset. College. The game has been downloaded successfully, and a white grave head pattern appears on the mobile phone desktop, with the word Magic Grave written below. Zhou Wen opened the program and entered the game screen. What appeared in front of him was the depression in the mountain where the magic tomb was located. The small magic tomb stood there, and the gray-white magic stone seemed to be covered with snow under the moonlight. Zhou Wen saw that on the ground of the magic stone, as in reality, there were many strange faces. Now there are as many as a dozen faces, but there are no people in the Zhang family who have turned into magic stones. According to Zhang Chuanqiu, it was after the appearance of those demonic faces that humans would be turned into magic stones when they touched magic stones, and no similar problems were found when they touched magic stones before. This Zhou Wen believed that the tyrant demon had eaten magic stones before, and there was no problem at all. Zhou Wen summoned several different types of pets and let them fall on the magic stone ground together. As a result, no surprise, they were all turned into magic stones. Zhou Wen summoned the tyrant Beeman again to see if it would be turned into a magic stone. After all, it had eaten magic stones before. The tyrant Beeman fell on the magic stone, and as a result, his feet also showed signs of magic stone, but the speed of magic stone was slower. Is it even turned into a demon? After Zhou Wen ordered the tyrant Beeman to use absolute power, the demonization could not continue to work on it. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the tyrant Beeman was still strong enough, otherwise it would not be so easy for him to enter the devil's grave. Because the magic grave has no entrance at all, it can only be dug up by brute force, and this heavy responsibility can only fall on Beeman. Zhang Jialio has ancestral teachings: the devil cannot be dug up, otherwise the goddess will wake up. When the time comes, everything will be burned, and human beings will have no way to live. In reality, Zhou Wen would definitely not dare to dig, but in the game, naturally there are not so many taboos. Under Zhou Wen's command, Beeman, who was driving absolute power, slammed into the magic grave. The double horns on its head rotated like an electric drill, and suddenly sparks flew from the magic grave, and the magic stone powder splashed everywhere. Beeman had just started digging graves, but the demonic faces on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive. They came out of the ground and turned into statues of demonic stones. Those magic stones rushed towards the tyrant Beeman without saying a word, and Zhou Wen quickly sent a few companion pets to fight, so that they would not disturb the tyrant Beeman to dig his grave. Because it is just a test, the companion pets sent by Zhou Wen are not his main battle pets, they are all epic level like the Shunwen, heavy armored warrior. The only mythical level is a golden war god halberd. The speed and power of those magic stone statues seemed to be epic, but after their bodies were shattered, they were quickly resurrected in the magic stone, and they couldn't kill them no matter how hard they were killed. And as long as something touched by the magic stone statue, it will be turned into a magic stone, which is very difficult to deal with. As the devil's grave was dug, more and more devil faces emerged around him, turning into statues of magic stones, and many statues of magic stones rushed to Beeman's side. Fortunately, Beeman, who is in a state of absolute power, is indeed an invincible existence. Those magic stones seem to grab its body, but there is no way to make it magically petrified. One by one, Beeman is wrapped around Beeman, like a group of ants. Isn't there a way to kill them completely? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. He had tried many power attributes, but all of them were of no use. He could smash the magic stone statues, but couldn't prevent them from resurrecting in the magic stone. And the game doesn't have a prompt to kill them either, apparently just smashing them isn't enough to actually kill them. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. When the tyrant Beeman was digging the devil's grave, its horns seemed to hit something, making a sound of gold and iron symphony, and the tyrant Beeman had automatically stepped back 2 steps, staring at the excavated devil's grave. I saw that there was a huge human face inside the magic grave, which was exactly the same as the devil face that appeared on the magic stone, but this face was much larger, and it also exuded a strange gray-white aura. Zhou Wen was staring at the face, but it actually floated by itself, only to find that it was not a face, but a stone mask. It seems that the appearance of the devil's face should be the problem of this mask. Zhou ordered the tyrant demon to punch him, wanting to try it out first too. See what kind of abilities this mask has. Bang! The absolute power of the tyrant demon smashed the mask directly, which made Zhou slightly startled. Although he felt that there were not many companion pets in the world that could compete head-on with the tyrant demon, he did not even hold a punch. Was directly blown up, which was too weak, not as good as the dragon tiger pill essence. Just when Zhou was puzzled, he saw that the ashes all over the sky floated towards the tyrant demon. Without waiting for Zhou to react at all, the dust from the shattered mask stuck on the face of the tyrant demon, and turned into a complete mask. Only this time, the mask fits the face of the tyrant demon, and just wraps the face of the tyrant demon. Zhou suddenly felt a little bad. Sure enough, the tyrant demon roared and struggled, trying to tear off the mask on his face, but he couldn't tear it off, and its struggle was getting smaller and smaller. After a while, Zhou discovered that the tyrant demon was out of his control. Boom! The tyrant demon punched the blood-colored villain with a punch. The blood-colored villain dodged aside, and his fist smashed a big hole directly into the mountain wall. The terrifying power of the tyrant demon unfolded and attacked the blood-colored villain again and again. Zhou strength was not enough to compete with the tyrant demon, so he could only keep dodging. While dodging, Zhou was observing the mask while making a spiritual connection with the tyrant demon. The mental connection was useless. The mask completely controlled the tyrant demon, and Zhou was a little surprised by the ability of the mask. It seems that I can only try it. After breaking the mask, can I free the tyrant demon? Zhou put on the invisibility cloak and disappeared in an instant. Tyrant demon is a brute force companion pet, fighting head-on. It has never been afraid of anyone. But Zhou disappeared, but it could only stand there, looking around with its masked face, but couldn't see Zhou. Suddenly, the invisible sword light flashed away, and the mask on the tyrant demon's face was split in half and fell from the face of the tyrant demon. But the tyrant demon did not regain his freedom. The mask automatically shattered and condensed on the face of the tyrant demon again, forming a new mask, and the tyrant demon was still under its control. Zhou stealthily continued to step forward. The lightsaber in his hand flashed quickly, and in an instant, he didn't know how many swords came out, slicing the mask to pieces, but the result was still not very effective. The shattered mask returned to the face of the tyrant demon again, condensed into shape, and still firmly controlled the tyrant demon. It's impossible to have no weaknesses. What is the weakness of the mask? Zhou was hidden in the dark, using the ability of the prison king Zuanming's soul and the listening ability to listen, constantly scanning the mask. Coupled with the dark doctor's ability to see through that mask, in front of Zhou has almost no secrets at all. But the mask itself has no flaws. It is all made of gray stones, and there is nothing special about it. Unlike the water element that Zhou has seen before, the water element can be broken up and recondensed, but there is a water element core in the body of the water element. As long as the core is destroyed, the water element can be killed. This mask is different. There is no core existence in its body. No matter how you cut its body, even like the tyrant demon, blast the mask into powder, neither was able to kill it. Could it be that it really has no weaknesses? Zhou peeped for a long time, but did not find the weakness of the mask. The demon baby shrunken in the invisibility cloak has never made a move. Obviously, she has not found any flaws in the mask, so she has no intention of making a move. Even me and the Demon baby can't find the flaws in the mask. Is it possible that there are no flaws in it, or is there no flaws in its body? Zhou Wen moved in his heart and focused his attention on the demon. Who discovered the mask? In the grave. The magic tomb is full of gray-white magic stones. After the mask flew out, the magic stones below may have been squeezed by the magic stones, forming the shape of a human face, but it only looks a bit similar in shape, and there is no other the freshness of those devil faces does not seem to be a living thing. Zhou Wen doesn't care so much, he has to try everything now, go invisible directly, and quickly slash out with his lightsaber, slashing sword after sword on the face-shaped magic stone in the magic grave. Puff. Where the sword marks appeared, streaks of black blood spurted out like spring water, and the mask on the tyrant Beeman's face was suddenly twisted, with cracks like the sword marks appearing on it. When the black blood was sprayed out, the mask also shattered with a click, and it fell to the ground. Kill the mythical creature evil mask. A prompt appeared in the game. Nothing exploded? Zhou Wen was a little depressed. The dragon and tiger elixir that had been released recently seemed to have exhausted all his luck, and it had been several days without any good things. After the demon mask was removed, the tyrant Beeman resumed contact with Zhou Wen, and the ghost faces in the magic stone were also shattered, and the companion pets did not become petrified when they encountered the magic stone. It seems that the problem of demon petrification is caused by the ghost mask. I just don't know if the Zhang family's people came to the devil's grave automatically. Is it a problem with the ghost mask? If so, the troubles of the Zhang family should be solved. It's over. Zhou Wen thought in his heart, and let the tyrant Beeman continue to dig the devil's grave to see what else was below. Without the interference of the magic stone statue, the tyrant dug faster than Meng, and it directly swallowed the magic stone dug out to replenish the consumed vitality. Digging and digging, the tyrant Beeman stopped again, as if he had lost his soul, standing in front of the demon grave. No matter how Zhou Wen ordered it, it would remain motionless. What's wrong? Zhou Wen frowned slightly, staring at the magic grave that had been dug 7 or 8 meters deep, and saw that in the pit below, in addition to the magic stone, there was an extra living thing. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. That living creature was very strange. The lower body looked like a snake and a fish. The upper body had 2 dragon claws. The head also looked like a dragon, but it had no horns. It was a very strange creature. It was lying quietly in the grave, and the tyrant Beeman didn't know the reason, but stood outside the pit, staring at it like that. You are like an evil. With a move in Zhou Wen's heart, he summoned the Golden War God Halberd and let the Golden War God Halberd attack the monsters in the grave. However, when the Golden God of War Halberd reached the grave, it lost control and landed on the edge of the grave. Zhou Wen hurriedly sent several companion pets over, but the result was the same. As long as he was close to the grave, he stood there motionless as if he had been hit by evil. Whether it's an animal or a weapon, all companion pets look the same. The dimensional creature in this devil's grave is really weird. First it was a ghost mask, and now it's such a monster, and its abilities are so strange. Zhou Wen thought about it, summoned Ji Ting, and let it go to the grave. In the end, Ji Ting didn't stand there dumbfounded. It broke the 2 earrings directly. After going down, it grabbed the monster with its claws and ripped it in half. When the monster wanted to resist, it was too late and died directly, and the tyrant Beeman and other companion pets regained consciousness. Fortunately, I have enough companion pets and complete abilities. Otherwise, there is really no way to take this magic grave. Zhou secretly said in his heart. Kill the mythical creature, Guichi the game. Prompt also jumped out. It's another mythical creature, what exactly is hidden under it? It's not really a monster, is it? Zhou was thinking, if it was a monster, he didn't know how strong it would be. After removing the ghost, Zhou ordered the tyrant Beeman to continue digging down. Today, he just wanted to see if there was any ghost in the tomb. The tyrant Beeman got the order and continued to dig down. After digging for a while, the magic stone below exuded a scorching aura. The further down, the hotter the magic stone became. Later, the magic stone turned into magma. The tyrant Beeman was not afraid of the magma, and sucked the magma directly into his belly. As the magma disappeared, something gradually emerged from below. Zhou finally saw something that wasn't a magic stone. It was a kind of black metal that was cast into the shape of a bed, with a canopy over the bed and a gauze-like transparent curtain hanging down. The magma formed by the magic stones was blocked by the veil, and it was unable to invade the bed. And on that bed, there was actually a stunning woman sleeping there. She just closed her eyes and slept there. She was so beautiful that it was hard to imagine how bright and moving she would be if she opened her eyes. The woman was dressed in red, which made her figure enchanting and charming. Although the game's style of painting was the Q version, it already made people feel very hot. If it is in reality, I don't know how sexy and attractive she will be. But Zhou was not in the mood to admire her beauty, and his expression was still a little solemn, because Zhou felt a familiar atmosphere on this woman. That kind of breath is not of attribute-dimensional creatures, but the breath of guardians. But ordinary guardians are all in the cocoon, but this woman is sleeping on the bed, which can only indicate a problem. She has already broken out of the cocoon. As far as Zhou knows, if the guardian wants to break the cocoon, it is not enough for his own strength. Unless someone forcibly breaks the guardian's cocoon, or someone contracts with him, no matter how strong the guardian is, you can't break the cocoon by yourself. Now that this woman is not in the cocoon, it can only mean that she should have contracted with human beings, or someone forcibly opened the cocoon. The Zhang family has guarded the devil's grave for so long, it should be impossible for someone to dig the devil's grave and the guardian contract, so there are only two possibilities. One is that the Zhang family himself is the one who contracted the guardian, and there is another possibility. Sex. This woman, like the guy in the wood, survived from the guardians of the previous era. Zhou thought in his heart. The woman on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. It wasn't as bright and moving as Zhou imagined. It was a pair of red eyes. Although it didn't look ugly, it would make people feel intimidated, and there was not half of the softness that a woman should have. Her red eyes stared at Zhou coldly, as if she was looking at a thief who dared to disturb her dream. Zhou felt chills in his heart, sweating down his back, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Suddenly, Zhou remembered that she was still wearing an invisibility cloak, and she was able to see herself directly. Does that mean that the invisibility cloak is ineffective for her? Zhou chose to strike first, and the tyrant Beeman let out a roar, and rushed towards the woman on the bed. After it became huge, a fist bigger than the bed violently bombarded the bed and smashed the bed together with the woman. But before the tyrant Beeman's fist fell, the woman on the bed sat up and lifted the transparent veil on the bed. The moment the veil was lifted, terrifying flames instantly filled the whole world. Zhou didn't react, only saw the flames all over the screen, and then the blood-colored villain died. What the hell is this? Is it a full-screen spike? Zhou opened the game copy and wanted to enter the demon grave to see what happened, but the program icon of the demon grave was darkened, and there was no response to clicking, and there was a 24-hour countdown below. The meaning is already obvious, it will take 24 hours before you can enter the copy of the magic grave again. Zhou felt a little unfulfilled, and finally found another guardian. This may be the opportunity for the Slayer to be promoted to the perfect body. I have Banana Immortal, so I may not be able to restrain the Guardian's flame, and I still have the opportunity to kill her. Zhou thought again, there is actually a guardian in the magic grave, so, what the Zhang family said, are you actually a guardian? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and then contacting the origin of Ji, Zhou felt more and more that she might be the surviving guardian of the last guardian battle. Now Zhou has some doubts. The original battle between Huangdi and Qi Yu might have been a battle of guardians, and there must have been many guardians participating in the battle. At that time, the old principal disappeared after studying the Zhuolu battlefield. What he left behind seems to be related to the Battle of Zhuolu. Could it be that the things left by the old principal can really give people a chance to defeat those guardians? Zhou thought to himself about the connection. I went to brush other dungeons first, and after 24 hours, Zhou entered the dungeon of the magic tomb again, and the magic tomb at this time had returned to its original state. Zhou ordered the tyrant Beeman to dig up the devil's grave, and then let out the evil ghost mask, while he himself held the golden tyrant sword to cut off the human face in the devil's grave. But the blood-colored little man just fell in front of the devil's grave and died on the spot. Zhou couldn't help but stay for a while, and the game screen went black. If he wanted to enter the demon grave again, it would take another 24 hours. What the hell is this? Do you have to wait 24 hours to die? Isn't this copy too weird? Zhou was very helpless. https:// Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. I used to stealth and cut off the face in the grave, and it was fine, but now I walked over and died immediately. It seems that the face is still a bit of a secret, but the last time I went stealth, it couldn't see me, so I don't have the ability to trigger it. Zhou thought to himself. If you want to break through the demon grave, it seems to be quite difficult. The necessary companion pets. Need Beeman, invisibility cloak and truth listening. If you want to kill the guardian, you also need a companion pet that restrains flames, at least 4 top-level mythical companion pets. Where do ordinary people get these companion pets? Even the Zhang family, it is estimated that it is difficult to get them, just the companion pets that can restrain the mythical creatures in the magic grave. However, to solve the Zhang family's problem, you shouldn't need to fight the guardian. Just get rid of the ghost mask and ghost chi. Zhou was thinking about how to help Zhang Yuji, when Zhang Yuji just called. When did you come back? Zhou asked. Just came back. Zhang Yuji's voice revealed exhaustion, and then said apologetically, Zhou, I'm sorry, things may change at this time's soil beast auction. Aren't the beasts ready to auction? Zhou can also understand that such a big thing happened in the Zhang family, and it's normal to not be in the mood to hold an auction again. The auction will continue, and it will be held in advance, but this time the auction does not require any money. Whoever can solve the problem of the devil's grave can take away the accompanying eggs of the earthbound beast. Zhang Yuji said. So it turns out. This is also a good idea. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He already had a certain understanding of the magic tomb. Although it is not yet certain that the problem of the magic tomb can be solved 100%, but after a few tries, there shouldn't be much of a problem. To solve the Zhang family's problems without killing the guardian, he is still very confident, but he still has to brush the dungeon a few times to confirm it. After ensuring that there are no problems, it will not be too late to participate in the auction at that time. I hope someone from the other families can solve the current problem of the demon tomb, otherwise our Zhang family is really in danger. Zhang Yuji was not in a good mood, so he didn't chat with Zhou Wen much, and hung up after finishing talking. The auction will start in 2 days. The time is tight, but if it is used to determine some things, it should be enough. Zhou Wen has already made up his mind to win the Soil Beast companion egg. Not to mention that he originally wanted to help Zhang Yuji, even if it was for the companion egg, this time he did it. But I have to find a way to not expose all my companion pets. Zhou Wen thought about how to do this, so as to avoid too many companion pets being exposed. After all, there are too many companion pets that need to be used this time, at least the Tyrant Beeman. The listening and the invisibility cloak are all necessary. When it was time for the demon grave dungeon to open again, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to kill it. This time Zhou Wen strictly followed the process. The Tyrant Beeman dug a grave to lure out the ghost mask. Zhou Wen invisible went to the grave to kill the ghost face. And then dug out the ghost chi and killed it with the use of listening. The whole process worked flawlessly, without any issues. Then Zhou Wen waited for a while, to make sure that the magic stone no longer proliferated. The grimace no longer appeared, the companion pet would no longer be petrified, and there was no companion pet going to the devil's grave by himself, so he was relieved. It's hard to come here once, don't waste it, let's try it next. Can Fairy Plantain restrain the flame of the guardian? Zhou Wen asked the Tyrant Beeman to continue digging. Soon, the Tyrant Beeman dug out the girl again. The girl was the same as last time. When the veil was lifted, a terrifying flame suddenly burned around the entire demon grave. Only this time, Banana Immortal was next to the blood-colored villain, and the flames had just come together when Banana Immortal opened her cherry mouth and spit out the Tian wind, blessed by the first wind of the 3 realms. In an instant, the flames that originally filled the screen disappeared, and the speed of the extinguishing was as if the flames had never burned at all. Even the magma in the magic tomb was directly instigated by the Tian wind, solidified into rock. And the metal bed, together with the girl, was directly blown up by the first wind of the 3 realms, rolled and flew into the distance, quickly turned into a black spot, and then disappeared. I don't know how far it was blown away. Anyway, it has exceeded the extreme distance that can be seen in the game. As expected of the first wind in the 3 realms, it's too fierce. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and even the guardian couldn't stand the blow of Banana Fairy's current blow, which was indeed terrifyingly tyrannical. Warning, warning, goddess turned into fear form, goddess turned into fear form. When Zhou Wen was rejoicing, a red subtitle warning suddenly popped up in the game, like an alarm light, constantly flashing, giving a visual red flag. Fear form, what? Zhou Wen didn't react for a while, only thought that this fear form had something to do with the god fear level. He remembered that the silver-haired companion pet said that most of the mythical creatures appearing on the earth should be fear level, but they did not mention any fear form. When Zhou was puzzled, he saw the red flames burn half of the sky to a red color, and a red figure like a ghost came out of the sky at an incredible speed. Wherever the red figure went, everything around it turned into flames, and even the air and mountains burned. Because of the distance, Zhou hadn't seen the figure clearly at first, so she came too fast, and she could see clearly in the blink of an eye. That should be the goddess, but the current goddess is very different from just now. The current goddess, the whole body is burning with terrifying flames. This flame is not burning outside her body, but her entire body, every inch of muscle, every bone, every tiny cell, seems to be a blood-red flame was burning. It was as if her whole person was made of flames, her hair was like fire, her eyes were like fire pupils, just like the flame witch who came out of the myth, exuding an aura of terror and danger. Because of her arrival, the entire valley was on fire, the river dried up in an instant, and the earth was crimson red, like purgatory. Zhou could feel that the power in her was terrifying and unimaginable, something Zhou had never seen in any creature or companion pet. The tyrant Beeman roared into the air, and his huge fists bombarded the goddess, who was suspended in the air. With the blessing of absolute power, it could knock down mountains with this blow. But the goddess was just looking at the tyrant Beeman coldly, but she didn't mean to do anything. The terrifying blow of the tyrant Beeman was not able to touch her body, and even the flames outside the goddess' body did not break. The invisible flame held its fist. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. The flame on the goddess skyrocketed, and the tyrant Beeman's huge body immediately turned into a fireball. The terrifying flame was rapidly burning its body. With the strength of the tyrant Beeman, it could not resist the burning of the flame. The entire valley has also been caught in a sea of fire, because there is a plantain fairy blowing the lunar wind, and it can barely keep the blood-colored villain from being burned by the flames. But without the blessing of the first wind of the three realms, Tian Feng is obviously not the opponent of the flame, and is being quickly swallowed by the flame. Seeing that the tyrant Beeman was about to be burned to death, Zhou hurriedly summoned Zhulong's young son, and launched the Dongzhu vision at the goddess, but in the eyes of Zhulong's young son, there was only a sea of fire, but there was no goddess figure. The goddess was standing there, and was not sucked into the horizon. I'm going, what's this thing? Is it useless even with the candle hole? Is it because of the state of fear? Zhou was shocked, and before he could think about anything, the sea of fire had already swallowed the blood-colored villain, and the game screen also darkened. What a terrifying state of fear! Is this the real power of the fear-level myth? Zhou felt that the goddess should be the most terrifying creature he had ever seen so far. Even the two guardians of Ant City and Underground Sea are not so scary. I don't know if those two are in a state of fear. Zhou estimates that they may not, at least Zhou has not seen them. If anyone else has a state of fear, it is estimated that it is the wood in the Forbidden City, and she may have a state of fear. Newborn guardians who have not yet emerged from the cocoon are less likely to have a state of fear. How did this state of fear come from? Can a companion pet have such a state? Zhou thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. He suddenly thought of Lord Emperor, and secretly said in his heart, will Lord Emperor also have a state of fear? After thinking about it, Zhou sent a message to Lord Emperor, Master Emperor, can I ask a question, are you a fear-level powerhouse? I didn't expect Lord Emperor to reply to him. But I didn't expect Lord Emperor to come back with a message after a while. Not bad, even the fear level is known. What else do you know? You also know that there is a state of fear. You should be that level of existence, right? Zhou Wen hesitated and said. What is the fear state? For you humans, the fear level is an invincible existence, but in front of this emperor, the fear level is scum. Lord Emperor said. With some contempt, you should have encountered the fear state. The guy, otherwise you wouldn't have come to ask this. Emperor. Master Emperor is wise. Zhou Wen flattered, hoping that Lord Emperor could say more. Lord Emperor did not live up to his expectations, and sent another message. Theoretically speaking, a mythical level with a state of fear is a true mythic level, but a state of fear is not something that all mythological levels can have. It depends on. With bloodline talent and comprehension ability, ordinary guardians may have a state of fear as long as they continue to fight and evolve. But for dimensional creatures, only the top part can have a state of fear. What is the state of fear? Zhou Wen asked. Lord Emperor replied, what do you think is the difference between the mythical level and the general epic level and legendary level? Basic attributes and the Wheel of Fortune. Zhou Wen said. The Wheel of Fortune can indeed make mythical creatures have a powerful ability, but no matter how powerful it is only an ability, which is not an essential difference. From the perspective of dimensional life, can you fear? Transformation is an important symbol for distinguishing biological levels. There is no legendary and epic division in different dimensions, because such creatures are too weak and have no qualifications to enter the division. There are only two ways to truly divide, the dimension that can be feared creatures and dimensional creatures that cannot be feared. This is the first level of dimensionality. I still don't understand, what kind of power is fear in the end? Zhou Wen still doesn't understand. Lord D said again, of course you don't understand, because that is the real mythological realm. If you haven't reached that realm, you will naturally not understand. To put it simply, the so-called gods are indescribable things that make the unknown things that humans fear. If humans can defeat creatures with strength, they are not called gods. The state of fear is an indescribable state. After fear is transformed, no matter how strong immortals are, it is impossible to hurt them. A feared body, only the state of fear can defeat the state of fear. Then how can it be turned into fear? Zhou Wen asked. It is impossible for you humans to become fearful, unless you sign a contract with the Guardian and use the power of the Guardian to advance to the God level, then you are qualified to become fearful. Lord Emperor said. Why can't humans be promoted to myth? Zhou Wen couldn't understand why only humans couldn't be promoted to myth. Let's make an analogy, you humans don't have something called comics. The characters in those comics are called two-dimensional creatures by you, and you humans are three-dimensional creatures. How powerful do you think the characters in comics are? Is it possible to become a three-dimensional creature like a human? Of course, this is just an analogy, not completely accurate, but the actual situation is probably not too much. Therefore, no matter how powerful the characters in the comics are, they will not be able to hurt the three-dimensional creatures. Creatures can easily destroy two-dimensional creatures, which is why only the fear level can defeat the fear level, because after the fear is turned, it is no longer the same level of existence, there is no comparison. Lord Emperor explained. Is there really no hope for humans? Zhou Wen couldn't believe that humans couldn't be promoted to mythology. At least Xia Zhouhuang succeeded, although his methods were cruel. Lord Emperor replied, of course there is hope, contract with the Guardian, or like that Wang Mingyuan, integrate with the Guardian. Only these two paths can be taken. I have seen a human being before, and he successfully promoted to the god level by himself. Zhou Wen said. The message returned by Lord Emperor was contemptuous. You are talking about the one in the Forbidden City. Do you think that if it wasn't for the help of Lord Ziwei Xing, would he be able to advance to mythology only by the power of human beings? Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. Xia Zhouhuang did use the power in the wood to condense the last fate and soul, and with the help of purple lightning, he was promoted to the myth. There are only two paths for human beings. Have you considered which one to take? If you want a contract guardian, this emperor can help you, and help you contract with an incomparably powerful guardian. Absolutely, it will not be worse than that, Ziwei Xingjuan. Lord D said. I still want to try it out and see if I can be promoted to myth by relying on my own strength. Zhou Wen said. Then try it slowly. The future is dead, and it's not too late to find me again. Lord D was not angry this time. She seemed to be certain that Zhou Wen could not be promoted to myth by her own strength. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. After waiting for 24 hours, Zhou Wen entered the copy of the demon grave again. This time, he naturally didn't dare to provoke the goddess. He just removed the demon mask and the ghost, and then he didn't do anything. He maintained this state and observed. Are there any other abnormalities in the demon grave? When Zhang Yuji invited him to participate in the so-called auction, there was no more problem with the devil's grave. As long as he didn't continue to dig, the goddess would not wake up. Originally, the auction was going to be held in Longhu town. But now it has been changed to a temporary residence near the demon grave. The people who can be invited are basically the top group in the Federation. The 6 major families are all here. The Cape family's people naturally have no good expressions when they see Zhou Wen. The other families did not have a good relationship with Zhou Wen. It was the person from the ultimate family in the North District who took the initiative to say hello to Zhou Wen. Launcher often mentions you and wants to fight with you more seriously. If you have time in the future, you might as well go to the North District for a walk. The old man of the ultimate family said to Zhou Wen with a smile. I will definitely go if I have the opportunity in the future. Zhou Wen had already had an idea about the dimensional field in the North District, but it was too far away, so he never went. But now Imochen needs him to take an unknown road to be promoted. And he will inevitably walk around in the future, just in time to go to the North District. After a few chats, the person in charge of the Zhang family came over and started to speak. Similar to what Zhang Chuanqiu said, it probably means that for the auction of the companion eggs of the earthbound beast this time, the Zhang family does not charge any form of money. As long as they can help the Zhang family solve the problem of the magic grave, they can take the earthbound beast companion eggs. In fact, most of the people already knew the news in advance, so they were not surprised. Brother Zhang, we probably all know about the situation of the Devil's Tomb, but there are some things, if we don't see it with our own eyes, we don't know if there is any way. The representative of the Dugu family, Dugu Wenqin, said. I'll take you to the magic tomb to watch it later, but there is one thing I want to explain to you. The magic tomb is extremely strange, and everyone who has been there may have some unknown strength. Maybe at some point, it will unconsciously go to the magic grave and become a lifeless magic stone statue. Therefore, people who go there will be in a certain danger. Whether to go or not, please make your own choice. So if something goes wrong, the Zhang family will not take any responsibility. The person in charge of the Zhang family said. That's natural, said Messi's. The majority expressed a willingness to take risks, with only a small number of people quitting. The Zhang family brought the contract and asked those who were willing to take risks to sign the contract, and then they went to the magic tomb with the person who signed the contract. Zhou Wen is among them. He is determined to obtain the companion eggs of the earthbound beast, and naturally, he cannot miss this opportunity. You've already been there, and it's not like you don't know the danger there, so what are you going to do? Everyone else set off to the magic tomb, but Zhou Wen was stopped by Zhang Yuji. I thought of a method that might eliminate the influence of the demon grave, so I wanted to try it out, Zhou Wen said. What method? Zhang Yuji asked suspiciously. Zhou Wen didn't hide it. I want to dig up the devil's grave and remove the dimensional creatures inside, so that those bad influences can be eliminated naturally. Zhang Yuji immediately shook his head and said, this method is absolutely impossible. The ancestor Tian said that if the creatures in the magic tomb are released, they will definitely be wiped out, and the Zhang family will be wiped out. Our Zhang family suppresses the magic tomb. For many years, I just don't want such a thing to happen, so how can I dig the grave for my own selfishness? According to my observation, there should be more than one terrifying creature in this demon grave. The one that affects your Zhang family should not be the one that the ancestor said you can kill the Zhang family's dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen explained. Zhang Yuji shook his head with a wry smile. When the magic grave moves, who knows what the consequences will be? Maybe all the terrifying creatures in it will come out. The consequences would be unimaginable, and I'm afraid my elders would not agree to do that. Zhou Wen was silent. It was so difficult to convince Zhang Yuji. Those old people who wanted to convince Zhang's family were afraid that it would be even more difficult. He couldn't say that he already knew the situation in the magic tomb. It was really troublesome to convince them. Now, Zhou Wen can only take a look at it one step at a time. He is unwilling to give up the companion egg of the earthbound beast, no matter what. After seeing the terror of fear, before you have the strength to fight against it, if you encounter such a terrifying existence, the only option is to run away. And the earthbound beast is undoubtedly the best weapon for running, and whether it can survive at that time, it is likely to be counted on it. Of course, it's best not to encounter feared creatures, but if you encounter them, you must have a way to save your life. In the future, more and more guardians will be born, and there will definitely be terrified guardians, and there may even be terrifying dimensional creatures. If it is true as the silver-haired companion pet said, the combination of humans and guardians may lead to natural disaster-level powerhouses, then it is even more terrifying. The fear level is already so terrifying. What kind of power the natural disaster level will have, Zhou Wen can't imagine. Because Zhang Yuji was not allowed to go to the magic tomb, Zhou Wen had to chase after him alone and went to the magic tomb with others. Zhang Chuanqiu has been guarding the magic tomb recently. When Zhou Wen and the others came, Zhang Chuanqiu greeted them and took them to the stone platform. This stone platform has a long history. It was built by the ancestor Tian back then. Until today, it has not been petrified by magic. The ground and mountain walls below the stone platform have already been magically petrified. Only these 8 stone platforms are safe and sound. Among the people who came, most of them were from the other 5 major families, and some of them were famous local wealthy families and freelance hunters with great fame. Zhou Wen watched for a while among them, but found no trace of Lu Yun. The thing that Lu Yun likes should not be easily given up. If he is not here, is he planning to directly steal the companion eggs of the beasts? Zhou Wen had some doubts in his heart. Others have begun to study the magic stone problem. They have obtained detailed information from the Zhang family, and now is the time to show their magical powers. Some people summoned companion pets, trying to avoid being petrified by magic, while others wanted to use some kind of power to purify the walls and people that were petrified by magic. An old man from Cape's family summoned a cross. After praying, the frame radiated a sacred light and took a photo of the Zhang family who had turned into a magic stone statue, but it turned out to be useless, and the magic stone was not purified. https://genius for a second. To remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. I have to say that the 6 major families and those local giants are still very rich, and their methods and various companion pets are varied, which has opened Zhou Wen's eyes. Among them are some companion pets and abilities which really play a role. An old man from Cape's family summoned a companion pet in the shape of a book. The pages of the book were opened, and light and shadow appeared on it, and the blurry light and shadow of the ghost mask appeared. There are also some companion pets that can also act on the magic stone without being turned into a magic stone, and everyone is trying to find a solution to the problem. These guys are really good at it. Won't they really solve the problem of the magic grave? Zhou Wen suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He has worked so hard for so long, just for the sake of the companion eggs of the earthbound beast. Zhou Wen thought for a while, found Zhang Chuanqiu, and said in a low voice, I have thought of a way to solve the problem of the devil's grave, but I just need to dig the devil's grave. Zhang Chuanqiu shook his head and said, the devil's grave must not be dug up. Even if I agree, the elders in the family will not agree, and the celestial master will not agree. I'm afraid it will be difficult to solve the problem without digging up the devil's grave. But you can rest assured that after my investigation, there is not only one monster in the devil's grave, there are other dimensional creatures in the periphery. We only need to dig a part of the devil's grave, it's enough to remove those dimensional creatures, I'm sure. It won't disturb you, Zhou Wen said. Zhang Chuanqiu pondered, even if I believe you, it is useless. This is the legacy of the ancestors. The Zhang family has guarded the legacy for generations, and dare not violate it, otherwise the Zhang family will be destroyed. Even for the Zhang family, the family will be destroyed. The elders will never allow anyone to touch the demon grave. But if you don't move the demon grave, the Zhang family will suffer as well. It's time like this, why should you give it a try? Zhou Wen also wanted to impress Zhang Chuanqiu. Zhang Chuanqiu stared at Zhou Wen and asked, are you really sure? This can't be fate. If something happens, my Zhang family will be doomed. Zhou Wen knew that Zhang Chuanqiu hoped that he could show some strong evidence. But how could Zhou Wen show it? Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, to be honest, I have a special ability to see through, and I can see the situation of the demon grave clearly, so I am quite sure about this matter. Can you see through the devil's grave? Zhang Chuanqiu looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. In fact, the Zhang family also has companion pets with perspective ability, and there are more than one, but in front of the magic tomb, the perspective ability of those companion pets is useless, and it is impossible to see the inside of the magic tomb. This is not to say that those companion pets do not have strong perspective. ability, but that the sleeping goddess under the magic tomb is too strong, and it is not so easy to see through the magic tomb. Even some companion pets with predictive ability can only roughly predict the top evil ghost mask, and the predicted picture is blurry, just like the old man from the Cape family. There are 3 layers of the magic tomb. The first layer is a mask. I estimate that the ghost face and the magic stone and the power of the magic stone are created because of that ghost face. The second layer is a strange creature, like a snake but not a snake, like a dragon but not a dragon. The Zhang family involuntarily walked to the magic grave, probably because they were lured by it. The third floor is the one that your Zhang family suppressed and guarded, but we don't need to alarm her. Just dig up the top of the magic grave. By removing those 2-dimensional creatures, the troubles of your family can be solved. Zhou Wen gave a brief overview of the situation. He was not afraid of the Zhang family's cheating. Even if he told them what was down there, it would not be easy to kill the evil ghost mask and ghost chi if they didn't do it well. A lot of people would die. Even Zhou Wen needs to use the abilities of the tyrant Beeman, truth listening and invisibility cloak to kill them. Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't help believing what Zhou Wen said in such a detailed manner. After thinking about it, he said, even so, no one can guarantee that opening the magic tomb will not disturb the bottom one. Moreover, the 2-dimensional creatures above, we also know nothing about their abilities. It's not easy to kill them. After a pause, Zhang Chuanqiu said again, to tell the truth, there are dimensional creatures in the magic grave. We Zhang family can also calculate a few points. Just because of the ancestors' legacy, no one dares to touch the magic grave, so this I'm afraid it's hard to make things happen. Well, give me some time and let me try it out. I'll think of a way to see if I can convince the elders in the family. Okay. Zhou Wen could only wait for news from Zhang Chuanqiu, the contemporary celestial master of the Zhang family. Is Zhang Chuanqiu's second uncle, Zhang Xiao. At this time, Zhang Xiao is talking with the Cape family and the family of the gods. Chuanqiu, you came just in time. Both Mr. Charlie and Mexis have found a way to eliminate the influence of the magic tomb. Come and listen. Zhang Xiao called Zhang Chuanqiu over. Zhang Chuanqiu bowed slightly, then stood behind Zhang Xiao. Although he wanted to talk about Zhou Wen, it was inconvenient to talk in front of so many people now, so he could only wait patiently. Heavenly Master, as I said just now, all the strange things in the magic tomb are caused by the mask. If you want to remove the mask without opening the magic tomb, there is only the great prophecy magic of our Cape family. Only then can we do it. Old Charlie said slowly. Zhang Xiao listened quietly and did not express any opinion. After Old Charlie finished speaking, he turned his eyes to the people of the family of gods such as Mexis. Mexis said, I can't agree with Mr. Charlie's statement that there is indeed a mask in the magic tomb, but the great prophecy magic may not work. If you are willing to let me take action, you will definitely not let you. Disappointment. Then I want to hear, what ability do you have that is better than our Cape family's great prophecy magic? Charlie said coldly. Mexis didn't say anything, just summoned a figure. It was a terrifying giant. Unlike ordinary giants who look very savage and primitive, this giant is dressed in brilliant armor, like a giant god who protects the realm of the gods. Can blow up the stars. This is my guardian giant god emperor. With his power, it is not difficult to kill the mask in the demon grave, Mexis said. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the giant god emperor. Although many people now know the existence of the Guardian, not many people have actually seen the Guardian. No matter how strong the Guardian's power is, it is impossible to destroy the mask inside through the Devil's grave, right? You still have to dig the Devil's grave after all, right? Charlie remained unmoved, still sneered. Mexi said calmly, that's not necessarily the case. The power possessed by the giant God Emperor is unimaginable by ordinary people. Even if the demon grave is not dug up, the mask inside can still be destroyed. Entering the demon grave, if the demon grave is damaged in the slightest, the celestial master doesn't have to pay for the companion eggs of the earthling beast. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Although Messi's and the others were not on the Shirtai side, the size of the giant God Emperor was too large, and the people on the Shirtai side also saw the terrifying body of the giant God Emperor. When Zhou Wen saw the giant God Emperor, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had already smelled the breath of the Guardian. There was no doubt that it was another Guardian. Zhou Wen still can't do the Guardians of the Great God level, but not every Guardian is so strong. Maybe this giant God Emperor is similar to the strength of the Seraph? Zhou Wen wanted to take a second look, but Messi's had already taken the Guardian back. Zhou Wen thought for a while, then frowned suddenly, and said secretly, could that guy want to use the power of the Guardian to move the magic grave? Isn't that courting death? The Guardians came to the Earth to fight on behalf of different dimensional races, and they are hostile to each other. Now use one Guardian to bombard the place where the other Guardian is sleeping, and use your butt to figure out what will happen next. There is no doubt that the goddess who is sleeping in the Devil's grave will go berserk in all likelihood. At that time I am afraid that it is not only the Zhang family who will be unlucky, and everyone will die. Zhou Wen didn't want to die, and he didn't want Zhang Yuji's family to be destroyed, so he was already thinking about how he would stop the Zhang family if they really agreed to let the Guardian bombard the magic grave. Zhang Xiao is still considering the proposals of Charlie and Messi's. It seems that two different schemes can be tried, but at the same time, it is difficult to say which method will really work. Both Charlie and Messi's are fighting on the grounds that they hope that the Zhang family can use their own plan. Chuanqiu, what do you think? Zhang Xiao looked at Zhang Chuanqiu and asked. When Zhang Chuanqiu was a teenager, he had already helped the family guard the demon grave, and Zhang Xiao wanted to train him to be the next generation of the Zhang family. At this time, asking Zhang Chuanqiu not only wanted to know his opinion, but also to test the comparison. His meaning. Zhang Chuanqiu thought for a while, then saluted Zhang Xiao and said, Tian, if possible, I hope to hear more plans before making a decision. Unfortunately, no one other than our two families has been able to discover the mask in the demon grave, let alone remove it without damaging the demon grave, Messi said. Zhang Xiao looked at Zhang Chuanqiu thoughtfully and asked, is there any other plan? Zhang Chuanqiu said quickly, Zhou Wen, who came on behalf of Luoyang Anjia, also has a plan that can solve the problem of the magic tomb. Tianchi might as well listen to it first. Is that the kid from Yuji? Zhang Xiao obviously knew who Zhou Wen was. Yes, Yuji has a good relationship with Zhou Wen, and he once rescued Zhou Wen. He has no ill will towards the Zhang family. Zhang Chuanqiu said. Then ask him to come over and talk about his plan. Zhang Saiwo said after a while. Zhang Chuanqiu hurriedly went to find Zhou Wen, and before Zhang Chuanqiu left, Charlie said, Tianchi, Zhou Wen is just a boy with some luck, you won't really believe his words, put such an important let him do the work, right? This is a major event related to the fate of the Zhang family. Wan Wang is cautious. It's okay to listen to more opinions. In the end, whoever's plan is better will be used. Zhang Xiao said calmly. Seeing that Zhang Xiao had already made a decision, neither Charlie nor Messi said anything else. Zhang Chuanqiu saw Zhou Wen and explained the details again. He still believed in Zhou Wen. After all, Zhou Wen not only saw the mask, but also knew that there was a monster under the mask, as well as a monster below. And Charlie and Messi's only found the top mask. If he really wants to try, Zhang Chuanqiu is more willing to trust Zhou Wen. They only found the mask, not to mention whether they can get rid of the mask. Even if they can, the monsters below are still there, and it is useless to just remove the mask. Zhou Wen paused and said to Zhang Chuanqiu with a solemn expression, and I suspect that the following is actually a guardian. We don't know what the relationship between the guardians is. In case they are hostile, if Messi uses the guardian to bombard the tomb, it will cause big trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Chuanqiu frowned and asked, Are you sure that Jean is the guardian? There is no way to be sure, after all, I can only see part of it through my perspective ability, but it does look like a guardian. Zhou Wen said. If there is such a possibility, then in any case, you can't let Mexis try, you can't take such a risk. Zhang Chuanqiu had already made a decision in his heart, pulled Zhou Wen and said, You go to the Celestial Master with me first, you try your best to get the chance, and I will help you by the side. Okay. Zhou Wen agreed and followed Zhang Chuanqiu to Zhang Xiao's side. Zhou Wen has seen the Celestial Master. Zhou Wen saluted Zhang Xiao. In the past, the hero king of the Zhang family was the head of the 6 heroes. Now, every Zhang family Tiancher has a very special status in the Federation. Even the members of the 6 major families are respectful in front of the Tiancher, and they dare not have the slightest snub. You are Yuji's friend, don't be polite to me. I often hear Yuji mention you, but now it looks like a younging Jia. Zhang Xiao looked at Zhou Wen and continued, I heard that you also have the ability to eliminate the influence of the magic tomb. How can you tell me in detail? My method is actually very simple, that is, to dig up the devil's grave and kill the dimensional creatures inside, so that the problem of the devil's grave can be completely solved. Zhou Wen said. As soon as these words came out, not only did many of the Zhang family frown, but Charlie said directly with disdain, if you can dig the devil's grave, with the Zhang family's means and ability, why should you come over? Zhang Xiao did not directly deny Zhou Wen, but just looked at Zhou Wen and said, Why do you have to dig the devil's grave? Zhou Wen said calmly, I have a perspective skill, you can probably see that the magic tomb is divided into 3 layers, the first layer has a mask, the second layer is a monster, and the third layer is the creature guarded by the nobles. To completely solve the problem of the magic grave, we must remove both the masks on the first floor and the monsters on the second floor. It's really ridiculous, the Zhang family has the power of the eyes of the sky, and even the Zhang family can't see through the scene in the magic tomb, but you can see clearly, and you know that it is divided into 3 layers. Is your power of perspective stronger than that of the Zhang family? Is the eye of the sky still powerful? I'm afraid I didn't overhear what we said and knew that there was a mask in the magic tomb, and used these news to alarmist, and wanted to make money from it? Charlie said with a sneer. I can tell if it's true or false. Zhou Wen didn't argue with Charlie, turned to Zhang Xiao and said, Tiancher, if you let me do it, you have to dig the devil's grave, and there is no other way. Method https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Tiancher, I don't think it's necessary to waste any more time, right? It's impossible to dig the devil's grave. It seems that you can only choose between me and Mr. Charlie, Messies said. After listening to Messies, Zhou Wen suddenly said, Tiancher, if I were you, I would never choose to use the power of the Guardian. Zhou Wen, what do you mean? Messies and the family of God glared at Zhou Wen. Why? Zhang Xiao looked at Zhou Wen with interest and asked. It's not convenient for me to explain the specific reasons in public. I've already told Zhang Chuanqiu, so I'd better ask him to explain it to you in private. Zhou Wen said and deliberately glanced at Messies. Originally, he had a better way to deal with it, but he chose the one that would most easily anger Messies and the family of gods, because he also needed an excuse to kill the giant god emperor. Now, the people of Messies and the family of God are looking at Zhou Wen very unfriendly. Zhang Chuanqiu used secret language to convey the reason why Zhou Wen said to Zhang Xiao. After Zhang Xiao heard it, he looked at Zhou Wen and asked, Are you sure about the giant god emperor? Not sure, but if it was me, I wouldn't take such a risk. Zhou Wen said. Tiancher, please don't listen to his nonsense, my guardian, I know best myself, and there will never be a problem. Messies explained that although he did not know what Zhou Wen said to the Zhang family, he knew nothing good to say. Please don't be impatient, we need a little time to discuss, please wait a moment. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he ordered the people from the three families to be taken out, leaving only the Zhang family's own people negotiate. Zhou Wen, do you dare to accept my challenge? Messies asked, staring at Zhou Wen coldly. You're just relying on a guardian, it's nothing special, why don't I dare? Zhou Wen asked arrogantly. Okay, after this matter is over, I will fight you, and then you must not run away. Messies said with a gloomy face. I'm afraid it will be you who escaped. Zhou Wen was still so arrogant. Messies didn't say anything else. After all, this is an important place for Zhang's family. It is impossible for him to fight Zhou Wen here. It is useless to say anything now. He can only wait until he leaves here. The Zhang family was having a heated discussion inside. Zhang Chuanqiu naturally strongly recommended Zhou Wen, but because of the legacy of the ancestor, many elderly people in the Zhang family did not agree to dig graves. In particular, Zhang Chuanqiu's uncle was strongly opposed. If we really want to dig graves, our Zhang family is so skilled, why should we borrow the hands of outsiders? This is the thinking of most Zhang family. The reason why they are willing to pay for the beasts of the earth, and also ask people to help, is to hope that the problem can be solved without moving the magic grave. My uncles, Zhou Wen, can see through the devil's grave. Only he knows where the devil's grave can be dug and where it can't be dug. Uncles should know better than me about the dangers of the devil's grave, and you shouldn't take that kind of risk. Zhang Chuanqiu said. There are also ways not to take risks. The methods of Charlie and Messies do not require opening the magic grave, so there is no risk at all. Even if it is as Zhou Wen said, there are guardians below, and it is inconvenient to use the guardians to bombard the magic grave, then you can also choose Charlie. What's more, it's not credible to say that a dagger is a guardian. When he first came here, he didn't see any problems. at all. Now that he comes here again, he understands everything, which is a bit disappointing. People can't believe it. Uncle Zhang said. Uncle. Zhang Chuanqiu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Uncle Zhang. There is no need to say more. The ancestor's teaching cannot be broken. The ancestor Tian has clearly stated that if the devil's grave moves, my Zhang family will be destroyed. In any case, I do not agree to dig the grave. Zhang Chuanqiu was also helpless. No matter what he said, he couldn't impress these old people in the Zhang family. After waiting for a while, the Zhang family finally finished their discussion, and Zhang Xiao walked out directly with the Zhang family. He said to the three, after our deliberation, we decided to ask Mr. Charlie to help us solve the problem of the magic tomb. If Mr. Charlie is not able to solve the problem of the magic tomb, I will trouble the two of you to help. Tiancher, you are a wise choice. Charlie smiled very gentlemanly, but there was an irresistible smugness in the corner of his eyes. Mexes and the others glared at Zhou Wen, apparently thinking that Zhou Wen hindered them, otherwise they should have gotten this opportunity. I'm sorry, I have tried my best. Zhang Chuanqiu walked over to Zhou Wen and said apologetically. It doesn't matter, the Cape family may not be able to succeed. There may be a chance. Zhou Wen felt that Charlie couldn't even see the ghost below, and the possibility that he could solve the problem of the magic grave was slim. And if one is not good, maybe he will lose his life there. After all, the ability of the ghost mask and ghost chi is too strange. Even Zhou Wen will be killed if he is not careful. That old Charlie wants to come back alive. Easy. When the two were talking, Uncle Zhang passed by them, glanced at Zhou Wen, and said to Zhang Chuanqiu, don't mention the matter of digging graves. As long as my old bones are still there for a day, I can't let people it has harmed our Zhang family. Uncle. Zhang Chuanqiu wanted to say something, but Uncle Zhang had already waved his hand away. Don't care, because of the legacy of the ancestors, my uncle is just afraid of Zhang's accident, and has no intention of targeting you. Zhang Chuanqiu said helplessly to Zhou Wen. It's nothing, but I think your uncle seems to have misunderstood me. I'm afraid that if Charlie fails, they will be willing to give Messies a chance instead of me. Zhou Wen said. I will never let something like that happen. Zhang Chuanqiu said firmly. But Zhou Wen couldn't understand when he offended the old man and made him look down on him so much. Zhang Chuanqiu thought for a while and said, didn't you happen to meet my uncle when you came last time? I think it might have something to do with what you said at the time and didn't find out. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that the old man thought he was here to mess with things, and he had no real ability at all. Charlie over there has already started to move. Zhou Wen and Zhang Chuanqiu went to Shirtai together. Zhou Wen also wanted to see what the great prophecy magic was. A pair of angel wings were born behind Charlie's back. Before flying to the magic grave, he stopped outside the line and saw that he had summoned two companion pets. One was a cross and the other was a book. As the book opened, light and shadow radiated from the writing, and it gradually condensed into the shape of a ghost mask. Although it was a little blurry, Zhou Wen could see that it was undoubtedly the ghost mask. This old man still has some skills. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart. Charlie didn't hesitate. When the light and shadow of the ghost mask condensed and formed, the cross held in the other hand burst into a terrifying holy light. He used the cross as a sword, and the sword pierced the light and shadow of the ghost mask. Among The light and shadow of the devil's mask suddenly smashed the cross and turned into a little light and shadow to dissipate. At the same time, a click was heard from the devil's grave, and it seemed that something was broken. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. When Zhou saw this scene, he knew that Charlie was afraid of bad luck. The power of his book. And the cross is indeed quite powerful, but he doesn't know that the mask itself is not the point, just destroying the mask is of no use, but may put him in danger. Sure enough, after a sound in the magic tomb, gray-white dust suddenly spewed out. Seeing the dust, Charlie's face changed slightly. The book and the cross in his hand glowed again. He wanted to repel the dust, but the dust was like smoke. It came up and sprayed it on Charlie's face. Everything happened too fast, and even the Cape's family didn't have time to stop it. When he reacted, the dust had condensed into a mask on Charlie's face. When the people of the Cape family rushed to help Charlie, the cross in Charlie's hand was so brilliant that it stabbed the two people of the Cape family who wanted to help him. The two were unprepared. After being injured by Charlie, they fell to the ground of the magic stone, and soon their bodies turned into magic stones. For a time, everyone was horrified. Charlie, who was controlled by the demon mask, didn't care so much, waving the book and the cross in his hand, and rushed towards the humans on the stone platform. Zhang Chuanqiu shot suddenly, the sword slashed like a stream of light, and instantly smashed the mask on Charlie's face, but did not hurt Charlie's face. But it was of no use. The shattered mask quickly reunited and turned into a mask to cover Charlie's face. Everyone fought against Charlie, but it was not easy to hurt him, but attacking the mask on his face was useless, causing everyone to be in chaos for a while. In the end, Zhang Xiao played a magic talisman and stuck it on the ghost mask, causing Charlie to stand still, but the mask could not be removed from his face. The Cape's family thought a lot, but they couldn't get the mask off, so they had to ask Zhang Xiao for help. Zhang Xiao said, "My mythical ghost-suppressing talisman can only be suppressed, but there is no way to completely eliminate it, and this mask is very strange, just breaking it is useless, I can't do anything, I can only think of other ways." This result was naturally as early as Zhou Wen's expectation. The evil ghost mask itself is not the point. No matter how strong the power is, it is impossible to kill it. The only way to do it is to dig up the grave and destroy the face pattern below. The Zhang family turned their attention to Mexes, naturally, hoping that Mexes could remove the mask, but Mexes shook his head and said, "If you let me take action at the beginning and completely destroy the mask, there may be a little more opportunity. Now that the mask is on Charlie's face, my guardian is so powerful that even if one blow can destroy the mask, Charlie will not be spared." The Zhang family and the Cape family were both caught in a dilemma. No one could solve the mask on his face without hurting Charlie, but without solving the mask, the problem of the magic grave could not be eliminated. Zhang Chuanqiu saw Zhou Wen standing next to him and watched all this happen, but his expression was unusually calm, and when his heart moved, he asked Zhou Wen, "Is there any way you can get rid of the mask without hurting Charlie?" When everyone was silent, when they heard Zhang Chuanqiu's question, they all looked at the two of them. Zhou Wen replied, "Yes, but I still say that I don't have the skills of Charlie and the others. If you want me to solve the problem, you must dig the grave." "What time is it?" "Still talking nonsense, the mask has been drawn out, why are you digging the devil's grave?" Uncle Zhang said. As a conservative of the Zhang family, the last thing he wants is to dig the grave. Zhou Wen is also helpless. This is the result of information asymmetry. It is common sense to him. For the Zhang family, it is a mysterious and unpredictable unknown force. They are too afraid of the devil's grave, and they are afraid that once the devil's grave is dug up, it will make the Zhang family exterminate, so they will strongly oppose it. Uncle, Zhou Wen is not someone who is aimless, he must have his reasons for saying this. Zhang Chuanqiu and Du Gugu have seen Zhou Wen's strength outside the Forbidden City and know that his ability is extraordinary. And at the beginning, everyone thought that Zhou Wen and Mr. Xiao were trapped in the Forbidden City together. No one saw him come out, but they didn't want him to return to Luoyang, but Mr. Xiao disappeared. Zhang Chuanqiu asked himself. Can't do it. The facts are in front of you, what more reason do you need? Uncle Zhang said coldly. Tian, the influence of the demon grave on our Zhang family is getting more and more serious. If we can't solve it completely, I am afraid that in a few years, even if there is no disaster for our Zhang family, we will die. When things have reached this point, it is better to sit still and wait to die. Why don't you give Zhou Wen a try? I believe he can solve the problem without disturbing him, and ask the Celestial Master to give him a chance and the descendants of my Zhang family a chance. Zhang Chuanqiu bowed. In front of Zhang Xiao said, Chuanqiu, what are you doing? To get rid of that mask, there is no need to dig up the devil's grave. We are helpless, because we only care about Charlie's life and death. Uncle. Zhang was furious. As of now, I don't think I can care so much anymore. If the Celestial Master is willing to let my guardian take action, I promise to destroy the mask, but I can't guarantee the life and death of Charlie. Mexes said aside. Mexes. You dare. Everyone in the Cape family glared at each other. Don't talk about it. After Zhang Xiao said, everyone quieted down and looked at him. Zhang Xiao had the final say here. Zhou Wen, how sure are you? Zhang Xiao looked at Zhang Chuanqiu, who was bowing in front of him, and then asked Zhou Wen. I was only 70% sure before, but now I'm 90% sure about the ability of this mask, Zhou Wen said. Is there any need? Zhang Xiao asked again. No, one person is enough. Zhou Wen replied. Okay, then let's do it. If it can be done, the companion eggs of the earth-moving beast will belong to you. Zhang Xiao nodded and said. Tian, you can't dig a magic grave. Uncle Zhang said anxiously. Brother, I have already made a decision on this matter, so there is no need to say it again. Zhang Xiao said. Calmly. The Uncle Zhang stomped his feet angrily. Have you all forgotten the last teachings of the ancestors? Digging the devil's grave is the disaster of my Zhang family. Zhou Wen, don't do it yet. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't hear the uncle's indignant words, got up and pushed Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had no scruples at the moment, and directly summoned the Tyrant Beeman. With a bang, the Tyrant Beeman's majestic body fell in front of the devil's grave. Tyrant Beeman, that turned out to be Zhou Wen's companion pet. Except for the Zhang family, who already knew about it, the other families were greatly surprised. After all, it was a powerful existence that ranked fourth in the last ranking. In fact, although the Tyrant Beeman ranked fourth, it has never lost. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Under Zhou Wen's order, the Tyrant Beeman turned on his absolute power, rammed directly into the devil's grave, and dug It open. The Zhang family, it's over. Uncle Zhang was shocked, angry and scared, his face pale. The rest of the Zhang family also looked nervous. After all, the legacy of the ancestors was there, and it was related to their own life and death. It would be a lie to say that they were not worried, and even Zhang Chuanqiu's palms were sweating. However, the demon grave was dug a little by the tyrant Beeman, and nothing strange happened. I originally thought that the tyrant Beeman was the companion pet of the West District, but I didn't expect it to be in Zhou Wen's hands. The old man of the ultimate family looked at the tyrant Beeman with envy on his face. Anyone would think about such a violent pet. If you want to have one, but this level and quality of violent pets, the entire Federation cannot find a few. Messies has been watching from the sidelines. Although the tyrant Beeman is powerful, he is not stronger than his giant god emperor. The giant god emperor is also a power type, and has a strong restraint effect on companion pets of the same type. If Zhou Wen wants to rely on the tyrant Beeman to fight him, Mexies will definitely make Zhou Wen suffer a lot. When everyone's thoughts were different, the tyrant Beeman suddenly stopped digging and stepped back a distance. The Zhang family was wondering why the tyrant Beeman stopped digging, but suddenly saw Zhou Wen wave his hand, as if something flashed. I just heard a click in the magic tomb, and before I could see what happened, a black blood spurted out like a spring, splashing everywhere. At this time, everyone could see clearly that there was a relatively abstract human face pattern in the excavated demon grave. There was a sword mark on the human face pattern. I don't know how it was cut out, but black blood was sprayed there. Click. As the black blood spurted out, the mask on Charlie's face also cracked, and more, when the black blood spurted out, the mask also shattered and turned into dust. Not only the mask on Charlie's face, but even the devil faces on the magic stone were shattered, and the people who were turned into the magic stone gradually recovered their bodies. It's just a pity that they have died. Even if there is no magic stone, it is impossible to come back to life. The Zhang family was overjoyed when they saw this, and Zhang Chuanqiu was also secretly relieved. He was also gambling. Fortunately, this time, he won the bet. Fortunately, not humiliating. Zhou Wen did not continue to dig, because if he continued to dig, when he found a ghost, he had to listen carefully, which he did not want to expose the mask of beheading evil. Ghosts can also use containing light to represent the role of the invisibility cloak, but this ghost must listen carefully. And the invisibility cloak is useless. Little friend saved our Zhang family from danger. I don't know how to thank you. Come with me to get the eggs of the beasts. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he said to Zhang Chuanqiu, you entertain me. Everyone, go back and rest, don't be neglected. Yes. Zhang Chuanqiu answered the order. Zhang Xiao took Zhou Wen back to the Tianchi mansion, and after arriving in the mansion, he waited for Zhou Wen to take his seat, and then said, you should have something to say, little friend? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, but Zhang Xiao didn't expect Zhang Xiao to see that he had something to say, and he didn't hesitate at the moment, and said, I have said before that, in addition to the monster, there are two-dimensional creatures in the tomb. Now there is only one, and there is another one below. If it can't be removed, I am afraid there is no way to completely solve the problem of the Zhang family. Little friend didn't act immediately. What scruples? Did you think about it? Zhang Xiao said. It's not difficult to get rid of that dimensional creature, but it needs some special companion pets. I don't want too many people to see my companion pet, so I hope the Celestial Master, can allow me to go to the magic grave alone. Watching, I just hope that no third person is present. Zhou Wen said. It's not difficult, and I don't have to be there. I'll just ask Chuanqiu to accompany you. Besides you and Chuanqiu, I won't let anyone else know about it, and I won't ask any more questions. Zhang Xiao paused and said, but there is one thing, I also hope you can help the Zhang family. Keep it a secret. Tian, please speak. Zhou Wen said. Since my little friend can see through the magic pattern, then it is very possible that is the guardian. I hope no one else will know about the fact that is the guardian. Zhang Xiao said. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, he didn't expect Zhang Xiao to ask for this, but he still agreed, I can guarantee that this matter will never come out of my mouth again. Zhang Xiao understood Zhou Wen's subtext, nodded and said, that's good. If the Zhang family spread it out by themselves, it would be the life of the Zhang family. After Zhang Xiao called Zhang Chuanqiu, he asked Zhang Chuanqiu to accompany Zhou Wen to the tomb again. After the two left, the uncle of the Zhang family came over, Tian. Why do you want to do this? Since we have decided to dig the devil's grave, why not let our Zhang family do it ourselves, but hand over our fate to an outsider? Zhang Xiao poured him a cup of tea, and then slowly said, brother, why has our Zhang family been able to prosper for so many years? It's not because our companion pets are better than others, and it's not because our Zhang family is stronger than others. It is because we see farther than others, think more than others, and take less detours than others. In this era, resources are important, but the importance of information and knowledge is sometimes more important than resources. Just like Zhou Wen, he can see through the magic tomb, know the information inside, and what he can do, if we replace it with us to do it, although it may be successful, but it may cost a lot, there is absolutely no need to do it. Zhang Xiao paused, and continued, what's more, the soil line has reached a level that is not one of the 6 major universities. In the hands of the family, don't you think this result is better than expected for us? Uncle Zhang was stunned, and then said, that's true, but Zhou Wen is really powerful. Even the old man Xia was planted in his hands, and now he has a soil beast, I'm afraid in the future, now that the guardians are born one after another, the future is unpredictable, but do you still remember the last part of the legacy left by the ancestor? Zhang Xiao said strangely. You mean, maybe we have a chance? Uncle Zhang didn't dare to continue speaking, as if he had some taboos. A step is a step. Our generation is getting old and has no chance to go further, but they are different in spring and autumn. Maybe they still have hope. Zhang Xiao said lightly. Zhou Wen and Zhang Chuanqiu came to the magic tomb again. Zhang Chuanqiu took the order of the Celestial Master and asked the Zhang family who were guarding here to evacuate temporarily. I'll leave it to you here. I'll come back when things are done. Zhang Chuanqiu said and left. The Zhang family did it so succinctly that it didn't leave anyone alone. Zhou Wen thought to himself that such a decision cannot be made by anyone. After all, it is related to the life and death of the family. It was in the hands of an outsider, but the Zhang family did so. https://genius for a second too. Remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen followed the steps and easily got rid of the ghost. When digging the devil's grave, Zhou Wen was also cautious, for fear of disturbing the goddess below. Fortunately, there was no accident. After getting rid of Gui Qi, Zhou Wen used magic stones to fill up the excavated magic grave, and then went to meet Zhang Chuanqiu and Zhang Chuanqiu had already prepared the companion eggs of the earthbound beast, and when they met, he gave the companion eggs to Zhou Wen. Aren't you afraid that I didn't complete the task? Zhou Wen smiled. What's so scary? If you can run away from the temple, the monk can't run away from the temple. Could it be that you can't go back to Luoyang for the rest of your life? Zhang Chuanqiu pouted and said. Fortunately, I have completed the task. Zhou Wen said. Zhang Chuanqiu thought for a while and said, you have to be careful about the other people, especially Mexis, he won't give up easily. Zhou Wen nodded, I know. Not much else to say, I need the place of my Zhang family, even if you say it, if you need it, you can live in the Tian mansion for a year and a half. Zhang Chuanqiu said with a smile. That's no use, I still have some things to do. After the things here are over, I plan to go back. Can you help me arrange and say goodbye to Yuji? Zhou Wen said. She is waiting for you in Tianchi mansion now. I didn't expect the earthbound beast to fall into Zhou Wen's hands. Your Cape family has been busy for nothing. In the courtyard, Messi said to Charlie with a smile. Didn't your family of gods get nothing? Charlie's face was pale. Although he escaped from death before, he still suffered some dark injuries, because he was controlled by the evil ghost. Mask. Mexi smiled and said, that's not necessarily. If you want to incubate a mythical companion egg, you must use external force. I think Zhou Wen can't hatch the companion egg of the earthbound beast so quickly, and we still have a chance to get it back. You want to grab the companion eggs of the soil beast? Charlie asked, staring at Messi's. Zhou Wen promised to fight with me before, and I won back the companion egg of the earthbound beast openly. How can this be called a robbery? Mexi said lightly. Humph, what do you mean by coming to me and talking about this? Charlie said thoughtfully. I'm afraid that Zhou Wen won't dare to fight, or he might escape, so I want to ask you to help me. If Zhou Wen wants to escape, or he doesn't dare to fight, help me stop him. With your prophecy, the book, even if he has wings, it will be difficult to fly. Messi said. Why should I help you? Charlie said coldly. No, you're not helping me. You're helping yourself. Even if you can track him down, are you sure you can defeat the tyrant Beeman? And I can defeat the tyrant Beeman. If you and I cooperate, we will surely be able to take back the land. The beasts accompany the eggs. When the time comes, you and I will explore the first emperor's mausoleum together. And the benefits will be divided equally, what do you think? Mexi said. Humph, it sounds nice, there is only one earthbound beast. Without the earthbound beast, we can't enter the first emperor's mausoleum. How can we cooperate? Charlie naturally didn't believe Messi's nonsense. In order to show sincerity, after recapturing the companion eggs of the earthbound beast, the people of your Cape family will be in charge of incubating, so you should believe me, right? Messi said with a smile. Is this true? Charlie looked at Messi's in disbelief. There is no way to enter the mausoleum of the first emperor without the beast. At first, the 6 heroes almost turned their faces, because of the companion egg of the beast. Now Messi's is willing to give it up, which makes him a little unbelievable. You and I are in the West District. Although there are occasional minor conflicts, we are our own people after all. The first emperor's mausoleum is an important dimensional field in the East District. I am afraid that the Xia and Zhang families will Not sit idly by when we act across the district like this. If you and I cooperate with each other, it is possible to bring back all the things inside. Otherwise, it is very likely that the things will be taken out, and it will be cheaper for the Zhang family and the Xia family. I am not sure whether the Xia family will participate, but the Zhang family took the initiative. Sending out the earthbound beasts, do you think they are really so kind and willing to give up the contents of the first emperor's mausoleum? Said Messies. Charlie considers it again and again, nodding. What you said makes sense. We are also willing to cooperate, but the premise is that the accompanying eggs of the earthbound beasts must be hatched by people in our family. Of course, I have already said it just now, the companion eggs of the earthbound beasts belong to you, but when you divide things, you have to divide the account by 5 or 5. Mexes said. Deal. Chaz stretched out his palm. When they were discussing how to recapture the companion egg of the earthbound beast, Zhou was ready to start hatching it. Ordinary epic-level humans need to rely on external forces to incubate mythical companion eggs, and there must be a lot of foreshadowing and preparation in the early stage. But Zhou doesn't need it at all, not even the infinite vitality of the Slayer, Taoist art and the First Order of Chaos can help him hatch mythical companion creatures. Earthbound beast, mythical level. Fate, earth fate. Soul of life, the spirit of earth. Wheel of fortune, the land of the 5 elements. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Physical fitness, 80. Vitality, 80. Talent skill, earth escape. Associated state, mounts. It seems that the earthbound beast is a pure mount-type companion pet. It has no special attack skills, but it is only a soil escape mount. It is already the best. After seeing the attributes, Zhou directly hatched it. Soon, a companion pet that looked very much like a pangolin but was as big as a dinosaur appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou tried it in the game, and found that this soil beast really lived up to its reputation. Although there is no offensive skill, this soil escape skill can be activated continuously as long as there is vitality, and the skill interval is very short. Under the circumstance that the earth-moving beast is full of vitality, it is really a weapon to escape with Zhou to escape hundreds of miles in an instant. It is equally powerful to use for assassination. In the crowd of thousands of troops, a Tuduan will come to the opponent's main general, kill him with a knife, and then easily Tuduan and leave, no matter how many enemies there are. They can't stop the Tuduan beast. As long as it's on the ground, I won't have to be afraid of being besieged in the future. Zhou rejoiced in his heart, but after thinking about it, it seems that there are 4 similar mounts: gold, wood, water, and fire. If we can get them together, I don't know if we can utilize the functions of the mobile phone into one. While Zhou was still researching how to use the earthbound beast, Mexi sent someone to send a battle post to fight Zhou in a fair duel. After reading the battle post, Zhou refused without hesitation, firstly because he didn't know what kind of abilities the giant god emperor had, and secondly, because he didn't need to give Messies an open and honest snatch of the earthbound beast. Excuse. If Mexes is unwilling to give up the companion eggs of the earthbound beast, he can only steal it. At that time, Zhou stood at the highest point of morality. No matter what he did to Mexes, and what kind of means he used, he would still be able to do it. No one can accuse him anymore. Zhou is not afraid of being criticized, but there is no need to take risks to fight the giant God Emperor who he doesn't understand. If the giant God Emperor is a guardian comparable to Ant City, it would be too dangerous. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen packed his things, and was about to leave Longhu Mountain. Mexes has been rejected before, and now he packs up and runs away. Mexes is likely to chase and intercept him, and then it will be Zhou Wen's main battlefield. Even if the giant god emperor really has the strength of the guardian of Ant City, Zhou Wen is not afraid of guerrilla warfare with him. Earth escape, teleportation, invisibility, and Zhou Wen's good at movement. It can be said that Zhou Wen is best at guerrilla warfare. When Zhou Wen packed up his things and was about to leave with Yer in his arms, he saw Zhang Chuanqiu rushing over. Zhou Wen, are you planning to leave Longhu Mountain? Zhang Chuanqiu asked directly. Not bad. Zhou Wen replied. You better not leave now. We found that Messies has reached a certain tacit understanding with Charlie. If you leave now, you will definitely not be able to escape. The pursuit of the two. The book of prophecy that Charlie is best at is finding people. You have already appeared in front of him. As long as you are not too far away from him, no matter where you hide, he will be able to find you. Zhang Chuanqiu said. It doesn't matter, this is just right. Zhou Wen said. Zhang Chuanqiu was slightly startled, not knowing what Zhou Wen meant. He stared at Zhou Wen strangely and said. You don't want to snipe at Messies too, do you? Why not? Zhou Wen laughed. At least go to the Tianchi mansion first. We have prepared the resources needed for hatching the soil beasts, which can help you hatch the soil beasts within 3 days. When you go on the road, it will be much safer. Zhang Chuanqiu said. If that's the case, will Messies come after me? Zhou Wen paused, then said, besides, I've already hatched the earthbound beast. With that said, Zhou Wen summoned the earthbound beast. Zhang Chuanqiu looked stunned, and after regaining his senses, he smiled wryly. It seems that Mexes and the others are destined to take advantage of this time. They're greedy, so who's to blame? Zhou Wen put away the beast, and after saying goodbye to Zhang Chuanqiu, he quietly left Longhu Mountain with Yer. Looking at the back of Zhou Wen's departure, Zhang Chuanqiu muttered to himself, this Zhou Wen is even more terrifying than in Tianzhou back then. I'm afraid it's not really going to turn the Federation upside down. In today's era, I don't know if it's a blessing. It's a curse. The news that Zhou Wen quietly left Longhu Mountain could not be concealed from Mexes and Charlie. Charlie had already predicted where Zhou Wen was leaving, and said with a sneer, it's been less than 24 hours since he got the companion egg of the earthbound beast. And it's definitely too late to hatch. Then what are you waiting for? Before he returns to Luoyang, we must stop him and take back the companion egg. Mexes said. I not only want the companion egg, but also his life. Charlie's eyes flickered with cold light, and the grievances between Zhou Wen and the Cape family would not be resolved, because Zhou Wen shattered the ghost mask on his face, nor would he rid Zhou Wen of life-saving grace. People from the two major families were dispatched together, and the originally lively Longhu town seemed to be a lot deserted at once. Master Tianchi, Zhou Wen has left Longhu town, and Mexes and Charlie have also led people to chase. An intelligence officer from the Zhang family came to report to Zhang Xiao. Should we also send someone over there and wait for the opportunity to recapture the earthbound beast? If we can get it back this time, we can no longer let others know that the earthbound beast is in our Zhang family. Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't. He came back and reported that Zhou Wen had hatched the soil beast, but he didn't know it yet. No need, the people of Mexis are not Zhou Wen's opponents. Zhang Xiao said lightly. That's not necessarily true. After all, Mexis has a guardian, and his strength should not be underestimated. Coupled with Charlie's book of prophecy, Zhou Wen may not be able to escape so easily. Uncle Zhang didn't think so. Zhang Xiao said, what? About the guardian? What kind of character is the old man Xia? Even he can't kill Zhou Wen, let alone a Mexis who relies on the guardian. This time they go, I'm afraid it will be more fortunate than good. Fortune. Although the uncle of Zhang family doesn't quite believe in Zhang Xiao's judgment, it is not easy to refute it. After all, Zhang Xiao's knowledge and judgment ability are far superior to him, otherwise, Zhang Xiao, who is the second child in the family, would not have been left behind. Take over the position of Tian, not his boss. Zhou Wen ran all the way, he didn't really want to escape, but to create the illusion that he was running for his life. Mexis and the others have been chasing Zhou Wen, and they have Charlie's book of prophecy to track Zhou Wen's position, and they are getting closer and closer. That bastard Zhou Wen is running so fast, we have to speed up. Charlie gritted his teeth and said, they chased for hundreds of miles, but they still hadn't caught up with Zhou Wen. It's just a fight between trapped beasts, he can't run away. Boom. Mexis just said a word, suddenly a person on his left touched a big tree, the big tree exploded, and directly the man was blasted into the air, and several people nearby were affected. What's the matter? Mexis hurriedly went to check the injury on the man, and saw that he had only half his life left. It's a life-blasting type of vitality skill, it must be left by that bastard Zhou Wen. Charlie observed the blown-up tree, and said, damn, B, you stay and take care of them, the others continue to chase after me, I want that bastard to die without a whole body. Mexis said angrily. The crowd chased after them again, but this time they were a lot more careful and didn't touch those trees and grasses at all. After chasing for a distance, they reached a meadow. As soon as they approached, they alerted a group of small insects in the grass, and a large number of insects flew up. Not good. Watch out for those bugs. When Charlie yelled, it was too late. Someone had already waved at the bugs, trying to drive them away. But their power hit the bug, and immediately caused a series of explosions. Because the life energy of those bugs is not high, but a large number of bugs exploded together, and they still made them very embarrassed. Some people who didn't pay attention, even their eyes were injured. And some people were blown up with blood dripping. They stepped on the grass in a panic, and the grass also exploded, immediately triggering a large series of explosions. That bastard. Seeing that many people had been injured, Mexis looked very embarrassed, although it was not very serious. When they were chasing Zhou Wen, they found that the mountains and forests here had turned into huge minefields. Anything they encountered could turn into mines, which made them suspicious. Not only were many people injured, but their speed was also slow. A lot. If this goes on, the bastard will run away. The people with flying pets will chase after me, and the others will go around the official road to see if they can stop him. After discussing with Charlie, the two of them keep chasing people with flying pets. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. In the air, there is no need to be afraid of skills such as life blasting. Mexis and the others accelerated their speed and chased frantically, but when Charlie predicted Zhou Wen's position again, he found that Zhou Wen's position was actually behind them. Not good. Charlie and Mexie's faces changed greatly, because Zhou Wen's current position seemed to be where they were separated from others. Go back quickly. After Mexie's led the people back, not far from where they parted, the bodies of those companions were found. They were bombed to pieces, and there were almost no complete bodies. The surrounding mountains and forests are also in a mess. Obviously, a powerful explosion occurred. It was not an ordinary life explosion. An ordinary tree exploded, and it did not have such a great power. Zhou Wen, I'm going to smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Mexie's face was gloomy, and he urged Charlie to continue tracking Zhou Wen's position. This time, Mexie's directly summoned the giant god emperor. After he merged with the giant god emperor, the armor transformed by the giant god emperor turned out to be so huge, and Mexie's was in the giant god emperor's body, as the core of the giant god emperor's armor. Mexie's, like a giant, grabbed Charlie and slammed into it, regardless of whether there was something explosive nearby. Sure enough, a large swath of trees and grass exploded, but it was of no use to the giant armor transformed by the giant god emperor, and it couldn't hurt it in the slightest. When Mexie's ran to the nearby water, tadpole-like things suddenly rushed out of the water. The tadpoles continued to explode, forming a terrifying power. However, with such power, it was not able to hurt Mexie's, and all the giant god emperor armors blocked it. It's these things that killed them. Mexie's saw from the explosion pattern of those tadpoles that it was these things that killed their companions before. Zhou Wen, these little tricks of yours are useless. In the face of absolute power, come out and die. Mexie said gloomily. Charlie has predicted that Zhou Wen is less than 10 miles away from here, and he can definitely hear his voice. Zhou Wen has used his listening to see everything clearly, and secretly calculated in his heart. It seems that the giant god emperor should be a guardian of strength and defense, and the tyrant Beeman is of the same type, and should not be weaker than the giant god emperor. But Mexie's knew that the tyrant Beeman was in my hands, and he was so confident. I'm afraid there was a way to restrain the tyrant Beeman. Zhou Wen's figure flickered, and he continued to pull away from Mexie's and the others, but after Mexie's put on the giant god emperor's armor, the speed was too fast. Zhou Wen not only failed to open the distance, but was pulled closer and closer. Zhou Wen didn't care either. While escaping, he summoned a large number of node elves and golden harps. There are now tens of thousands of node elves. Combined with the power of the golden harp, the generated sound waves are enough to kill epic level spirits of the strong. The most important thing is that the sonic attack is difficult to be completely blocked by the armor. Even if the defense of the giant god emperor's armor is strong, it may be penetrated by the sonic wave and killed. Mexie's chased after Charlie frantically, and suddenly saw a large elf node appearing in front of him, as well as a golden harp. Before he could react, the golden harp suddenly rang. With the sound of the golden harp, all the elf notes sounded, and the sound waves emitted, like a tidal tsunami, rushed towards Mexie's. What? The sound wave was not able to break through the armor of the giant god emperor, but Charlie, who was held in the hands of Mexie's, was bled by the 7 orifices shocked by the sound wave. His book of prophecy and the cross could not defend against the sound wave attack. Mexie's was startled, and a golden shield lit up on the Titan Emperor's armor, protecting Charlie inside, and finally letting Charlie find a way back. The sound wave attack could not penetrate the shield, and they were all blocked. When Mexie's was about to destroy the node elves and harps, he found that the note elves and harps in the sky had disappeared. Messies rushed over at full speed, but found no trace of Zhou Wen. Where did Zhou Wen escape? Messies asked Charlie. Charlie wiped the blood from his face and used the Book of Prophecy again to predict Zhou Wen's location. Impossible, he's here. Charlie's eyes widened when he saw the predicted result, his face full of disbelief. At this moment, Zhou Wen's figure appeared out of thin air on the top of Messi's head, with a golden sword in his hand, with an indestructible golden sword glow, directly slashing on the golden shield. When the golden shield was cut 3 feet apart, but Zhou Wen's sword could no longer be cut. The shield was not just a simple shell, but the inside was like substance. If it weren't for the golden tyrant sword, it was invincible and invincible. With the blessings of 2 skills that are invincible, it is impossible to cut 3 feet. You finally appeared. Messi's was not surprised, but delighted, controlling the giant god emperor's armor and punching Zhou Wen in the air with a backhand. But Zhou Wen's figure flashed in the air, but suddenly disappeared. Messi's originally thought it was Zhou Wen's speed and moved to another place, but he glanced around and saw no trace of Zhou Wen. Damn, why is this guy's skill so wretched? Where did he go? Find him quickly. Messi's gritted his teeth and said to Charlie. Charlie used the Book of Prophecy to predict again, but found that Zhou Wen was already several miles away, and pointed to that side in shock and anger. And said, he's over there, don't let him escape. Relying on the almost invincible ability of the giant god emperor's armor, Messi's didn't care whether there was an ambush or not, and slammed into the past frantically. The tall trees were directly smashed by the giant god emperor's armor, just like a huge humanoid machine. The defensive power can be compared with the tyrant beeman who is turned on absolute power, but the strength is a lot worse, but in this case, it should be impossible to defeat the tyrant beeman. In the end, what kind of power does the giant god emperor have to make Messi's so confident? Zhou Wen secretly pondered various possibilities. It seems that I can only let the tyrant beeman give it a try. Zhou Wen directly summoned the tyrant beeman when he saw that Messi's was chasing after him again. Not daring to be careless, Zhou Wen asked the tyrant beeman to directly activate the absolute power, and then faced the rushing Messi's. It's good to come. Messi's finally had a fighting goal, his speed increased instead of falling, and he madly attacked the tyrant beeman. The tyrant beeman also condensed the strength of his whole body and punched Messi's, who was wearing the armor of the giant god emperor. A wicked look flashed in Messi's eyes. He didn't even wave his fists to greet him, and slammed into the tyrant beeman with the armor of the giant god emperor with the golden shield. The tyrant beeman's fist bombarded the golden shield, but he was not able to push back Messi's. Instead, he was knocked out, and his fist bones were shattered. Rebound shield. With his own experience, Zhou Wen immediately saw the doorway. The tyrant beeman was not defeated by the giant god emperor, but was defeated by its own power plus the power of the giant god emperor. https://genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Suffer to death. My giant god emperor is invincible. Messi's controlled the giant god emperor's armor and punched the tyrant beeman with a punch. As soon as Zhou Wen's heart moved, the tyrant beeman had already returned to him. Since he knew that the guardian of Messi's was good at rebounding power, then the power-type companion pet of the tyrant beeman was not suitable for battle. Without the tyrant beeman, how can you fight against me? Zhou Wen, come out. To die, and I will leave you a whole corpse. Mexis chased Zhou Wen, while also stimulating Zhou Wen's nerves. With words. Zhou Wen was unmoved at all. While moving quickly, he was also thinking about the method to kill the giant god emperor. The Titan Emperor's defense is not weaker than the absolute power of the Tyrant Beeman, and he has the ability to rebound, so he really wants to break the defense of the Titan Emperor's armor. It's not difficult to kill Mexis, but it's useless to kill Mexis only. As a giant god emperor who has an equal contract, he can escape and choose someone else to contract. Zhou Wen's main target to kill is the giant god emperor, not Mexis. The only thing that is fortunate is that this giant god emperor should not have the ability to become fearful, and there is still a chance to kill him. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart. If it was an ordinary guardian, Zhou Wen would have killed him by sneak attack using the invisibility cloak, but the God Emperor's defense is too strong. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by sneak attack. Mexis was getting closer and closer to Zhou Wen, and he was about to catch up with Zhou Wen, with murderous intent in his eyes. Zhou Wen, you can't escape. Don't waste your time with him, kill him, and take back the companion eggs of the earthbound beast. Charlie shouted with red eyes, so many people died, and finally had the opportunity to kill Zhou Wen. As long as he can kill Zhou Wen and recapture the companion eggs of the earthbound beast, then everything is worth it. When he was about to catch up with Zhou Wen, he suddenly saw that Zhou Wen had summoned a companion pet, which looked like a huge pangolin, and Zhou Wen was riding on its back. They all only knew that there was a companion egg of such an earthbound beast, but they didn't know what the earthbound beast looked like. Seeing Zhou Wen summoning such a companion pet, he thought that Zhou Wen wanted to go all out, and Mexis punched it without hesitation. Even the Tyrant Beeman couldn't compete head-on with the giant god emperor, let alone such an inconspicuous one. Companion pet. Boom. Mexis bombarded with a punch, blasting the earth into a huge round pit, but Zhou Wen and the companion pet disappeared. Is it impossible? Both Mexis and Charlie had bad thoughts in their hearts. Turning his head and looking, he found that Zhou Wen was already dozens of meters away, and Mexis punched him again. This time he saw clearly that the pangolin that Zhou Wen was sitting on disappeared when he drilled into the ground, and waited for it to meet Zhou Wen again. When he left, he was already 100 meters away in another direction. The earthbound beast. He actually hatched the earthbound beast. How is this possible? Charlie exclaimed unwillingly. No matter how strong the giant god emperor is, it's useless if he can't catch up with the earthbound beast. Today, it is impossible to kill Zhou Wen, and it is even more impossible to capture the companion egg of the earthbound beast. Even if Zhou Wen is killed, the already hatched companion pets also disappear with their owners. Mexis was also stunned, but he did not expect such a result. It's your fate. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, Mexis wanted to retreat. Who said you can go? Zhou Wen said while riding on the back of the soil beast, blocking the way of Mexis. If you didn't have a soil beast to escape, you would have been killed by me long ago, and you dare to say such a thing in front of me? Mexis said coldly, and walked directly towards Zhou Wen, wanting to kick Zhou Wen and Soil Xing. The beasts are trampled to death together. Zhou Wen was unmoved, and directly summoned the Tyrant Beeman, and at the same time fed the rejuvenation pills he had recently brushed to the Tyrant Beeman, so that his injured fist could be healed quickly. What's the use of summoning a defeated general? No matter how many times you come back, you will die. Messi said. Zhou didn't speak, he continued to summon, and Zhenheng summoned out, directly shattering the two earrings. Coming like a beast, he stared at Messi's. Is it another power-type companion pet? It doesn't matter, let's go. Together. Mexis didn't care. Zhou continued to summon, and summoned the Dawei King Kong Bull and the Candle Dragon. Together, one bull and one dragon, surrounding Mexis. That's the Candle Dragon, that's the Candle Dragon in the Zhuelu Temple. Charlie recognized the Candle Dragon, and his face changed greatly. Mexis's expression is not very good-looking, and Zhou has summoned 5 mythical companion pets by himself, which is also very rare among the 6 major families. No matter how many companion pets you summon, it's the same for my giant god sovereign. If you don't break my defense, you will have to retreat in the end. Although Messi said that, he was already a little unconfident. Zhou ignored him and continued to summon companion pets. The golden tyrant sword and the golden war god halberd came out, one from the left and one from the right, suspended in the air. At the same time, the mythical Kunlong and Zhenlong appeared. 2 black dragons also joined the battlefield, and Messi's was surrounded by them. In the center, that's the golden war god temple that casts the temple, the black dragon of Zhuelu underground sea. How could it be possible? How could he have so many mythical companion pets? Charlie's voice was already trembling, he had never seen there are so many mythical companion pets on one person. Even in recent years, there have been many more mythical companion pets in the 6 major families than before, but it is not bad for the core executives to have one. Only those top-level characters may have 2 or 3 mythical companion pets. Those with 5 or 6 mythical companion pets are already considered to be the top combat power in the family, and they are the real pillars of the family. Now, that Zhou alone has summoned more than 10 mythical companion pets, and among them are top terrifying beings like the Tyrant Beeman and the Torch Dragon. How can Charlie not be shocked? At this time, Mexis also had 10,000 grass-mud horses whizzing past in his heart. He never thought that Zhou, who was not even a descendant of the Yin family, would have so many mythical pets on his body. Mythical companion pets were simply not needed. Called out like money. Now Messi's has some regrets. Although the power of the giant god emperor is strong and his defense is almost invincible, who can guarantee that among these companion pets of Zhou, there is no existence that can restrain the giant god emperor? As far as Mexis knew, the power of the candle dragon's whole candle vision could devour all living beings, and the giant god emperor might not be able to stop it. It's useless, no matter how many companion pets you have, it's just a joke after all if you can't break the giant god emperor's defense. Mexis's tone was no longer as confident as before. Really? Zhou finally spoke, and at the same time summoned 2 companion pets. Charlie and Messi's didn't know these 2 companion pets, but just by looking at the appearance of the 2 companion pets, they knew they were 2 companion pets. Only mythical grade is undoubtedly Zhou summoned the Dark Doctor and the Demolition Demon. Of course, if you can break through the giant god emperor's defense, why would you summon so many mythical companion pets? Mexis seemed to be talking to Zhou, as well as himself. You'll know soon enough, what's the use of so many mythical companion pets? Zhou waved his palm, and the terrifying mythical companion pet army rushed towards the giant god emperor. When Mexis saw so many terrifying mythical companion pets rushing over, he only felt his scalp tingling, but he had to bite the bullet. But how could a giant God Emperor be able to deal with so many mythical companion pets? Although the tyrant Beeman and the others couldn't break the giant God Emperor's defense, they did not prevent them from rushing up and holding down Messi's wearing the giant God Emperor armor. The tyrant Beeman and Ting held one arm each, and the two black dragons pulled one leg each, and the candle dragon wrapped around its neck, directly knocking the giant God Emperor down. The giant God Emperor is only powerful in defense, but in terms of strength, it is not as good as the tyrant Beeman, and there is no way to contend against so many mythical creatures at the same time. The Dawei King Kong Niao stepped on his chest with a hoof, and the golden tyrant sword and the golden war god halberd stabbed at his body fiercely. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't struggle. Charlie fell to the ground, and Messi's couldn't care about him anymore. He stood up and wanted to run, but he saw a scalpel suddenly appear and slashed his throat, and the Dark Doctor walked gracefully from him after that. Without looking back, he walked back to Zhou Wen. Charlie covered his neck in horror, but blood continued to flow out from between his fingers. His eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to say something, but only blood spurted out. Thump! Charlie's body fell to the ground and died directly. It's a pity, Zhou Wen said lightly when he saw that the dead tree didn't respond. Zhou Wen, no matter how many mythical companion pets you have, it's useless. You can't break my defense, and you can't hurt me. Mexis was pressed by so many mythical companion pets, but he was not injured. Although he couldn't move, he was still big. Roared. Why should I break your defense? As Zhou Wen spoke, the blaster had already walked over. The demolition demon, whose eye mask was shining with evil light, pressed his palm on the shield of the giant God Emperor, leaving a strange brand on it, gradually covering every corner of the shield. The time bomb skill can only be used on objects that cannot be resisted. It is basically impossible to use it on a guardian like the giant God Emperor, but the current giant God Emperor cannot even move. What do you want to do? Mexis's face had turned pale, and his eyes revealed horror. Although he didn't know what those brandings were used for, he knew that things were very bad. It's nothing, I'm just in a good mood. I want to set off a fireworks to celebrate, Zhou Wen said lightly. Let go of me, you bastard. Mexis struggled hard. He already felt very bad. Even the giant God Emperor himself was struggling to break free, and seemed to have a strong fear. But it was useless. Under the suppression of so many terrifying mythical creatures, even the giant God Emperor, who was the guardian, could not break free. After all, it only broke out of the cocoon not long ago. Although it is strong, it has not turned into fear and has no overwhelming power. There are more and more imprints on the golden shield, emitting a dangerous purple fluorescence, like a spider web, which has spread all over the shield. Finally, Zhou Wen withdrew all the companion pets and quickly stepped back. Don't. Mexis finally regained his freedom, and his first reaction was to take off the giant God Emperor's armor, but it was too late. The demolition demon snapped his fingers, only to hear a bang. Like an explosion of a hydrogen bomb, a round of golden sun centered on Mexis, rapidly expanding the radiation range, and everything that was swallowed in nearby instantly turned into fly ash. https://genius. For a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Because the strongest shield of the giant God Emperor was detonated by the demolition demons, the powerful force made Mexis not even have the opportunity to scream. With the death of the giant God Emperor, Zhou Wen only felt a strange force entering his body, prompting the killer to begin to evolve again. Finally, it's time to evolve the perfect body. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and killed several guardians. If he didn't evolve, Zhou didn't know where to find a guardian to kill. The slayer that wraps Zhou body has always been an invisible existence. After being promoted to the evolutionary body, Zhou can feel its existence a little and can actively drive it. However, Zhou understanding of it is still very small. Only when he uses immortal slaying, he can drive the killer. This time of evolution, the Slayer's form has gradually emerged. Although it is only a hazy light and shadow, like a silhouette, it is more than invisible and intangible before, I don't know how many times stronger. Watching the light and shadow gradually emerge, Zhou found that this light and shadow seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen it there. I can't see the facial features, and I can't see the figure clearly, but that kind of momentum seems very familiar. Is that the woman in my hallucination? Zhou suddenly remembered where he had seen this kind of imposing manner. The woman who defied the sky and killed the Immortals and made all clans worship. Seems to be this kind of imposing manner. When the evolution was completed, Zhou could only see a silhouette like light and shadow, and the appearance of the slaughter could not fully emerge, nor could it condense the entity. Zhou glanced at the information in the game and found that the killer had indeed been promoted to the perfect body, but the name and introduction had not changed. The only thing that makes Zhou feel that the Slayer has really grown is that he can finally keep in touch with the Slayer, and other abilities will need to be tested slowly. Is this the end? This is the final appearance of the Slayer's life and soul? Zhou looked at the light and shadow and couldn't believe that the Slayer looked like this in the end, which was too abstract. Although Zhou didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. The perfect body was the final form of the soul, and it was impossible to change it. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou took Yer and rode the soil animal on the road again. This time he was not in such a hurry, but his speed was not slow, and the road he took was not the road back to Luoyang. Zhou didn't plan to go back to Luoyang now. He wanted to go around a circle and walk through the safer human area first, so that Imochen could be promoted. After walking for 2 days, the dust began to evolve, and the dust-like planet actually burned up, like a small sun, emitting a strange light. Although I don't know if there is any other use, the attribute blessing that Mochen brought to Zhou is much stronger than before. Shimmer, evolution. The evolution of this trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun is really easy. If you walk more, it shouldn't be difficult to get a perfect body. In that civilized country, you need a lot of space to move in order to evolve. What should you do? Zhou couldn't think of too much. Good way. The Zhang families. Mysterious bird can teleport quickly, but the Zhang family has already hatched, and it is impossible to transfer it to Zhou and Zhou does not have enough interests to impress them. Let's take a step by step. Zhou was not idle when he was on the road. He was studying the Demon God Inheritance catalog, trying to figure out what kind of vitality art it was, and how to make it work. Condensed life and soul. It is not difficult to condense the fate. Combining the vitality art and one's own talent, as long as the understanding is sufficient, it should be successful. But for the soul, it needs to have a foundation. Generally speaking, a drop of blood of the guardian is needed as the foundation, but the attributes of the guardian must be in line with the Demon God Inheritance catalog. I don't know if the blood of Lord Emperor can be used as the Foundation of the Demon God Inheritance Catalog. Zhou thought to himself. Until now, Zhou still can't figure out what kind of existence Lord D is, and whether she is a dimensional creature or a guardian, or neither. However, Lord Emperor was trapped in Chess Piece Mountain, and this catalog of the inheritance of the demon god was obtained from there, so the possibility of a fit between the two is naturally relatively high. I'm afraid it's not that easy to get a drop of blood from Lord Emperor, but it's not impossible. Compared with those guardians who have to fight to get blood, Lord Emperor should still be able to negotiate, but what kind of price needs to be paid, then we don't know. Zhou didn't think so much, and wanted to condense the fate of the demon God's inheritance catalog first. When Zhou was walking, he was only studying, not practicing, because he switched to other vitality techniques, and there was no way for Wei Guang to obtain energy. When he stopped for information, he put his own thoughts and insights into the catalog of the inheritance of the demon gods, but within a few days, he had already achieved a huge improvement and condensed his destiny. Fate, the blood of the demon. Zhou felt that when using the blood of the demon, his basic attributes were greatly blessed. Among all the fates, the blood of the demon had the strongest blessing for physical attributes. It seems that this catalog of the inheritance of the demon god is likely to be the origin chi formula corresponding to the body. Another origin chi technique that corresponds to the physique is the small prajna, whose life and soul prison is already a perfect body. Then I will add the inheritance map of the demon god. The recorded life soul is promoted to the perfect body, so the physical attribute can reach 41 points. Zhou was troubled by how he could get the guardian's blood corresponding to the demon god's inheritance catalog, so that he could condense the soul of life. Lord Emperor, are you interested in making a deal? Zhou planned to explore Lord Emperor's tone first. If he could get a drop of her blood, he could try it first. It's really strange, you would actually take the initiative to trade with me, aren't you afraid that I'm going to die, and you've been avoiding me? Lord D replied with a teasing tone. How can I avoid you? I'm too busy, and I don't have time, otherwise I would want to go to Cheesy Mountain to see you. Zhou Wenxiu and Wei, she said casually. Okay, then come on, I'll be waiting for you. Lord D said. I'm near the southern district now, and I really can't go back. When I go back, I'll definitely see you. Zhou then sent another message. Are you interested in what I said about the transaction? Woolen cloth? What do you want? Lord Emperor asked simply. I want a drop of your blood. Zhou gritted his teeth and sent this message out. He was still a little uneasy in his heart, wondering if Lord D would turn against him. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Yes. The message sent by Lord Emperor made Zhou overjoyed. What do you want? I'll exchange it with you. Zhou said quickly. Don't you want to come to see me? Then you come to see me. I will give you a drop of blood essence, nothing else. Lord D replied to the message. Zhou was suddenly a little depressed, and he just said that casually. If he really asked him to go to Cheesy Mountain to see Lord Emperor, he really did not dare to go. I really can't go back now, can I replace it with something else? There are a lot of novelties and goodies here. I'll send you some of them? Otherwise, I'll give you any experimental equipment or instruments you want. Buy it. Zhou said. Don't want anything, if you come, you will have blood and essence. If you don't come, you will have nothing. Lord Emperor's reply made Zhou Wen a little helpless. Let's talk when I go back, I can't fly back now. Zhou Wen replied with a message, and then turned off the phone. Generally speaking, when the guardians are in the cocoon, the whole body is full of blood essence. When they come out of the cocoon, the blood essence has already been integrated into the body, and it is not so easy to get the blood essence out. Maybe the blood of Lord Emperor is not suitable for use. Zhou Wen thought about it and thought that he should not go to Cheesy Mountain. Since it's the demon god inheritance catalog, the 9 black dragons are the demon dragons. The guardian they guard may also match the demon god inheritance catalog. Zhou Wen opened the game, ran to the underground sea, and got a drop of the guardian's blood. It turned out to be useless, and the demon god inheritance catalog could not be absorbed. I went to Ant City to try again, and the result was the same. The blood essence of these 2 guardians was of no use to the catalog of the inheritance of the demon gods. However, this also shows that the catalog of the inheritance of the demon gods should not be the attribute of vitality. This road doesn't seem to work. Zhou Wen could only think of other ways to see if he could find other guardians who didn't break out of the cocoon. Ding. Because most of the life, soul and vitality art have reached the bottleneck. Now, Zhou Wen can only play the game and copy the copy on the road. This time, when he played the endless Shanghai, he wiped all the 7 places of the southern vermilion bird. The 7 vitality skills, like the Eastern Sangdong Chisu, are combined into a vitality skill. When using it, the light and shadow of a vermilion bird surrounds him. Like the Eastern Sangdong Chisu, it is a kind of vitality mask. And the level of vitality skills has not improved. Is it really necessary to gather the 28 constellation skills to show the real power? Zhou Wen had to continue to brush. The northern Xuanwu Chisu and the western White Tiger Chisu each lacked a skill, which was particularly difficult to brush. Zhou Wen didn't know how many times he brushed, but he couldn't get it out. Zhou Wen deliberately came to brush many times, maybe it was luck, and he even collected the 7 vitality skills of the western White Tiger Chisu. Like Songlong and Suzaku, the 7-in-1 vitality skills are all body-protecting vitality skills, and the level has not been improved. Zhou Wen was ruthless, desperately brushing the endless star sea again and again, and insisted on brushing out the last skill. Let's see what the situation will be after the 28 star skills are collected. However, Zhou Wen has been brushing for nearly 10 days. I don't know how many times he has been reborn from a drop of blood, and the last constellation skill has never been brushed out. Fortunately, during this period, Zhou Wen created another demon blood dragon companion egg with almost the same attributes as the first 2. Except that this one is a dry dragon. Of the 9 real dragons with demon blood, Zhou Wen already had 3, Gon, Kuan, and Zhen, but as a result, the 3 black dragons could not be integrated. What the hell is this subject? Could it be that the monster blood dragon without the word Dragon Ball is the subject of these 9 black dragons? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart. However, it is useless to guess the companion egg of a true dragon without words. Every time Zhou Wen refreshes the dungeon, he will brush the little tiger, but after brushing for so long, the companion egg has not exploded again. The same is true of some mythical creatures, and it is difficult to produce companion eggs. Even if Qiongqi and Zhulong are both companion pets with unique attributes, then I brushed so many times, why should Qiongqi have one? Or is it that I'm not doing it in the right way? Just like Medusa, Qiongqi has to have a special method to explode the companion eggs? Zhou Wen thought about it, and finally thought of a possibility. Wouldn't it need someone with a vicious fate to kill Qiongqi? And it would explode the companion egg? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Wen planned to give it a try. The fate of the demon-armored tiger soul general is extremely vicious, but it is still at the epic level, so it is definitely unrealistic to let it kill Qiongqi. Fortunately, Zhou Wen didn't have much else, that is, there were enough mythical companion pets. Summoned the mythical pet heaven group, rushed into the temple of Qiongqi, beating Qiongqi, and only one breath was left. Then the demon-armored tiger soul general rushed over, shot after shot, killed for more than half an hour, and abruptly grinded to death Qiongqi, who had only one breath left. Ding! Kill the mythical creature, Qiongqi, and discover the companion egg. Is this really possible? Zhou Wen opened his mouth wide and didn't close it for a long time. He just came up with a whim, trying that. Who knew it would actually work? If I had known this earlier, I would have been out of luck. Why do I have to wait so long? Zhou Wen only sighed that brute force is sometimes really unnecessary, and intelligence information is the first element. Qiongqi, mythical level, evolvable, fate, punish the good and promote the evil. Soul of life, companionship with evil. Wheel of fortune, evil. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Physical fitness, 81. Vitality, 81. Innate skills, do evil like the wind, full of evil, devour. Alive, pour mountains and bad waters. Associated state, mounts. The top mythical mount. Zhou Wen was overjoyed at first, but after carefully looking at Qiongqi's skills and various abilities, his face darkened. This thing is a master who bullies the soft and fears the hard. When encountering a villain, because of the role of the evil soul, not only the attributes will be weakened, but even the skills will be weakened. But when you fight a good person, it is called a fierce. When doing good deeds, its attributes plummet, and when doing evil deeds, various attributes can be greatly improved, which is simply a strange thing. One of the most unbearable skills for Zhou Wen is pour mountains and bad waters. This skill is a passive skill and has no lethality. Its only function is that where it is, it will make the local feng shui worse, making people poor and evil. As its owner, naturally bears the brunt. Sooner or later, it will become extremely hungry and can't even eat. If I knew it was such a thing, why would I explode it? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded, looking at Qiongqi's companion egg. Hatch it, this thing is too evil. Don't hatch, anyway. This is a top-level mount companion pet, and in terms of combat ability, it is also top-level, so it's a pity to throw it like this. Zhou Wen looked at the companion egg with a fluctuating expression, and he couldn't make up his mind for a while. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Wen was still unable to make up his mind to hatch it, and first matched it with his pet, with a companion egg. In fact, Zhou Wen already wanted to throw it away. None of its skills and abilities made Zhou Wen feel particularly useful, and they all had various shortcomings. Its only strength is that it is especially fierce when it does bad things, and it is especially powerful when dealing with good people. If Zhou Wen is a big devil, with the ability to remove the poor mountains and bad waters, Qiongqi is a great talent, capable of exerting extremely strong combat power. The problem is that Zhou Wen doesn't like doing bad things at all, and he doesn't intend to kill good people. with such a thing, there is still the risk of being so poor that Zhou really doesn't want to hatch it. After watching for a while, I found that Qiongqi and other companion pets did not fit very well. When Zhou was about to decide to throw it away, he thought of the summoned demon armor and tiger soul general, so he matched it again. The degree of fit as high as 93 surprised Zhou. Sure enough, they are similar to each other. The fit between these two guys is really amazing. Zhou thought about it and felt that he finally broke out the myth-level Qiongqi, another top-level myth, and the ability to evolve. Just throw it away if so, it seems a pity. I don't think that Kazhu seems to be of any use to me. It's better to combine it and try it out. Maybe after the fusion of these two defective companion pets, there will be a good result. Where did you go? Zhou put the demon armor tiger soul general and the Qiongqi companion egg on top, with the attitude of trying it out, and chose to merge. 93's degree of fit is not fake. The Qiongqi companion egg was used as an auxiliary material, turned into a streamer, and invested in the body of the demon armor and tiger soul general, and the fusion was completed soon. The fusion of the demon armor tiger soul general did not seem to have changed much, but the tiger under the tiger soul general looked a bit like a poor man. Zhou hurriedly looked at its properties and thought, it would be great if the master could be erased. Demon armored tiger soul general, mythic level, evolvable. Fate, fierce. Soul of life, tiger soul magic pattern. Wheel of fortune, evil. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Physical fitness, 81. Vitality, 81. Talent skills, 100 steel furnace, rampage, magic stone. Curse, unity of human and rider, armor-piercing spear, evil governance and full profit, pour mountains and bad waters, and conquer the Lord. Associated state, none. After reading the attributes of the demon armor and tiger soul general, Zhou was dumbfounded. This attribute can be called the best, and there is basically no way to get stronger. The companion pet with 8 skills, Zhou, who has the ability to synthesize, is also the first time I have seen it, and there are further possibilities in the future. Maybe it can be feared. The master is still there, and this Zhou can still accept it, but what kind of ghost is that poor mountain and bad water skill? And it even fits the body of the devil armored tiger general. Master, could plus the poor mountains and bad waters. This is because he is afraid that he will not be killed with a stick, and then he will be executed in a lingering manner. Zhou now has the urge to destroy the demonic armor and the tiger's soul. But after thinking about it, Zhou held back. Anyway, there should be poverty in the master, and there are many poor mountains and bad waters. In the past, the master was not effective against him. Let's observe first. If you really can't stand it, you should try to destroy it as soon as possible. Zhou thought so. Or quickly took back the demon armor and tiger soul general, and decided not to let it out. At the same time, Zhou also summoned his little tiger, let it follow him, and added some luck to himself. After doing all this, Zhou Kai felt much more relaxed. Continuing on the road cautiously, Zhou cheered up, but fortunately, nothing unfortunate happened, which made him somewhat relieved. Shimmer is much more difficult to evolve than Moat. Zhou has walked for so long and found that although Shimmer is growing, it grows very slowly. If it goes on like this, I don't know how many places I have to go before I can make Shimmer be promoted to the perfect body. The path that Zhou has taken is the path that human beings are still traveling on at present, and he has not encountered too many dangers. On this day, Zhou rode the Dawei King Kong bull and walked on a winding road. At night, he was unable to get out of the mountain. There was still a mountain in front of him. Generally, Zhou was walking when he suddenly saw a lot of trucks parked on the road ahead. It looked like a convoy, but he didn't know what they were doing here. Generally speaking, the team should park in a fixed service area. It is impossible to park on this winding road in the middle of the night. Behind the convoy, there were many people in military uniforms guarding. When they saw the Dawei King Kong bull, they were all startled. Immediately, many soldiers ran over from the front of the army. Many soldiers raised their guns and aimed at the big bull. Viking bull. However, when they saw Zhou sitting on the back of the Dawei King Kong bull, they were a little relieved, but they did not relax their vigilance, and dozens of guns were still aimed at Zhou and the Dawei King Kong bull. "We are the Federal Transport Team. Who are you?" The leader, who looked like an officer, shouted to Zhou from a distance. "I'm a student of Sunset College and I'm going back to Luoyang." "What happened here?" Zhou didn't rush over, but stopped Dawei King Kong Niu and looked at the other side and asked, "I don't know why the winding mountain road in front collapsed for a long time. Our car can't drive past it. We are trying to solve it. If you don't have the ability to fly, I'm afraid you can only change the route," the officer said. "I have some flying ability, but I don't fly too far. Can you let me go over to see the situation?" Zhou said. The officer discussed with the person next to him for a while, before saying to Zhou, "Okay, you can come over, but put away the companion pet first." Zhou put away the Dawei King Kong bull and walked over with Yer in his arms. "It's already very dangerous for you to walk the mountain road at night. As a student, why are you still holding a child?" The officer looked at Yer in Zhou's arms and said, "Maybe it was because of a little girl like Yer that they were willing to let Zhou approach the team. The world is not good, her parents are gone, I can only take her to the academy," Zhou said. All the soldiers showed sympathy, and the atmosphere eased a lot. "This world. Sigh." The officer sighed and led Zhou forward. Sure enough, a large section of the mountain road ahead was broken. It is estimated that several hundred meters of mountain roads have collapsed. The epic powerhouses in the operation team are using flying pets to slowly transport the goods and cars separately. However, because there are only 3 flying pets working, the cargo that can be transported at one time is very limited, so the progress is very slow. Zhou frowned as he looked at the broken mountain roads. The mountain road collapsed almost completely, and there were even collapsed potholes on the mountain walls. Zhou watched it for a while, and felt that these mountain walls did not look like the natural collapse of the mountain, nor did they appear to be smashed by heavy objects, but more like something it was. As if something had been eaten. https://genius, for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou looked around and looked at the map again, but did not find any dimensional fields nearby. The nearest dimension field from here should be 60 kilometers away, in a straight line. Is there a forbidden creature? Zhou didn't dare to be careless. He used the ability to listen to the truth, and searched the vicinity. Within the range of hearing, no other dimensional creatures were found. To be able to cause this level of damage, the body size should be very large. How could it not be found? Zhou wondered in his heart. But think about it. It's right. When this happens, the transport team will definitely check the surrounding situation first. If there is such a big dimensional creature, they will not be unable to find it, and it is impossible to move goods here in the middle of the night. Young man, can you fly over? The officer next to him asked Zhou. There should be no problem with such a distance. Zhou nodded and replied. You have to be sure. With a child, don't take any risks. The officer urged. Thank you, I'm sure. After Zhou thanked him, he jumped up. With Yer in his arms, and after borrowing a few times on the mountain wall, he reached the opposite mountain. Road break. The students of Sunset College are not ordinary. This movement is really powerful. If I could have been admitted to Sunset College, I wouldn't have worked for so many years, and I didn't even become a squad leader. The soldiers here have already received the news. Knowing that Zhou was coming over, seeing his movement, he said enviously. Zhou just didn't want to be too public, otherwise he would fly over directly. He didn't expect that such a move would still amaze ordinary soldiers. When you came, was the road here already like this? Zhou asked one of the soldiers. Yeah, when we were still 40 or 50 kilometers away from here, we heard a loud noise. At that time, we were still wondering what happened. When we got here, we found out that the road has collapsed. The soldier replied. 40 or 50 kilometers, it may be difficult to hear the sound in other places, but here are all winding mountain roads. The distance of 40 or 50 kilometers refers to the road distance, and the actual straight line distance is not too far. It won't take much time to get here for 40 or 50 kilometers. If there are creatures that break the ban, in theory, they shouldn't be able to go too far. Zhou continued to use the listening scan, and this time Zhou focused on scanning the woods under the mountain. Because during the previous scan, Zhou felt that the dimensional creature should be very large and could not hide in the woods. And the woods showed no signs of being destroyed, as if there were giant beasts passing by. However, for the sake of safety, Zhou carefully scanned the woods once. Because there is no dimensional field nearby, the forest below has not undergone much mutation, and the trees have not grown too high. Zhou scanned for a while and thought that there would be no harvest, but suddenly in the woods, something was going on. Creatures wandering here. The creature looked like a centipede, with a huge body. The body was probably as big as a bucket. On its upper body, it had a human chest, legs, and head, which looked extremely weird. It was traveling in the woods, and it was about to reach the fracture of the mountain road. What kind of dimensional creature is this? Was the mountain road destroyed by it? Zhou didn't have time to think about it, and said to the soldiers, there seems to be a dimensional creature in the woods below, get people to leave the break and don't get too close. The soldier was stunned for a moment. He looked down and didn't see anything below, so he used the walkie-talkie with suspicion and passed Zhou's words to the officer on the opposite side. The officer quickly asked people to carefully observe the situation below. While they were still observing, they saw that the monster with a centipede tail had already climbed out along the mountain wall. There are different dimensional creatures, ready to shoot. The officer immediately ordered to shoot, and the gold bullets fell on the dimensional creature like raindrops. The hard bullets seemed to be shot into the rubber and stuck in its body. The terrible thing was that those bullets quickly melted in its body, as if absorbed by its body. Seeing that the Yuanjing bullet did not work, the epic officer ordered a giant eagle companion pet to send out claws from the air to attack the monster. The monster raised its head and glanced at the giant eagle, with blood-red light in its eyes. The giant eagle was touched by the light and immediately fell from the air. When the body was still in the air, it had melted into blood. The officers were shocked. Their transport team had 2 epic-level companion pets and 5 epic-level companion pets. In total, with such strength, they could cope with ordinary emergencies without encountering mythical creatures. Now an epic-level Thunder Eagle was killed in just one encounter. Such strength seems to have gone beyond the epic-level category. Retreat, retreat. The officer gave the order, but unfortunately it was too late. Those soldiers hadn't gotten in the car, and the monster had already climbed up the mountain wall. Its eyes glowed red, and the light it shot landed on a truck, and the truck melted directly. Everyone's heart was cast a shadow, and they encountered such a terrifying dimensional creature. Retreat, retreat immediately. Captain Yan and I will cover, and the others will retreat immediately. Don't worry about the goods, retreat immediately. The officer shouted and summoned a companion pet to entangle the monster and cover the retreat of the others. The monster's body, which was nearly tens of meters long, climbed on the mountain wall, and it made a strange roar in the sky, and its red eyes shot red light toward the officer. The officer dodged quickly, and at the same time an epic companion pet sword in his hand, cut out a sword light, wanting to cut off the monster's centipede-like body first. But before his figure moved, the centipede-like body suddenly rolled over, seeing that the countless centipede feet were about to grab onto his body. The officer's sword light slashed at the centipede, but the sword light shattered like glass and splattered in all directions, failing to injure it. It's over. The officer's face was pale. He had already tried his best to retreat, but the speed was too different to avoid the centipede's attack. Suddenly, a golden sword light descended from the sky, like a flash of lightning, illuminating everyone's eyes. The next second, they saw the golden sword light coming down from the top, splitting the monster's body in half from the center, and the monster fell into 2 parts and fell to the bottom of the cliff. Only then did they see clearly that where the golden sword light disappeared, a figure was holding a golden sword in one hand and a girl in the other, standing in the air above the broken road, naturally Zhou Wen. The officers and soldiers were dumbfounded and looked at Zhou Wen in disbelief. Thank you for your help. The officer gave Zhou Wen a military salute and said, I'm afraid it's not very safe here, there are other dimensional creatures, you should leave here quickly. Zhou Wen said, summoned the Tyrant Beeman, and directly made the Tyrant Beeman huge. Tyrant Beeman. That's Tyrant Beeman. It turns out that Tyrant Beeman is not a companion pet in the West District. The soldiers cried when they saw Tyrant Beeman. https:// Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen directly ordered the Tyrant Beeman to help the transport team send their trucks along with the goods to the other side of the road. In front of the Tyrant Beeman, the truck was like a toy and could be picked up with one hand. Soon, all trucks, goods, and people were moved to the other side of the road. You haven't asked your name yet, the officer said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen replied, and then said to the officer, let's go, this is not just that other dimensional creature, there are more terrifying existences, I am afraid there will be danger if it is too late. The officer saluted Zhou Wen, and immediately ordered all the Soldiers to get in the car and pull the goods away. Golden team, I didn't expect the tyrant Beeman to be the companion pet of our Eastern District people, and it was owned by such a young student. That Joe one is really amazing. Not only the companion pet is powerful, but also the people, and it is so terrifying. With a single sword, all the other dimensional creatures have been slaughtered. If our human students are as strong as him, what other dimensional creatures are they afraid of in the future? The soldier next to him said to the officer with some excitement. Gene Sherhow shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm afraid there may not be one person out of 100 million people like this. It's impossible to protect all human beings just by relying on them. We soldiers are also very important. So we have to work hard to become stronger, even if not to their level, but we can protect our compatriots who are weaker than us. Although I say so, but such power, we are afraid that we will never have it in our lifetime. The soldier sighed. Gene Sherhow scolded, if everyone thinks like you, we humans are afraid that we are really going to die. If we can't do it now, it doesn't mean we can't do it in the future. Humans in ancient times can imagine that one day everyone do. They all have mobile phones? Do people in peaceful times think that everyone can fight with a gun? People like Zhou Wen are the pioneers of the times. One day, pioneers like them will bring some powerful companion pets, vitality. Art, vitality skills are brought to everyone, and then human beings can truly change the world. We must also strive to become stronger if one day, such an era really comes, and we even have the ability to control those powers. No, that's really the end of it. Captain, I understand what you mean. Standing on the shoulders of giants, we can see farther. But seeing it with our own eyes is still shocking. He is so young, yet he possesses such power, human beings. Is the gap in talent that big? The soldier said with emotion. Zhou Wen kept scanning the woods below, and the mountain road collapsed. It was definitely not something that the dimensional creature just now could do. There must be stronger dimensional creatures nearby. But he scanned the woods over and over again, and found nothing else. With a thought, Zhou Wen put on the invisibility cloak, wrapped Yer in the invisibility cloak, and walked in the direction where the centipede eccentric came. The mountains and forests are dense, and it is obviously dark and gloomy under the moonlight. Zhou Wen did not enter the forest, fearing that something would happen, and flew directly over the woods. With the invisibility cloak in his body, and the earthbound beasts ready to fight at any time, Zhou Wen's ability to escape has already exploded, and coupled with his ability to listen, he can escape even if he can't beat him. I didn't find anything along the way. Fortunately, the smell from the centipede monster was still there. Zhou Wen followed the smell and turned around a hill, and found something. There is a hill over there. The mountain is only 200 or 300 meters high, but it is quite steep. On the top of the hill, there is a building like an earth temple. There is a land temple in such a place? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. He observed the hill and found no stone steps up the hill. Strange, there are no stone steps. How did the ancients build it? Zhou Wen looked at the earth temple carefully and found that incense was emitting from it. There is also a wooden plaque hanging above the gate of the small temple, and the 3 words Mountain Temple are engraved on the wooden plaque. It turned out not to be an earth temple, but a mountain temple. Zhou Wen frowned slightly. If it is the earth temple, you don't need to worry too much, because the earth temple in the east area is similar in nature, and generally there is not much danger, and maybe you can get some benefits. But the mountain temple is different. The mountain temple is divided into two types, the righteous god and the evil god. The righteous god's mountain temple is similar to the earth temple, and the danger is not great. But the mountain temple of the evil god, it is difficult to say. Some so-called mountain gods are actually monsters in the mountains who have become spirits. Those monsters are good and bad, and their temperaments are completely different. Because of their magical abilities, humans will worship them as mountain gods. However, these mountain gods may not necessarily bless human beings. There are even many mountain gods who worship them only because they are slaughtering human beings and making humans afraid. Although the mountain temple on this hill is not big, it is quite exquisitely built. It is a pure wooden structure with incense wafting out of it. Because only 3 words are written on the mountain, Zhou Wen does not know the mountain gods enshrined in it. What does it look like? That centipede monster should have come out of the mountain temple. It seems that the mountain god here is probably an evil god. The collapsed mountain road probably has something to do with the mountain god. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Focusing the power of listening to the mountain temple, Zhou Wen wanted to know what was enshrined in the mountain temple. Because there is a mysterious power shrouding the mountain temple. I couldn't hear the situation inside clearly before, but now I listen with all my strength, and the scene in the mountain temple gradually emerged in Zhou Wen's mind. The inside of the temple is also simple. On a confession table, there is an object enshrined. There is a cigarette in front of the object, incense sticks in the cigarette, and candles are lit on both sides. Zhou Wen saw the things enshrined in the temple clearly, but his face became a little weird. Sure enough, it's a mountain temple of an evil god, but I've seen snakes, foxes, and yellow immortals. This is the first time I've seen a toad. Zhou Wen looked at the mountain god in the mountain temple and couldn't help but feel somewhat curious. The offerings in the mountain temple looked like a toad. The fat god statue was lying on the table, with his eyes closed, as if he was enjoying it. Its whole body is like a bronze cast, with many spots on its body. It looks ugly, and ugly. If it is Zhou Wen, it will definitely not enshrine such a mountain god. But Zhou Wen looked at it carefully for a while and felt something was wrong. It looks like a toad lying there. But if you look closely, you will find that this guy is a little different from a toad. When Zhou Wen was observing it carefully, he saw that it opened its eyes and looked towards Zhou Wen. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen was wearing an invisibility cloak. Although he didn't use his invisibility ability, he was still invisible. The toad-like mountain god stared straight at Zhou Wen's direction, obviously being able to see him. The mountain god looked at Zhou Wen, opened his mouth, and let out a strange cry. Zhou Wen was startled, his figure quickly retreated, and at the same time he pulled out the golden tyrant sword to prevent possible attacks. Zhou Wen didn't find a terrifying force rushing out of the mountain temple, but his closed pocket jumped, and then there was no movement. What happened? Zhou Wen was a little confused, knowing what must have happened, reaching out to touch the inside of his pocket. His face suddenly became strange. His closed pockets were intact, but some of the change in them was gone. It was only a few hundred yuan in total, which Zhou Wen kept on his body as a spare to take a car or buy some daily necessities. Now there is not even a penny left, and it just disappears out of thin air. Is that the ghost of the mountain god? But how did it do it? When Zhou Wen was in shock, the mountain god called out to him again. Zhou Wen hurriedly flew away. he didn't know what happened to the power of the mountain god, so he could only stay away from the mountain god as much as possible to avoid further losses. It's a pity that Zhou escaped too late. With the strange cry of the mountain god, Zhou only felt a light on his wrist, and the bracelet he had been wearing disappeared. All of a sudden. Not good. Zhou was shocked. The bracelet itself was worthless, and if you lost it, you would lose it, but it was inlaid with chaotic beads, and there were many things in the chaotic beads. But they must not be lost. When Zhou directly summoned the tyrant demon, making the tyrant demon huge, his huge fist smashed into the mountain temple on the top of the hill, and he wanted to smash the mountain temple directly. Boom! The toad-like mountain temple rushed out, and its body grew rapidly, to the extent that it was comparable to the tyrant demon, and its head directly collided with the fist of the tyrant demon. I don't know what its head is made of, but it is extremely hard. The tyrant demon's fist slammed into it, as if it had hit steel, and it was not able to hurt it. Zhou only saw clearly at this time that although this guy is ugly, it is not a toad. Its body is like a lion, its feet are like a unicorn, and its head is like a dragon. Those square-hole copper coin-shaped scales cover its body, and when its body shrinks, it looks like a pimple on a toad. This thing, shouldn't it be the legendary Pixiu? Zhou looked at its appearance, and then contacted its previous abilities, and immediately thought of a legendary beast. Legend has it that the mythical beast Pixiu, also known as Tianlu, warding off evil spirits, and Baijia, is a kind of auspicious beast that can exorcise evil spirits and avoid disasters. Those who want to make a fortune will make offerings to the mythical beast at home or in shops. The more Zhou looked at this guy, the more he looked like the legendary Pixiu. It fought against the tyrant demon, and its strength, speed and physique were not inferior. It bites down and bites off half of the hill next to it, and its combat power is extremely terrifying. It's the right thing to gnaw away at the mountain road. Zhou ordered Golden Ba Jianfei to slash at Pai Yao, wanting to help the tyrant demon kill this thing and see if he can get the chaos orb back from its stomach. Seeing the golden tyrant sword fly over, the Pixiu opened its mouth and let out a strange cry, and actually sucked the golden tyrant sword directly into its stomach. Let's go, this guy's ability is a bit perverted. Even mythical weapons can be swallowed? Zhou was stunned. He didn't do it blindly anymore, but moved further away from it, watching it from a distance and fighting the tyrant demon. I want to find out its weaknesses first, and then attack it. The tyrant demon couldn't gain the upper hand, roared, and used absolute powerful force, to immediately suppress the Pixiu, and punched it on its body, causing the Pixiu to roll around in the mountains. But the Pixiu had rough skin and thick flesh, and only suffered some minor injuries, and the tyrant demon couldn't kill it for a while. In this way, Pixiu was irritated, and I saw it opened its mouth wide, like a monster swallowing the heavens and the earth, and made a strange cry like a cow's cry. Zhou, who had retreated far away, only felt his body vibrate, and some valuable things disappeared one after another. Even some of the accessories he bought for Ur disappeared. What is even more exaggerated is that the ground below actually cracked open, and a gold ore vein appeared in it, and a large amount of gold ore rushed towards Pixiu's mouth, making its body glow with golden light, as if cast from gold. When? I don't know if it was because it swallowed a lot of gold ore, that Pixiu actually fought on a par with the tyrant demon, who had activated absolute power. After a while, the golden light on Pixiu's body dimmed a lot. Maybe it was because the power to devour the gold mine just now ran out, only to see it rushing out. The tyrant beeman was chasing after several mountains, and the Pichot roared again, and the ground split open, revealing a silver ore vein underneath. A large amount of silver ore flew into Pichot's mouth, causing the silver light on Pichot's body to shine, and the fighting power was improved again, and he fought with the tyrant beeman again. Fortunately, when the tyrant beeman fought hand to hand, he never feared anyone. He fought wildly with Pichot. The surrounding mountain walls collapsed. Big pits appeared on the ground, and large tracts of woods were destroyed. It didn't take long for the silver light on Pichot's body to dim again, and it fled towards the mountains again. After a while, it found another copper mine, devoured the copper ore again, and fought the tyrant beeman again. After tossing for so long, the light on Pichot's body gradually dimmed, and the time for the absolute power of the tyrant beeman had arrived. Both beasts had passed their peak, but they were still fighting tiredly, looking extremely fierce. This guy has the ability to devour wealth and sense wealth. As long as I have something related to wealth on my body, I will be sensed when I approach it. If I want to kill it, I can only travel lightly. Zhou Wen thought and sent Yara first. When she got to a safe place, she put all the valuables on her body next to her. Then he put on the invisibility cloak, used the invisible ability, and quietly approached Pichot. Zhou Wen did not use a sword with lights, and such a sword might also be counted as wealth. Approaching Pichot from behind, it was not discovered by it this time. Zhou Wen did not use a weapon, but just summoned the Dark Doctor and made him fit in the state of a soul genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. After the fit, Zhou Wen was behind the Pichot, and the eye of perspective worked, allowing Zhou Wen to see through the Pichot's body. The golden tyrant sword had already been melted and absorbed by Pichot, which made Zhou Wen feel extremely distressed. Such a magical weapon was destroyed by Pichot. The gold, silver, and copper ore swallowed by it have almost melted. Fortunately, Zhou Wen saw that the chaos bead had not been melted and absorbed, but the bracelet had disappeared, leaving only one bead. Fortunately, the chaos pearl is still there. Zhou Wen saw the opportunity, and suddenly used the power of the Dark Doctor's Wheel of Fortune during the battle between Pichot and the tyrant beeman. Darkness's right hand was activated directly, and Zhou Wen's right hand penetrated into the back of Piyao's head, and stirred it violently, smashing a large piece of its brain. Because of its size, the dark right hand has no way to take out its entire brain, only destroy it as much as possible. Pichot let out a scream, and the tyrant beeman took the opportunity to press it to the ground, ride on it, and bombard wildly with his fists. Zhou Wen was not idle either, and the remaining two dark right-hand abilities were used consecutively, making a mess in his brain. There was a problem with Pichot's brain, and it no longer had the ability to resist and was continuously bombarded by the tyrant beeman in the chest, and the strength of struggle became weaker and weaker. Zhou Wen saw that it was no longer able to open its mouth to suck money, so he summoned the Han lightsaber, and a sword cut a wound on its neck. The tyrant beeman stretched his claws into the wound, tore the wound abruptly, and finally tore off its head, and a generation of divine beasts finally died. Zhou Wen summoned Shen Ting, let the mini-state Ting Ting get into its stomach, and the chaos bead was taken out. After a while, Di Ting came out again, holding the chaos orb in one claw, and still pulling something in the other claw. Zhou Wen took a closer look and saw that the things that Ting Ting pulled out were 3 copper coins, tied by red ropes. The rope is tied, and it doesn't look very conspicuous. But this thing was not digested and absorbed in Pichot's stomach. It was obviously not an ordinary thing. Ting put both the chaos pearl and the copper coin in Zhou Wen's hands. Zhou Wen took the copper coin and looked at it. He didn't find anything special, so he put the copper coin away first, and then looked at Pichot's body with perspective eyes. Is there no companion egg and no dimensional crystal? Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This Pichot's ability is very special, and it would be great to get a companion egg. It's a pity that Pichot didn't explode, and it also lost the golden tyrant sword, which made Zhou Wen feel a big loss. It seems that we have to find a way to reunite a weapon similar to the golden tyrant sword, Zhou Wen thought to himself. However, the skill of attacking all invincibility is too difficult to brush, and the success rate of synthesis is not high. If you want to resynthesize the exact same golden sword, the possibility is very low. Fortunately, Zhou Wen does not have obsessive-compulsive disorder, as long as he combines the two skills of invincibility and invincibility into one weapon. I don't know if I can combine those skills with the lightsaber. Zhou Wen just thought about it, and could only try it later. I searched around again, no other dimensional creatures were found, and Zhou Wen left with Yer. There doesn't seem to be anything special about this copper coin, so why hasn't it been digested by Pai Yao? On the way back, Zhou Wen had been studying the 3 copper coins, but no matter what vitality tactic was used to input vitality, the copper coins could not be activated. In addition to being harder than ordinary copper coins, Zhou Wen didn't see any use for these coins. Let's find a way to get the weapon out first. Zhou Wen also has a mutant tyrant snake that he brushed out before, and it has the skills to attack it. It's a pity that Zhou Wen used it to match the Hanguang sword, and the fit was poor, only less than 20. The compatibility of the Golden God of War halberd and the Hanguang sword is also not high, only 31. With such a success rate, Zhou Wen does not dare to mix them up randomly. It doesn't seem realistic to want to combine these two skills directly with the lightsaber. What if you combine them with the sword-like companion pet first, and then combine them with the lightsaber? Zhou Wen decided to try it out. Try. After brushing the ancient sword mount for so long, no other mythical swords have been brushed, but a lot of epic and legendary swords have been brushed. Zhou Wen used those swords to match the tyrant snake and the golden war god halberd, and quickly found the one with a relatively high degree of fit. First use a sword and a tyrant to synthesize it, and the result is that the 63 fit is high, and the synthesis fails. Then use the golden war god halberd and another epic sword to synthesize. This time the synthesis was successful, but the invincible skills were lost. Why is the luck so bad? Zhou Wen thought of the new skills of the demon armor and tiger soul, and he was a little uneasy. Isn't that skill really working? My loss this time is not small. Without the golden war god halberd and the mutated tyrant snake as materials, it would be impossible to combine them again, so Zhou Wen had to temporarily abandon his previous plan and wait until the companion eggs are spawned later. On the way, Zhou Wen focused on the endless Xinghai and the ancient sword mound. The endless Xinghai wanted to brush the complete 28 constellation skills, and the ancient sword mound wanted to brush the mythical sword again. The lightsaber is very powerful for assassination, but it is not suitable for frontal combat. Zhou Wen also needs a frontal attack weapon. I don't know if my luck has really turned bad. After brushing for a few days, I didn't get what I wanted, and I got a lot of useless companion eggs. Anyway, I have to go shopping to promote the shimmering life and soul. Zhou took a detour to the first emperor's mausoleum and wanted to look for it. If there is a small hand pattern, download the copy of the first emperor's mausoleum. Before arriving at the first emperor's mausoleum, Zhou first saw a lively market like a small town, where many people were selling the dimensional crystals and companion eggs produced in the first emperor's mausoleum. There are many characteristic companion eggs in the mausoleum of the first emperor, such as the bronze man Zhou had seen before, and the beasts of the earth, all from the mausoleum of the first emperor. However, the mausoleum of the first emperor that humans know now is actually only the periphery of the mausoleum of the first emperor, and it has not been able to enter the interior of the tomb at all. If the first emperor's mausoleum is regarded as a huge underground city, then the area that humans are in contact with now does not even reach the city gate. Except for the legendary 6 heroes, no one has ever entered the real mausoleum of the first emperor. Zhou Wenjing wanted to go through the market and went to the periphery of the first emperor's mausoleum to look for the small hand pattern, but saw that there seemed to be a riot in the market, and a group of people were crowded together and didn't know what they were doing. After a little attention, Zhou realized that Lu Yun was in the crowd and was arguing with an old man. This guy Lu Yun is useless, what is he doing here? Zhou became interested, found a corner where no one was paying attention, and secretly observed Lu Yun's every move. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou watched for a while, and finally figured out what Lu Yun was arguing with the old man. Lu Yun insisted on buying the old man's bronze sword, but the old man refused to sell it. It's not that the old man really didn't sell it, but the old man insisted on using the bronze sword for the mythical companion pet, otherwise he wouldn't sell it for any amount of money. The old man also said that his bronze sword was dug out from the tomb of the first emperor before the dimensional storm, and it was the sword of the first emperor. Naturally, no one believed this. Even if it was really the first emperor's sword, that thing was not worth much in today's era, it was at most an antique. The old man insisted on using the sword for the mythical companion pet. Lu Yun didn't know what to do, so he insisted on buying that sword. But he couldn't get the mythical companion pet. That's not right, how could a cheeky guy like Lu Yun buy a sword so honestly, let alone make a fuss here? If he really wanted that sword, he should have secretly stole it. What is the guy trying to do? Zhou thought to himself. I have 3 epic level bronze human companion eggs, how about changing your sword? Lu Yun said to the old man. Don't say it's 3, even if it's 10, I won't change it. The old man was very stubborn, holding the bronze sword without letting go. His neck was harder than a steel pipe. When others heard it, Lu Yun was greatly surprised to exchange 3 bronze human companion eggs for such a broken bronze sword. How about 5? This is my entire net worth, Lu Yun said, and took 5 companion eggs and placed them in front of the old man. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Few of the local people knew about the bronze man's companion egg. The 5 companion eggs Lu Yun took out were undoubtedly bronze men. I said, little brother, you have 5 bronze human companion eggs, and you can't get any good things in exchange. Why do you have to exchange his broken sword? Said a person next to him. Everyone agreed, the bronze man companion egg is very famous, but the number of production is not large, so the price is very high. To be able to take out 5 at a time, even the old man who has been setting up a stall here, has never seen it. Nothing else, I just like that sword, I think. It might be a treasure. Lu Yun said carelessly. Of course it's a treasure. If you want it, you can. Exchange it for mythical companion pets, otherwise it's useless to say anything. The old man said, still very tough. Everyone felt that both Lu Yun and the old man had brain problems. Lu Yun was a prodigal son, and the old man was also an idiot. I said, little brother, I have a sword similar to his here. If you want, I will sell you 5 bronze human companion eggs. A big man next to him squeezed up and looked at the 5 bronze eggs on the ground. The human companion gave birth to an egg, swallowed his saliva, and said to Lu Yun, what I want is the sword dug out of the first emperor's mausoleum. What kind of sword do you want from me? Lu Yun pouted and said, I don't like to hear your words. My sword was originally a treasure dug by my great-grandfather from the first emperor's mausoleum. The big man said quickly. Really? Lu Yun looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. Sure enough, the 2 ancient swords are very similar and slightly different, but on the whole, they should be works of the same period. Of course it's true, it's definitely more true than that, old man. The big man patted his chest and said. But the old man said coldly next to him, don't be greedy for petty cheapness, you will suffer big losses if you are greedy for smallness and cheapness. What's the use of buying a fake with 5 companion eggs? Old man, who are you talking about? Fakes? You are fakes. The big man said angrily. Lu Yun laughed and said to the old man, you won't regret it, right? It's too late for you to regret it now. I won't buy your sword, let's see who else will pay such a high price. With that said, Lu Yun pushed the 5 companion eggs towards the big man and said to the big man, don't care if you are real or not, just buy yours. And let that old ghost regret it. The big man was overjoyed and hurriedly received the bronze man companion egg. He was not at ease, so he asked someone to help him identify it. After confirming that it was the bronze man companion egg, he gave the ancient sword to Lu Yun. Old man, you should regret it slowly here. Lu Yun said and walked away. Zhou put on the invisibility cloak and followed quietly. Lu Yun didn't go to the town, turned a corner, ran into a nearby grove, and sat on the root of a big tree to smoke. After a while, I saw the old man who was selling swords before, sneaking into the woods with a thief. When Zhou saw the old man, he immediately understood that these 2 guys were originally a group. And they did so much to make the big man sell swords. That big man is a free hunter who entered the dimension domain, not a stall to sell things. They must want the big man's sword, but it is inconvenient to go directly to Delu to buy it, so they set up such a game. What exactly is the ancient sword that is worth so much, thought of Lu Yunhua? Zhou quietly looked at the ancient sword in Lu Yun's arms. How, is it the real thing? The old man asked Lu Yun after he came in. That's right, it's the real thing. With this sword, we can enter the first emperor's mausoleum. Lu Yun said. Let me see. The old man said, wanting to get the sword. However, Lu Yun shrank his hand and did not let the old man touch the sword, and said with a smile, what are we doing in such a hurry? We didn't agree. I will hold the sword, I will open the door, and after turning back in, things will be divided equally. In my hand, you can rest assured that nothing can go wrong. I'm not afraid that you will be deceived, but help you grow your eyes to see if it is the real Qin Huangjian. The old man said with his face unchanged. I'm Lu Yun so big, I'm the only one deceiving people, no one can lie. To me, you can rest assured. Lu Yun held the ancient sword and asked the old man, when will you do it? The sooner the better, if you're ready, we'll do it tonight, the old man said. Okay, then it's settled. We'll meet you outside the first emperor's mausoleum at night. Lu Yun said, turning around and leaving. The old man watched Lu Yun's back disappear, and then turned to leave. Zhou Wen secretly looked at the direction the old man was leaving, but he was thoughtful. He always felt that the old man seemed to be familiar, and he seemed to have seen him somewhere, but looking at his face and figure, he didn't seem to be impressed. This old man, could it be Jing Daoxian? Zhou Wen suddenly had a flash of light in his mind, thinking of why he felt that familiar. Because the temperament that this old man occasionally shows is very similar to Jing Daoxian, but his appearance and body are different. It shouldn't be difficult for Jing Daoxian to change his appearance and figure. I think he is probably Jing Daoxian, but how could he get together with Lu Yun? What do the two of them want to do in the first emperor's mausoleum? Zhou Wen, full of curiosity. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't plan to enter the first emperor's mausoleum, so he simply stopped guessing. After turning around, I returned to the periphery of the first emperor's mausoleum and looked for the small hand pattern along the edge of the first emperor's mausoleum, hoping to gain something. Zhou Wen had never planned to enter the first emperor's mausoleum. Now that he knew that Lu Yun and Jing Daoxian were going in, he wouldn't even go in, so he just walked around. There are terracotta warriors and horses on the outside. The level is basically legendary, and further inside is the epic bronze figure. I heard that there are also mythical golden figures, but it is very rare, and Zhou Wen has not seen it. When he was about to reach the Imperial Mausoleum, Zhou Wen slowed down. He would definitely not enter the Imperial Mausoleum. Just look for the small hand pattern. Among the dungeons Zhou Wen downloaded, there was already a Ming Tombs, which was the only game dungeon that Zhou Wen had not yet entered. The main reason is that there are some mysterious things in this kind of dungeon. If one is not handled well, there will be problems. The more important reason is that the entrance cannot be found, and it can only be circled around the periphery. A place like a mausoleum is not a place for people to enter. Naturally, there is no entrance. If you want to enter, you can only dig in by yourself. The same is true of the first emperor's mausoleum. There is no portal, but many holes have been dug nearby. I heard that many people want to go in, but they have been dug halfway, and everything has happened. So far, the only ones who can successfully enter it are only 6 heroes. Using his ability to listen carefully, Zhou Wen searched the vicinity carefully, and luckily, Zhou Wen found a small hand pattern on a stone beast half buried in the soil. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and quickly went over to pat the little hand pattern, and the game entered the downloading screen. After waiting for a while, the download was not successful. It is estimated that this copy is another important copy. After getting the mobile phone for so long, Zhou Wen found that the speed of downloading the game has nothing to do with the size of the game map. Generally, the dungeon that downloads slower will have some particularly powerful or mysterious things in it. It's not too early to look at the sky, and the copy has already been obtained. In order not to bump into Lu Yun and Jing Daoxian, Zhou Wen plans to leave here first and continue his travels. Who knew that when he was walking on the road, he saw Lu Yun leaning against a big tree by the road, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Little junior brother, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon," Lu Yun said with a smile. "This guy must have seen me a long time ago." Zhou Wen was very clear in his heart, looked at Lu Yun and said, "Master, have you figured it out and want to help me take care of Yer?" Hearing Yer's name, Lu Yun couldn't help but tremble, looked at Yer and Zhou Wenhui, and quickly shook his head. "I have something to discuss with you. You should listen to the conversation between me and that old man. When you arrive, are you interested in entering the first emperor's mausoleum together? This sword is the key to entering the first emperor's mausoleum. With it, and your earthbound beast, we can come and go safely to the first emperor's mausoleum. What do you want to take?" "Take whatever." "No," Zhou Wen said bluntly. "Don't you want to know what's in the first emperor's mausoleum? It's—" Lu Yun was slightly startled, but he was interrupted by Zhou Wen again when he wanted to say more. "I don't want to know, and I don't want to go," Zhou Wen said as he bypassed Lu Yun and continued to walk forward. "Not to mention whether there is any danger in Shi Huang's mausoleum, with the old man suspected of Jing Daoxian there, Zhou Wen would never go. Even Lu Yun found him, Zhou Wen didn't believe that Jing Daoxian would not have found him. This muddy water is not easy to navigate. I heard that there is an elixir of immortality in the mausoleum of the first emperor. If you eat it, you can live forever." Lu Yun refused to give up and followed Zhou Wen, wanting to continue to persuade. "Don't go." Zhou Wen's attitude was firm. Even if Lu Yun said a flower, he would not enter the first emperor's mausoleum. There is also the guardian's cocoon in the first emperor's mausoleum. If you go in, you might have a chance to contract the guardian. Lu Yun continued. "Don't go. I didn't expect unexpected good news." But even if there were guardians inside, Zhou Wen wouldn't go. Anyway, his mobile phone is already downloading a copy of the game, and he can play the guardian in the game. There is no need to take risks by himself. "Do you know who that old man was just now?" Lu Yun said suddenly when he saw that Zhou Wen was determined not to go to the first emperor's mausoleum. "I know," Zhou Wen replied. I didn't expect Zhou Wen to answer like this. Lu Yun was stunned, and then he asked in disbelief, "Do you know who that old man is?" "It's impossible, right? You shouldn't have seen him, he's a dead people." "Who do you think he is?" Zhou Wen heard Lu Yun's words, feeling a little wrong, stopped and looked at him and asked. "Everyone knows that Jing Daoxian is not dead. Even if he was injured last time, he almost lost his ability to fight. The Supervision Bureau set up a net of heaven and earth to catch him. You should be familiar with the Zhuolu expedition team, right? That old man is one of the members of the expedition team," Lu Yun said mysteriously. "It's absolutely impossible. I've read all the information on the expedition team, and there is no such person," Zhou Wen said. Seeing Zhou Wen's reaction, Lu Yun knew there was a drama, and he laughed. "Those experts on the expedition team and those staff members who are on record, as long as you have read the information, you know that they are not strange. But have you ever thought about it? Maybe there will be some people who are not recorded in it? I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. It is impossible for an outsider to stay in the team for an inspection of that scale," Zhou Wen said. "It's not an outsider. You've read so many materials. Don't you think that there is something missing from the materials?" Lu Yun said seriously. Zhou Wen frowned and thought. He didn't feel that there was anything missing in the data, all the staff and experts and professors had the data. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't understand, Lu Yun said, "Don't you think that there is no information about the person who organized the expedition to investigate?" Zhou Wen was slightly startled, thought about the information he had read, and said, "Why not? Isn't there information about those officers and soldiers? Are those officers and soldiers qualified to organize such an expedition? They are only responsible for security work." Lu Yun asked rhetorically. "Think about it, for such an important inspection, so many top experts are invited, but only some lower-level officers are used to protect them, and there are no people who supervise the progress of the work. Don't you think this is a bit wrong?" Lu Yun continued. "You mean that the Federation has deliberately concealed some information? Is that old man one of them?" Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun and asked. "Actually, I have also investigated this matter, and I have also entered the department that initiated the investigation, and read the materials at that time. But the materials were done perfectly, and there was no problem at all. But I also read some other materials. I found that in that department, a few people disappeared inexplicably during the time when the expedition team was established, and have not appeared since then. Later, I did a lot of investigations, and I can be sure that those people must have gone." Shualu. Lu Yun paused and said, "The old man was named Xiaoyukuan just now, and he was one of those people. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Where did you find him?" Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun. He was a little strange. Why did Lu Yun care so much about this matter? "It's a coincidence. I was originally here to wait for you. I guess that after you have a soil-like beast, you will probably come to the first emperor's mausoleum." Who would have waited for the left and right? Xia Yukuan, who was selling things at the market stall, recognized him as one of those people. "So I followed him secretly, but he found out." Lu Yun paused, then continued, "Who am I, Lu Yun? He is not my opponent. This old guy told me something to save his life. Only then did I know that he really went to Zhuolu back then, along with a few other people, in charge of supervising the work of the expedition team. But later, everyone else disappeared with the expedition team, and he said that he escaped the disaster because he returned to the station because of illness that day. Won't believe it." "Then what?" Zhou Wen felt more and more strange about this matter. He thought that the old man was probably Jing Daoxian, but Lu Yun said that he was Xia Yukuan, and he was also related to Zhuolu's expedition team, which was a bit strange. Then he talked to me about something good, saying that there are some good things in Shi Huang's mausoleum. And he has a way to get in. I think he really understands Shi Huang's mausoleum, and he is also very curious. Why are you so anxious to enter the first emperor's mausoleum? So I agreed to cooperate with him. First, stabilize him temporarily, and then wait for you to come over." Lu Yun said. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun for a while before asking, "Why are you interested in the expedition?" Cough, "Of course it's because I care about you, junior brother. I know you care about this matter, so I checked it out for you. That's Xia Yukuan was arrested, and if you tortured him personally, you will know whether I lied to you or not." "I hit him? I'm afraid it's the two of us who will be maimed when we turn around." Zhou Wen pouted and said, "Don't worry, although the old man has some skills, he is far from being the opponent of our apprentice brothers. I can take care of him by myself." Lu Yun said proudly. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun's appearance. It didn't seem like he was cheating, so he said to him, "I don't know why you are interested in this matter, but that old man, I don't know if he is Xiaoyukuan, I just think he like a person. Who? Seeing Zhou Wen's serious expression, Lu Yun also felt that something was wrong, and asked quickly. Jing. Dao Xian. Zhou Wen said those 3 words. Hearing these 3 words, Lu Yun's expression suddenly changed, and he said in disbelief, impossible? How could he be Jing Dao Xian? Anyway, I won't go to the first emperor's mausoleum, you can do it yourself. Zhou Wen said and was about to leave, but he and Lu Yun missed the body, looked forward. And his face suddenly changed. I saw the old man, who was standing on the road in front of him, looking at the 2 of them with a smile, and cold sweat broke out on Zhou Wen's back. Lu Yun wanted to stop Zhou Wen, but he turned his head and saw the old man, his expression changed. Old man. Xia, when did you come? Lu Yun also knew that something was wrong. Xiaoyukuan appeared so close to them. But he didn't even notice it. The old man ignored him, looked at Zhou Wen with a smile and said, I didn't expect you to recognize me, it was a bit unexpected for me. It's hard not to recognize a character like you. Zhou Wen looked at Jing Daoxian and said, the old man has clearly admitted this, he is Jing Daoxian. Jing Daoxian was non-committal. Since you are interested in the first emperor's mausoleum, why don't you go in together? You should know that even if I kill all the people in this world, I will not be willing to let you die. You don't need to be wary of me. Are you really Jing Daoxian? Lu Yun's eyes widened, looking at Jing Daoxian in disbelief. The number 1 devil of the Federation, he had beaten the number 1 devil of the Federation before, but now he is standing here, and now Lu Yun himself feels a little weak in his legs. It seems that you are also waiting for me? Zhou Wen stared at Jing Daoxian and said, originally, I wanted to wait for Zhang family's tuxing beast to be auctioned off, and then bring it back, but since you took the tuxing beast, I naturally wouldn't want to ask for your things anymore, so I can only wait for you here. Jing Daoxian said. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the mausoleum of the first emperor. I'm leaving. You and my senior brother are so interested in the mausoleum of the first emperor. Let's go together, Zhou Wen said. Lu Yun's face turned green, he forced a smile and said, I'm not interested either. I was just kidding, old man, don't take it to heart. Jing Daoxian didn't move, and sighed, it didn't matter if the 2 of you didn't go, but now you 2 have one of the earthbound beasts and one of the Qin Emperor's sword, these 2 things are necessary for entering the first emperor's mausoleum. So no matter what, I can only ask you to accompany me on a trip. What if I say no? Zhou Wen was ready to fight or escape. Jing Daoxian smiled and said, you don't have to be so nervous, I said before, even if everyone in the world is dead, I will keep you alive, so you don't need to regard me as an enemy at all. But this time, the first emperor's mausoleum, okay, you have to accompany me no matter what, I am too old and my body is too weak, I need some external force to continue to live. That's your business, what does it have to do with me? Zhou Wen said and stepped back, although Jing Daoxian regarded him as an experiment, the possibility of killing him is really not high. But who knows what kind of calculations Jing Daoxian will have. If he can stay away from him, it is better to stay away from him as much as possible. Zhou Wen saw the fate of the wine master and Xia Zhouhuang with his own eyes. Those 2 people were also the test products of Jing Daoxian, there is no doubt. Zhou Wen doesn't go, it's useless for me to go, I'll keep this sword for you, boy, I'll go first, if you have anything, talk to my junior brother. Slowly, Lu Yun took with the ancient sword on the ground. He also stepped back. Jing Daoxian didn't stop them, but slowly took out something. It was an ancient bronze mirror. The mirror surface was blurry, and the shadow was blurred. When Zhou Wen saw the ancient mirror, he felt that something was wrong, so he immediately summoned the tuxing beast and wanted Tuduan to leave. The speed of Lu Yun is not slow, like a meteor, quickly rushing into the woods. Jing Daoxian didn't mean to stop them. He took the ancient mirror and slowly turned it, and then a strange scene happened. Zhou Wen, who had already escaped, and Lu Yun, who rushed into the woods, actually went backwards. Follow me. Jing Daoxian walked holding the ancient mirror. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun were unable to control their bodies. Like puppets, they were pulled and walked towards the first emperor's mausoleum. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen felt like his body was out of control, and followed Jing Daoxian to the direction of the first emperor's mausoleum. All the functions of his body seem to be normal, and his various abilities can also be used. But he doesn't know why. He just follows Jing Daoxian involuntarily. Zhou Wen did not blindly counterattack and used D. Ting to first observe the ancient mirror held in Jing Daoxian's arms, and found that there were shadows of him and Lu Yun in the ancient mirror. The problem is that now Jing Daoxian is facing away from them. It is impossible for the ancient mirror to illuminate them. How can there be their shadows in it? Lu Yun was also led away, and he gathered strength in his hands, but after hesitating a few times, he still did not dare to take a shot at Jing Daoxian. Although Jing Daoxian turned his back to them and seemed to be unprepared, that person was Jing Daoxian, and even Lu Yun had to consider the consequences of his shot. Zhou Wen didn't make a move either, but secretly ran the primordial qi art, switched his life and soul, and tried to see if he could get rid of Gu Jing's control. If you can't get rid of Gu Jing's control, if you really want to fight with Jing Daoxian, you will be restrained everywhere, and it is almost impossible to gain the upper hand. Listening to the evil ability did not play a role. The ability of the ancient mirror obviously does not belong to the evil power, such as curse. Switching to Dao Ju, Taisheng Kaidianjing, which has the ability to break taboos, has not been able to let Zhou Wen get rid of Gu Jing's control. It's not a power like a curse, nor a power like a taboo, so what type of power is the ancient mirror? Zhou Wen suddenly found a question. Yer was in his arms, but there was no shadow of Yer in the ancient mirror. How come there is no shadow of Yer? Is it because Jing Daoxian didn't attack Yer, or is it because Yer is special, that ancient mirror is useless to her? If it is because Yer is special, then what does she have? Is the place special? Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that the biggest difference between Yer and him might be that Yer had already died once, and now he can't be considered a real living person. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and switched the origin qi art to Little Prejna, trying to see if he could use Prison King Zun to get rid of the ancient mirror's control, but it was still useless. However, after Zhou Wen switched to Prison King Zun, he glanced at Jing Daoxian, but was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and then took a closer look at Jing Daoxian's body, but the result was still the same. There was no trace of the fire of karma on Jing Daoxian's body. Zhou Wen has seen so many human beings, but he has never seen a person without the fire of karma. At most it is just a question of how much fire of guilt. However, on Jing Daoxian's body, there is no flame at all, and it is unbelievable that it is clean. This is impossible. The more bad things a person does, the heavier the fire of karma will be. Jing Daoxian is the biggest devil in the Federation. He has killed countless people for bad things. How can he be without any crime? What about the fire of karma? Not to mention the biggest devil in the Federation. Even an ordinary person who has never done bad things in his life can't be free from the fire of karma. Zhou Wen thought again and again, thinking that Jing Daoxian must be using some special method to eliminate the fire of sin karma, but I don't know how he did it. Prison King Zun's power didn't work. Zhou Wen could only think of other methods, and switched several vitality tactics in succession, but he couldn't break the influence of the ancient mirror on him. Lu Yun is obviously making various attempts, but just like Zhou Wen, nothing came of it. When they arrived in front of the first emperor's mausoleum, the two were still unable to get rid of Gu Jing's control. Jing Daoxian stopped and shook the ancient mirror in front of the two of them. The two regained their freedom immediately, only to see Jing Daoxian smiling and saying, "This ancient mirror is called Yin Yang Mirror. You may not have heard of it. The name, but in ancient times, this Yin Yang Mirror used to frighten the gods and spirits of the heavens, and it was able to obliterate the soul and kill life and death. Now I just use it to lock one of your souls. If you enter the mausoleum of the first emperor with me, it will naturally be released later. The soul imprisoned in the Yin Yang Mirror. Of course, you can choose not to go, but this soul will always be locked in the Yin Yang Mirror, and after a long time, I am afraid it will disappear." "What would happen without a soul?" Lu Yun asked. "To put it simply, the Yin Yang Mirror divides the human soul into 3 souls and 7 souls. It's no big deal to lose one soul. You still have 2 souls and 7 souls, and your body is not damaged. It's getting worse and worse. Over time, maybe I'll become an idiot," Jing Daoxian said with a smile. Lu Yun and Zhou Wen looked at each other. Zhou Wen knew that Jing Daoxian was not alarmist. The shadow in the ancient mirror was definitely not born out of thin air, and had some connection with their bodies. Lu Yunxian suddenly seemed to think of something, stared at the Yin Yang Mirror, and said, "Could it be that the ancient mirror is the legendary Yin Yang Mirror in the Battle of the Gods during the Shang and Zhou dynasties? You have some knowledge, but it's not a treasure now. It's just a mythical companion pet, but it is a little stronger than the general mythical level," Jing Daoxian said. "Fear-level companion pet?" Zhou Wen stared at the Yin Yang Mirror and said. Jing Daoxian's eyes narrowed slightly. "I even know the fear level." "Yes, the Yin Yang Mirror is indeed the fear level. If I want to kill you, it is only a matter of thought, so you don't need to worry about whether I will kill you, because I want you to die at any time. There is no need to trick you into entering the Imperial Mausoleum. As long as you help me enter the mausoleum of the first emperor to get something, you can regain your freedom. And in the mausoleum of the first emperor, I only take one thing, and the rest is yours. You have a big fist, so of course you have the final say," Lu Yun said. Zhou Wen didn't say anything. It was the default. But he was thinking in his heart, since the Yin Yang Mirror companion pet can be promoted to the fear level, then the companion pets with evolutionary attributes such as the Candle Dragon should also be promoted to the fear level. How can they be promoted? Zhou Wen still remembered that Lord Emperor said that only the fear level can defeat the fear level. Although he has many pets, he does not have a fear level. It is not easy to defeat the Yin Yang Mirror. It's too late to think of a way to advance to the fear level. Is there a way to bypass the Yin Yang Mirror and kill Jing Daoxian directly? Zhou Wen felt that he might not have a chance. Jing Daoxian was seriously injured before, and he even said that his health is not very good. If there is no external assistance, I am afraid that he will not live long. Summon out your earthbound beast. And let it take us into the first emperor's mausoleum. You have to follow the coordinates I said to make the earth escape. You must be in the exact position, otherwise the three of us will be lost. To die together, no one can be spared. Jing Daoxian said. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. To deal with Jing Daoxian, he must be killed in one blow, and he cannot be given a chance to fight back, otherwise Zhou Wen will not be able to withstand the fear level yin-yang mirror. Before he was fully confident, Zhou Wen could only temporarily vacillate and follow the command of Jing Daoxian. The three people sat on the backs of the earth-moving beasts, and Zhou Wenyu sent the earth-moving beasts, according to the coordinates said by Jing Daoxian, to let the earth-moving beasts escape into the mausoleum of the first emperor. The earthbound beast disappeared with the three of them in a flash, and fled into the earth. When Zhou Wen's sight returned, he found that the earthbound beast's body fell on a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was more than 4 meters in diameter and more than 30 meters high. Under the stone pillar, a silver liquid was slowly flowing everywhere. In the huge underground world, every few hundred meters, there is a huge stone pillar, but those stone pillars are directly connected to the stone top. Only the one stone pillar they are standing on, I don't know why, only about half of them are left. Not through the heavens and the earth. Except for the stone pillars, the entire underground world is a silver liquid. If the position of the earth creatures escaping from the earth is a little bit deviated, they will easily fall into the silver liquid. Seeing Zhou Wen and Lu Yun looking at the silver liquid below, Jing Daoxian said, those liquids are mercury, that is, mercury, which is a huge poison for humans, but with our physical quality, this mercury is nothing, can't hurt our body. But after the different dimensional transformation, among these mercury, there is a terrifying different dimensional creature. If it falls into the mercury, even if it is me, it may not be able to survive. What dimensional creature is that? Zhou Wen asked. You will know if you see it for yourself. Jing Daoxian said, and summoned a mouse-like little beast and let it fall into the mercury. The little beast fluttered twice on the silver liquid, but the surrounding mercury suddenly gathered towards the position of the little beast, turning into a strange creature that looked like a snake, but had wings on its back. The little beast swallowed it. When the little beast touched its saliva, its body immediately festered, as if it had melted. Watching the little beast being swallowed up in an instant, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun felt a little scared. The mercury-like monster had an amazing aura on its body. And it was definitely mythical. You don't have to worry too much, as long as you don't touch the mercury. It won't be disturbed. Jing Daoxian said, summoning a bird, sitting on the bird's back, and flying towards the depths of the underground world. Zhou Wen put away the earthbound beast, and Lu Yun each summoned a flying mount, and followed Jing Daoxian to the depths of the underground world. There are rumors about how dangerous the first emperor's mausoleum is, but now it looks like that. Lu Yun looked around, but found nothing dangerous. We haven't even entered the gate of the first emperor's mausoleum. Jing Daoxian in front said lightly. Zhou Wen has been scanning the front with his listening. He has seen that, at the end of the Mercury Sea, there is a huge metal door. In the middle of the metal door, there is a flat gap, which looks exactly the same as the sword of the ancient sword. Body fit. After a while, the three flew to the front door, and Jing Daoxian pointed at the gap on the door and said, "Put Qin Huangjian in and open this door, before we truly enter." The first emperor's mausoleum. Lu Yun was a little hesitant, but his life was still in the hands of Jing Daoxian, so he had to walk over with Qin Huangjian. After doing 100% of the protection work, he carefully inserted Qin Huangjian into it. When Qin Huangjian was completely inserted into it, the three of them heard a click. Lu Yunfei stepped back like lightning, but the door opened slowly, revealing the scene behind the door. Seeing the scene inside clearly, Zhou Wen couldn't help feeling a little shocked. Behind the gate, it turned out to be a huge ancient city. There were continuous ancient palaces in the ancient city. On both sides of the street stood many bronze figures with swords, and even a few others. A bronze carriage statue stands in the middle of the street. At the end of the long street, there are 12 golden figures sitting in front of the towering palace like a shrine. Brush. The three of them just stepped into the gate, and the bronze men on the long street all raised their weapons and looked at Zhou Wen and the three of them. These bronze figures are very similar to the bronze figures outside the mausoleum area, but the bronze figures outside the mausoleum area are generally barehanded and do not carry weapons, while the bronze figures here are all holding ge or swords in their hands. With the sound of the bronze sword being unsheathed, groups of bronze men rushed towards Zhou Wen and the three of them. Little bronze man. Just leave it to me to deal with. Lu Yun took the initiative to asking to rush up. Bronze. Human companion eggs are rare, and these bronze humans have weapons. If a few companion pets can be exploded, the value must be quite high. However, after Lu Yun rushed in, he found that these bronze figures were like warriors who had been in battle for a long time. Fortunately, Lu Yun's movement technique was extremely strong, and a pair of fast hands flashed continuously, and he even snatched the white blade with his bare hands, snatching all the weapons in the hands of the nearby bronze men. Click! A bronze man was decapitated by Lu Yun using a bronze sword, and Lu Yun rushed to kill him all the way, as if entering a realm of no one, regardless of his movements or techniques. He was very superior, and it seemed that thousands of troops could not trap him. After killing dozens of bronze men, he actually let him explode a companion egg. Lu Yun's hand was really fast enough, and the companion egg was taken away by him before it landed. Lu Yun was about to kill more bronze men, but suddenly saw one of the golden men stand up. The golden man, who was 3 feet tall, became more majestic and mighty after standing up. The golden man stepped on the stone steps and walked towards the long street step by step. His speed was getting faster and faster. After a few steps, he was like a galloping lion. He jumped up when he was still 100 meters away from Lu Yun. Volley bombardment came. Lu Yun was also unambiguous, summoning a companion pet, turning it into a gauntlet to wrap his fist and arm, and then without flinching, he faced the huge fist bombarded by the golden man. Boom! The two fists intersected, and Lu Yun flew back immediately, fell to the ground, rolled out a long way, and hit the city wall behind, only to stop his figure. Little junior brother. I can't do it. I'll depend on you now. I must get out alive. Lu Yun struggled for a few times, but was unable to get up, and blood continued to flow out of his mouth. He fell to the ground without his heart and breath, and seemed to be dead. Jing Daoxian grabbed the Qin Huangjian and stabbed it in his thigh. Lu Yun didn't move, and he didn't even have a muscle or nerve reaction. It seems to be really dead, so don't waste it, dig out your heart and use it as food. Jing Daoxian said that he was about to stab Lu Yun's chest with his sword. Cough cough, I can still save you. Lu Yun suddenly sat out again, his heartbeat and breath returned, and he said, with a dry smile. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen, I'll leave this to you to deal with. Jing Daoxian said, pointing to the golden man who was approaching. Isn't your yin-yang mirror very powerful? If you can't take a photo, it's over. Why is it so troublesome? Zhou Wen said. It's a pity, the yin-yang mirror is only useful for the living beings of flesh and blood. But it is not very useful for this kind of golden man. Jing Daoxian seemed to have no scruples, and even said the weakness of the yin-yang mirror. Zhou Wen didn't know whether what he said was true or not. But he could only summon the tyrant Beeman first and let him fight the golden man. The golden man has strong strength and defense, and even when he fought against the tyrant Beeman, he was not at a disadvantage. Zhou Wen had to let the tyrant Beeman activate his absolute power and wanted to solve the golden man as soon as possible. Under the suppression of absolute power, the golden man was immediately slammed back and forth by the tyrant Beeman, and when he was about to lose his strength, another golden man rushed down and joined the battle group. With the addition of the golden man, the previous golden man has become much stronger, but he is still not the opponent of the tyrant Beeman. The golden men came down one by one, and they actually knew how to combine strikes, and together they besieged the tyrant Beeman, and they cooperated almost seamlessly. Not good. Zhou Wen saw the problem. The 12 golden people were similar to the 9 black dragons in the underground sea, and they were able to share each other's power. After the 7 golden men came to an end, their power was faintly equal to that of the tyrant Beeman, who had unlocked absolute power, and it was difficult for the tyrant Beeman to take advantage of it. The tyrant Beeman is about to be unstoppable, you should do something too, right? Zhou Wen looked at Jing Daoxian and said. Jing Daoxian said with a smile, you just need to lead the 12 golden figures in front of the hall down. I'll go into the hall to get something, and we'll leave immediately. It won't take too long. Zhou Wen had long known that Jing Daoxian brought him to the first emperor's mausoleum, and he must have had other plans, not just using the earthbound beasts. More and more golden men came down on the steps. When 10 golden men besieged the tyrant Beeman had changed from an advantage to a disadvantage. And it seemed that it was very difficult to support. I'm afraid that the tyrant Beeman won't be able to support all the 12 golden men. You should make a plan early. Zhou Wen said the truth. Although the tyrant Beeman is powerful, he can't do it with one enemy against 12. The strength and physique of these golden people are very strong, and they can use each other's strength. Even the tyrant Beeman, who is an absolute power, is almost unable to support it. Well, the remaining 2, I'll deal with it myself. Jing Daoxian said, and rushed towards the palace guarded by the 12 golden men. Zhou Wen saw him holding the yin-yang mirror, like a strange bird, rushing over the battlefield, trying to rush into the palace. The 2 golden men, who hadn't come down, immediately discovered Jing Daoxian's attempt, blocked the door of the main hall from left to right, and bombarded Jing Daoxian with their fists. Immortal Jing Dao was in the air, and a ring on his finger turned, and then Zhou Wen saw his figure disappear, and before reappearing, he had reached the gate of the palace. Teleportation ability, could it be that Jing Daoxian's primordial qi art is from the space system? When Zhou Wen guessed, Jing Daoxian had already slammed into the palace gate. Strange to say, the gate of the palace was clearly closed, but when Jing Daoxian slammed into it, he seemed to know how to pierce through walls. Climbing straight in, the door was completely unable to stop him. The fists of the two golden figures slammed over, smashing heavily on the gate, smashing the gate with a rumble, but it was unable to move the gate. Unable to find any trace of Jing Daoxian, the two golden men turned around and rushed off the battlefield, joining the ranks of beating the tyrant beeman. The tyrant beeman had already supported it very hard. The addition of the two golden figures made it almost impossible to fight. He was hit several times in a row, and the bones on his body were broken. These 12 golden men are too strong. Even the tyrant beeman is no match. Let's retreat first, Lu Yun said and retreated, but when he came in, he was blocked by a strange force. Can't get out. Lu Yun gathered his strength, slammed and slashed, but still couldn't rush out. You don't have to try it. I have already tried it with the earthbound beast. And I can't even get out of the earth escape. Zhou had already tried it, and if he could get out, he would not let the tyrant beeman carry 12 gold. Man attacked. Jing Daoxian rushed into the palisedo. Get the treasure, but let us stay here and wait to die, obviously wanting to kill us, Lu Yun said. That's not necessarily true. Although these 12 golden men are powerful, their strength and physique are extremely strong, but their speed is not fast. As long as we don't fight recklessly, it is not easy for them to kill us. For a while. The problem now is, how do we get into that palace? We can't really wait here for Jing Daoxian to come out, right? Zhou said, and had already taken the tyrant beeman back. The 12 golden people lost the important target of the tyrant beeman, and immediately rushed towards Zhou and Lu Yun. Before Zhou waited for them to come, he had already developed his movements and rushed towards the 12 golden men. He watched for a while, and already had a general understanding of the abilities of the 12 golden men. Although it is not easy to kill them, it is not difficult to kill them. Zhou unfolded the flying immortal movement technique, constantly wandering among the 12 golden men. Although the 12 golden men were strong, they seemed a little clumsy and could never touch Zhou. Lu Yun is also quickly dodging the attacks of the 12 golden men. He is also good at movement skills, not much weaker than Zhou. The fists of the two golden figures smashed on the gate of the palace just now, and neither could move the gate. I am afraid that the gate could not be opened by brute force, otherwise Jing Daoxian would not have to go through the wall, and we would not wear it. Wall art, I'm afraid it's not easy to get in, Lu Yun said while dodging. It's not easy to give it a try. You don't call yourself the #1 thief in the world. Can't you be a thief who can't even open a door? Zhou said. It's not difficult to open the door. But it also takes time. We are now chased by these 12 golden men. There is no way to go to the sky, and there is no way to enter the ground. How can I have time to open the door? Lu Yun said depressedly. I'll entangle them, you take the opportunity to open the door. Zhou thought for a while and said. How do you entangle them? Even the tyrant beeman can't handle it. Do you have a stronger companion pet? Lu Yun asked incredulously. I don't have a stronger companion pet, but if you just want to entangle them, you don't need a strong companion pet, you just need to be beaten. Zhou said and summoned a companion pet. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Lu Yun took a closer look, and he actually knew the companion pet that Zhou summoned. Not only did he know it, he also owned it, and later gave it back to Zhou himself. No? You want to Use it to block the 12 golden figures? Are you crazy? Lu Yun once stole the demon-armored tiger soul general from Zhou Wen. He still has some understanding of the demon-armored tiger soul general. Epic companion pet. Zhou Wen actually wanted to use the demon-armored tiger soul general to fight against the 12 golden people, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. Try it, maybe it works? Zhou Wen held Yer and kept moving around the city, dodging the attacks of the golden people. The strongest of these 12 golden men is not their strength, but their defense. Even the tyrant Beeman, who has absolute power, has not been able to leave fatal wounds on them, which shows how powerful their bodies are. As soon as the demon-armored tiger soul general came out, he was surrounded by the bronze men on the street, but the demon-armored tiger soul general didn't care so much. The tiger under his seat rushed towards the bronze man frantically, and the spear in his hand instantly pierced 3 bronze men, like a string of candied haws. He picked them up and threw them out, strangling them in the air. The demon-armored tiger soul general is really like a bronze man with an amazing defense. Under his gun, there is not a single general. In just a moment, 20 or 30 bronze men have been beheaded. A golden man charged towards the demon-armored tiger soul general, and the giant metal fist slammed into the demon-armored tiger soul general. The demon-armored tiger soul general did not show weakness, and the long spear in his hand stabbed out with the momentum of the armor-piercing spear, and collided with the fist of the golden man. When the demon armor and tiger soul general didn't move, but the golden man was shocked back a few steps. In a one-on-one situation, the power of the demon-armored tiger soul general is stronger than that of the golden man. But it is not much worse. Impossible? Lu Yun's eyes were about to pop out when he stole the demon armor and tiger soul general before. He didn't think he was so strong. After the demon-armored tiger soul will land on the ground, it will continue to charge among the bronze men, and a strange purple flame will gradually burn in its body. Zhou Wen knew that the magic armor and tiger soul general's skill combination, which was a bit like a perpetual motion machine, began to work. The demon-armored tiger soul will belong to the companion pet. That will become stronger and stronger in the war. It can condense murderous aura to strengthen itself, and the flame ignited by murderous aura will make his body stronger and stronger through the skill conversion of the steel furnace. As long as the 12 golden man is not able to destroy him at the beginning, he will become stronger and stronger, maybe to a certain extent. He can compete with the 12 golden man. Zhou Wen is not sure whether the body of the demon-armored tiger soul general can be strengthened to that extent, and now it is time to give it a try. As the demon-armored tiger soul will show its power, more and more Jin people are attracted by it, and the pressure on Zhou Wen and Lu Yun has become much less. On the other hand, Lu Yun had an unbelievable look on his face. He really had no way of believing that the companion pet that he stole and then gave back to Zhou Wen would be so strong. Now the demon-armored tiger soul will fight against 5 golden men with 1 enemy and 5, and they will fight vigorously and not at all. I knew this thing was so fierce, I couldn't give it back to Zhou Wen. Lu Yun only felt that his heart was bleeding. Let me add another fire. Zhou Wen summoned 3 flame furnace queens and asked them to release a large amount of fire towards the location of the demon-armored tiger soul general. 2 of the flame furnace queens were created by Zhou Wen later, and there were only 3 in total. The devil-armored tiger soul will be blessed by flames, becoming more and more ferocious, and the purple flames on the devil armor will become stronger and stronger, like devil tigers and devil generals rushing out of hell. 7 or 8 golden men surrounded him, only temporarily restraining the fierce power of the demon-armored tiger soul general, but under their oppression, the demon-armored tiger soul general became stronger and stronger with each battle, and had no intention of retreating at all. Not long after, 12 golden figures were attracted by it. No way. This guy is stronger than the tyrant demon? Lu Yun felt as if someone had stabbed a few knives in his heart. He stole such a fierce companion pet. And finally gave it to Zhou himself. Just thinking of this, when something happened, he had the urge to hit him to death, or slap himself twice. The demon-armored tiger soul general was besieged by the 12 golden men, and was beaten up and down, but it still kept waving its spear to fight against the 12 golden men. And the tiger kept roaring and swooping when it sat down. Although it looked a bit miserable, it restrained the 12 golden men abruptly, which even the tyrant demon could not do. Seeing the smashed sparks flying around the body of the demon-armored tiger soul, Zhou was not surprised but happy, and his heart was already settled. If the 12 golden people went all out to kill the demon-armored tiger soul general from the beginning, it might only take 8 or 9 golden people to join forces to kill them. But now the skills of the demon-armored tiger soul general have formed a cycle, becoming stronger and stronger in the battle, and it is impossible for the 12 golden men to kill him again. As long as the body of the demon armor and tiger soul general can withstand it, maybe he can eventually become stronger than the 12 golden men. What are you still looking at? Don't open the door yet, Zhou said to Lu Yun. Lu Yun just woke up like a dream, looked at the demon-armored tiger soul general with a heartache, turned and ran to the gate of the palace to open the door. The demon-armored tiger soul will rush through the city, attracting all the attention of the 12 golden people, and they have no time to care about Zhou and Lu Yun. Some bronze men rushed over and were killed by Zhou, preventing them from approaching Lu Yun, who was opening the door. Zhou has been scanning the palace with listening truth, but the palace is shrouded in a strange power, and the power of listening truth cannot penetrate. Unless Zhou lets Di Ting liberate its earrings, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough. Open! After a while, Lu Yun, who was lying on the gate, shouted happily, then pushed the gate with both hands, and the gate of the palace opened. Zhou stared into the gate, and the sight he saw made Zhou and Lu Yun stunned. Originally thought that Jing Daoxian must be searching for treasures in the palace, but the truth is completely different. I saw Jing Daoxian standing in the gate, holding the yin-yang mirror in both hands, sweating profusely, as if he had just fished out of the water. Came out the same. The divine light bloomed on the mirror surface of the yin-yang mirror, and above the hall opposite the yin-yang mirror, there was a sword about 5 feet long. The divine light emanating from the sword collided with the divine light of the yin-yang mirror, and it didn't lose the slightest, and even had a faint tendency to suppress the yin-yang mirror. I'm going, what kind of sword is that? It can suppress the yin-yang mirror. Lu Yun was shocked and did not dare to enter the palace, but just looked at the sword outside. Zhou was also looking at the sword. The yin-yang mirror was already a fear-level companion pet, and it was obviously extraordinary that the sword could suppress it. The ancient sword was unadorned and simple in shape. It turned out to be a stone sword. Although it did not look very conspicuous, and there were no gorgeous gems inlaid on the sword body and scabbard, the sword light it radiated was terrifying. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Zhou only glanced at the stone sword, and then his eyes passed the stone sword and landed in the hall behind the stone sword. Taking the place where the stone sword is hung as the dividing line, there are only some murals and sculptures in the front hall, while in the hall behind the stone sword, there are rows of bamboo slips. Bamboo slips were used for recording in ancient times. At that time, before paper was invented, people carved characters on pieces of bamboo, and then linked the bamboos together for easy preservation and reading. Looking in from the outer door, in the back hall, the rows of shelves are filled with all kinds of bamboo slips. This is not the focus of Zhou Wen's observation. The focus is on the bamboo slips, which seem to be exuding strange power. It is because the power emitted by the bamboo slips is condensed on the stone sword that the stone sword erupts with such terrifying power. Compete with yin-yang mirror. It's really strange that stone sword can actually use the power of gathering bamboo slips, which is unheard of. Zhou Wen felt a little puzzled. Books and swords were originally two incompatible things, but now the sword borrows the spirit of the book, which is very strange. Lu Yun gave Zhou Wen a wink, and then looked at Jing Daoxian, who was struggling against Shi Jian in the hall. Zhou Wen immediately understood what Lu Yun meant, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Now Jing Daoxian is fighting against the stone sword with all his strength, and now is the best chance to kill him. Zhou Wen was also a little moved. If he could kill Jing Daoxian here, then he would not have to be wary of Jing Daoxian in the future, for fear that he would accidentally follow in the footsteps of Jiu Yi and Xia Jiuhuang. Just when he was about to give it a try, the ancient mirror of yin and yang in Jing Daoxian's hand suddenly turned, and the divine light on the mirror changed from white to black, spraying towards the stone sword. Hearing the sound of a sword cry, the stone sword was unsheathed at this moment, turned into an incomparable sword light, and slashed towards Jing Daoxianfei. The mirror light of the yin-yang ancient mirror could not block the stone sword at all, and it was directly cut open. Seeing that the stone sword was about to be cut on the yin-yang ancient mirror, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun were both happy in their hearts. If the ancient yin-yang mirror could be cut off, then the soul imprisoned by the ancient yin-yang mirror would naturally be able to escape. The moment the stone sword was about to slash the ancient mirror, the yin and yang mirror in Jing Daoxian's hand suddenly retreated, and a jade seal-like thing in the other hand smashed onto the stone sword. Shi Jian fell to the ground with a clang and was suppressed by the jade seal, struggling to overturn the jade seal, but it was about to overturn the jade seal. Jing Daoxian ignored the jade seal and the stone sword, and rushed into the back hall, quickly, disappearing in a flash. Almost as soon as he rushed into the hall where the bamboo slips were stacked, the jade seal was cut in half by the sword light on the stone sword, and it was directly shattered and destroyed. Shi Jian spun around in the air, but did not chase into the palace behind, but returned to the scabbard. Damn, we should have started earlier. Lu Yun regretted. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, it's useless. Jing Daoxian just sensed our killing intent towards him, so he would suddenly give it his all. What should we do now? With that stone sword guarding the hall, we probably won't have the chance to rush in like Jing Daoxian. Lu Yun said. Since you can't get in, you can only wait. Zhou Wen left the gate and looked at the demon-armored tiger general, who fought against the 12 golden men. The demon armor and the tiger soul will become more and more brave. Although there are still some disadvantages, they have been able to gain a firm foothold under the siege of the 12 golden men, and they are not as embarrassed as before. Looking at the purple flame burning like a furnace in his body, and the amethyst-like armor, Scorched by the purple flame, Zhou couldn't help but move. The ancient emperor's scripture is a fighting-type vitality art. And the anti-life ancient emperor's life and soul is also a type that becomes stronger and stronger in battle. It is somewhat similar to this demon-armored tiger soul general. Can we learn from this model of the demon-armored tiger soul general to make the life-defying ancient emperor's life soul go further? Zhou thought to himself. Although the life-defying ancient emperor doesn't have the ability to condense murderous aura into flames, he has a powerful life essence. If he can use the life essence of the life-defying ancient emperor to forge himself. Zhou was thinking about this. A possibility. But now is not the time to study this. He took out his mobile phone, opened the downloaded copy of the first emperor's mausoleum and entered it directly. There is no entrance to the copy of the first emperor's mausoleum, but Zhou already knew the way to enter. He summoned the unearthed beast in the game and soon came to the Pillar of Mercury Sea. He easily crossed the Mercury Sea and came to the outside of the city, but there was no Qin Emperor sword in the game, so Zhou had to try to see if he could escape into the city with an earthbound beast. It is a pity that the mysterious Yingqing seems to be protected by some mysterious power, and the earthbound beasts cannot enter it. It seems that I can only try to be strong. Zhou ordered the blood-colored villain to forcefully blast the gate, but it was useless at all. No matter how strong the attack power, the gate could not move at all. Isn't it really impossible to get in without Qin Huangjian? Zhou listened carefully to observe the structure of the gate and the sword hole, hoping to use the power of the miniature companion pet to open it. It is a pity that there is no special structure in the sword hole, just like a scabbard, it is only matched for Qin Huangjian. When Zhou Wenjing was disappointed, he suddenly found that there seemed to be some writing on the gate. Strange, why didn't you see these writings before? Zhou glanced at the gate of the ancient city in doubt, and there was no writing on the gate. He clearly remembered that when the blood-colored villain just came to the gate in the game, there was no such handwriting on the gate. Zhou looked at the characters on the gate in the game. Those were the ancient characters in the Eastern District. When Zhou studied the Taoist scriptures before, he learned some. And he still recognized the characters on the gate. Is this a vitality art? After carefully reading the handwriting on the door, Zhou was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, on the gate of the first emperor's mausoleum, there is actually a vitality tactic, but this vitality tactic has no beginning or end, and Zhou does not know what vitality tactic it is. When Zhou was watching Yuanqi art with his mobile phone, Lu Yun looked inside the hall for a while, and then looked at the demon-armored tiger general who was fighting against the 12 golden men. He was very impatient, and when he turned his head, Zhou was sitting there playing with his mobile phone. Couldn't help saying, "Little junior brother, this is the time, are you still in the mood to play with your mobile phone? We have to think of a way to go in and see what Jing Daoxian is doing. With that stone sword here, I don't have the ability to go in. If you have the means, feel free to give it a try." Zhou read the vitality art on the door, and the Sutra of Losing Immortals. Played a role again, and even gave this vitality art to simulated genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading website. Genius remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. This kind of vitality art is also strange, there are not so many changes, it is a pure method of refining qi. Every time the Yuan Qi tactic runs, a part of the impurities in the Yuan Qi will be removed, making the Yuan Qi more pure. This seems to be a special method for refining yuan qi. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that he could enter the imperial mausoleum by practicing this kind of vitality art, but it turned out that it was of no use. After getting started with the vitality art, Zhou Wen used it to push the door, but the door was still firmly locked and not open to him. The inability to enter the first emperor's mausoleum from the game made Zhou Wen a little disappointed. I originally wanted to try to enter the hall from the game to see if there was a way to pass through the hall, guarded by the stone sword, but now I can only give up. The demon-armored tiger soul will become stronger and stronger with the war, and he can already compete with the 12 golden men. He is constantly rushing back and forth in the ancient city. Most of the bronze men have been killed by him, and only the 12 golden men are left with him, entangled. But there is no way to suppress the demon armor tiger soul general. This guy's ability is really worthless. As long as there is enough time, he is even stronger than the tyrant Beeman. Zhou Wen was a little relieved, but at the same time a little worried. The skills of Kazhu and the poor mountains and bad waters are still there, which always makes Zhou Wen feel a little uncomfortable. Little junior brother, I remember that this demon-armored tiger soul general should be an epic companion pet? Why is it so terrifying? Lu Yun couldn't help asking. Don't you know that some companion pets can evolve? Zhou Wen said casually. Lu Yun had already guessed, but after hearing Zhou Wen's own admission, he couldn't help but regret returning the demon armor and tiger soul general to Zhou Wen. There are very few companion pets that can evolve. Generally, they are the companion pets hatched from the God-given companion eggs obtained from some special dimensional fields, and only then can they have the ability to evolve. From Lu Yun's point of view, the demon-armored tiger soul general should be this type of companion pet. During the fierce battle, there was a golden man who couldn't bear the collision of powerful force. Cracks appeared on his body, and his head was beheaded by the tiger's soul. The huge body of the golden man fell to the ground, and the body that was incomparably hard suddenly became as fragile as porcelain, and it fell to pieces. Zhou Wen saw a dimensional crystal fall out of the remains of the golden man. After losing one golden man, the combat power of the 12 golden men was further weakened, while the power of the tiger soul general became stronger. A golden man was completely suppressed by him. The demon-armored tiger soul general is like a tireless killing machine on the battlefield. The more ferocious the war, the more ferociously the remaining 11 golden men were killed. Not long after, another golden man was beheaded by it. As a result, the Gene Man's combat power was even weaker, and the remaining Gene Man were beheaded by the Tiger Soul General. When the last Gene Man fell, there were no dimensional creatures alive in the entire ancient city. Zhou Wen went down to clean the battlefield, and picked up the companion eggs and dimensional crystals that the Bronze Man and the Golden Man exploded. The 12 golden people only exploded a dimensional crystal, but it was a crystal of vitality skills. Zhou Wen secretly looked at it with his mobile phone and found that the requirements for the crystallization of Jinren vitality skills are relatively simple, requiring 41 vitality and 41 physical attributes. And there are no special attributes requirements. It's a pity that Zhou Wen only had his vitality at 41 points. And he still couldn't absorb the refining, so he had to put it away first. After there was no opponent, the arrogance of the demon-armored tiger soul gradually dissipated, the fire inside also slowly extinguished, and the strength quickly faded. Zhou Wen did not order the demon-armored tiger soul general to rush into the palace. Although his strength is strong, he has not been promoted to the fear level after all. Fighting with the stone sword is afraid that he will suffer a big loss. Don't we just have to wait here for the big devil, Jing Daoxian, to come back? Lu Yun was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He had just tried to summon a few epic-level other things to rush into the palace, but as soon as he entered, he was instantly killed by the sword light emitted from the stone sword. The stone sword was not drawn at all. Zhou Wen was also looking at the stone sword, but his eyes were more focused on those bamboo slips. Although the stone sword is powerful, its energy source seems to be those bamboo slips. If the bamboo slips can be destroyed, maybe the power of the stone sword will be greatly weakened, and it is not impossible to rush over. Zhou Wen secretly thought to himself, thinking. But the bamboo slips are in the hall, behind the stone sword. If you want to encounter the bamboo slips, you must pass the stone sword first. It is not easy to remove the bamboo slips first. Zhou Wen thought for a while, summoned tiny bloodworm companion pets, and let them climb into the palace, trying to see if they could escape the protection of the stone sword and climb into the back hall, to destroy those bamboo slips. However, as soon as the bloodworm entered the palace, it was killed by the sword light emitted from the stone sword. Isn't it enough for a miniature companion pet? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. It's not that Zhou Wen Dao has no other methods, but those methods require him to enter the hall himself to know whether they are useful or not. He is not willing to go in and take risks. The stone sword that can be feared is too dangerous for him. What is that? Lu Yun suddenly pointed to the inside of the ancient city, and cried out in horror. Zhou Wen turned his head and saw that in a place within the ancient city, a beam of light shot out from the city and shot all the way to the stone dome of the underground world, illuminating the entire underground cemetery. Zhou Wen frowned secretly, and when he was about to scan the beam of light with truth listening, he saw a figure walking out of the beam of light. Humans? No. Guardians? Nope. Zhou Wen looked at the figure with surprise. The figure looks like a human, and looks and dresses like a human. But the breath on his body has the breath of a guardian. Could it be? Zhou Wen thought of Wang Mingyuan, and the creature in front of him looked like a fusion of humans and guardians. It's just that he and Wang Mingyuan are a little different. Wang Mingyuan absorbed and fused the guardian, and Wang Mingyuan's own will still dominates. The creature in front of him, however, makes people feel more inclined towards the guardian. Lu Yun also looked at the creature vigilantly, only to see him volleying towards the sky step by step, the ancient clothes with wide sleeves and robes drifting on him without wind and automatically. After getting closer, both Zhou Wen and Lu Yun could see his appearance clearly. It was an old man with all white hair and beard and wearing ancient clothes. 2. Say, what is the difference between this old man and a normal human being? It is only his skin, which is a kind of jade-like skin, crystal clear and transparent. Watching the old man coming in the direction of the palace gate, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun both stepped back. The old man didn't even care about them, as if he didn't see them. He walked straight into the palace gate. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. The old man entered the hall, and the stone sword suddenly emitted a terrifying sword light, wanting to behead the old man. On the spot. The old man looked at the sword light of the stone sword, and his body underwent earth-shaking changes in an instant. The flesh, skin, and clothes on his body were all in the shape of jade in an instant, as if the whole person had turned into a strange, jade statue. The sword light shot on the jade-like body of the old man, and was shattered by the old man's hand. Fear. Zhou was surprised. This old man was able to shatter the sword light of the stone sword. He was obviously a fear-level powerhouse. The stone sword unsheathed again without hesitation, and slashed at the old man again with an invisible sword light. The old man, who looked like a jade statue, suddenly stretched out his hands to clamp the stone sword. For a while, the stone sword could not be stabbed any further, but the old man was also unable to repel the stone sword. Who is this old guy? He can actually hold the power of the stone sword. Lu Yun said in surprise. Zhou didn't say a word, and with a flick of his figure, people rushed into the palace. Lu Yun also reacted, gritted his teeth, and rushed into the palace. The stone sword and the jade statue were in a stalemate, and there was no energy left to stop Zhou and Lu Yun. The two of them rushed into the hall with the bamboo slips in the blink of an eye. Zhou saw that the old man was still in the stalemate with the stone sword, so he didn't rush in. He took a roll of bamboo slips from the shelf and opened it to take a look. Seeing that what was written on it turned out to be the provisions of the law, and then I randomly picked a few bamboo slips on different shelves, to look at them, and all of them were the provisions of the law, which made me feel a little weird. I heard that Emperor Qin believed in the immortality technique preached by the warlocks back then. I originally thought that the book he was buried with should be something related to alchemy and immortality, but I didn't expect it to be a book of law. Zhou casually flipped through as he walked. I found that there is absolutely no record of alchemy in these books, all of them are some laws. Little junior brother, why don't you hurry up? What's so good about those bamboo slips? Lu Yun also flipped through the scrolls, and seeing that they were all written in the law, he was no longer interested. Zhou put down the bamboo slip, quickened his pace, and Lu Yun went all the way to the end of the palace, and saw that there was another door there, but it had been opened. Obviously it was the masterpiece of Jing Daoxian. There was a jade screen blocking the door, and the two bypassed the screen, which surprised them. I saw broken bronze and jade fragments everywhere on the ground, as if they had experienced a great battle, but they did not see a human figure, nor did they see a portal to other places. There may be a secret door, Lu Yun said while groping on the wall, trying to find out where the secret door was. Don't look for it, look at the water in that pool. Is there any problem? Zhou pointed to a pool and said. The water in the pool was black, like ink, but it didn't have any peculiar smell. It should not be black because of deterioration. You mean, there is a road under this pool? Lu Yun looked at the pool, but the water in the pool was so dark that he couldn't see anything at all. I don't know if there is a way down below, but there should be no secret door in this palace. Zhou has scanned the entire palace with truth listening. If there is a secret door, he can't find it. Do you want to go down? Lu Yun hesitated. I'm afraid I can only go down, Zhou said, and glanced outside, only to see that the old man had already rushed in. Unlike Jing Daoxian, who rushed in before, the stone sword actually chased in, and the sword light on the stone sword destroyed almost everything. Zhou no longer hesitated, and jumped into the pool with Yer in his arms. The Sunlong Chisu primordial chi skill on his body was activated, and there seemed to be its Sunlong surrounding his body, repelling the black water from the outside of his body. Lu Yun also gritted his teeth and jumped down with Zhou. Strange to say, the black water in the pool seemed to have no buoyancy at all. As Soon as they jumped in, they fell quickly, and the speed of the fall was getting faster and faster, as if a force was pulling them below. Bang! When Zhou Wen and Lu Yun were on the ground, the powerful impact almost broke their leg bones. Before they could clearly see the environment in front of them, two more shadows fell from the top of their heads. One was the jade-like old man, and the other was the stone sword. As soon as the stone sword fell, thousands of sword lights radiated from the sword, covering all nearby areas. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun both dodged quickly. Zhou Wen turned over and hid behind a huge object. The object blocked the sword light of the stone sword. Watching the sword light like a torrential rain bombarded the thing, it didn't hit the thing. Broken. Only then did Zhou Wen discover that the thing he used to take refuge turned out to be a huge alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was more than 10 meters high and the whole body was like copper. But it is not the bronze often seen in that era, but a kind of red copper. The sword light slammed into the red copper elixir furnace, making a loud noise, but it was not able to hurt the elixir furnace in the slightest. Zhou Wen looked inside the pill stove and found that the pill stove was actually filled with flames. The flame inside was already blazing white. The temperature was unimaginably high, but the copper pill stove was only warm to the touch, without a burning feeling. Strange, I've never heard of a pill stove burning inside. It should be heated by a flame below, but this pill stove is on fire. What is the reason? Zhou Wen felt a little strange. Sure, Jian was fighting the old man. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to look at the surrounding environment, and was surprised to find that this was the top of a mountain. In the dark and huge underground space, a mountain occupies a large space. They stand on the top of the mountain, and the stone dome above them is only 20 or 30 meters away. It was dark all around, because the space was too large and there was no light, only the flames emitting from the air holes of the copper elixir furnace were glowing, which made the distance darker. The range that Tian could perceive was all empty, until there was a cold wind blowing from farther away, and the wind was so strong that the clothes on Zhou Wen's body were all stuck to him, and the cold wind pierced into the seam of the bones. Where did Jing Daoxian go? Zhou Wen held Yer with his back to Lung Feng, and searched for a while, but did not find Jing Daoxian. Lu Yun also rushed to the back of the pill furnace, and after meeting with Zhou Wen, he said, "There is nothing on the top of the mountain, there is only one pill furnace. Do you think there is a longevity elixir refined by the emperor in this pill furnace? I guess not, otherwise, why wouldn't Jing Daoxian be here?" When Zhou Wen was talking, he suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound in the distance, as if thundering. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. How can there be thunder underground? Lu Yun frowned slightly, and then his expression gradually became ugly. No, it's not thunder, it's wind. Lightning is a very terrifying force. In contrast, most people may not understand the horror of wind, but for people like Lu Yun, who often walk around the world, he knows that sometimes wind is more terrifying than lightning. Zhou Wen had already sensed the restless airflow in the air. He was more sensitive to wind than flowing clouds, so he naturally knew how terrifying a storm might be next. The ability to listen to the truth has been open to the limit, but except for this mountain, the surrounding is extremely empty. There is nothing, not even a place to hide. Go to the back of the mountain, Zhou Wen said, and flew down. The airflow became more and more restless, and he couldn't estimate how terrifying it would be when the storm came, so he could only make some preparations in advance. Lu Yun also came down with him. He took a lot of hooks and locks and drove them into the crevices of the mountain wall. Using the interlaced rope locks, he fixed his body to the side of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Shi Jian was still fighting with the old man. The battle between the two fear levels, the space for the fight was broken, and it was not a battle that ordinary people could intervene. Boom! The terrifying storm roared and roared, directly breaking the sound barrier, and the resulting sonic boom was like a continuous thunderstorm. The hurricane blew past. On the back of the mountain, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun, who were not directly facing the storm, were blown away by their clothes. They could hardly catch the rocks and were about to be blown away. The ropes on Lu Yun's body were all squeezed into his flesh so that he was not blown away by the wind. Zhou Wen had summoned the tyrant Beeman, and after making the tyrant Beeman huge, he hugged the mountain, protected him and Yer inside, and resisted the terrifying storm. The wind was more terrifying than a knife. The epic armor Lu Yun had already worn was cut with wounds, and blood poured out. "Come out, little orange!" Lu Yun yelled in the wind. An orange cat appeared on him, opened his mouth and sucked hard, sucking in all the wind that was blowing on Lu Yun's body, and the orange cat's belly also. Then it grew bigger and became like a balloon. When Zhou Wen was a little worried about whether the orange cat would explode, the orange cat sprayed out the air that was sucked into his stomach, again to fight against the air. Such a terrifying wind, or because the mountain blocked most of them, they only endured the aftermath. When Zhou Wen and Lu Yun thought they could finally hold on, they found that they were still too naive. Because they soon discovered that the wind that blew in the past actually formed a backflow and rolled back around the mountain peak. The violent airflow formed a vortex in the underground space, and as the airflow continued to blow in, the wind vortex became stronger and stronger. The orange cat on Lu Yun's body could no longer be swallowed. His body was swaying wildly by the wind, the ropes were broken, the armor was broken, and he was about to be strangled in the air by the terrifying wind. The stars in Lu Yun's eyes flickered, and his figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and he actually drilled into Beeman's body. At this moment, Beeman hugged the mountain peak and fought against the terrifying wind whirlpool. Even its fur was cut with wounds by the airflow. "Damn it, what kind of wind is this? How can it be so scary?" Lu Yun hid under Beeman, finally heaving a sigh of relief, and couldn't help complaining. "I'm afraid the really terrible wind hasn't come yet." Zhou Wen had a worried look on his face. "The wind in the underground space is getting stronger and stronger, as if it will never stop. If the wind speed continues to strengthen, I am afraid that the tyrant Beeman may not be able to bear it." On the top of the mountain, the old man and the stone sword were still fighting, and the stone sword seemed to have an inseparable revenge with the old man, entangling the old man so tightly that it was difficult for him to escape. The peak is the center of the whirlwind. However, at the top of the mountain, the wind speed was not that strong. The old man and Shi Jian fought in the center of the wind whirlpool, and the fight was still hot. I don't know how many times the pill furnace has been attacked by one person and one sword, but it has never been broken. However, the wind swirl rushed into the pill furnace from the tuyere, and the wind helped the fire, but the flame in the pill furnace became even more intense, vigorous. From the air hole at the top of the pill furnace, a stream of white flames spewed out. Then Zhou Wen and Lu Yun saw that the strong wind kept blowing into the pill furnace, causing the flames in the pill furnace to spew out and be carried into the wind whirlpool by the airflow. The flame is like a fire dragon, spreading rapidly in the wind whirlpool, and it is about to turn the wind whirlpool into a fire whirlpool. If it was just the wind, Beeman could still hold on for a while, but now that the wind and fire help each other, the power is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Go to the top of the mountain. Zhou put away the tyrant Beeman, hugged Yer, and rushed towards the top of the mountain desperately. Now that the wind and fire whirlpool has been formed, the top of the mountain has become the eye of the wind, but there is no wind and fire there, forming a vacuum. All the wind that reached the top of the mountain blew into the pill furnace and sprayed out from the top of the pill furnace, forming a small safe area beside the pill furnace. Only there can we be free from the suffering of wind and fire. But now the top of the mountain is surrounded by flames. If you want to rush in, you must pass through the flame vortex that is hundreds of meters thick. Zhou was wearing the demon blood dragon armor and was able to resist it, but Yer, in his arms, was not protected by the divine armor, so it was difficult to resist the heat of the flames. With no other choice, Zhou directly switched to the civilized country, and used the teleportation ability of the civilized country to teleport directly to the top of the mountain. Lu Yun lost Beeman's protection and could only follow Zhou to rush to the top of the mountain. He summoned a new armor, the primordial devouring beast merged with his arm, instantly turned into a meteor, and forcibly rushed in from the vortex of fire. Lu Yun's whole body was burnt to black, his armor had melted in many places, his hair was burned away, and blisters appeared on his body. Looking very embarrassed. As soon as he entered the top of the mountain, he was almost hit by a sword light. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, and a lazy donkey rolled around and rolled to a position close to the pill furnace. Zhou also hid beside the pill furnace. Shi Jian and the old man were still fighting, turning a blind eye to the terrifying whirlpool of wind and fire around him. Soon, the flame in the pill furnace has spread to the whole space, and the terrifying wind and fire tornado revolves wildly around the mountain peak. The stronger the wind, the more vigorous the flame in the pill furnace. Fire tornadoes are even more terrifying. But it is strange to say that the flames are extremely terrifying. The rocks are melted instantly when they meet the flames. But the pill furnace and the mountain peak show no signs of being melted. The mountain peak still feels a little hot, but the pill furnace is still the same, no matter how hot the flame inside, the furnace body is only warm. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. The huge underground space has become a world of wind and fire. Zhou didn't pay attention to the battle between Shi Jian and the old man, his attention was in the pill furnace. No matter how you look at it, the terrifying wind was prepared for this pill furnace, and the pill furnace used the wind to make the flames in the furnace extremely hot. In this pill furnace, is it really refining the immortal Bhutan? Zhou doubted in his heart, and he kept listening to the situation inside the pill furnace. But because the wind and fire inside was too violent, I couldn't hear much information. While Zhou was observing the pill furnace, a light suddenly lit up in the pill furnace. Even in the turbulent fire, the light was still so obvious. Is it finally coming out? I've waited so hard for so many years, and finally this day has come. The old man became excited when he saw the light in the furnace. His body was full of jade light, and he repulsed the stone sword forcibly. He flew towards the pill furnace, grabbed the lid of the furnace with one hand, and was about to open the pill furnace. Not to be outdone, the stone sword flew up again and slashed at the old man's arm so that the old man had to let go of the furnace lid. Due to the pressure of the stone sword, the old man tried to open the lid of the pill furnace several times, but failed. You have been fighting with me for so many years, are you still unwilling to give up? The old man was furious, and he stepped back abruptly, temporarily getting rid of the stone sword. Clear, like a crystal. Jian also seemed to sense the crisis, so he didn't rush up blindly anymore, and the strength began to gather on the stone sword, and characters appeared on the sword body of the stone. Those characters carry a strange power, and the appearance of each character makes the blade seem a little heavier. Zhou took a closer look and found that the text that appeared on the stone sword turned out to be a law. The offender, punish. With the appearance of that law, the stone sword seemed to possess unparalleled power all at once, slashing towards the old man with a force of coercion. The old man's crystal-like right hand stretched out almost at the same time. The moment he stretched out his right hand, time and space seemed to condense, as if only his hand was moving, and everything else was still. When the stone sword was knocked out by the old man's right hand, and the law on the sword was also defeated. Although the sword body of the stone sword was not injured, it couldn't stop flying into the flame vortex, and he didn't know what happened for a while. The old man flew the stone sword and rushed to the pill furnace. Without the stone sword's obstruction, he lifted the heavy furnace cover with one hand, and the other hand was about to reach in and grab the bright lights in the pill furnace. Seeing that the old man was about to catch the contents of the pill furnace, suddenly a white light came out from the pill furnace. The old man was completely unprepared, and was hit by the white light, and suddenly screamed and fell from the top of the pill furnace. The dazzling brilliance in the furnace was like the sun rising from the pill furnace. After leaving the pill furnace, the brilliance of the object slowly dimmed. Only then did Zhou see clearly that it turned out to be Jing Daoxian's yin-yang mirror. Jing Daoxian also jumped out of the pill furnace, standing on top of the pill furnace, holding the yin-yang mirror in his hand, staring at the old man with a smile. Who are you? You dare to plot against this king? The old man struggled to stand up, but with a wave of the yin-yang mirror in Jing Daoxian's hand, the old man was like a marionette. Fell into the flames. It's just an alchemist, you are also worthy of being king. Jing Daoxian said disdainfully. Boss Jing, you are still very good. That old man looks quite good, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even stop one of your moves. Lu Yun flattered. Jing Daoxian said, it's not great, I just took the opportunity to sneak attack, otherwise I wouldn't be his opponent. Although he is only an alchemist, but he merged with the Guardian in the First Emperor's Mausoleum. After so many years, it has evolved to the fear level. Among the current human beings, few people can be his opponents. Seeing that Jing Daoxian actually admitted that he was not the old man's opponent, and that he was able to gain the upper hand by sneak attack, Zhou and Lu Yun were even more jealous of him. The old man's body was really terrifying, and he rushed back from the vortex of flames, angrily trying to kill Jing Daoxian. But he was already injured by the yin-yang mirror, and the yin-yang mirror had locked his soul. Jing Daoxian just turned the yin-yang mirror, and the old man's body flew out again. Jian originally regarded the old man as his mortal enemy, but at this time he did not take the opportunity to kill the old man, but instead killed Jing Daoxian. Jing Daoxian raised the yin-yang mirror to fight the stone sword, and the old man also killed him. Unfortunately, he just rushed back, but was controlled by the yin-yang mirror and involuntarily slammed into the sword light of the stone sword. As a result, it became the old man and the stone sword fighting again. It's just that the old man voluntarily fought against the stone sword last time. But this time it was controlled by Jing Daoxian. What's going on? Just now, Shi Jian wanted to slash the old man under the sword. Why is it now that he has the opportunity to dodge it everywhere instead of killing the old man? Lu Yun looked puzzled. Zhou Wen said, if I'm not mistaken, the stone sword should have the power of the law, and it is the existence that really guards this place. Before the stone sword did not try to stop Jing Daoxian, it is estimated that Jing Daoxian could not get it in the pill furnace things, and that old man is the real threat, so it will continue to guard the palace. But Shi Jian suddenly found out that Jing Daoxian is a bigger threat than the old man, and it can't solve Jing Daoxian by itself, and it can't stop Jing Daoxian from taking the contents of the pill furnace, so it will not kill the old man. I hope the old man can get rid of it. Jing Daoxian's control has formed a three-legged situation. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said. Lu Yun's eyes lit up, he lowered his voice, and used a secret method to transmit his voice, so that only Zhou Wen could hear his voice. Now that they are restraining each other, do you and I have a chance to steal the contents of the pill furnace? At this time, another group of light lit up in the pill furnace. Unlike the light that Jing Daoxian faked using the yin-yang mirror just now, this sword was as warm as jade, and in the blazing fire it gave people a cool feeling. The wind and fire outside the pill furnace is already so powerful, and the flame inside the pill furnace is even more terrifying. I'm afraid even the mythical armor can't stop it. You and I will become fly ash when you go in. How can you take the things inside? Zhou Wen said. I stole the stars. And hands are unparalleled in the world, what can I get? Lu Yun didn't believe that he couldn't get the contents of the pill furnace, otherwise, you and I will join forces, and I will be responsible for stealing the contents of the pill furnace. You use the teleportation ability and the earth escape beast to take me to escape. And you and I will share the things equally after you go out. Okay. Zhou Wen looked at Jing Daoxian, who was in a fierce confrontation with Shi Jian and the old man. Seeing that he didn't react at all, as if he didn't hear the conversation between the two, he nodded and said. Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second, Lingyu Novel Network, the fastest update. No ads. Seeing that Jing Daoxian was doing his best to deal with Shi Jian and the old man, Lu Yun didn't have time to pay attention to him. He didn't hesitate anymore, the tip of his finger lit up with mysterious starlight, and the moment Wu directed, he disappeared as if passing through a black hole. Ah! Lu Yun's hand flashed back, and at the same time there was a scream from his mouth. I saw that the tips of his 5 fingers were all burning with white flames, and the flesh and blood of the fingertips had been burned away, revealing the white bones. And that flame is still spreading rapidly, almost in an instant, the flame is about to spread to Lu Yun's palm. Lu Yundao was also a person who made an immediate decision. With the other hand, he turned his palm into a knife, and cut off all his 5 fingers that were on fire on the spot. The 5 fingers fell to the ground, but they were burned to ashes in an instant. If he was slower, he might not even be able to save his arms. Jing Daoxian smiled and said, the fire in the furnace. Even the top fire-type mythical creatures dare not touch. You dare to reach out and grab something, there is something. Lu Yun cut off all 5 fingers of his right hand, and when he heard Jing Daoxian's mocking words, he knew that Jing Daoxian had been paying attention to their every move. Lu Yun wasn't angry either, just quietly transmitted. A voice to Zhou Wen, I touched the contents of the pill furnace with my hands, and it's definitely not a pill. What is that? Zhou Wen also asked secretly. I don't know, I only touched a part of it. It feels like a handle, but I don't know what it is, because just touching it once, my hand has become like this, and I didn't dare to hold it firmly. Lu Yun said. Could it be something like a sword? Zhou Wen asked. It's possible. Lu Yun nodded. Originally, he wanted to take out the contents, and even if he couldn't take it out, he could threaten Jing Daoxian to release their soul locked in the yin-yang mirror. Now that the thing is not taken out, but instead hurts the hand, naturally, there is no hope. I'll give it a try. Zhou Wen summoned the demon armor tiger soul general, but didn't rush to the pill furnace for the first time. The flames in the pill stove were so powerful that even a demon-armored tiger soul general would probably not be able to resist it. Zhou Wen let the demon-armored tiger soul rush into the wind and fire vortex first, and the demon-armored tiger soul will be blown around with the wind and fire vortex. However, the magic armor on his body gradually lit up, and the purple flame in his body burned more and more vigorously. The power of the flame could not hurt it, but made him stronger and stronger. It wasn't until the demon armor tiger soul that the demon armor on his body was smelted into amethyst, and the whole body was wrapped in purple flames. Zhou Wen made him rush to the pill furnace. Jing Daoxian just glanced coldly and did not stop the demon-armored tiger soul general. He blocked the old man and Shi Jian, but put the demon-armored tiger soul general in. The magic armor and tiger soul will touch the flame, and the magic armor on the body suddenly shines brightly. The original amethyst-like magic armor has turned purple-white because of the sharp rise in temperature. And even the armor has a magma-like liquid on it. Flow down. With the strength of the body of the demon armor and tiger soul, and still able to use the power of flames, it is still difficult to resist the flames in the pill stove. Zhou Wen could feel the soul of the demon-armored tiger soul roaring in pain. Although he was not directly burned to ashes, he was also very painful. If you continue to enter, I am afraid that you will not touch the things inside, and the body of the demon-armored tiger soul general will be completely melted, so Zhou Wen can only order him to leave the pill furnace. However, Zhou Wen didn't take him back, and let him stand next to him. The flames on his body were still burning wildly, and the signs of melting were slightly improved. Even if the mythical king of fire elements comes, it will be melted into the sun's true furnace. To rely on the mythical companion pet to take out the contents is simply a fool's dream. Jing Daoxian said lightly, the things in here are not what you can take. Jing Daoxian didn't mean to take it, he seemed to be waiting for something. The old man and Shi Jian always wanted to kill Jing Daoxian, but they were played by Jing Daoxian with the yin-yang mirror. The old man always wanted to get rid of the control of the yin-yang mirror, but the effect was not ideal. Suddenly, there was a sound from the pill furnace. Wow, wow. Zhou Wen listened carefully, suddenly changed color, looked at Lu Yun and asked, didn't you say that what was inside might be a weapon? Why is there a baby crying? Lu Yun also heard the voice inside, and was greatly surprised. No, what I grabbed with my hand was an object similar to a handle. How could there be a baby's voice? Could it be that the weapon has become a fine? It's impossible to become an essence, it's probably a companion pet, right? Zhou Wen thought. At this moment, Jing Daoxian finally moved. He held the yin-yang mirror in one hand to block the stone sword and the old man, and the other hand grabbed into the pill furnace. The old man and Shi also seemed to know that at the critical moment, lines of law suddenly appeared on the stone sword, and in an instant they passed through the void and stabbed directly into Jing Daoxian's heart. The old man also started desperately, his whole body turned into a crystal shape, like a crystal man. He killed Jing Daoxian. The power of the yin-yang mirror was no longer able to control the old man. Jing Daoxian frowned slightly, and did not have the extra energy to fetch the contents of the furnace. While holding the yin-yang mirror to block the blow of the stone sword, he retreated with the power of the stone sword to avoid the blow of the crystallized old man. Seeing Jing Daoxian dodging, the crystal old man rushed directly into the pill furnace, wanting to take out the contents. However, the stone sword suddenly turned back and slashed the old man's head with one blow, forcing him to back away. Jing Daoxian rushed to the pill furnace again, but was stopped by the old man and Shi. The two fought on the pill furnace with one sword, and Lu Yun and Zhou Wen were dazzled. Even with Zhou Wen's eyesight, they could barely see their movements clearly, but there were many details that could not be seen clearly. Shijian's swordsmanship is quite satisfactory, and every sword seems to be expected, but it makes people have to face its existence, and there is no way to take chances in front of it. The old man's skills are very strange, the whole body is like crystal, but the movement is changing. And it looks like a ghost. Jing Daoxian is very good at leveraging strength, his own strength is far inferior to that of the stone sword and the old man, but with the help of the power of the yin-yang mirror, he can also pull the power of the stone sword and the old man, restraining the stone sword and the old man abruptly. No one could take out the contents of the pill furnace. Bang! The three forces clashed. And the Jing Daoxian, the crystallized old man, and the stone sword were sent flying, and they were caught in the whirlpool of wind and fire. It's now. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen ordered the demon-armored tiger soul general to rush to the Sun True furnace again, and at the same time he flew to the vicinity of the furnace mouth. The demon-armored tiger soul general was ordered by Zhou Wen and plunged into it. His body began to melt rapidly in the terrifying flames, unable to resist the real fire of the sun inside. For a pool of lava. Jing Daoxian and the old man knew that it was impossible for Zhou Wen and the others to take out the contents of the pill furnace, so they ignored them all the time. At this time, seeing that Zhou Wen still wanted to fight with the demon armor and tiger soul general, although they didn't have time to come back to stop it, they were not too worried. Seeing that the demon armor and tiger soul were about to be melted, Zhou Wen, who had already reached the mouth of the furnace, suddenly summoned a banana fan and slammed it against the mouth of the furnace.